The Lord of Silver City was taken aback before turning to see Zuan standing in midair, looking at him with a sly smile. The sight shocked everyone. What's going on? Who is this man? It seems like he came with this young man. But why does this guy seem to have no talent? Amidst these exclamations, Crolia's expression was the most unpleasant. She had seen Zuan on the street yesterday but had dismissed him as an ordinary person. Yet now it was clear that he was extraordinary. Though the Lord of Silver City was astonished, he quickly regained his composure and gazed deeply at Zuan. Who are you, Zu? And smiled. I forgot to tell you all. I am actually the one you are looking for. The so-called outsider. This statement caused a stir among the crowd. The Lord of Silver City's face changed. Oh, so it's you? Very well. Now that you admit it, prepare to die. With those words, he launched a punch, intending to end Zuan's life. With a sense of foreboding, he did not waste any time and unleashed a deadly move. But just as his fist approached, Zuan calmly said, "Why do you keep stealing my lines? This line was supposed to be mine." With that, Zuan reached out, grabbing the Lord of Silver City's shoulder and executing a judo throw. The Lord of Silver City was thrown backward, crashing heavily into the high tower. The tower remained unshaken, bouncing the Lord of Silver City off in the opposite direction. Zuan clapped his hands, smiling slightly at the shocked nobles. "Hello everyone, let's get reacquainted. My name is Zuan, and I am your comeuppance." The faces of these nobles all turned extremely ugly, especially the Shang family. Shang-Chi stared blankly at Zuan in midair, suddenly shivered all over, and shrieked, "The one who killed my two sons ... Zu," and nodded. "That's right, it was me." Shang-Chi's eyes turned red, but he dared not make any move, because this man had just flicked the Lord of the City away with one palm. It must be noted that in the eyes of these people, the Silver City Lord was an unbeatable existence. But now, he couldn't even withstand a single palm from this man. At this moment, Crolia stared blankly at the Silver City Lord lying on the ground, murmuring, "My king, have you really been defeated? No way. You will definitely wake up." If anyone in the scene was most shocked, it was undoubtedly her. For Crolia, the Silver City Lord was already a kind of faith, so she absolutely could not accept the fact that her faith had been defeated by someone. As if sensing her call, the Silver City Lord who had been lying motionless suddenly let out a strange laugh. "Outsider, you must be a cultivator. But I am curious, why would a cultivator like you appear in this marginal star realm?" Zuan said, indifferently, "I am also curious, how could a life like you, forcibly transformed into half man and half machine, appear here?" This statement might not mean much to others, but it struck the Silver City Lord like a thunderbolt. "Outsider, you continue to surprise me. You can even see my origins. Then I cannot let you leave." With these words, the Silver City Lord's flesh on his limbs tore open, revealing metallic limbs that shone with a cold light, and began to rapidly transform and grow. In the blink of an eye, the Silver City Lord transformed into something resembling a spider, with its limbs on the ground, supporting his huge body to float in midair. This eerie scene dumbfounded many people in the square. Crolia, however, had a look of obsession on her face, murmuring, "Is this the true face of the king? So powerful and beautiful?" The Silver City Lord, on the other hand, grinned strangely at Zuan. "Outsider, now explain how you came here and hand over your magical weapon, and I may spare your life. Otherwise ... Before he could finish his sentence, Otto couldn't hold back, stepped forward, activated his own talents, and launched an attack on the Silver City Lord. Countless blade energies surrounded him, but no matter how they slashed, they could not shake the Silver City Lord in the slightest. "It's useless. In this world, I am the most powerful." The Silver City Lord laughed heartily, took a step forward, and shattered these blade energies. Otto grunted and staggered back a few steps. At this time, Zuan glanced at the tower with interest and said softly, "If I'm not mistaken, shouldn't the one who created you be coming soon? After all, this tower is almost full." The Silver City Lord, who had been arrogantly laughing, suddenly stopped, looked incredulously at Zuan, and said, "Outsider, who are you really? How do you know so much?" Zuan smiled faintly. "Who am I? Didn't I tell you? I am Zuan, your retribution." With that said, before the Silver City Lord could react, Zuan took a step forward, appeared in front of him in an instant, and then pressed a hand on his huge head. "Kneel to me." Zuan raised his eyebrows and coldly commanded. The Silver City Lord felt an irresistible force pressing down on him. Though he exerted all his mechanical strength to resist, he could only hold on for a breath before he couldn't resist anymore. Sparkles of electrical sparks appeared from the mechanical structure of his limbs, and with a thud, the Silver City Lord was pressed to the ground, kneeling before Zuan. Krolia, who had full confidence in her king, was now wide-eyed in disbelief. How is this possible? Outsider, I will kill you. The Silver City Lord was furious and frantic, his skin tearing apart to reveal his mechanical body underneath, with only his head retaining a human face, now looking even more fierce and terrifying. He began to struggle madly, trying to stand up. However, Zuan showed no reaction, still nonchalantly pressing down with one hand. That one hand seemed like a mountain, making the Silver City Lord unable to move at all. Everyone watched in horror. Zuan, still calm, reached up and tickled his ear, then somewhat helplessly said, "Why shout so loud for? The result is the same anyway." The Silver City Lord continued to scream wildly and try to break free from Zuan's restraint. "Didn't you hear what I said, Zu?" And raised his eyebrows, and a sword aura appeared in his hand. Then he aimed downwards and chopped. With a crisp metal cutting sound, one of the Silver City Lord's legs was abruptly severed. Sparks flew as the Silver City Lord could hardly believe what was happening. How is this possible? My body is made with the black cloud gold from the depths of the void. Nothing can harm it. How can you cut through? Nothing can harm it, Zu. And smiled and said, "Your master doesn't dare say that, and yet you, a mere half-man, half-machine, dares to say so. No, this can't be." The Silver City Lord still couldn't believe it, shouting wildly. Zuan frowned slightly, noisy. Saying this, his hand flashed with a sword aura, and he struck down. With a crisp sound, it hit the Silver City Lord's neck. It didn't sever, but cut through the vocal cords and many cables in the throat. Now, the half-man, half-machine Silver City Lord could not make any sound, and could only look at Zuan with terrified eyes. Zu, and smiled, then glanced at the sky pointed to by the tower, and said, indifferently, "Aren't you coming yet? I don't have much time to wait for you." With that, Zuan directly dropped the now disabled Silver City Lord, and his figure instantly appeared at the top of the tower. The tower was crafted from an unknown material, shimmering with a non-golden, non-wooden luster. Zu, and grabbed the top of the tower, exerting force, causing the seemingly unshakable tower to begin trembling. No. Krolia, still standing atop the tower's lookout platform, shouted in horror. But at that moment, numerous layers of light emerged from the top of the tower, swiftly spreading upwards. As it passed the lookout platform, Krolia didn't even have time to groan before she was evaporated by the immense energy. Then, a beam of light shot out from the tip of the tower, soaring towards the sky. Before people could understand what was happening, a huge pressure suddenly descended from the sky. Interstellar pirates. As the name suggests, they are a group of people who shuttle between star systems, living by plundering resources, Zu, and discovered upon entering this planet that the source power of this world had been stolen by something. That's why this vast planet is so barren. Zuan immediately suspected it was the work of interstellar pirates. Upon entering Silver City, the tall tower standing in the center of the city confirmed Zuan's suspicions. At first glance, this tower seemed unremarkable, but in reality, its base was connected to the core of this planet. At every moment, this tower was absorbing the source power of this planet, storing it within the tower structure. This was clearly designed for those pirates. As expected, now the pirate ship has arrived. The Silver City Lord lying on the ground was trembling with excitement, unable to speak, only able to wave his remaining limbs as hard as he could to attract the attention of the ship. The ship slowly lowered its height, and then a man's voice came from above. "Who are you?" Shizi, who was delighted to see this, and leapt up from the ground, pointing at Zuan and shouted, "My lord, it's this guy. He's an outsider." Hearing this, many cannon barrels extended from below the ship, all aimed at Zuan. At the same time, a man's voice came from the ship, "Outsider, I suggest you mind your own business, leave now, and I won't make it difficult for you, or else." As he spoke, there was a charging sound from the ship's cannons. But at that moment, Zuan suddenly disappeared from where he was standing, only to reappear above the ship, and then delivered a punch. Doom! The huge ship trembled violently, even the protective shield on top flickering rapidly. "What's going on?" came a voice of extreme fear from inside the ship. However, Zuan did not give them a chance to speak again and directly struck the ship with another punch. The ship staggered and then began to fall diagonally. People in the square gasped. If it falls directly, no one can escape. But luckily, the ship grazed over the square and hit several abandoned buildings next to the square with a bang. Everyone stared in astonishment at the ship. They saw Zuan standing on top, surrounded by aura of sword energy, saying calmly, "I'll give you 3 breaths time. If you don't come out, I'll cut down your ship with one sword and send you to your doom together with it." As soon as the words fell, cries of fear came from the ship. "Spare us! Spare us! I'm coming out right now!" With a flash overhead, a hatch slowly opened and a disheveled man with a stubble emerged. As soon as he appeared, Zuan grabbed him and flew back to the square, throwing him to the ground. "Sout!" The man fell to the ground, about to say something, but Zuan had already stepped on him, saying lightly, "Now, I ask, you answer." The stubbled man trembled. "Yes. What's your name?" "Master, my name is Shugao." "Did you steal the source power of this world?" Sweat appeared on Zhu Gao's face. "Yes." Zuan then pointed to the Silver City Lord, who was already in a stupefied state. "Did you also leave this thing here?" "Yes." Zhu and nodded. "Very good." Shu Gao trembled all over, afraid that if Zuan was not pleased, he might be killed. He hastily said, "Master, I'm just a small pirate following orders. I don't know anything else. Please spare me. Don't kill me." "Kill you, Zhu," and shook his head. "Of course, I won't kill you." Shu Gao then breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he was utterly dejected. As he said, he was just an ordinary small pirate in the Blood Skull Pirate Guild. He was always ostracized, which is why he was sent to this fringe world to collect the planet's source power. It was a tough job because who would want to be in this middle of nowhere fringe world? Only small players like him would be sent here. But he never expected that he would encounter a powerful cultivator like Zuan here. He felt like crying. "You should have an unlocking device on your ship, right? Huh? No need for nonsense. You came here to collect the world's source power. You must have brought an unlocking device, because these two are originally one. Just the opposite sides." Shu Gao was dumbfounded. The so-called unlocking device referred to something that could unlock the tower. How could he know this in such detail? Could he also be a pirate? At that moment, his last flickering hope vanished, and he quickly nodded. "Yes, indeed. Now, bring it out and unlock the source lock in this tower." Zhu Gao's eyes gradually widened. He never dreamed that Zuan would make such a request. He thought Zuan wanted to plunder these source powers, because if they were unlocked, all these source powers would be returned. "Didn't you hear me, Zhu?" and raised an eyebrow slightly. "Ah, yes, yes." Shu Gao hurriedly answered, quickly taking out an exquisitely crafted round key from his pocket. "Master, this is the unlocking device." Zhu and nodded, grabbing him and flying to the top of the tower. Shu Gao didn't dare to delay, carefully placing the key in an inconspicuous slot at the top of the tower. After a moment, there was a rumbling sound. A dazzling light rushed down from the top of the tower. People felt the ground shaking beneath their feet and were bewildered. But soon, someone noticed something unusual. "Look, the mountain outside." Everyone turned to look. They saw distant hills that were once desolate now dotted with greenery. The sky, previously shrouded in heavy mist, was gradually revealing its true appearance. Even the black mist enveloping the entire planet began to dissipate gradually until it disappeared altogether. The intense radiation that once existed was also rapidly disappearing. Everyone felt the enormous changes between heaven and earth. My goodness, is this the true light? What on earth is happening? These questions lingered in everyone's minds. At that moment, Zuan stood in midair, looking at everyone below, and said calmly, "Just as you see." Zuan's words left everyone dumbfounded for a moment, until someone finally regained their composure. "Lord, what about these people?" Someone pointed at the Silver City Lord and the other nobles lying on the ground. Zhu and calmly reply, "Naturally, they are the ones who have been aiding the tyrant." Upon hearing this, the Silver City Lord's reputation, built over decades, collapsed instantly. Countless enraged individuals rushed forward, surrounding the defenseless Silver City Lord and subjecting him to various relentless attacks of supernatural abilities. Although the Silver City Lord was powerful, he had already been severely injured by Zuan and was now being besieged by a group of people, so in the blink of an eye, he was reduced to rubble. As for the nobles, not a single one of them could escape. The most miserable of them all was Shang-Chi. Sensing danger, he tried to quietly leave the scene. But how could Otto allow this person who repeatedly defied the authority of the Lord to escape? Thus, with a sudden inspiration from Otto, a dozen blades severed Shang-Chi's limbs. He was then dismembered by the approaching crowd. In a blink of an eye, these once high and mighty nobles and the Silver City Lord were reduced to a pool of flesh and blood. Zuan and glanced at the ashen face Sugao beside him, and lightly smiled. If I were to throw you down now, what do you think would happen to you? Sugao trembled all over and pleaded, Lord, spare me. These matters have nothing to do with me. I was just following orders. Zuan chuckled, just scaring you. Do you really think I would kill you? After all, you have a more important role to play. Sugao felt a shiver run down his spine, not understanding what Zuan meant by a more important role. Zuan and grabbed him and leapt off the tall tower, the crowd respectfully making way for them. Zuan and approached Otto and released several individuals from the symbol treasure tower. When the crowd saw several women suddenly appear before them, there was a commotion. Chen Xiaomei walked up to Otto. Brother. Otto looked at his rosy-cheeked and healthy-looking sister, couldn't help but smile, then hesitantly looked at Zuan. Lord. Zuan waved his hand. I must leave. Although he had anticipated this, Otto couldn't help but tremble at hearing those words. Chen Xiaomei teared up even more, tears already streaming down her face. All right, the balance in this world has slowly begun to restore. Given the size of this planet, it won't be long before the spiritual energy condenses again. Then you can cultivate. I will naturally return by then. Despite saying so, Otto still bowed his head in sorrow. The two little girls bid a reluctant farewell to Chen Xiaomei. Sister Xiaomei, this is your favorite chocolate candy. I have packed plenty for you to enjoy for a while. One of them said, this is ice cream. Too bad we can't put too much. You better eat it quickly, said the other. Chen Xiaomei accepted the treats with tears in her eyes. Zuan looked at Otto and said, your talent and character are good. I hope that even after I leave, you will remain true to yourself. If you choose to do wrong like these people, I will not spare you when I return. Otto's heart skipped a beat, his face solemnly responding, Lord, rest assured, Otto understands this principle. Zuan and nodded, glanced at everyone present, gave a slight smile, and then led Yin and his two daughters to ascend into the air, flying towards the nearby spacecraft. Although Zuan had knocked down this pirate ship with 2 punches, it hadn't suffered any substantial damage. Once Zuan and his companions entered the spacecraft, after a brief moment, it ascended into the sky and quickly disappeared into the firmament. All the people in the Silver City looked up to witness this scene. Even though many didn't know Zuan's name, he was the savior of the entire planet. Therefore, soon after, a statue of Zuan appeared on the Silver Square, becoming the most prominent structure in the area. The statue forever gazes up at the sky, seemingly waiting for someone to return. The pirate ship flew out of the atmosphere of this planet, into outer space. Stop. The ship made an abrupt halt. Lord, what's the matter? Sugao asked nervously. Oh, nothing. I need to retrieve something. With that, Zuan sprang out of the ship, descending directly into space. With a wave of his hand, a dazzling golden celestial boat appeared in front of the spacecraft. Sugao was astonished, his jaw dropping. Heaven. Heaven. This is the starship. In this vast universe, there are 2 distinct types of spacecraft. One is like this ship, following the technological route. Well, it has a low entry barrier, allowing ordinary people to navigate the starry sea if they possess the required technology. The more advanced the technology, the more fragile it is. Especially in the dangerous depths of space, spacecraft are quite vulnerable. The other type follows the path of the cultivator, with this starship being a representative example. Although it has a high entry barrier, requiring significant cultivation to operate, it is extremely sturdy and much faster than conventional spacecraft, making it a symbol of high-end transportation. Sugao, being an ordinary person, was naturally amazed when he saw this grand starship, much larger and more majestic than anything he had seen before. All of this further demonstrated the unfathomable nature of this man. Sugao grew increasingly fearful. While Zuan had already retrieved the starship and returned to the spacecraft, Lord, where to next? Sugao asked. Zuan replied nonchalantly, to where you came from. To where I came from? Sugao was taken aback, then he understood and turned pale. Lord, you mean, Zu, and nodded. That's right, we are heading to your Blood Skull Pirates Guild. Sugao was on the verge of tears. Lord, if I take you there, they will never spare me. They will definitely torture me to death, even you. Sugao paused, stole a glance at Zuan's expression, swallowed hard, then continued. Although you are very powerful, that guild is heavily guarded. If you go alone. Zuan smiled. Don't worry, you'll lead the way. Anxious and helpless, Sugao reluctantly nodded, his face filled with distress. Yes. He then steered the spacecraft, changing direction, accelerating suddenly, disappearing from the spot. Interstellar pirates are all extremely cunning and ruthless beings. However, such pirates are ultimately in the minority. More common are pirate guilds like the Blood Skull Pirate Guild, who dominate an area and commit all sorts of heinous acts. Therefore, in the myriad of worlds, there is a default rule that if encountering interstellar pirates, and if one's strength allows, they will surely be eradicated. Moreover, Zuan is currently struggling without star maps of the surrounding star systems. The appearance of these pirates provides him with a great opportunity. As pirates, they would naturally have a thorough knowledge of the surrounding star systems, so they must have detailed star maps. They might even have teleportation arrays leading to various realms. This is why Zuan is waiting for these pirates to appear on that planet. Finally, after a journey of over half a month, Zuan and his companions arrived in an extremely remote and desolate star system. This place not only is far from various interstellar routes, but also has very few planets. There are only a few red giant stars emitting dim light. In the depths of this star system, there exists a fortress-like spaceship comparable to a small asteroid. When this spaceship fortress appeared in the porthole of the spacecraft, Yan couldn't help but exclaim, "How magnificent!" Xian and Nyan said, "Dad, this place seems like a termite nest." Just as the two little girls described it, the headquarters of the Blood Skull Pirate Guild is similar to a termite nest on Earth. Various small spacecraft come and go above the circular fortress, and in the middle of the circle, there are many connected pipelines with lights flashing through them continuously, making it appear very busy. In comparison, the appearance of the pirate ship seems inconspicuous. However, as they neared the fortress, a small spacecraft immediately approached them. "Hey, Suda-2, you're back pretty quickly this time," came a playful voice over the communication. Sugao felt somewhat embarrassed because his status within this pirate guild was low, so everyone dared to mock him. At this moment, Zuan's voice echoed in Sugao's mind. "Tell them, say there's an important discovery on that star and it needs to be reported." Sugao was smart and immediately understood Zuan's meaning, so he said in a low voice, "I don't have time to joke with you now. I have an important discovery on that star and need to report to the captain." This pirate guild is divided into several small teams, and Sugao belongs to the White Dwarf team. Hearing this, the other side was stunned and then scoffed. "Suda-2, are you joking with me? I've been to that lousy star before. What kind of discovery could there be there?" Without waiting for orders from Zuan, Sugao was already furious. "Fine, if you don't let us pass, and if something important is delayed, you will be responsible." This silenced the other side for a moment before they said, "Follow me." They turned around and led the way. And Yan walked over to Zuan and said, "Honey, should the two of us and the girls go back to the ship, Zu?" And smiled, "No need. It's a perfect opportunity to broaden our horizons together. But won't it be bothersome?" And Yan hesitated. Zuan looked at the increasingly massive fortress in the porthole and said calmly, "I've already scanned with my divine sense. There's no powerful person inside." Hearing Zuan's words, Yan said nothing more. It was the two little girls who were excited. This kind of scene that could only be seen in science fiction movies before was now actually happening right in front of them, making the two little girls extremely happy. Soon, the pirate ship docked at a berth. After it stabilized, the hatch slowly opened. Sugao whispered, "Sir, you just say I came from that star, and it's important that I'm here with you." "Understood." Sugao took a deep breath and then stepped out of the spaceship. A few men smoking cigarettes were standing far away, their faces filled with malice. When they saw Sugao, they looked at each other, then walked up with smiles. "Hey, heard our Suda-2 has made some gains this time, and wants to see the captain." Sugao felt a bit afraid when he saw these people. Despite looking fierce with stubble on his face, He was actually timid and weak, often bullied by others. These guys often made fun of him, but just as these guys were about to say more, they all froze. Because behind Sugao, Zuan led Yan and the two little girls out of the spaceship's hatch. The exceptionally high attractiveness of this family stunned the group of men. One even dropped his cigarette without realizing it. Seeing this scene, Sugao felt the stir within but maintained a cold demeanor, saying, "This is a gift I'm presenting to the captain. Dare you interfere?" The guys looked at each other and then quickly moved aside, not daring to say another word. While they couldn't discern Zuan's background, just based on their appearance, they were already a precious gift. Sugao led Zuan and the group inside, and as they walked, Sugao lowered his voice. "Sir, the Blood Skull Pirate Guild is divided into several teams. I belong to the White Dwarf team, and our captain is a damn woman named Lingju. This damn woman has always had something against me and often assigns me to carry out difficult and tiring tasks." Sugao began to ramble about the grievances he had faced. After listening for a few moments, Zuan focused on the paths they traversed. The interior of this spaceship fortress was very spacious. Even the pathways inside were wide. People were bustling back and forth, making it look very busy. Wherever Zuan and his group went, they attracted countless gazes. They finally passed through the outer perimeter of the spaceship and arrived at a long corridor. "Sir, this is where the White Dwarf team is located. I'll lead you there," Sugao said, leading Zuan through this corridor to the end where a large room awaited. Upon opening the door, they entered a spacious office. The walls of the room emitted a white fluorescent light, giving it a futuristic feel. In the middle of the office, there was a massive desk. At the moment, a woman with long legs clad in black fishnet stockings was sitting behind the desk, tapping away at a holographic screen in front of her, handling official business. When she heard the door creak, the woman didn't turn around. "What is it?" Sugao said solemnly. "Captain, I'm back from that star." The woman furrowed her brow slightly. "If you're back, extract the energy. And do I need a report for that?" She shifted her gaze away from the holographic screen and looked at Sugao, then froze. Precisely speaking, Zuan was stunned after seeing the people behind Sugao. However, her gaze did not linger much on Zuan, but stayed blankly fixed on Yan. Yan felt that this woman's eyes were very evil, and couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. At this moment, Zuan stepped forward, blocking the woman's line of sight. Only then did the woman regain her composure, her expression darkening as she turned to Sugao and asked, "Who are they?" Before Sugao could speak, Zuan calmly said, "You're the captain of this squad. Lingju, right?" Lingju nodded, about to say something. "Very well. Now tell me, where did you send the origin power you stole?" Upon hearing this, Lingju's expression changed drastically. "What do you want to do?" "Come." She was about to call for help when her entire body floated uncontrollably in midair, mouth open but unable to produce any sound. Lingju could command a squad. Her strength was certainly not weak. She was an expert who had unlocked a large part of her brain domain. Different from the strength divisions of cultivators, in this Blood Skull Pirate Guild, technology was respected. To enhance one's own strength, it was necessary to awaken the dormant areas in the brain through technological means. The more awakened, the larger the brain domain opened, leading to terrifying increases in intelligence and personal strength. However, she did not expect that her proud strength was so powerless in front of this man. She didn't even know what methods he used, as she was controlled and couldn't even blink her eyelids. "Now, I'll ask again. Where did you send the origin power you stole?" Since entering this fortress, Zuan had been scanning everything with his divine sense. He found that the energy used in this fortress was purely technological, having no connection with the planet's origin power. This confirmed one of Zuan's conjectures. This kind of origin power from the world was most suited for creating sacred places used by cultivators. This indicated that this Blood Skull Pirate Guild must have some collusion with certain sects of cultivators. However, when Lingju could finally speak, her first reaction was to glare at Zuan viciously. "Cultivator, I advise you not to meddle, because this matter is not something you can handle." Zuan extended a finger. "I'll ask again. If you still refuse to say, I'll directly invade your mind and forcibly search your memories. What does this represent? You should be very clear." Lingju's face turned pale, finally feeling afraid. I don't know where it was sent because the guild master personally oversees these matters. I'm just responsible for sending people to collect it back." Zuan listened quietly. Ling Ju's eyes changed slightly. Then, the noise of footsteps came from a distance. A flicker of joy appeared in Ling Ju's heart. However, at this moment, a powerful divine sense surged directly into Ling Ju's mind. Ling Ju trembled all over, her eyes immediately becoming vacant. In an instant, Zuan withdrew his divine sense, his face looking somewhat unpleasant, because through scanning memories, he discovered that Ling Ju was not lying. She truly did not know who received the origin power. By this time, the footsteps had arrived at the door. Lord Ling Ju, is there something wrong, Zu? And glanced at Ling Ju. Ling Ju immediately spoke in a somewhat absent-minded voice. Oh, nothing. It has been dealt with just now. Are you sure it's nothing? Get lost. If I say it's nothing, then it's nothing. Upon hearing Ling Ju's scolding, the footsteps outside gradually dispersed. Zuan then released the divine sense restraining, causing Ling Ju to immediately fall and look at Zuan blankly. My lord, is there anything else you command? Su Gao couldn't believe his eyes. Their captain was a well-known beauty that nobody dared to provoke. How did she become so respectful in just a moment? In fact, he had no idea that when Zuan was scanning Ling Ju's memories, he casually planted a divine sense in her soul, naturally causing her to obey. Zu, and calmly said, "Take me to see your guild master." Ling Ju nodded without hesitation. Yes, my lord, and then stood up to lead everyone towards the core area. The guards became more stringent as they approached, and even with Ling Ju guiding the way, inspections were inevitable along the way. Finally, they arrived at the most core part of the fortress, in front of an ancient wooden door. It was valuable to note that in this place, steel might be the least valuable thing, but a wooden door was exceptionally precious. Upon appearing here, Ling Ju also had to stop her footsteps. Then a voice filled with slight surprise came. Ling Ju, why are you here? A young man walked over. Ling Ju remained silent for a moment before saying in a dazed tone, I have important matters to discuss with the guild master. Oh. The man at this moment also noticed Zuan and Anyan. He was momentarily stunned by Anyan's stunning appearance before speaking. Then you'll have to wait. The guild master is currently in discussion with an important guest. Before he could finish speaking, Zuan stepped forward. What are you doing? Step back. Although this young man was polite to Ling Ju, he became stern when facing Zuan and, with his shout, dozens of guards surrounded Zuan with high-energy ray guns. If Zuan took one more step forward, these guards would not hesitate to pull the trigger, reducing him to powder. However, at that moment, Zuan looked at the people in front of him and calmly said, Back off. With that command, the young man standing opposite him was thrown out, hitting the wall. The remaining guards raised their guns to fire, but the guns suddenly turned to powder in their hands, causing confusion among the guards. At the same time, Zuan directly rushed into the wooden door. Inside, a figure was rapidly fading away on a seat. Zu, and snorted and a sword-like cut towards it, but it was too late. The figure had disappeared from the chair, but after the sword light flew by, a few drops of blood dripped from midair. Who are you people? Ling Ju, are you planning a rebellion? A stout man saw this scene, and his face changed drastically. Then he saw Ling Ju enter and thought she was up to something, so he angrily questioned her. The man simply couldn't believe his ears, the fat on his face bouncing up, and down, clearly terrified. Xuji, what do you want to do? We have no grievances between us, we can discuss anything civilly. Zu, and nodded. You're right, I have the same idea, so I'll just ask you, who did you sell the source powers collected by the Blood Skull to? And who was that figure just now? Upon hearing this, the president of the Blood Skull Pirate Guild, a prominent figure wielding the power of life and death over tens of thousands of people, broke out in a cold sweat. Xuji, why do you ask this? And I advise you best not to meddle in this matter. Zuan calmly said, So you don't want to talk about it? The president was about to speak, but a dazzling light flashed in Zuan's eyes, and his powerful spiritual consciousness directly invaded the president's mind. Moments later, Zuan's expression darkened, and he withdrew his spiritual consciousness. The president's eyes gradually cleared from confusion, and he looked at Zuan, trembling. It was evident he knew what had just transpired. Zu, and remained silent, staring at him, having just extracted the information he needed from the president's memories. Strangely, many details were obscured by a heavy fog, such as the appearance of the figure in question, making it impossible to see clearly. Zuan understood that someone with great powers had influenced the memories of those contacted by him. Nonetheless, Despite the interference, Zuan had still found the most crucial clue. Is it the Guanyi star? At Zuan's words, the president trembled even more, with a hint of flattery appearing on his face. Master, now that you have found what you seek, what about me? A flash of killing intent crossed Zuan's eyes, and the president's head exploded. And witnessed many extremely brutal images in the president's memories. The actions of the Blood Skull's president were abominable, ordering the slaughter of inhabitants on several mortal planets. The fact that this Blood Skull leader dared to plunder the source powers of living planets was unforgivable. Of course, during all this, Zuan had shielded the minds of his two daughters. After completing his actions, Zuan turned to look at Su Gao. Su Gao recoiled several steps, pale-faced, and said, Master. Zuan smiled. Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, you haven't done anything wrong. Su Gao breathed a sigh of relief. But what about the others? Just then, the commotion in the headquarters alerted the entire pirate guild. Countless guards armed with weapons were on their way. The young man who had been blasted away by Zuan was now among the crowd, his face full of murderous intent as he shouted, These intruders are attacking the headquarters, kill them. Many others who knew Su Gao also began to curse. Su Gao, you colluded with outsiders against your own people, traitor. Su Dato, you're done for this time. Amidst these shouts, Su Gao grew increasingly frightened, even closing his eyes in despair. As the walls and ceilings around the headquarters revealed numerous gun barrels, all aimed at Zuan and the others. This is it. We're doomed this time, Su Gao lamented inwardly. However, just then, Zuan calmly uttered, Seek evil sword, slay, doom. Countless sword energies appeared around Zuan. At that moment, the assailants opened fire. High-energy rays accompanied by lethal light weapons on the walls formed an impenetrable barrage heading towards Zuan and his group. Under such a fierce attack, an ordinary golden immortal would not be able to withstand it for long. However, Zuan didn't even blink. The sword energies rushed forward. Doom. A deafening sound echoed as the high-energy rays and other attacks were directly obliterated by the sword energies and directed back at the attackers. No. Amidst a chorus of agonizing cries, the unstoppable force of Seek Evil's sword slaughtered those before it and swiftly swept through the entire fortress. In an instant, under the power of the Seek Evil's sword, all those laden with blood debts within the fortress perished. The surviving individuals looked around at the sea of corpses in shock, unaware of what had transpired. Su Gao stared in disbelief. Zuan smiled. I said, I won't kill you. Those who died were the ones deserving of death. Yet Su Gao was still slow to respond. Zuan led Yan and the others through the rooms of the headquarters, following the memories of the president, eventually arriving at a secret chamber reserved for storing treasures. The vast warehouse was filled with exotic artifacts plundered by the president. Zuan didn't even glance at them, simply storing them in his precious talisman building. He then found detailed star maps of the surrounding regions. This was the primary objective. However, the idea of finding a teleportation array turned out to be fruitless. It seemed the president of the Blood Skull Pirate Guild was very cautious, given that constructing a teleportation array would create a two-way connection, essentially leaving a vulnerable entry point from the outside. Hence, he had not built one. Nevertheless, with the star map in hand, Zuan could continue his journey. Taking a closer look at the star map, he attempted to locate the star domain, where he had previously cultivated, but to no avail. The narrow scope of the star map emphasized the vastness of the universe. After a moment's reflection, Zuan released his starship and, accompanied by his family, disappeared into the boundless starry sky. Su Gao watched them leave dumbfoundedly, somewhat at a loss. He didn't know whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. Nonetheless, he had managed to keep his life intact. As for the place, he had no intention of staying. After all, the region was on the brink of becoming a dead city, and remaining there would only invite disaster. With that in mind, he quickly collected some remaining items, procured a brand new spacecraft, and prepared to depart. Unexpectedly, Lingju quietly followed him the entire way. Due to her damaged spirit, Lingju subconsciously considered Su Gao her master. After some thought, Su Gao decided to leave with her. Soon, news of the events at the Blood Skull Pirate Guild spread. Despite being on the edge of the Star Realm, the once formidable guild was swiftly dismantled overnight, a revelation that shook many. At that moment, Zuan piloted the starship towards the destination marked on the star map, Guanyi Star. Finally, after 3 months, Zuan approached closer and closer to the destination marked on the star map. the Unification star. However, as he was only a distance away from crossing another starry sky, Zuan felt the surrounding space becoming increasingly stagnant. It was as if he had swum into a pool of glue. Zuan was slightly startled. Then he understood. It was evident that he had entered the range of influence of the Unification star. The influence spanned an entire starry sky, indicating the immense size of the Unification star. Zuan's heart moved. Following the practice in the wasteland world, he placed the starship in a hidden corner outside, then set up a small teleportation array on it to shield it using mystic arts. After completing all this, Zuan began traversing the void with his physical body, heading toward the Unification star indicated on the star map. The speed of his physical body was definitely slower than that of the starship, so after a day, Zuan suddenly came upon an immensely huge star. Although the star in the wasteland world was already huge, it paled in comparison to this Unification star. It was like an extra-large sun, silently suspended there, even bending and refracting the starlight passing by it into streams of cascading starlight, a sight to behold. Zuan's heart stirred. This Unification star was considered medium-sized among the celestial bodies he had traveled among. After traversing for some more time, Zuan's vision was completely occupied by the Unification star. Under the emerald fluorescence, there were wisps of radiance swirling around, the condensed spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A faint smile appeared on Zuan's lips. Then he transformed into a streak of light and flew toward this star. The Unification star. A rugged terrain with ancient trees towering mountains. Even though it was daytime, the roar of fierce beasts could still be heard. A 20-meter-tall iron-skinned rhinoceros broke several large trees and arrived at the riverbank to drink as if no one was around. A variegated tiger with ribbed wings flew in the air and directly knocked down the iron-skinned rhinoceros, tearing open its incredibly hard skin with its sharp claws. The iron-skinned rhinoceros roared in pain, attempting to resist, but the variegated tiger bit off its neck in one go. This tiger began to savagely taste the flesh and blood of the iron-skinned rhinoceros. Just then, a giant ape standing hundreds of meters tall appeared at the riverbank, grabbed the variegated tiger with ribbed wings with its hand, and before it could react, threw it into its mouth and devoured it alive. Then the giant ape patted its chest contentedly, emitting a deafening roar. The roar echoed through the valley, intimidating numerous fierce beasts. However, just then, a streak of light descended from the sky and headed straight for the valley. The giant ape looked up at the sky. With its intelligence awakened, it wanted to see what it was, but suddenly, as if sensing a great danger, it turned and ran. Doom! The streak of light landed. The land within 100 meters was smashed into a large pit. Zuan leisurely leapt out from the pit and surveyed the surrounding mountains and forests. Then he released his divine sense, instantly enveloping the surrounding mountains and forests for miles around. Wherever the divine sense passed, these fierce beasts trembled as if encountering an incredibly powerful presence, all cowering on the ground and not daring to lift their heads. The normally roaring wild beasts also quieted down at this moment. After a moment, Zuan withdrew his divine sense, ensuring there was no danger nearby, and then released Yan and his two daughters from the symbolic tower. When the mother and daughter saw the primordial jungle around them, they couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Such a rich spiritual energy. And Yan took a deep breath, somewhat surprised. Zuan smiled. The scarcity of spiritual energy on Earth is due to various reasons and is not normal. This is the level of spiritual energy density that a world of cultivators should have. How do we get out of here? And Yan looked at the boundless primordial forest and asked, I just sensed a city 1,000 miles away from here through divine sense. Let's head there now. Zuan picked up the two little girls and Yan, soared into the air, and disappeared in a streak of light. Only after Zuan left did those fierce beasts, intimidated by his divine sense, heave a sigh of relief. To Zuan, 1,000 miles was just a matter of moments. Soon, they saw a tall city in the distance. Zuan and his family landed outside the city and strolled into it. The bustling city was unexpectedly vibrant. The streets were crowded with people, lively and vibrant. However, when Zuan and his family appeared on the street, the passers-by were all stunned, especially Yan. Her stunning beauty left many people dumbfounded, and Yan frowned slightly and whispered to Zuan, Honey, being gawked at like this is so annoying. I want to use illusion to cover us up, Zu, and nodded. Go ahead. And Yan then cast the illusion taught by Zuan, concealing the true appearances of herself and the two little girls. During this time, Yan had not been idle. She spent her days studying various spells taught by Zuan in the symbolic tower. The illusion she was currently using was also one of the extremely profound and mysterious spells taught by Zuan. After casting it, Yan transformed into an ordinary-looking woman, and the two little girls also appeared ordinary. Their presence became very low-key, almost unnoticeable. When she was sure no one was watching them anymore, Yan breathed a sigh of relief and then said, "Honey, where to now?" Zuan looked at a restaurant not far away. "Let's have something to eat first." At the mention of eating, the eyes of the two little girls lit up. Although there was all sorts of food in the symbolic tower, it would eventually become monotonous with time. Being in a new world now, they naturally wanted to try out the flavors. So, the family headed to the restaurant. Upon entering, Zuan glanced at the diners in the hall and felt a stir in his heart. He had sensed many cultivators present in this restaurant while on the street. Confirming his observation upon entering, there were indeed several tables of cultivators dining in the hall. Due to the abundant spiritual energy of the Unification star and the intact laws of heaven, the cultivators here had impressive strengths. The cultivators in the hall were mostly wandering immortal beings, and there were even a few eternal existences among them. "Guest, what would you like to eat?" The waiter approached respectfully upon seeing a guest, Zu, and exuded a dignified aura. Clearly a distinguished guest, so the waiter naturally did not dare to neglect him. Zuan nodded slightly. "Bring out your best dishes." "All right, would you prefer to dine in the elegant private rooms on the second floor or in the main hall?" "We'll dine in the main hall." The waiter hurriedly invited Zuan and his family to sit down warmly, then went to the back to take care of things. In no time, the food and drinks were served like flowing water. Zuan took a bite, and although the cooking skills were not great, the natural ingredients made the food taste good. The two young maidens also enjoyed the meal immensely. Zu, and called the waiter over. "Where exactly are we?" The waiter smiled and replied, "You must be a traveling practitioner. This is Xianyu City, the subordinate city of Shaodianzhen. Shaodianzhen?" The waiter laughed. "Are you not here for Xiao's alchemy conference?" Zu, and shook his head. "In these days, countless practitioners have come to Xianyu City, all for Xiao's alchemy conference. Z only emerges from seclusion once every 10 years, and if you offer a sufficient price, you can ask him to refine a batch of pills for you. It is said that these pills are all immortal pills. By consuming one, you can become an immortal." The waiter seemed well informed and rambled on about many local customs and information, Zu, and found it amusing. After the waiter left, Zuan slowly drank the local brewed wine. No wonder in his perception, there were numerous practitioners in Xianyu City, all here for a certain Shaodianzhen. He pondered how deep this person's alchemical skills were to dare call himself a Danzun. Just then, a clear and cold female voice came from the door. "Bring a fine meal to the table. We will dine in the hall." "All right." The waiter quickly responded. Zuan looked up and saw two women entering. The older one was in her early 20s, while the younger one was about 16 or 17. The older girl had a beautiful face, but there was a hint of coldness around her eyes and brows, giving off a proud aura. The younger girl was sweet-looking, with dimples when she smiled, reminiscent of a girl next door. Their arrival attracted many curious gazes in the hall. However, the two girls paid no attention and sat down directly, starting to eat. Nevertheless, Zuan overheard their hushed conversation. "Sister, can we invite the little Danzun to refine pills for our master this time?" The younger girl asked softly. "We must invite him. Stop talking and eat quickly." The aloof-faced girl responded coldly. "Oh." The younger girl whispered and began to eat. However, shortly after they started eating, a tumult of footsteps could be heard outside, and a group of people barged into the inn. The leader was a handsome, but somewhat stern-looking young man. He scanned the room, and when he saw the two girls in the corner, his eyes lit up, and he walked over with a sneer. "People from Sihua City are indeed here." The slightly older girl's face darkened at the sight of this man, and she gritted her teeth. "Fun Lingwu, what do you want?" Fun Lingwu smirked. "What do I want?" "Fu Xinyan, you still pretend ignorance. Why have you come to Xianyu City? Do you think others don't know?" Hearing the conversation between the two, many practitioners dining in the hall began to stir. Fun Lingwu, the third young master of the wine family in Wuri City. It is rumored that he was born with astonishing talent and has already reached the semi-step golden immortal level in his 20s. Highly valued by the wine family patriarch, someone remarked with a serious expression. At this moment, Fu Xinyan spoke coldly. What Sihua City wants to do has nothing to do with your worry city. Does it? Of course. It does. Feng Lingwu gazed greedily at Fu Xinyan's slender waist and sneer, because sooner or later, you will be mine, Fu Xinyan. This statement made Fu Xinyan turn pale with anger and scolded. Shameless. The younger girl beside her also blushed with anger. You're talking nonsense. Sister Fu will not be with a villain like you. Feng Lingwu burst into laughter. Let me tell you, Fu Xinyan, I will have you no matter what. When I gave you the marriage proposal from Worry City, you dared to tear it up in public, but that still cannot change your destiny to become mine. Feng Lingwu. With that, the man behind Feng Lingwu silently surrounded the two girls' table. The atmosphere in the inn became tense. Many people sensed trouble and quietly slipped away because they knew they couldn't afford to provoke the wine family of Worry City. In the entire eastern domain, few forces could match the wine family. Fu Xinyan shielded the younger girl behind her, light emanating from her hand. Her eyes filled with stubborn defiance. Feng Lingwu, are you not afraid of instigating a conflict between our Sihua City and your Worry City? Feng Lingwu sneered disdainfully upon hearing this. Fu Xinyan, everyone knows that your sex ancestor is nearing the end of his life. Otherwise, you wouldn't have traveled so far to Xianyu City seeking pills. And let me advise you, you better yield to me now, or else, beware that even your Sihua City may be wiped out. Before he could finish, Fu Xinyan unleashed a strike without hesitation. A brilliant white light slashed towards Feng Lingwu. He barely managed to dodge the attack, but the light still grazed his face, leaving a scratch. At this moment, the furious wine spirit Marshal Che bellowed, "Capture the two of them. Today I will take away their primordial yin." The men following him immediately moved their hands upon hearing this. These men were all highly skilled and adept at joint attacks. Although Fu Xinyan resisted with all her might, she was no match for them at all. In just a few breaths, she was forced into a corner. Countless tables and chairs were smashed in the chaos. The other cultivators in the room watched with a hint of displeasure on their faces, but no one dared to intervene. After all, the Feng family was powerful. Who would dare provoke them? Fu Xinyan struggled to support herself in the corner, and at the same time, she urged the little girl behind her, "Zimu, run." "No. I'm not leaving." Su Xiaomu was stubborn, also showing her cultivation skills. She fought against these men. However, her strength was mediocre, not even reaching the level of an immortal, let alone being a match for these people. Wine Spirit Marshal wiped the blood from his face, his expression cold and terrifying. "You dare to harm me. Today, I will make you regret it." Despair filled Fu Xinyan's eyes as she gritted her teeth, preparing to strike with all her might. Just then, Zuan lifted the cup on the table and calmly said, "It's chilling to see so many grown men bullying to girls." His voice was not loud but carried throughout the room. Wine Spirit Marshal abruptly turned his head, glaring at Zuan and coldly said, "Whoa, mind your own business when it comes to the Feng family. Oh, and what if I insist on interfering?" Zu and chuckled. Wine Spirit Marshal's face darkened, signaling to his men who then rushed towards Zuan. Faced with their fierce attack, Zuan continued to leisurely drink his wine. Seeing this, Su Xiaomu couldn't help but anxiously shout, "Big brother, be careful." The men also closed in on Zuan, but he finished his drink, gave a faint smile to Su Xiaomu, and said, "Thanks." With that, Zuan suddenly crushed the wine glass in his hand. The glass shards turned into streaks of light that pierced through the throats of the approaching men. With muffled sounds, the men clutched their throats in disbelief, then fell to the ground. This strike was earth-shattering. Even Fu Xinyan was shocked. This man had effortlessly taken down these Feng family experts without even getting up. Su Xiaomu widened her eyes in amazement, exclaiming, "Big brother, you're amazing." The men who had surrounded Fu Xinyan turned their attention towards Zuan. Their coordinated attack was intimidating. Zuan still didn't rise, simply extending his hand and casually striking. Doom! A massive palm print descended from the sky, smashing the men into a pulp. The impact silenced the room. Fu Xinyan stared blankly. Those experts who had almost pushed her to a dead end were now all killed by this indifferent man with a single strike. This fact left Fu Xinyan's mind reeling. Zuan looked at Wine Spirit Marshal and calmly said, "Got any more? Bring it on if you do." Wine Spirit Marshal's expression darkened, glinting with malice. "Bo, you're seeking death. Don't blame anyone else." With that, a powerful aura emanated from Wine Spirit Marshal, and atop his head appeared an ancient bronze mirror carved with mysterious patterns. It's the Supreme Year Mirror. I never thought the Fun family would pass this ancestral treasure to Wine Spirit Marshal, exclaimed the cultivators. Wine Spirit Marshal wasn't a fool. Witnessing Zuan effortlessly defeat so many experts, he knew this man was extraordinary. With the Supreme Year Mirror protecting him, Wine Spirit Marshal felt confident. He sneered arrogantly, "Kid, kneel down and beg for mercy, and I might spare your life, Zu," and glanced at the copper mirror floating above Wine Spirit Marshal's head and said lightly, "Interesting. Carrying a mirror with you. Planning to admire yourself when nothing's going on." This remark almost made Wine Spirit Marshal spit blood. Die. Wine Spirit Marshal raised his fist and attacked. As a highly talented cultivator, Wine Spirit Marshal had already reached the cultivation level of a half-step golden immortal, making him outstanding among the younger generation in the Gukik region. The Fun family's heritage was in these martial arts skills, so when he unleashed his punch, the entire establishment shook. Zuan didn't even spare a glance, just casually waved his hand. Doom. A dull thud rang out as Wine Spirit Marshal was knocked back 3 steps. However, at that moment, a faint crackling sound came from the copper mirror, followed by a resounding shatter. Wine Spirit Marshal could hardly believe his eyes. It's impossible. This is a divine treasure. How could you shatter it? Just a little copper mirror. Why couldn't I break it? Zu. And said calmly. Wine Spirit Marshal knew things were not going well. This man was even more powerful than he had imagined. Grinding his teeth, he said, "Fine, you're truly formidable. I admit defeat, but don't be too proud. One day, I will make you pay." With that, he turned and left. The onlookers in the hall breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the matter had come to an end. However, Zuan said lightly, "Who said you could leave?" Wine Spirit Marshal, who had reached the front door of the restaurant, stopped and turned around, a mocking smile on his face. "What? Not letting me go? Are you going to invite me to dinner, Zu?" And shook his head. "The words you just said, I am returning them to you. Kneel down. Maybe I can spare your life." This statement caused a stir among the cultivators in the hall. Wine Spirit Marshal was stunned for a moment before sneering, "Kid, you are indeed powerful, but do you even know what you're doing right now?" Unaffected, Zuan repeated, "Kneel down, or face death." Upon hearing Zuan's words, a flash of anger crossed Feng Ling's eyes, and then he turned and walked out. He had always been arrogant since childhood, and had never been so embarrassed like today. So at this moment, his heart was full of murderous intent. As for whether Zuan dared to kill him, Feng Lingwu didn't believe that this man really dared to take action. He was, after all, the 3rd young master of the Feng family, the favorite descendant of the patriarch. Who dares to touch me? Thinking like this in his heart, Feng Lingwu had already walked to the door, about to take a step out. Zuan lifted a cup and slowly took a sip of wine. Feng Lingwu felt smug, thinking that Zuan was just bluffing, but at that moment, Zuan lightly flicked his finger. A strand of sword energy passed by. Feng Lingwu suddenly felt light under his feet, and he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Then he felt a sharp pain, and looking down, he saw that his left leg had been cleanly severed from the knee, half of it already fallen to the side, blood staining the ground. Seeing this scene, Feng Lingwu was first stunned, then he screamed in agony. "Ah, you really dare to hurt me? You're dead. I will kill you and all the people of Sihua City." As the 3rd young master of the Feng family, he had never suffered such a serious injury. The intense pain coupled with his anger made him almost go crazy. All the people in the hall had their faces changed, including Fu Xinyan, who was also shocked, because she didn't expect Zuan to actually take action. It was Su Xiaomu who looked at Zuan with adoration. She had long been displeased with Feng Lingwu. At this moment, Feng Lingwu looked at Zuan with resentment. "Kid, if you have the guts, kill me now, or I will make you wish for death." "As you wish," Zuan said lightly. His powerful mental energy instantly immobilized Feng Lingwu. At the same time, a sword energy slashed through the air. "Theft!" Feng Lingwu's throat was directly cut off, and his screams and curses abruptly stopped. A look of confusion appeared on the face of this 3rd young master of the Feng family. Then he looked blankly at Zuan, seemingly not understanding why this man really dared to take action. Why didn't he, like everyone else, just endure the bullying? Thinking this, Feng Lingwu fell into eternal darkness. His body fell heavily to the ground. It was dead silent for a moment. The whole scene erupted. Feng Lingwu is dead. This man actually killed Feng Sanshao. I just saw that sort energy seemed to have strangled the soul of Feng San Shao. It's over. It's over. This is bad. The fury of the Feng family is not something anyone can bear. These cultivators discussed in extreme panic, their eyes on Zuan filled with fear and puzzlement. Then they began to slip away quietly, not wanting to stay here for a moment longer. They did not want to be implicated because of this incident. After all, that was the enraged Feng family. In the blink of an eye, only Zuan, Fu Xinyan, Su Xiaomu, and others remained in the hall. Fu Xinyan stared blankly at the corpse of Feng Lingwu on the ground, her mind also in chaos. Feng Lingwu was dead. He actually killed this third young master of the Feng family. Although Fu Xinyan wished for Feng Lingwu's death more than anyone, she was also more aware than anyone of the power of the Feng family. In the one Unification Eastern Domain, apart from the Ironbone Alliance, the Feng family was one of the most powerful families among several major ones. Sihua City was far inferior to them. This was also the reason why Feng Lingwu dared to be so arrogant. But Su Xiaomu obviously had no such scruples. She walked up excitedly, giving Zuan a respectful salute. "Big brother, you're amazing. Thank you for saving us, Zu," and smiled but didn't speak. Fu Xinyan, pale, walked over. "Senior, you should leave Xianyu City as soon as possible. Let me take care of the aftermath for you." "Leave? Why should I leave?" "Because the person you killed is the third young master of the Feng family." With that, Fu Xinyan took a deep breath. "Senior, you may have come from afar and don't know how powerful the Feng family is. They are the top aristocrats in the one Unification Eastern Domain, and Feng Lingwu is not only the favorite descendant of the Feng family patriarch. Now that you've killed him, you will cause endless trouble." Zuan smiled faintly. "Oh, that powerful? In that case, I will not leave now. How will you take care of it?" Fu Xinyan shook her head. "Senior, don't worry about me. I am a local cultivator after all, and they will have to consider some things. You better leave quickly. It will be too late if you wait any longer." Zuan looked at Fu Xinyan and Su Xiaomu, then shook his head with a faint smile. "There's no need to say more. I'm not going to leave." But Fu Xinyan wanted to say more. "Zu," and waved his hand, saying calmly, "I want to see how powerful this Feng family really is." Hearing Zuan's words, Fu Xinyan didn't know how to advise further and could only sigh helplessly, her face full of worrying. "Come, sit down and eat together," Zuan invited. Su Xiaomu was not polite and pulled a chair to sit down directly. Although Fu Xinyan was still surprised, she made up her mind and sat down beside them. Then she felt that the ordinary-looking woman sitting next to Zu and was a bit strange, because those eyes were simply too beautiful. And when she sat together with this man who exuded such imposing aura, there was no sign of disharmony at all. While she was puzzled, and Yan smiled at the two of them and lifted the illusion that had been cast on them. When Fu Xinyan and Su Xiaomu saw An Yan's true appearance, they were both shocked. So beautiful. This was the only thought in their minds. Then they saw Su Xiaomu's eyes shining with excitement. Such beautiful girls, twins. Thinking of Nine, Su Xiaomu was also very close to her, and soon the three of them gathered together. Fu Xinyan sighed, then lifted her cup, solemnly said to Zuan, "Senior, I didn't have a chance to thank you earlier, so I toast to you now." With that, she emptied the cup. Zuan nodded, accompanying her in a drink. Then Fu Xinyan spoke solemnly. "Senior, may I ask your name? Where are you from?" "I am called Zuan. I come from a very distant place." Fu Xinyan didn't doubt him because the one Unification star was too vast. Just the one Unification Eastern Domain alone spanned tens of thousands of miles, and there were dozens of other places like it. So Fu Xinyan thought Zuan came from a very faraway place. The Wine Spirit Warrior is not terrifying. Despite being acclaimed as a teenage genius, his cultivation is only at the level of a half-step golden immortal. The key is his affiliation with the Feng family. The Feng family, in Wuxing, is the top aristocratic family in the entire Guo East region, and Wine Spirit Warrior is the most beloved descendant of the Feng family patriarch. Now that he is dead, one can imagine the fury that the Feng family will unleash. The one who killed the Wine Spirit Warrior is not a well-known figure, probably not a young cultivator from the local East region, and it also involves the city of Sihua. Many cultivators have a premonition that this year's Alchemy conference will not be so simple. In this atmosphere, the inn where Zuan and others live has become the focus of many cultivators. At night, Fu Xinyan and Su Xiaomu have fallen asleep in their respective rooms. Zuan also managed to put the two girls to sleep. Then Yan softly said, "Husband, do you recognize the people from Sihua City?" Zuan looked at Yan in surprise. "How do you know?" Yan giggled. "When you saw those two little girls using their techniques, you made a surprise sound. I saw all that. When two people spend a long time together, they can sense any anomaly between each other. And Yan is like that." Although Zuan's subtle changes in expression, she still noticed. Zuan smiled and rubbed Yan's hair. "Yes, I did find the techniques those two girls use somewhat familiar." And Yan helplessly tittied her hair that Zuan had messed up, then nodded. "Yes. And the name is strange too. Sihua City. Does it mean thinking of the Hua clan?" And Yan is very clever and naturally noticed something unusual in this matter. Zuan sighed softly. "All right. Go rest. We will know when the time comes." And Yan went to sleep. Zuan looked at the moonlight outside the window, lost in thought. He did indeed find the techniques used by those two little girls familiar because he had seen a similar scene in the illusion created by that tortoiseshell. And when Fu Xinyan used the mysterious yin technique, he also sensed a very peculiar fluctuation. And this fluctuation seemed to have only appeared on those from the Hua clan. Regardless, he must visit Sihua City. Contrary to many people's expectations, this night was calm, with no abnormalities. The next day, Fu Xinyan and Sushamu got up early, packed their belongings, and were ready to go to the mansion where the little alchemy master Xiaodong Zun Xiaodong Cheng lived. The so-called Zhaoer Zun Xiaodong Cheng lived in the northwest corner of Xianyu City, and a whole half of the city was his mansion, containing various buildings used for refining elixirs. When Fu Xinyan arrived here, the square in front of the Z family was already crowded with cultivators from all over. When these people saw Fu Xinyan and the others, their gazes all seemed odd, and they automatically made way. Fu Xinyan felt a sinking feeling in her heart, knowing that something was amiss, but still bravely walked into the square. "Sister, it seems like these people are talking about us," Su Xiaomu whispered. The two of them stood in a corner of the square, and many people in the distance were pointing and whispering, seeming to be discussing something privately. Fu Xinyan's face was as calm as water. "Don't mind them, just pretend you didn't see." "Okay." Su Xiaomu was very obedient to her senior sister. After waiting for more than half an hour, a sound of a jade chime rang out, and the crowd in the square suddenly became restless. "He's coming out. Mr. Z is coming out." Many people surged forward, and the numerous guards of the Z family firmly guarded the entrance. "Don't crowd, our master will be out soon." Just as they were speaking, an old man with white hair and a young face appeared steadily on the high platform in the square. "Mr. Z." "Greetings, Xiaodong Zun." "Mr. Z, I am from Julu City. Please help me refine a furnace of chaos elixir. I am willing to pay 10,000 jade crystals." In this unified realm, jade crystals can not only be used for cultivation, but also as currency. And 10,000 jade crystals is already a big figure. Everyone turned to look, only to see that the speaker was a middle-aged man. Those who recognized him couldn't help but whisper, "This is Julu City's Julu Upman. It is said that he is now a mid-level golden immortal, just one step away from breaking through to the peak golden immortal. This chaos elixir is probably used for that breakthrough." Xiaodong City nodded to Julu Upman. "All right, I'll take this furnace of chaos elixir." Upon hearing this, Julu Upman was overjoyed. "Thank you, Mr. Z." With that, the people from the Z family led Julu Upman into the inner courtyard. The remaining people became even more excited with their shouting. "Mr. Z, I offer 11,000 jade crystals. I want to refine an endless elixir. I offer." In the midst of these shouts, Zidin City's face was flushed with excitement, nodding from time to time in agreement. As for those who felt the price was not right, he didn't even look at them. At that moment, a cold female voice rang out, "1 furnace of reversal yin-yang corporeal elixir. Bidding. 1 Ming heart spiritual fruit." This sentence quieted the entire crowd. Everyone turned to look, only to see Fu Xinyan taking a few steps forward, deeply bowing to Zidan City. "Mr. Z, the disciple of Sihua City. Master Sihua City's senior sister Fu Xinyan pays her respects." The crowd erupted in a violent commotion. Many people started to discuss, what is the reversal yin-yang corporeal elixir? What's so peculiar sounding about it? Heh. Just from the name, you can tell that it should be a kind of elixir that changes one's fate against the heavens. It seems that the rumors are true. The old ancestor of Sihua City is almost at the end. Otherwise, these girls wouldn't be in such a rush. TSK. Just the reward being a Ming heart spiritual fruit. This furnace of elixir must be very precious. Amidst these discussions, Zidin City remained silent and contemplative. After a moment, he nodded slightly. The high disciple of Sihua City is here, and according to the rules, I should help. But this furnace of elixir Fushinian didn't wait for Zidin City to finish speaking. She had already taken out 2 jade boxes from her belongings. Mr. Z, in one of these is the yin-yang 5-element spirit root used to refine the reversal yin-yang corporeal elixir. And the other one. Fushinian opened the slightly smaller jade box. A refreshing fragrance wafted out, and everyone who smelled it felt their hearts clear, their minds slightly enlightened. Just from the scent alone, it had such an effect, not to mention the fruit itself. However, this bright heartwarming fruit is enough to offset all losses. After all, it can directly affect a person's state of mind, and even bring back those who have strayed from the right path with its celestial grade spiritual medicine properties. Faced with such temptation, after a few changes in expression, Xiao Danqing shook his head gently. Miss Fu, I'm sorry, I can't refine the pill for you. Why? Fushinian had just carefully observed Xiao Danqing's expression and thought she had a good chance at persuading him given the greed she saw in his eyes. But she did not expect Xiao Danqing to refuse. It was completely unexpected. Xiao Danqing shook his head. There is no reason. Please leave. Seeing Xiao Danqing's resolute expression, Fushinian felt like she was plunged into an icy abyss. Remembering the great efforts and resources it took to obtain these rare treasures of heaven and earth, she had thought that by finding the top alchemy master in the eastern region, she would be able to save her master with the pill made from these spirit medicine. Who could have thought it would end up like this? Recalling the past hardships and her master's declining health, Fushinian's icy facade melted as tears fell silently. Mr. Xiaodan, please stay. With that, Fushinian lifted her dress slightly, knelt down on the ground. Su Xiaomu had already cried herself hoarse, and followed suit in kneeling. Then Fushinian looked up at Xiao Danqing. Mr. Xiaodan, Shiwa City has stood in the East Realm for thousands of years and has never had any grievances with others. This time, I only ask Mr. Xiaodan to lend a helping hand and assist us. With that, Fushinian bowed her head. Seeing Fushinian's sorrowful expression, Xiao Danqing couldn't help but sigh deeply. Miss Fu, please rise. It is not that I refuse to help, but someone has issued a command that prevents me from taking action. As the words fell, Xiao Danqing realized his slip of tongue and appeared regretful. But Fushinian had heard enough and immediately raised her head, her brows furrowed. Mr. Xiaodan, who dares to give you orders? Miss Fu, it's better not to ask. Please forgive me, I am truly powerless in this matter. Mr. Xiaodan, are you telling me you are not even allowed to tell us who gave the orders? It's not that I'm not allowed, but even if I were to tell you, Shiwa City wouldn't be able to do anything about it, because the person who issued the command is someone I dare not offend. Fushinian's face turned even more desolate. The few individuals in the eastern region whom even Xiao Danqing, the top alchemist, dared not offend, were few and far between. As Xiao Danqing had mentioned, these individuals were not to be trifled with by Shiwa City. Fushinian stood up in a daze, picked up the 2 jade boxes, and turned to leave. A voice tinged with mockery suddenly rang out. Leaving? Not so fast. Both the items and the people must stay. With that, a group of people appeared in the sky above the square. Leading them was a man dressed in luxurious attire with a sinister expression. Upon seeing the arrival, the cultivators in the square erupted into whispers and bowed in respect. Greetings, young Master Ji. Fushinian's expression turned extremely ugly. Gritting her teeth, she said, Ironbone Alliance. She had already guessed that it was the Ironbone Alliance who had given the orders, but she didn't expect them to show up and block their path. The person who had arrived was the second young master of the Ironbone Alliance, Ji Yangshi. As the undisputed ruler of the eastern region, the Ironbone Alliance held supreme power. Even Ji Yangshi, as the second young master, could determine the prosperity or decline of a city with a single word. If it was his command, then Xiao Danqing naturally could not go against it. At this moment, Ji Yanshi looked at Fushinian with interest and smirked. I've heard of the unparalleled female cultivators of Shiwa City, and now that I see you, the rumors are indeed true. His words were laced with contempt and teasing. Though Fushinian felt deeply humiliated, she managed to keep a calm facade because she knew she could not afford to provoke Ji Yangshi. Second young master Ji, Shiwa City has never offended the Ironbone Alliance, and even fulfills its annual tributes. Why are you making things difficult for us? Fu Xinyan suppressed her inner anger and asked in a low voice. On hearing this, Jianxi withdrew his greedy gaze from Su Xiaomu and sneered. Never offended our Iron Bone Alliance. All right then. Let me ask you, how did Feng Lingwu die yesterday? Fu Xinyan's face paled upon hearing this. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue. Jianxi did not come specifically for this matter, but had overheard it during his time nearby. The relationship between the Feng family and the Iron Bone Alliance was good, and Jianxi was particularly close friends with Feng Lingwu. Therefore, when he heard about Feng Lingwu's death, he was furious. He immediately ordered Xiao Danqing not to help Shiwa City. Once he dealt with his other matters, he hurried over. I'll ask you one question now. Is that person who killed Feng Lingwu still in the city? Jianxi inquired. Fu Xinyan clenched her teeth silently, refusing to speak. What? No answer? Hehe, that person won't be able to run. And as for you all, Jianxi licked his lips. I've heard that the female cultivators of Shiwa City are unmatched. Today, I shall test whether that is true or not. Shameless. Fu Xinyan finally couldn't contain her anger and shouted. Oh, thank you for the compliment. With that, Jianxi suddenly swooped down in front of Fu Xinyan and lightly touched her chin with his hand. His speed was so swift that Fu Xinyan realized she couldn't move or react in time. Even her fingers would not bend. She could only watch as Jianxi's fingers roamed over her chin and neck. Such smooth skin. Jianxi complimented with a smirk. Unable to bear the sight of her senior sister being treated so disrespectfully, Su Xiaomu mustered all her strength to use her techniques. However, before Jianxi could make a move, the middle-aged man who accompanied him gestured silently, and Su Xiaomu found herself unable to move at all. Hehe. What a pair of lovely sisters. I wonder which one I should pick first. Jianxi sneered, reaching out to touch Su Xiaomu. Seeing this, Fu Xinyan's anger surged, almost causing her to spit blood. The cultivators in the square looked down in disdain, some showing excitement, while Xiao Danqing sighed inwardly, knowing that in order to survive in the Eastern Realm, one had to show enough respect to the Iron Bone Alliance, who held power comparable to that of the Emperor. Therefore, Xiao Danqing could only pretend not to see it. But just as Jianxi's hand was about to reach Su Xiaomu's chest, a sword aura flew across the sky, heading straight for Jianxi's reaching hands. The speed of the sword aura was so fast that Jianxi couldn't react in time. However, several middle-aged men behind him reacted quickly. One of them stepped forward, his eyes shining brightly, and he shouted, "Suppress!" Doom! A blue light directly enveloped the sword aura, halting it in midair. But this situation only lasted for a few breaths before the blue light flicker, and the stagnant space shatter, and the sword aura continued its unstoppable momentum towards Jianxi. Jianxi was enveloped in a layer of golden light in the shape of a clock, while the middle-aged men rushed forward to protect him, tightly guarding him, sealed the heavens and the earth. Each of the four men spoke a word. Four blue lights overlapped, finally binding the sword aura firmly as it was about to strike them. But then, the sword aura exploded, turning the blue lights into dust. The men spat out a mouthful of blood. The onlookers, many practitioners, all showed expressions of shock. Just a seemingly inconspicuous sword aura had managed to injure all of Jianxi's major guards. Who could have such formidable cultivation? Jianxi's face darkened. Although he had been protected, he still felt an icy chill under that sword aura, so he couldn't help but angrily ask, "Who dared to draw the sword?" "I did." A calm voice came over, clear enough for everyone to hear. These three words seemed like a key. It made Fu Xinyan and Su Xiaomu feel a sense of relief and regain control of their bodies after hearing them. They both turned back to see Zuan slowly approaching alone. Xuanyan and the two maids didn't want to join the commotion, so Zuan left them at the inn and came alone. Jianxi's expression gradually grew darker because he couldn't read this tall, smiling man. His air of indifference and superiority, though, made people not dare to underestimate him. "Who are you? Why did you draw the sword to harm me?" Jianxi asked. Zu, and ignored his words and smiled at Fu Xinyan and Su Xiaomu. "I was bored waiting at the inn, so I came to see what was happening. I didn't expect to catch this show." Somehow, when Fu Jianwo saw Zuan, she felt relieved, as if nothing could faze him. Su Xiaomu, on the other hand, looked aggrieved. "Senior Zu, this guy is terrible. Not only did he try to steal from us, but he also flirted with me and Sister Fu. Oh, should I help you get justice? Yes. Su Xiaomu quickly nodded, smiling broadly. This nonchalant attitude made Jiangxi very angry. It was only a seemingly insignificant sword aura, but it had managed to injure all of Jiangxi's guards. Who could possess such strong cultivation? Jiangxi's face became even more unsightly. He hadn't expected the person who killed Feng Sena pleasantly. Who are you? Just now, you were looking for me, right? Looking for you? You're Zhu, and nodded. Right, I was the one who killed Feng Sena of the Feng family. This statement caused an uproar. Some of the practitioners had been at the tavern yesterday and, upon seeing Zuan, couldn't help but whisper to each other. Yes, this guy is the one who killed Feng Sena yesterday. Wow, so young. And how come we can't see through his cultivation? Amidst these discussions, Jiangxi's expression grew even darker. He hadn't expected the person who killed Feng Sena to be so powerful. The sword aura a moment ago had already explained everything, especially now that his guards were all injured. Jiangxi didn't want to confront this person head-on. Hesitating for a moment, he spoke in a low voice. Go, do you have the courage to leave your name? I am Zuan. Zuan? Jiangxi searched his mind frantically, but found nothing. He then looked at a middle-aged man beside him, who also shook his head, indicating he had never heard of the name before. Today, I just happened to pass by here. If you dare, wait here for a day. I will come again tomorrow. Do you dare? Jiangxi deliberately provoked. Zuan remained silent, looking at him, until after a moment, he nodded. Okay. Jiangxi breathed a sigh of relief, secretly pleased. When I gather a large group of people, I will make sure you have nowhere to escape. But Zuan's next words left him stunned. However, you must leave a hand behind. Huh? Jiangxi thought he must have misheard. Zhu, and calmly stated, if you touched me with that hand earlier, you will have to cut it off yourself. Do you understand? Doom. The entire crowd fell into a state of shock. Even Xiao Danqing found it hard to believe as he looked at Zuan. Initially, many people were secretly relieved when Jiangxi hinted at leaving, but no one expected this man to be so audacious, demanding that the second young master of the Iron Bone Alliance cut off his own arm. It sounded like a fairy tale. The men behind Jiangxi all stepped forward. Though they were wary of Zuan, if they didn't act now, they would still face consequences later. Jiangxi waved them off and sneered. Do you know who you are talking to, Zhu? And shook his head, holding up two fingers. What does that mean? I dislike unnecessary words, so I've changed my mind. You have to cut off both arms to leave now. Jiangxi was furious. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Jiangxi, as the second young master of the Iron Bone Alliance, had been nurtured from an early age with various rare elixirs and cultivated with rare methods. Even at his young age, he had reached the realm of a half-step golden immortal. Upon hearing Zhu and speak to him in this manner, he couldn't help but flush with anger. His cha expanded like a volcano inside him, eventually bursting forth. A green gas surged towards Zuan. Senior, be careful. Fu Xinyan tensed up. She knew that Jiangxi was no ordinary opponent, and the Iron Bone Alliance's methods were always known for their tricks. She had no idea what this green gas might entail. But after Jiangxi blasted out the green gas, his guards also rushed forward to attack Zuan. Let his henchmen hold him back while he leaves first. He won't do this deal to risk his own life for the sake of avenging others. He'll wait until the experts in the family are gathered before settling the score with that guy. Jiangxi's heart was filled with hope for a good plan. But just as he took a few steps out, he saw all his henchmen flying backwards in the air, transforming into corpses. Jiangxi caught a glimpse of this in the corner of his eye, and couldn't help but be terrified, quickening his pace. Just then, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Trying to run, Jiangxi froze in fear, turned his head to see Zuan standing beside him. Before he could speak, Zuan extended a finger. Now, I don't want your arms, just your life. No. Jiangxi screamed in fear, but Zuan pressed down with his left hand. Doom. Jiangxi couldn't resist even for a split second and was forced down to the ground. Struggling with all his might, he was helplessly crushed by a huge force from above, forming a large pit in the ground. Let me go. If you dare kill me, whoever you are, you will face endless pursuit from the Iron Bone Alliance. Feeling the threat of death, Jiangxi shouted angrily, Zhu, and calmly said, all right, I'll wait for that day, but you still have to die. Zidan Cheng's face changed drastically upon seeing this, rushing over and shouting, have mercy. At the same time, Zuan forcefully pressed his palm down. Click. Brilliant light suddenly appeared on Jianshi's body. It was a life-saving treasure he carried with him, but before the lights could last a second, they were all crushed to pieces. Jianshi let out a scream as his body was reduced to a bloody mess. Even his soul did not escape, and was shattered into fragments. One strike. Jianshi, the second young master of the Iron Bone Alliance, met his end. Witnessing this scene, the entire place fell silent. Even the timid ones were unstable. Zidan Cheng lamented, "It's over, it's over. This is a disaster of immense proportions. No need for more words if he's going to die." Zuan didn't care, treating it as if he had just crushed a bug. Zidan Cheng somberly said, "Do you realize the might of the Iron Bone Alliance? In the eastern land of the Star of Return, the Iron Bone Alliance is unquestionably the top powerhouse. By killing the second young master of the Iron Bone Alliance, who can bear the consequences." Fu Xinyan stepped forward. "Lord Z, the matter has come to this point. There is no need to say more. This is something done by us in Sihua City. Please help us refine this furnace of the yin-yang reversal body casting pill now." Zidan Cheng's face looked extremely unpleasant, shaking his head weakly. "You can leave. I will never help Sihua City refine this pill." "But," Zidan Cheng said sternly, "there is no but. You have brought me so much trouble with this heinous act, and it's impossible for me to help you. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for being impolite." Zidan Cheng made it clear he wanted to stay out of it. Fu Xinyan felt despair upon hearing this. The sole purpose of this trip was to quickly refine the pill. If delay any longer, even if they had the pill, it would be useless. This is why Fu Xinyan insisted on inviting Zidan Cheng to refine it, because even if they sought an expert from other lands, time was already running out. But at that moment, Zuan casually said, "I will help you refine this pill." This statement was like a bombshell, causing a stir. Many showed mocking smiles. "Does he think this is cooking? TSK. He opens his mouth to help you refine it, not knowing his place." "Exactly. Do you know that a master alchemist is built on high talent and countless experiences? This is why Lord Z is honored as the young alchemist. For this person to boldly claim to refine pills, truly laughable. Hehe. Let's watch the show." Zidan Cheng also wore a hint of mockery and said, "Since this friend has said so, you can let him try." Fu Xinyan looked at Zuan in disbelief. "Elder." Zuan waved his hand. "No need to say more. Leave it to me." Though unsure, Fu Xinyan trusted Zuan and handed over the jade box in her hand. Zu, and casually opened it, revealing a 5-colored glowing spiritual root with yin-yang energies swirling around it. Indeed, it's the yin-yang 5 elements spirit root. This kind of innate spiritual medicine is extremely valuable. One less means a huge loss. "I want to see how this guy refines it." Zidan Cheng's eyes flickered slightly and said, "If this friend needs it, I can even provide a pill furnace for you. But don't blow it up." This comment drew laughter from the surrounding crowd. Zuan shook his head. "It's not necessary. This will do." Zidan Cheng almost burst into laughter, ready to speak, when the yin-yang 5 elements spirit root in the jade box floated up in front of Zuan. With a wave of his hand, a pure white flame attached itself to the spiritual root, completely covering it. In just a snap of his fingers, the spiritual root changed 9 times in the flames. Each change reduced impurities within the root. After 9 transformations, most of the 5 element spirit root had vanished, leaving behind a sparkling medicine liquid in the air. All the mockery on Zidan Cheng's face froze, unable to believe their eyes. As an alchemy expert, he understood how difficult this seemingly casual step was for Zuan. Even if it were him, he would have needed to place the spirit root in a pill furnace, use gentle heat for a day to refine impurities, bit by bit to achieve this kind of medicine liquid. Any negligence in the process could ruin the effort. Yet Zuan, with a wave of his hand, skipped a day of work. But this was only the beginning. Zuan's hand moved in the air, and the sky suddenly darkened, clouds blocking the light, followed by distant thunder. "What is this? Zidan Cheng was stunned and confused. The so-called Danlei refers to the thunder strike during the refining of the elixir, caused by defying the heavens too much. It is important to know that elixirs are divided into 5 levels: human, earth, sky, law, and holy. Elixirs at the sky level are already considered the limit for alchemy experts like Zidan Cheng. As for the law elixirs, it's rare to even hear about someone being able to refine them. Even if they do, it requires extremely prolonged preparation and tempering, along with a bit of luck, to succeed. Unexpectedly, Zuan, with his casual manner, was able to refine a law elixir. This simply shocked Zidan Cheng. At that moment, Zuan coldly commanded, "Condense." Doom. The thunder light disappeared. A pill emitting a sparkling black light, resembling a black jade forged from obsidian, with flashes of hidden thunder, floated in midair. A refreshing fragrance spread out, not just within the square, but even throughout the entire Xianyu city. Zidan Cheng was dumbfounded. As for the others in the square, they were all stunned. Zuan turned to Fu Xinyan and smiled slightly. "The elixir is complete." Fu Xinyan nodded dazedly. This series of events happened too quickly for her to react. "Let's go back to Xihua City," Zuan said, indifferently. "Yes." Fu Xinyan and Su Xiaomu respectfully followed behind Zuan as they prepared to leave. "Master, please wait." Zidan Cheng regained his composure and hastily called out, "Zu," and stopped, didn't turn his head, and said lightly, "What else do you have?" "Master, forgive me for my previous blindness, offending the esteemed master. I beg for forgiveness." Zuan turned to look at Zidan Chen, then smiled faintly. "Now you're not afraid of the Ironbone Alliance, or those from the Fun family?" Zidan Cheng blushed, embarrassed and at a loss for words. Zuan turned around and continued walking forward. Just as he was about to leave the square, he said lightly, "Do you know why your alchemy skills haven't progressed in these years?" Zidan Cheng trembled all over, looked up, and with shining eyes, gazed at Zuan in the distance. "Master, may I ask why?" "Because you lack a daring heart." "A daring heart?" "Exactly. The path of alchemy is full of difficulties. A slight mistake can ruin all your efforts. The more challenging it is, the more you need a fearless heart. Always shrinking back and seeking only risk-free endeavors to refine your skills will lead to nothing but false joy and delusion." Zidan Cheng was struck by these words. His face showed various emotions, and he mumbled to himself, "So that's it. I understand now. I understand. For all these years, I believed I was diligently studying alchemy, even going into seclusion for years. But in reality, I was deceiving myself. My heart has regressed." With this realization, Zidan Cheng's eyes cleared up, free from the previous sly and arrogant air. He then lifted his robe and knelt down on the ground, respectfully bowing 3 times in the direction Zuan was leaving. "Many thanks, Master. Your disciple has learned." Zuan smiled, then strode away. The scene fell silent. No one expected the usually proud Zidan Cheng to show such respect to this man, even performing the disciple's salute. Soon, the events at the Xianyu City Z family mansion spread rapidly throughout the city. The Ironbone Alliance's second young master died. A mysterious man refined elixirs on the spot, forcing the little elixir master Zidan Cheng to kneel in submission. These events were like explosive bombs, stirring up the previously peaceful eastern region. Many people tried to uncover Zuan's true identity, but all their efforts were in vain. Various rumors started to circulate. Some said Zuan came from the bitterly cold northern lands, a dedicated practitioner. Others claimed he was from the 10,000 elixir city in the central region. Nothing else could explain his formidable alchemy skills. However, these suspicions were mere undercurrents beneath the calm surface, as everyone waited for the reactions of the Feng family and the Ironbone Alliance. While the outside world buzzed with these events, Zuan had already arrived at Xihua City on the edge of the eastern region, accompanied by Yan and his daughter. Xihua City was an ancient city. The once towering city walls showed signs of aging, and the current decadence was evident from the dilapidated gates. But amidst the decay, traces of past grandeur could still be discerned from the remnants of elegance. "Master's back. It's Master's return." The female soldiers guarding the city walls were pleasantly surprised to see Fu Xinyan and called out joyously. Then the gates slowly opened. With Fu Xinyan leading the way, Zuan entered Xihua City. The buildings inside the city appeared somewhat worn down, but the streets were clean. Many flowers and plants were planted along the roadsides, making it seem like walking through a garden. Arriving there, Zuan felt as if he had returned to the ancient times of Hua Guo. The furnishings and decorations here were almost identical to ancient Hua Guo. As he observed the surrounding structures, the people on the streets were also curiously eyeing Zuan. Just as rumored, all the residents of Xihua City were women. These girls gathered together, pointing and gossiping about Zuan while occasionally covering their mouths to giggle. For them, it had been a long time since any man had visited the city. Therefore, Zuan's appearance naturally caused a great commotion. Moreover, he had returned with Master's sister, Fu Xinyan, which added to their surprise. However, even more attention was drawn to Yan and the two young girls beside him. At that moment, Yan had dispelled the illusionary disguise and revealed her true appearance. Her delicate features, gentle movements, and elegant aura mesmerized the women. The twin girls, with their exquisite beauty, also captured the attention of many. Heavens, they are so adorable. They are twins. They look exactly alike. Amidst the various exclamations and admiration, Fu Xinyan led Zhu into a grand mansion located at the center of Sihua City. This mansion was more spacious and imposing compared to others, but after years of wear and tear, it's also appeared quite aged. Fu Xinyan led everyone straight to the rear courtyard of the mansion. There, many women were on guard. Upon seeing Fu Xinyan's return, they all called out, "Master's sister." Fu Xinyan asked, "How is the master doing?" They exchanged glances and then shook their heads collectively. These guards were all stunned. Fu Xinyan nodded without hesitation. Yes, and was about to take out the pill she carried with her. Zhu, and waved his hand. No need. Fu Xinyan was taken aback at his words, then her face changed drastically. Senior, Zhu, and ignored her and walked straight to the back courtyard gate, pushing it open and walking in. As he entered, Fu Xinyan's eyes turned red, tears welling up as she looked at the back courtyard separated by brilliance, feeling a deep sense of pain and desolation in her heart, because she understood what Zuan's actions just now meant. At this moment, Zuan looked at the wilderness in front of him, and the small house in the middle of the wilderness, fell silent for a moment, then said lightly, "I have arrived." With his words, a play of light and shadow swept by, and a weak yet excited female voice came from inside the house. Are you from the Wagwo, Zhu?" And nodded. "Yes, as expected, after waiting for 10,000 years, I finally see a visitor from my homeland as I am about to perish." Her voice trailed off as the woman began to weep softly, Zhu, and remained silent. In fact, from the moment he entered the mansion, he felt someone calling out to him. The weeping gradually subsided, and then the woman smiled somewhat embarrassedly. "I'm sorry. I lost my composure. You are a Huazu cultivator who escaped from that great calamity?" Zhu, and asked, "Yes, indeed." Zuan sighed. "So, you have been here for 10,000 years. 11,271 years. And trapped in this courtyard, it has been 6,311 years." Zhu, and fell silent again. Living in such a lonely courtyard for over 6,000 years. Most people would have gone mad by now. Zuan suddenly didn't know what to say because he could feel the woman's vitality depleting moment by moment. And this change was irreversible. No pill could change this process. That was why he didn't bring the yin-yang reversal body refining pill with him, because it would have been futile. "It's all right. After so long, I have had enough of life. I'm already very happy to see a visitor from my homeland before I perish. Truly happy." The woman rambled on. At this moment, the house began to collapse and dissipate gradually. Her power was no longer sufficient to sustain this basic illusion. "Huazu man, don't look at me," the woman said nervously. But Zuan had already seen. On a tattered mat, a woman was sitting upright. She was extremely emaciated, like a corpse, with only her eyes shining brightly. However, Zuan paid no attention to these details. He noticed the horrifying scars covering the woman's face, neck, and body, emitting black energy that was constantly corroding her life and aging her breath. Zuan was moved. The woman smiled, but her gaunt face made the smile seem eerie. "It's okay, I have grown accustomed to it." Zuan fell silent, his eyes filled with a chilling sense of determination. "Did those bastards do this to you?" The woman sighed lightly. "Yes." Zuan suddenly didn't know what to say. Over 10,000 years, this woman had been silently enduring these severe injuries. Zuan could see that these injuries were directly affecting her spiritual essence. In other words, she was enduring unimaginable pain every moment, a punishment more cruel than hell itself. Zuan was incensed. The woman said softly, "Huazu man, can you tell me about the current situation of our homeland?" Zuan took a deep breath, suppressing his raging desire for vengeance, and nodded, "Okay." Over time, Zuan slowly recounted everything he knew. When he mentioned that after the great catastrophe, many powerful members of the Huazu sacrificed themselves and became the laws of heaven and earth, transcending the world and saving countless lives, The woman trembled all over but shed no tears. She had already reached the end of her rope, and even shedding tears had become a luxury. When Zuan spoke of the Huazu wandering through the years, mostly standing at the pinnacle of the world, the woman smiled happily, like a child. Zuan even wove an illusion with his divine sense, presenting the rivers and mountains of their homeland before her eyes. The woman greedily gazed at it all, reaching out to touch the mountains and rivers, whispering softly, "Master, senior brother, during the great calamity, you sacrificed yourselves, breaking through space and sending me here. Simple-minded senior brother, I still remember what you said to me. Live well, but without you both, without Wagwo, what meaning does my life have? But I dare not die because I know that my life was saved by your sacrifice. I must wait for the people of our homeland to come." Today, I finally waited and saw a powerful Huazu man stronger than I was back then before my fall. Seeing this scene, I, Lu Yuyu, will have no regrets in death, but you will not see any of this. Lu Yuyu smiled faintly, but as she tried to smile, blood began to flow from her eyes. Blood tears. Zuan watched silently as Lu Yuyu wiped away the blood tears from her cheeks, but her action caused large patches of skin to peel off. Her body was gradually disintegrating. Zuan's eyes turned cold as he released a powerful divine sense, trying to help Lu Yuyu gather herself. Lu Yuyu shook her head laboriously. "Huazu man, don't waste your efforts. After 10,000 years, I have no attachment left. If not for waiting for the arrival of our homeland's people, I might have died long ago." Zuan remained silent. As Lu Yuyu's body began to dissipate, she smiled. "Huazu man, I bestow all of my remaining divine sense upon you. Remember the blood feud of the Huazu. Also, if possible, please take care of these children for me." With that, a surge of divine sense beamed towards Zuan, who opened his mind and accepted it. Then Lu Yuyu exploded into pieces, dissolving into the void. Before her demise, she let out a relieved sigh. "Master, senior brother, Yuyu has arrived." As she dissipated, the entire wilderness began to shake violently, gradually revealing the true appearance of the courtyard. Zuan stood quietly, then bowed solemnly in the direction where the woman had disappeared. "May you roam freely in heaven and earth with no more restraints." Outside, Fu Xinyan and the others, who had been anxiously waiting, suddenly saw the brilliance enveloping the courtyard begin to disperse, leaving them all stunned. Slowly walking out of the courtyard, Zuan looked at the people who were now crying on the ground and said softly, "She has departed." These words brought tears to everyone's eyes. Fu Xinyan knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. "Ancestor." As she knelt, all the guards also kneeled. The news spread, and the entire city of Sihua, with everyone facing the direction of the Lord's mansion, fell to the ground weeping. On that day, the founder of Sihua City, Lu Yuyu, perished. The news spread, causing a stir in the eastern region. At the same time, countless greedy eyes began to covet Sihua City. For many, the death of the Sihua founder meant that the beautiful female cultivators of Sihua City had become completely defenseless. This temptation prompted these people to start moving. At this moment, Sihua City is draped in white. Naturally, figures like Fu Xinyan and Su Xiaomu, who are cultivators, are dressed in mourning clothes. But even the women of the city have spontaneously changed into white attire. Therefore, almost overnight, the entire city is dressed in white. When Lu Yue returned to the heavens and earth, there would naturally be no remains left behind. So at the funeral, her clothes and crown were placed on display. Even so, all the women in the city still came to pay their respects. And after paying their respects, these people did not leave but quietly waited outside. As night fell, the area outside the city lord's mansion was already filled with people keeping vigil. No one spoke, and the entire Sihua city was filled with a sense of mourning and solemnity. Zuan Zizi performed his junior salute and also kept watch at the city lord's mansion. The entire funeral was very solemn yet also empty. Up until now, not a single outsider has come to offer condolences. Even the cities and sects closest to Sihua City have remained silent. This scene made Fu Xinyan and others feel both pained and angry. It's obvious they are waiting to see a joke played on Sihua City. Zhu and sat on a chair outside the memorial hall, looking up at the white flagpole standing in the courtyard. The wind blew, and the dark night was lightless. This desolate atmosphere cast a shadow over many people's hearts. However, Zuan just watched quietly, lost in thought. The divine thoughts Liu Yue left him before falling were vast and complex, and it took Zhu and an entire afternoon to sort through them. Most of these memories were about Wagwo. Before the Great Calamity, Liu Yue was a relatively unknown cultivator in Wagwo. At that time, she knew nothing of worries and lived happily. But everything changed one day. Through Liu Yue's memories, Zuan saw a scene. The sky was covered with layer upon layer of starships and airships, with countless gods and Buddhas standing on them. Even the entire earth was surrounded. The people of the entire Wagwo, or even the entire earth, were experiencing a catastrophe. Liu Yu's master and senior brother fell in this battle, but before they died, Liu Yu's sect united to open a somewhat unstable spatial passage, forcefully sending the heavily injured Liu Yue away. If it was just that, Liu Yue could have recovered, and Zuan wouldn't be so angry. However, when she descended to the United Star, she was feared by the local cultivators, and then several sects used various despicable means to deal with Liu Yue, even summoning many cultivators to attack her. Although Liu Yue ultimately managed to repel these people, it also pushed her injuries beyond the point of recovery. In the end, in order to survive, Liu Yue sealed herself completely in that illusion, quietly waiting for her homeland's return. These sects have been suppressing and hostile towards Sihua City for thousands of years due to fear of Liu Yu's cultivation, and these sects mostly come from the central regions of the United. Suddenly, Zuan turned his head to the distant horizon, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Finally, they've arrived. At the same time, hundreds of rays of light appear in the distant horizon, rapidly flying towards Sihua City. In an instant, these lights arrived over Sihua City. When they settled, it revealed a group of cultivators. At this point, Fuxinyan heard a commotion and walked out. She raised her head, and upon seeing the scene, her expression darkened. Crane City, Taiwu Gate, Endless Love Monastery. Sir, the people who have come are the leaders of the major sects in the eastern regions. Zuan remained indifferent, showing no expression. At this moment, these leaders of the major sects all cast cold glances at Fuxinyan and the others below, then stepped aside, as if waiting for someone else's arrival. After a moment, a chilling and trembling sound echoed from a distance. Then a man descended from the skies. Each step he took was on empty air, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. After a few steps, the man arrived above Sihua City. This was a tall and powerful man, surrounded by a faint radiance, with eyes full of icy, fierce light. He was clearly a powerful golden immortal. Fuxinyan trembled all over, her face turning extremely unsightly. It's Jilehui, the eldest son of the Ironbone Alliance. This Jilehui was the eldest young master of the Ironbone Alliance, and the half-brother of the deceased Jiangxi. However, unlike the playboy Jiangxi, this Ji family young master was sent to practice at the Imperial Illusory Palace in the United Central Regions from a young age. By the time he returned, he was already a powerful golden immortal. For his age, this cultivation level was considered impressive in the eastern regions. He actually came today. Fuxinyan was shocked. At the same time, dozens of golden lights flew in from behind. After they settled, a group of formidable cultivators stood there, with a proud and haughty young woman in a white dress leading them. She smiled at Jilehui. Brother Lihui, your pace is too fast. I can't keep up with you. Feng Linger, the youngest daughter of the Feng family, considered a precious treasure by the family patriarch. She had also arrived. Jilehui just smiled faintly, then looked down at Sihua City and spoke. Who killed my second brother? His voice, not loud, rolled through the entire Sihua City like thunder. Sir, Fuxinyan and Su Xiaomu all changed colors. The momentum of Jilehui and the arrival of so many sect leaders made Fuxinyan and the rest tremble. At this moment, the young woman pointed at Zuan on the ground, her face as calm as water. Brother Lihui, it should be this man. Jilehui had actually noticed Zu, and some time ago, in Sihua City, with only one man like Zuan, it was impossible not to notice him. His questioning just now was to enhance the momentum. At this point, all the leaders of the major sects in midair turned their gazes to Zuan. They began to discuss in low voices. It is said that this person not only killed a second young master Ji, but also killed the third young master of the Feng family, offending both the Ironbone Alliance and the Feng family. This person is undoubtedly doomed. Hehe. And he is colluded with Sihua City and everything. Now everyone knows that the downfall of Sihua City is imminent. It's seeking death. In these discussions, everyone in Sihua City also looked worryingly at Zuan. Just then, the formidable Zhihui showed interest and glanced at Zuan a few times. Then he lightly said, "You are not afraid at all." Zuan's gaze gradually turned cold. At this moment, Zhihui smiled. "Actually, you don't have to die. As long as you are willing to refine pills for the Iron Bone Alliance for me, I can even let you become a guest elder of the Iron Bone Alliance." Hearing this, Feng Linger was somewhat surprised. "Brother Lihui." Zhihui waved his hand, then stared at Zuan and said, "There are two options. The first is to pay for the lives of my second and third brother. The second is to join my Iron Bone Alliance and use your pill refining skills to refine pills for the G family. Now, tell me your choice." Feng Linger wanted to say something, but seeing this scene, she remained silent because she also understood how important a master of pill refining was to a sect. Zuan's public pill refining at the Xia Mansion in Xianyu City had already spread far and wide. This was the reason why Zhihui wanted to recruit him. At this moment, all eyes in the sky and on the ground were focused on Zuan. Zuan remained calm, then smiled at Su Xiaomu. "Xiaomu, Master." Su Xiaomu was filled with worry. After hearing Zuan's words, he quickly stepped forward and said, "Warm a pot of wine for me." Hot. Su Xiaomu clearly didn't understand what Zuan meant by asking him to warm the wine at this moment. Zuan said lightly, "In the long night, one must drink some wine to dispel loneliness." "But these people ... Su Xiaomu said anxiously. Zu, and smiled, leaned back in his chair, pointed at the sky full of cultivators, and said casually, "As for them, once you've warmed the wine, they will no longer exist." Doom. Zuan's words were like thunder, causing all the cultivators to pause, then laugh out loud. "Is this guy out of his mind? How dare he make such bold statements?" Zhihui's face also darkened, and he snorted coldly. But Zuan's words sparked admiration in Su Xiaomu's eyes, and he nodded. "Yes, Master." With that, he hurried to warm the wine. At this moment, Feng Linger mocked, "You're really seeking death. How dare you say such things in front of Brother Lihui? Do you want to die?" Before she could finish her sentence, Zuan, who was sitting on the chair, had already appeared in midair, raised his hand, and delivered a slap. Feng Linger didn't even react and was directly slapped away. After standing still, half of Feng Linger's face had been crushed, transforming her once beautiful face into a terrifying sight. It was only at this moment that many people reacted. Meanwhile, Zhihui shouted, "Die!" Zhihui was filled with rage. Zuan had dared to slap Feng Linger in front of him, causing this self-important Jier to find it intolerable. Thus, he launched a frenzied attack. A huge, incomparably dark claw mark appeared out of nowhere, smashing towards Zuan. Zuan did not retreat a single step. It was only when the claw mark was about to reach him that he calmly raised his hand and flicked a finger. Bang! A deafening boom reverberated through the heavens and the earth as Zuan shattered the dark claw mark with a single flick of his finger. Zhihui's eyes narrowed. Zuan was even more formidable than he had imagined. But Zhihui, as a true disciple of the illusory palace of the central domain, could not afford to back down. He snorted in anger, then rushed forward. His hands transformed into black giant claws hundreds of meters long, furiously chopping towards Zuan. Each strike sent ripples through the ground of Sihua City. Fu Xinyan gazed up at the sky, her heart clenched. Was this the power of a golden immortal? Could the master handle it? At this moment, Su Xiaomu brought a small table and began to warm the wine over a fire. "Master, I'm warming the wine now. It's up to you," Su Xiaomu shouted. Zuan, who had been casually dodging attacks, suddenly turned his head and smiled at Su Xiaomu. "Very good." Then he turned back to Zhihui, who was attacking madly, and asked casually, "Have you had enough?" Zhihui's heart turned cold. He had already exerted all his strength, but this man could still calmly speak. "If you had enough, then it's my turn. Playing tricks, go die." Zhihui roared, his hands expanding into giant black claws once again, his aura rising rapidly, causing even the ground beneath his feet to tremble. Zhihui had now fully unleashed his power. Each strike left dark claw marks in the air, dissipating after a while. But facing such an attack, Zuan simply stepped forward and raised his fist, unleashing a punch. The punch seemed ordinary, giving many the illusion that it didn't belong in this battle. However, Zhihui shuddered, unable to dodge. This seemingly ordinary fist had cut off all his escape routes. He had nowhere to hide. Zhihui cried out, trying to resist. However, this punch would not be swayed by anyone's will. Despite Jilithui's struggles, it relentlessly pounded towards him. With a crack, the fist landed squarely on Jilithui's chest. Jilithui glanced down at the fist, then exhaled. Good fist technique. And with that, a large hole exploded in his back. His entire body began to disintegrate and shatter, the lighting his eyes dimming instantly. In the blink of an eye, his body turned into a mist of blood, dispersing into the air. One punch. Jilithui, the scion of the Ji family, a true disciple of the illusory palace of the central domain, a powerful golden immortal, was dead. The whole scene fell into a deathly silence. Many couldn't believe their eyes. After a moment, Feng Linger screamed, "It's impossible! How could you defeat Brother Lithui?" To Feng Linger, Jilithui was surreal. She had never seen him lose from childhood to adulthood. She never imagined that not only did he lose this time, but he also lost his life. Zu, and furrowed his brow. "One by one is too troublesome. It delays my drinking." With that, Zuan stomped his foot, and streams of sword energy instantly appeared, heading straight for Feng Linger and her guards. Feng Linger struggled frantically, and her guards tried to resist, but everything was in vain. In an instant, these sword energies swallowed them all. When the energies dissipated, there was nothing left but blood in the air, with no trace of those people. Zu, and stood in midair, looking at the sect masters. As his gaze fell on them, they shivered and began to scream frantically. "Master, spare us! Master, we only came to pay respects to Senior Sihua." "Yes, we came to pay respects." Hearing their pleas, Zuan lightly said, "Rest assured, I won't kill you. Killing you would only dirty my hands." With a sigh of relief, these people said, "But after you go back, send a message to the Ironbone Alliance and the Feng family. Tomorrow, I will crush the Ironbone Alliance and the Feng family." After hearing this, the sect masters turned pale. Zuan waved his hand, "Now scram." These people were pardoned and scrambled to escape in fear. In an instant, the sky full of cultivators disappeared without a trace. Besides a pool of blood on the ground confirming their presence, there were no other traces left behind. Zuan landed back on the ground. Exactly at this moment, Su Xiaomu's wine was already warmed up. "Sir, please have some wine." Su Xiaomu held a wine cup, trembling with excitement all over her body. As a girl of her age, it was the time to admire heroes. And Zuan's recent actions perfectly embodied all the qualities of a hero. How could this not excite Su Xiaomu? And she wasn't the only one. At this moment, everyone in Sihua City was looking at Zuan with respectful eyes. Zu, and smiled, took the wine cup, and slowly drank a sip. "Good wine, sir." Fu Xinyan hesitated, with a worried expression on her face. Zuan waved his hand. "No need to say more. Tonight, I will stay here to guard. And when the day breaks, I will go and crush the Ironbone Alliance and the Feng family." His words revealed unparalleled confidence. Although Fu Xinyan still had some worries in her heart, she could only nod and say, "Yes." Soon, everyone withdrew. Only Zuan remained in the courtyard. He sat in the chair, slowly drinking the wine. "Ironbone Alliance, hey." A cold smile appeared on Zuan's lips. Through Lu Yuyu's memories, Zuan could deduce that whether it was the Ironbone Alliance or the Feng family, there must be someone behind them directing them to target Sihua City. That's why Zuan harbored such strong murderous intent. Everything. Wait quietly for daybreak. Back in the house, Su Xiaomu had not yet calmed down from her excitement. "Elder sister Fu, sir was just too amazing. He asked me to warm the wine, but he went to kill the enemies himself. By the time they were all dead, the wine was already warmed. This is just too cool, and he's going to crush the Ironbone Alliance." Really, Su Xiaomu didn't know what language to use to describe the admiration in her heart. Fu Xinyan, however, remained calm. "Sir, this is the path to eventually pay respects to our ancestors with blood." Zu, and raised the wine, standing alone in the courtyard to keep watch. When the long night passed and the faint light of dawn appeared in the sky, Zuan drank the last cup of wine, then slowly stood up, turned to look at Liu Yu's memorial tablet, and said lightly, "The Hua clan shall never be humiliated. Those who dare to humiliate will surely pay with blood." With that, Zuan stepped into the air, facing the sun, and strode away. All the people in Sihua City looked up to see Zuan's figure, now bathed in a golden glow from the rising sun. At the same time, the sound of Zuan's recitations echoed through the heavens and the earth. "For 10 years, I honed my blade, the frost edge yet untested. Today, I show it to you. Who dares to be unjust? Hearing these lines filled with a carefree spirit, Fu Xinyan and Su Xiaomu, among others, were all somewhat entranced. As Zuan hurried towards the Ironbone Alliance, in the main hall of the Ironbone Alliance, the patriarch of the Fun family, Fun Yuer, was chatting casually with the leader of the Ironbone Alliance, Ji Yin. Li Hui's recent progress in cultivation is extremely rapid. It seems he has the potential to become a true immortal in the future, Fun Yuer said admiringly. Ji Ying chuckled without hiding his pride. Li Hui indeed has great talent, otherwise, he wouldn't have been accepted as a direct disciple by the Supreme Elder of Musu Palace. My daughter has been thinking a lot about Li Hui. I wonder if Li Hui will agree to it. Fun Yuer half-jokingly said, let's not interfere in such matters. Let them sort it out between themselves, Ji Ying said, indifferently. At that moment, Fun Yuer sighed suddenly, his expression turning cold. If my spiritual warrior were still alive, Fun Yuer's face darkened. I wonder how things are going on the side of Sihua City right now. Fun Yuer was somewhat agitated. Originally, his intention was to go straight there, but Ji Ying stopped him, and instead sent Li Hui, who had recently returned from the central domain, to Sihua City. Not only that, but many sect masters and city lords were also called upon to go together. Fun Yuer immediately understood. Ji Ying was trying to build a reputation for his eldest son. After all, although Li Hui was powerful, he had never stayed in the eastern domain. Returning this time, to gain everyone's acceptance, he needed to achieve some victories. It had to be said that Ji Ying had high expectations for his eldest son. Seeing this, Fun Yuer didn't insist any further and agreed to send his granddaughter, Fun Linger, along as well. Ji Ying was well aware of this arrangement. The two of them waited in the main hall of the Ironbone Alliance overnight. Strange, with Li Hui's speed, he shouldn't take this long to return. Fun Yuer was starting to get impatient. However, he had never considered that there might be a mistake. After all, his son was already a formidable golden immortal. Along with him were Fun Linger and many guards from the Fun family. With such a lineup, even crushing Sihua City directly would not be a problem, so how could there be any accidents? Just then, Fun Yuer and Ji Ying looked out the window. They're back. As they spoke, hundreds of streaks of light flew back to the main hull of the Ironbone Alliance. After landing, these usually majestic sect masters and city lords all looked flustered. What's going on? Fun Yuer's face darkened. The returned cultivators looked at each other, hesitant to speak up. Why hasn't Li Hui returned? Fun Yuer asked. At this moment, a leading cultivator stepped forward, with a bitter expression on his face. Patriarch, Senior Fun, Young Master Ji and Miss Fun, what happened to them? They have all perished. What? Fun Yuer and Fun Yuer raised their voices in unison. What's going on? If you dare to speak nonsense, be prepared for your life. Fun Yuer was no longer disguising his anger, and his voice was full of murderous intent. The cultivator trembled and quickly said, Patriarch, please calm down. How would I dare to speak nonsense? You all saw it with your own eyes. Fun Yuer glanced at the pale-faced cultivators and his heart sank. Then he took a deep breath. Who did this? How did they die? Tell me in detail. Patriarch, the one who acted was the man who killed Fun Sen and Jia in a single punch, and as for Miss Feng and the guards, they were all swallowed by numerous sword energy. At this point, the cultivator recalled the terrifying scene, his face filled with fear. How is that possible? Both of them stood up, emanating a powerful aura. Especially Ji Ying, he simply couldn't believe that his son, who was already a golden immortal, could be killed by a single punch. Under the combined impact of two super powerful individuals, the unfortunate cultivator groaned as he was sent flying back several steps, blood spraying from his mouth. The remaining cultivators looked horrified. Just with their momentum, they were able to injure a cultivator at the half-step golden immortal level. At this moment, the cultivator decided to go all out and shouted. Moreover, this person also said that after daybreak, he will crush the Ironbone Alliance and the Fun family. Nonsense. Upon hearing this, Ji Ying and Fun Yuo were infuriated. Especially Fun Yuo, despite living for thousands of years, had a very volatile temper. Especially since he had just lost two of his most beloved descendants. He was on the brink of being driven mad. I'll go and kill this guy. Fun Yuo roared, ready to charge out. Just then, a calm voice came from afar. There's no need to go. I have arrived. Doom. The entire main hull of the Ironbone Alliance trembled. Security here was usually very tight, so when Zuan appeared in the sky above, Many guards immediately launched attacks. White sword Chen mixed with enchanted crossbow arrows flew towards Zuan. Zuan stood with his hands behind his back and didn't move. These attacks quietly disintegrated into nothingness, disappearing without a trace. By now, Fan Yuo and Ji Ying had reached the outside, glaring ominously at Zuan. "Who are you? Why are you opposing our Iron Bone alliance?" Ji Ying said coldly. Zuan replied indifferently, "You should ask Patriarch Chua about this matter." Ji Ying sneered. "So you're standing up for those women in Chua City? Fine. Today, I'll kill you first for revenge, and then capture all those female cultivators and send them to the brothel." Just then, behind Zuan, an invisible wine blade silently approached, aiming to pierce his lower back. Controlling everything, Fan Yuo showed a look of satisfaction on his face. He enjoyed this feeling, slowly approaching his prey, cutting them with wind blades, and slowly torturing them to death. Especially since this person had killed 2 of his descendants. This made Fan Yuo eager to kill him swiftly. However, just as his wind blade was about to reach Zuan's clothing, Fan Yuo suddenly felt a terrifyingly strong sense of danger. Before he could react, the wind blade associated with his divine consciousness exploded. Fan Yuo groaned, having suffered a slight injury. But at the same time, the leader of the Iron Bone Alliance, Ji Ying, surged with power, a fierce look on his face as he shouted, "Die!" With a wave of his sleeve, a green light shot through the sky directly towards Zuan. Where it passed, the space seemed to compress, emitting crackling noises. This move, the green with divine radiance, was Ji Ying's ultimate skill. Not only that, Fan Yuo, who had just failed in his sneak attack, also snarled, "Bo, take another sword strike from me." Countless fierce swines gathered in Fan Yuo's hands, even attracting the clouds in the sky. In an instant, they condensed into a massive sword measuring hundreds of miles long, slashing through the air. The combined attack from these 2 individuals left all members of the Iron Bone Alliance amazed. Doom! A deafening roar rang out, resembling an explosion of a nuclear bomb, as a huge mushroom cloud rose in the sky. The shockwave swept through, instantly shattering trees within a 100-mile radius. Had they died? Everyone was bewildered, but the result surprised everyone. 2 figures staggered and flew backwards. Both Ji Ying and Fan Yuo showed signs of weakness from this strike, retreating in disarray. And when the smoke cleared, Zuan still stood calmly in the void, not even a hint of a smile changing on his face. How is this possible? The cultivators were all stunned. Zuan then looked at Ji Ying and Fan Yuo, saying calmly, "Is this all the power you have?" Ji Ying stared at Zuan, feeling inexplicably shocked at the man's strength, which exceeded his expectations. "Now, who instructed you to target Chua City?" Zuan asked calmly. "Heh, why don't you ask Miss Lu Yue downstairs about that?" Ji Ying sneered, his eyes shining brightly. Time. Ji Ying's golden immortal divine ability was time. It was an extremely powerful technique that enabled him to become the leader of the Iron Bone Alliance. The cultivators were in an uproar, thinking Zuan was doomed. Snap! Zuan in midair seemed to be confined by something. His robe even stopped swaying. Seeing this, Fan Yuo chuckled. Wind of slaughter. Fan Yuo's golden immortal divine ability was also displayed. Without the earth-shattering storms, numerous small tornadoes appeared around Zuan. Despite their inconspicuous appearance, these tornadoes possessed terrifying power. Under this combined attack, no one could escape. But before Ji Ying and Fan Yuo could relax, Zuan, who had been trapped by time, suddenly blinked. Bang! A crisp sound rang out, as if breaking an invisible glass. Zuan returned to normal, reaching out his hand, and as if welcoming back the deadly tornadoes, they flew into his palm and gathered. Quickly, they formed a huge tornado spiraling up to the sky. Then, with a sudden grip, Zuan burst the immensely powerful tornado, leaving only faint green smoke to prove its existence. "Do you really deserve to call yourself time with this level of power, Zuan?" And pointed a finger. Ji Ying and Fan Yuo realized the danger and tried to escape. But with Zuan's words, they were held in place. Reversal. Doom. Ji Ying and Fan Yuo's eyes showed extreme horror because their faces began aging rapidly, from middle-aged to elderly in an instant. And it didn't stop there. A few breaths later, Ji Ying and Fan Yuo could no longer hold on, crumbling to dust and disappearing. Everything happened too fast, from Zuan's arrival to the deaths of the 2 men, just the time of a pot of tea. Many people's minds were blank, not understanding what had happened. Zuan then reached out and grabbed the two fleeing divine consciousnesses. "Don't kill me," Ji Ying's divine consciousness pleaded, trying to beg for mercy. Zhu and remained expressionless, crushing both of their divine consciousnesses with one palm. Chua City. This was the seventh time Fu Xinyan, who was restless, had walked into the courtyard to gaze up at the sky. It wasn't just her, almost everyone's hearts were heavy at the moment. Although this senior Zhu had already proven his powerful strength with facts. However, the Ironbone Alliance and the Feng family, who had dominated the East region for many years, were no small opponents. "Sister Fu, you should go back and rest for a while. I'll keep an eye on things in the courtyard," Su Xiaomu said. Fu Xinyan shook her head. "I'm not tired, and I really can't rest assured." Unlike the worries of others, Fu Xinyan was well aware of how crucial Zhu was to Chua City at the moment. If he were to lose, those eyes that had long been lurking in the shadows would instantly reveal their fangs and strike at Chua City. Therefore, Zuan could not afford to lose. Once he did, Chua City would be in ruin. Just as Fu Xinyan was feeling anxious about this, suddenly, a streak of light flew from the east and landed on the ground not far from the Lord's residence. Fu Xinyan was taken aback. It was the Lord of Heyu City who had come. This Lord of Heyu City, who was the closest to Chua City, but had always pretended not to know about this matter, was now dressed in plain clothes with a sorrowful expression on his face. After entering the Lord's residence, tears streamed down his face. "Senior Lu, I never expected you to leave like this. Heyu has come to send you off." Speaking, he respectfully walked to the front of the memorial hall, knelt down, and began to kowtow. Fu Xinyan and the others were somewhat puzzled. What did this mean? The Lord of Heyu City was not like this before. After kowtowing, this lord bowed apologetically to Fu Xinyan. "I'm really sorry. Things have been busy lately, so it's been delayed until now." Fu Xinyan was somewhat confused. This Lord of Heyu City was a powerhouse, and in the past, he would never have been so respectful to her. What was going on today? Just as she was wondering, another person flew in from the west. It was the Lord of Duo Din City. This chubby Lord of Duo Din City had the same actions as the Lord of Heyu City, approaching mournfully, kneeling down to kowtow, then standing aside, showing sincere respect. Soon, streaks of light flew in from all directions. Gixian Zuan, Beast Emperor Society, Qing Frost Pavilion, Purple Emperor City. Almost all the major sects had arrived, all of them expressing their condolences and sorrow. At this moment, even Fu Xinyan, slow to catch on, realized that something was out of the ordinary. Could it be related to the senior figures? Just as this thought occurred to Fu Xinyan, a streak of light flew into the courtyard. When it settled, it was Zuan. Fu Xinyan was delighted, about to say something, but when the people from various sects who had come to offer condolences saw Zuan, they all trembled. Then one after another paid their respects. Senior Zhu, Lord Zhu. All of them showed extreme respect. Zuan, however, ignored these people and turned to Fu Xinyan and the others. The Ironbone Alliance and the Feng family no longer exist. Upon hearing this, Fu Xinyan and the others were dumbfounded. They had thought that Zuan's mission to destroy the Ironbone Alliance would take a long time. But unexpectedly, he had returned by noon after leaving in the morning. And when Fu Xinyan learned the details of what had happened, she was even more shocked. Zuan had not lied. He not only killed the leader of the Ironbone Alliance, Ji Ying, and the ancestor of the Feng family, but had completely obliterated both factions. As Zuan said, from now on, these two sects would cease to exist. Fu Xinyan gave a bitter smile. No wonder so many sects rushed here to offer condolences. It turned out they had all been terrified by Zuan. Soon, the news of Zuan destroying Ji Ying, the Feng family, and the Feng family spread. The entire East region was shocked. Even those sects that were slow to react finally understood that Chua City, which was thought to decline after the fall of Senior Lu Yuyu, would be as stable as Mount Tai from now on, and no one would dare provoke it. More and more people rushed to Chua City, wanting to make nice while they had the chance. As a result, Chua City, which had been neglected, became more lively. 3 days later, under the witness of many sects in the East region, the memorial altar of the founding ancestor of Chua, Lu Yuyu, was established. All the women wore mourning clothes and bid farewell to this powerful figure who had created Chua City and protected them for many years. After completing all these arrangements, the other sects dispersed. Zuan returned to Chua City. Of course, he couldn't stay here forever. He came to this world to find the person who was trading secretly with the Blood Skeleton Pirate Guild. Liu Yu had asked Zuan to take care of these children, and Zuan had to fulfill that request. So Zuan was preparing to take some time to teach Fu Xinyan and the others. When Liu Yu first founded Chua City, she was seriously injured and could only pass on some simple cultivation techniques with limited effort. Although the Zhuanyin technique was go, it lacked essential offensive spells, Zhu, and combined the characteristics of Fu Xinyan and the others and taught them various techniques. Fu Xinyan and the others' strength began to advance by leaps and bounds. Zuan also set up various defensive formations for Chua City. 1 month later, while Fu Xinyan was meditating, she suddenly trembled, her aura rising steadily, finally advancing from a half-step golden immortal to a strong golden immortal. Zuan couldn't help but nod at the sight. Fu Xinyan was indeed a promising talent. Previously, it was only because Liu Yu had lost the ability to teach that progress had been delayed. Now, after teaching for only a month, she had overcome many obstacles and broken through to become a golden immortal. This way, at least she could stand firm in this region. And on that day, a person hurried to Chua City. Master, Ziden City bowed respectfully to Zuan. This elderly man with all white hair showing such deference to Zuan, a young man, seemed a bit odd, but Ziden City's expression was solemn, filled with respect. "Oh, what are you here for, Zhu?" and asked calmly. "Master, the Dandao Association of the Central Region sent me a message, inviting me to participate in the next month's Great Den Comparison. Would you like to go?" Great Den Comparison? Yes. Through Ziden City's explanation, Zuan understood what was going on. In the Guigu Star, no matter where, the master alchemists were respected figures, and among them, the Central Region had the highest level of alchemy arts due to the existence of the Dandao Association. If one wanted to prove their alchemy skills, they had to pass the assessment of the Dandao Association. This effectively attracted countless alchemists to it. Zuan's plan to attend the Dan Conference in the Central Region quickly spread throughout the entirety of the return of the One East Realm. All factions were shaken by the news. It is important to know that since Zuan defeated the Ironbone Alliance and the Feng family, Xihua City had become the de facto #1 city in the East Realm. All major cities and sects all looked up to Xihua City. The root cause of this was naturally the supreme power of Zuan. Now that Zuan suddenly wanted to leave the East Realm to go to the Central Region, it naturally shocked many people. On the day of departure, Xihua City was full of brilliance and bustling with activity. The leaders and lords from throughout the East Realm rushed over to bid farewell to Zuan. Zuan had anticipated this and had Xihua City activate its defensive formations in advance, and he had the greatly enhanced Fu Xinyan, who had already advanced to become a golden immortal, come out to greet them. Therefore, when these leaders and lords saw the current state of Xihua City, they were all shocked. They saw radiant lights enveloping the entire city of Xihua, dense and powerful runes covering all the city walls. The female soldiers guarding the city were all strong and imposing, and the white-clad golden immortal, who came to greet them, who else could it be but Fu Xinyan, the former senior sister of Xihua City. Scenes like these made many who had ulterior motives involuntarily gasp in cold air and dare not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. Even if Zuan were to leave now, Xihua City alone would be enough to stand unshaken. Moreover, this grandpa god of slaughter was only going to the Central Region, not disappearing forever. If it were really to provoke Xihua City, who could bear the responsibility? And this grandpa god of slaughter returned. Therefore, when Zuan, accompanied by the Lord of Shaodong City, ascended into the void, the expressions of these leaders and lords became even more respectful. Zuan scanned the group, saying faintly, "Thank you all for coming to see me off. I appreciate the gesture." The group of leaders and lords shivered, some breaking out in cold sweat involuntarily. At this moment, the Lord of Haegu City came forward respectfully, saying, "Sir Zhu, the journey to the Central Region is long. I offer you a ride as a gift." With a wave of his hand, a majestic crane carriage flew in. The crane carriage had an ancient design, with a spacious body that resembled a palace in the sky. It was pulled by two giant immortal cranes. As the abundance of Haegu City was well known for producing such things, it derived its name from that fact. Zuan was quite satisfied with this, nodding slightly and saying, "Good, it's thoughtful." The Lord of Haegu City breathed a sigh of relief discreetly. The biggest pressure during this time was on him. After all, Haegu City was the closest to Xihua City, and he had followed the Haegu City young master Jilehui to Sihua City and even cheered for him. These things left the Lord of Haegu City restless, so, when he heard that Zuan was heading to the central region, he immediately saw this as a good opportunity to improve relations. The crane carriage he had prepared carefully was initially for his own use, but he decided to present it to Zuan to find peace of mind. Seeing Zuan quite satisfied, he naturally felt joyful. At that moment, as Zuan was about to board the crane carriage, Fu Xinyan, who had come to see him off, softly said, "Sir, be cautious when going to the central region. The people of Sihua City are waiting for your safe return." Zuan smiled at her words. "You make it sound like the central region is quite dangerous." Fu Xinyan, hearing this, smiled bitterly. "Powerful individuals abound in the central region, far more than in the east. Sir should be cautious in there." This was truly Fu Xinyan's honest advice. She understood Zuan's noble character and exceptional cultivation, but the central region was a gathering place for many sects, so it shouldn't be underestimated. That's why she advised caution. However, Zuan laughed heartily upon hearing this. "Just the central region, it's nothing in my eyes. I shall go there and teach these so-called strong individuals how to behave." The shocking statement left many of the leaders and lords who had come to see him off dumbfounded. Treading over the central region. What audacity! Many people were taken aback but quickly suppressed any misgivings. Zuan was well aware of this but merely smiled, then boarded the crane carriage and said, "Let's go, off to the central region." "Yes." Xiaodong City took the reins of the carriage willingly and sat in the front, then flicked the reins. "Let's go." The two immortal cranes let out a clear cry, then turned into light and disappeared into the horizon. The leaders and lords looked at each other before dispersing. Fu Xinyan and Su Xiaomu watched the distant sky, silently praying, "Sir, may you return soon." From the return of the One East realm to the central region, it's a vast distance. Even for a golden immortal, it would take a month to arrive. Zuan was not in a hurry. This crane carriage was clearly crafted by experts, with a very fast pace, able to cover thousands of miles every day. The carriage was also very spacious, giving a smooth, stable ride. Zu and released Yen and their two daughters from the magical tower, enjoying the scenery in the sky together. The return of the one-star realm was vast and filled with spiritual energy, making cultivation flourish. Along the journey, various carriages could be seen passing through the air from time to time. But when these people saw the divine light enveloping the crane carriage, they respectfully kept their distance. Therefore, there were no incidents. Sometimes feeling bored of flying in the sky, Zuan would land intentionally when passing by ancient cities on the ground, taking his family to wander around. Hence, the journey did not seem dull. Until one day, while the crane carriage was flying, they noticed more carriages rushing ahead in the sky. Streams of light passed the crane carriage, seeming eager to do something. Zu and found it strange and asked the driver Xiaodong City, "Where are we?" Xiaodong City respectfully replied, "Sir, we're not far from the central region. This is the location of Zhuanli City." "Zhuanli City? Why are so many people going there?" "Sir, the city lord of Zhuanli City is highly skilled, and because of its proximity to the central region, many goods are traded there, making it prosperous. Each year, there is also an auction grand event. I've participated once. This time, it's probably the time for the auction." Hearing this, Zuan smiled. "Oh, it seems we have arrived just in time. Let's go take a look." Yes. Soon, a grand ancient city appeared ahead. This city was even larger than the ancient cities seen along the way. The city walls were 100 feet high, engraved with various formations that emitted golden light during the day. Under this restriction, vehicles like the crane carriage could not fly into the city. Zuan and his companions landed outside the city, using a special treasure to store the crane carriage and then walked into the city. As Zidan Cheng said, Zhuanli City is very prosperous. Pedestrians weave through the wide streets, with shops lining both sides of the street and various vendors calling out incessantly. Celestial Thunder Decree, top quality immortal technique, now selling at a discounted price, only 5 immortal crystals. Crimson Pearl Grass, approaching humanoid grass and tree spirits. Take it home and nurture it well for over 100 years, and you will be able to cultivate a delicate female companion. When the female companion waters you daily with tears, a beautiful story will unfold. Isn't it wonderful? If you ask about the price, it's not expensive, just 50 immortal crystals, only available for one day. Time is limited. Celestial Thunder Twin Swords, Sun and Moon Essence Wheels, selling at a bargain price. These are all immortal treasures passed down from the ancient MI sect. You won't get cheated buying these. Don't miss out if you pass by. Ancient Immortal Sect. The largest sect Zeal Palace has collapsed. The sect leader indulged in debauchery, owing 30 to 50,000 immortal crystals, then ran away with his junior sister. We have no choice but to sell spirit weapons to make up for the wages. Originally, these spirit weapons were priced over 100, 200, or 300 immortal crystals, but now all are only selling for 20. Sect leader, you are heartless. We worked hard for you for almost half a year. You didn't pay us. Return our hard-earned money. Not only that, at a nearby street corner, there were cultivators stripping to the waist, wielding spirit swords and slashing themselves. Each time they caught, onlookers would toss scattered immortal crystals at them. Nearby, there was someone even more extreme, setting up a large alchemy furnace by the roadside. The furnace was blazing, and this person took off his shirt, leaving only a pair of pants on, then clasped his hands toward the onlookers. Brothers, friends, as the saying goes, rely on your sect at home, and rely on friends when away. Today, I find myself stranded here with no money or skills, so I will perform self-refinement in the alchemy furnace for everyone. If you enjoy the show, remember to offer some rewards and applause. With that, he plunged into the furnace. Doom. The whole crowd applauded thunderously. Many people also threw large immortal crystals. Listening to the sales pitches and witnessing the bustling scene before him, Zuan couldn't help but chuckle. And Yan, on the other hand, stared in astonishment and said, "Honey, why does this sound like a marketplace on Earth?" That's how it is. To put it bluntly, all these things are more or less like radishes and cabbages. Zidan Cheng smiled. Madam Shifu, what Master Z said is correct. Not only Zhuanli City is like this, but even in the Middle Territories, many freelance practitioners engage in such businesses to make a living. But, and Yan felt that the scene was very out of place. Zhu, and patted in Yan's head and said with a smile, "These cultivators are also people. They have no choice. They have to earn a living." Saying that, he tossed a top-quality immortal crystal into the crowd. The man sitting in the alchemy furnace brightened up and clasped his hands toward Zuan. "Thank you, friend. I wish you smooth cultivation, no calamities, and early attainment of golden immortality." As Zuan's current cultivation returned to basics, he couldn't be identified by his aura. Hence, this cultivator complimented him. After all, to ordinary cultivators, a golden immortal was already a powerful existence, a local overlord everywhere they went. Even in the Middle Territories, they could serve as guest elders in sects. Zuan smiled and led Yan and others towards the city. Along the way, the two little girls couldn't take their eyes off the surroundings, fascinated by everything they saw. Zuan didn't stop them. They had been cooped up in the Talisman Treasure Tower for so long, it was good to let them enjoy the bustling scene. At that moment, Yan saw a shop selling various jewelry by the roadside and excitedly walked in to browse. Zhu, and glanced over and saw the two little girls eagerly playing at a stall selling toys for children by the street. He casually cast a protective barrier around them, then entered the shop. Just then, a sleek and oily three-eyed gold-haired dog ran onto the street. Observers were startled and avoided it, except for the two little girls still playing at the stall. Unaware of the approaching danger, the three-eyed gold-haired dog rushed to a nearby snack stall, devouring most of the treats. The snack seller, a heaven-human cultivator relying on selling snacks for a living, was furious seeing most of his snacks being eaten. However, when he noticed the collar around the dog's neck, he dared not utter a word. Ignoring the snack seller's fear, the three-eyed gold-haired dog, after consuming several snacks, turned to casually wander around and then noticed Xiang and Nianian standing not far away. Their breath was pure, even though Yan had concealed them with an illusion. The three-eyed gold-haired dog was adept at breaking illusions and could see their true forms. What's more, upon seeing the sea monster blood bead necklace hanging around the girls' necks, the dog drooled with desire. It had a penchant for devouring all kinds of spiritual stone treasures, and the scent of the sea monster blood bead was a temptation it had never experienced before, making it eager. So, it lunged forward directly. Thus, a light appeared around the two little girls, blocking the three-eyed gold-haired dog. It was the protective barrier set up by Zuan. However, at that moment, a black light flashed in the third eye of the beast, causing the white light to move in such a way that it easily slit through. This was the extraordinary ability of the three-eyed gold-haired dog. Its eyes could disguise various auras to deceive protective barriers. The two little girls, now awake from their excitement over the new toys, turned to see a large dog charging towards them. The nearest Nyanian screamed in fear. Before they realized, the three-eyed gold-haired dog had already rushed up, its huge body immediately knocking Nyanian off balance, causing her to sit down. The beast then moved to devour the sea monster blood bead necklace hanging around Nyanian's neck. Tail with fear, Nyanian trembled all over. At this moment, Xiang couldn't just stand by. Despite always calling Nyanian silly and stupid, when it came to her own sister, only she could bully her. She couldn't allow others to even touch her, especially now that she had been knocked down. So, Xiang's face turned stern, and in the blink of an eye, she kicked the beast away. With a thud, the beast was kicked back several steps. Smarting from the pain, it snarled menacingly at Zuxian. Crack! The frying pan hit the waist of the three-eyed golden retriever with a loud bang. After a scream, the golden retriever was directly knocked flying out. When it landed, it trembled all over and couldn't get up. The surrounding cultivators were scared and ran away, with the timid ones fleeing directly and the braver ones staying far away, watching in fear. Little girl, run quickly. The toy seller at the small stand trembled and said shakily, Run? Why should I run? Zuxian held the frying pan, looking displeased. Just then, there was a commotion in the distance, and a group of people hurriedly ran over. Leading them was a noble-looking girl. She ran anxiously to the three-eyed golden retriever, kneeling half down on the ground with a look of anxiety, gently stroking its fur, and tremblingly asked, Mau Mau, what's wrong? Mau Mau. The three-eyed golden retriever whimpered a few times, weakly lifted its head to look at the girl, then lay down again. Seeing this, the girl's face was full of anger, and she shouted sternly, Who did this? No one dared to speak. Just then, Zuxian helped Nyan up from the ground. Sister, are you okay? Nyan's face was a bit pale as she shook her head and said softly, Sister, I'm fine. Just a little scared. Hearing the conversation between the two sisters, the girl looked over with anger and resentment in her eyes. It was you who hit Mau Mau. Zuxian, unafraid, held the frying pan and said, Yes, it was me. This big dog knocked my sister down and tried to swallow her. We were lucky it's still alive. This statement caused a stir among the crowd. Some cultivators shook their heads in secret, sighing in their hearts, thinking these two girls were in trouble. Sure enough, the girl grew furious. Ridiculous. Mau Mau is the gentlest dog. How dare you say it knocked you down? You must have provoked it first. Nonsense. My sister and I were clearly selecting toes at this stall when this big dog suddenly charged at us. Nyan, who was usually quiet, spoke up with a flushed face. The girl became even angrier. I don't care. My Mau Mau couldn't have been wrong. You two girls heard it like this. You must find your elders and apologize to it. Before she could finish her sentence, a cold voice interrupted. Apologize to it, hey. With those words, Zuan slowly walked into the scene. Dad, this big dog bullied Nyan. Xiang hurried over at the sight. Zuan patted her head affectionately, saying, Xiang, well done. As an older sister, you should protect your younger sister. Yes. Zuxian nodded vigorously. Zuan then turned to Nyan, carefully examining her for a moment, relieved to see his younger daughter was unharmed. In fact, Zuan had already seen when the three-eyed golden retriever knocked Nyan down. He was alarmed at first and wanted to rush over. However, he refrained and held back Xiang, deciding to see how his two daughters would handle the situation. Of course, he only dared to do so under the premise that his daughters were absolutely safe. If the golden retrievers had gone down just another half-inch when Zuxian kicked it away, the extensive protection Zuan had placed on his daughters would have been activated. That monstrous golden retriever would have not only been down, but also the whole street. Zuan had witnessed Zuxian kicking the golden retriever away and hitting it with the frying pan, and was satisfied with what he saw. He pampered the two girls, but did not want them to grow up sheltered. Surviving and becoming stronger in this cruel world required making their own decisions. Although his daughters were still young, Zuan had begun to cultivate this awareness in them. People have different personalities, even twins. Nyan was soft-hearted, which Zuan appreciated and wouldn't force her to change. Zuxian, on the other hand, inherited more of Zuan's traits and never backed down in the face of adversity, something Zuan greatly admired. When the owner of the three-eyed golden retriever appeared, the two girls continued to stand their ground. It wasn't until the girl demanded an apology that Zuan stepped in. The girl stared at Zuan and pointed at Xian and Nian. Are you the father of these two girls? Zuan nodded slightly. Good. Since your children injured my Mao, I demand you apologize, or else. The girl didn't finish her sentence, but the coldness in her eyes indicated it wouldn't end well. Zuan chuckled and glanced at the fearful expressions of the people on the street before calmly saying, You're so arrogant. Do your parents know about this? Or should I say, is this beast your parent? The remark caused a murmur among the onlookers. Some laughed softly, covering their mouths in fear of being heard by the girl. Others sighed in resignation. The girl was a tyrant in Zhuanli City, untouchable by anyone. Being mocked by Zuan meant trouble. Indeed, the girl's face turned pale with anger. Not allowing her to finish. A cold light flashed in Zuan's eyes as a sword aura swept through the air, cutting the three-eyed golden retriever lying on the ground in half. The beast let out a final scream before splitting in two, blood staining the street red. The girl couldn't believe what she saw. You killed Mao. I'll fight you. She yelled in rage, and her guards began to charge forward. At that moment, Zuan appeared in front of the girl and said coldly, Since you lack discipline from your parents, I'll teach you how to behave today. With that, he slapped her. Crack! The girl was caught off guard and was sent flying, somersaulting in the air before landing with a thud. Her once delicate cheeks were now swollen from the blow. The whole street gasped in shock. Some even turned and ran away. The young girl was clearly furious, almost wishing to strip Zuan alive. The guards all stepped forward, preparing to take action. Zuan's lips curled into a cold smile, a strong murderous intent rising into the sky, causing the ground beneath to tremble slightly. He didn't care about the identities of these people. Since they dared to harm his daughter, they should be prepared to pay the most painful price. Sensing this murderous intent, the guards all showed a solemn expression. Just then, Zidancheng squeezed his way out of the crowd, sweating profusely, and quickly shouted, Master, hold on. Not only that, a thunderous voice came from afar in Zhuanli City. Friend, please go easy. Along with the voice, a strong presence descended on the street. It was a middle-aged man with a tall and imposing figure and a stern face. After landing, he reprimanded the guards. Stand down. The guards hurriedly stepped aside, standing with their heads bowed, not daring to look up. Zuan simply smiled faintly upon seeing this, and the strong murderous intent disappeared, transforming back into a refined, lazy expression of a handsome man. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with interest at the sight. Then he politely said, Friend, thank you for showing mercy, and then smiled at Zidancheng beside him. I didn't expect Mr. Z to be here too. Upon hearing this, Zidancheng smiled in return. Lord Gout, you flatter me. I am also accompanying the master here. This visitor was none other than Gao Xinghai, the lord of Zhuanli City. When he heard Zidancheng address Zuan as master, he was intrigued. At that moment, the girl in embroidered clothes climbed to her feet from the ground, her face full of grievances as she turned to Gao Xinghai and said, Father, this guy killed Mao and beat me like this. You have to do something about it. With resentment and gloating, she also cast a glance at Zuan. This girl in embroidered clothes was Gao Xinghai's daughter, named Gao Zuyu. Normally, she was arrogant and overbearing, relying on her status as the daughter of the city lord. In her eyes, now that her father had come forward, that guy who dared to slap her definitely had to pay a price. However, Gao Xinghai reprimanded her. Nonsense, always causing trouble, spoiling this three-eyed golden dog rotten, and now it's deserved to be killed. Gao Zhu was taken aback. She never expected this outcome. Father, quickly apologize to this master. Otherwise, I will confine you when we return. Saying that, Gao Xinghai turned to Zuan and smiled. My friend, my daughter is usually spoiled. She's too overbearing. Please don't lower yourself to her level. Gao Zuyu, her face swollen, reluctantly lowered her head and said, in a very low voice, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Zuan made no comment, not even looking at her. The atmosphere grew awkward. In Gao Xinghai's eyes flashed a tint of anger, but it quickly disappeared. Then he turned to Zidancheng beside him. Mr. Z, are you here to attend the annual auction event? Zidancheng nodded. Master, and I happened to pass by and came to see the commotion. Gao Xinghai chuckled. Well, you've come at the right time. This auction event is unprecedented, attracting not only strong figures from various domains, but also the descendants of several major sects from the central domain. Oh, Zidan Cheng's expression changed. There are also representatives from the central domain sects. Gao Xinghai nodded. Exactly. And they are the true disciples of several major celestial sects. For example, the current true disciple of the Zhanhong Tower, Snow Lefei, has already arrived in Zhuanli City. Hiss. Upon hearing the name Snow Lefei from Zhanhong Tower, Zidan Cheng couldn't help but gasp in surprise. But I wonder if these individuals have a place to stay in my Zhuanli City. If not, they can stay at my mansion for a few days until the auction begins. What do you think? Gao Xinghai extended a warm invitation. Zidan Cheng did not respond but turned to Zuan beside him. Zu, and calmly said, "There's no need. We have our own arrangements." With that, he led his family away. Zidan Cheng thanked Gao Xinghai. "Lord Gao, thank you for your kind offer. Since Master Zu does not wish to, I shall not attend either." With that, he also left with Zuan. Watching Zu and the others leave, Gao Xinghai's expression darkened, and after a while, he coldly ordered, "Let's go back." Back at the city lord's residence, Gao Zuyu was given some medicinal treatment, and her facial injuries quickly healed. However, she was still filled with anger. From childhood to adulthood, she had never been hit by anyone. Moreover, after being hit this time, she even had to apologize to that guy. It was hard for her to accept. "Father, why did you let that guy go? Just because of that old man?" See, Gao Zuyu asked in a low voice. Gao Xinghai shook his head. Although Senior Z, skilled in alchemy, he is not considered significant in the central domain. I simply couldn't see through that man, and the fact that Senior Z referred to him as master surprised me. Could it be that at such a young age, he is already a grand alchemist? No, that's impossible. So, is this matter just going to be left at that? Gao Zuyu couldn't swallow this grievance. Gao Xinghai sneered. "Rain, when I asked you to apologize to him, it was just to save face in front of so many people. And also the auction is about to start, and Snow Lefei from Zhanhong Tower has already arrived. If we help her obtain the treasure she's after at the auction and establish a relationship through it, you can also join Zhanhong Tower. And by then, dealing with a small city like Zidan Cheng and that man will be easy." Upon hearing her father's words, Gao Zuyu's eyes brightened. "But during this time, you should refrain from wandering the streets." "Yes." Gao Zuyu nodded and then said with some regret, "It's a pity about Mao Mao. Hehe. It's just a three-eyed golden dog. Once you join Zhanhong Tower and become a disciple of the Celestial Sect, you'll have even more exotic treasures, won't you?" On the other hand, after wandering around for a while, Zuan found a place to stay. After Anyan and his two daughters fell asleep, Zuan stepped out of the room and saw Zidan Cheng waiting outside. "What's the matter, Master? Something about this situation seems suspicious." Zuan smiled. "Oh. What's so suspicious?" Zidan Cheng said, in a stern voice. "Zhanhong Tower is one of the celestial sects. Its disciples rarely leave the central domain. This time they've come to Zhuanli City, so there must be something unusual going on. Perhaps there might be some valuable items to be revealed at this auction. That could be possible. Anything else?" Zuan said, indifferently. Also, Gao Xinghai seems narrow-minded and regards his daughter as his treasure. Despite publicly scolding her, he made her apologize to you. It's clearly suspicious." Zuan smiled. "That's not surprising." Upon hearing this phrase, Zidan Cheng trembled all over and looked at Zuan with a sense of shock. "Master, are you saying that Gao Xinghai?" Zuan nodded faintly and said, "That's right. He must have already harbored murderous intentions." Anger appeared on Zidan Cheng's face. He was, after all, a master alchemist and was respected wherever he went. Moreover, he was acquainted with Gao Xinghai. How could he not be angry? How could he not be surprised? At this moment, Zuan casually said, "But his plans have gone awry. If he hadn't wanted to witness the excitement of this auction, he would now be a corpse." Zidan Cheng felt a chill in his heart upon hearing this. Indeed, Master Zu lived up to his reputation as the god of killing hailed by the various sects in the eastern region. The murderous intent in his words made Zidan Cheng secretly alarmed. "It's interesting about the central domain Tia sect," Zidan Cheng hastily said. "Master, in the central domain, it is different from other territories because of its vast territory, numerous sects and factions, hence it is called the gathering place of a myriad of sects. Among these sects, there are different rankings. The smaller sects are known as the ordinary sects, followed by the superior sects and divine sects. Only the most powerful sects are called the Chia sects. There were once 12 sects in the Chia sect, known as the 12 Chia sects, but after many years of strife and conflicts, only 3 sects remain. They are the Zhanhanlu, Zhangmo Valley, and Jiaofei. These 3 sects are the top powerful sects in the central domain. As for Zhu Liuli, she is the current true disciple of the Zhanhanlu. You should know that within a sect, disciples are also divided into several ranks, with the lowest being the entrance disciples, followed by the inner sect, outer sect, and finally the true disciples. For example, the young Master Jila Hui of the Ironbone Alliance that you killed. He was the true disciple of the central domain Yaksu Palace. Above the true disciples, there is a supreme existence known as the current true disciple. Only those whose cultivation can suppress all disciples in the sect possess extraordinary talents, and are regarded as the future leaders of the sect, can be bestowed with this title. It is said that Zhu Liuli is extremely cool and unparalleled. At a young age, she had already broken through to become a golden immortal, and her current cultivation is immeasurable, ranking 8 on the truth-seeking list. Oh, truth-seeking list, Zhu, and asked. Zidan Cheng nodded. Master, you may not know, but in the central domain, there is a truth-seeking list. All the young disciples from various sects who have the potential to become true immortals are listed on it. That's why it's named so. Although Zhu Liuli is only 8th on the list, you should know that there are more than millions of cultivators in the central domain, but only 20 people make it onto this list. The fact that Zhu Liuli is 8th already shows her terrifying strength. Zuan listened without comment, then suddenly asked, "What about the Bloodnet Mountain?" When he heard the words Bloodnet Mountain, Zidan Cheng's expression changed drastically. Master, why do you ask about that sect? It's nothing, just curious. Zidan Cheng was silent for a moment, then smiled wryly. Actually, I haven't finished introducing it to you just now. Above the Chia sect in the central domain, there is actually another sect. People call it the Yuan sect. And in the central domain, there is only one sect in the Yuan sect, and that is the Bloodnet Mountain. It is the supreme sect in the entire central domain, and rarely do their disciples appear. They mostly operate in the core divine domain of the central domain. However, their disciples dominate the truth-seeking list, with most of the top rankings belonging to them. Oh, Zhu, and nodded. Zidan Cheng secretly observed Zuan's expression, found nothing unusual, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He was afraid that this god of killing would get into conflict with the people from Bloodnet Mountain. Although he also greatly admired Zuan's cultivation, if he were to face the Bloodnet Mountain, no one in the Gixing would probably dare to say they would emerge victorious. After a few more words, Zidan Chen took his leave, Zhu, and sat cross-legged on the cushion, his eyes slightly narrowed, his powerful divine sense spreading out, shrouding the entire Zhuanli city. Zuan's divine sense had now become extremely condensed. Therefore, even the heavily restricted Zhuanli city could not block Zuan's divine sense. Soon, Zuan sensed the aura of many cultivators in the entire Zhuanli city. Among them were countless loose immortals, and there were also quite a few longevity masters. However, the number of cultivators who had truly reached the gold immortal realm was very few. There was one aura that was very familiar. It was none other than Gao Xinghai, the city lord of Zhuanli city whom he had encountered during the day. In his divine sense, the imposing aura of Gao Xinghai was majestic, like a giant hammer, exuding a primitive and powerful aura. Just then, Zuan's divine sense in the northeast corner of Zhuanli city came into contact with another extremely powerful divine sense. Zuan's heart stirred. This was also a gold immortal powerhouse, but unlike the gold immortal he had killed previously, this gold immortal was much stronger. In the overwhelming force of this aura, there was a chilling and piercing sword intent. Through his divine sense, it appeared as if an ancient sword forged from 10,000 years of mysterious ice, awe-inspiring and daunting to behold. Zhu, and chuckled. This should be the current true disciple of Zhanhanlu, Zhu Liuli. Zuan's divine sense continued forward. Just as it touched the sword intent representing Zhu Liuli, a sword light suddenly slashed towards him. Instead of dodging, Zuan just sent a message through divine sense, break. The sword light shattered like a heavy object falling into calm water, breaking into pieces with a bang. Then Zuan retracted his divine sense, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Interesting. At the same time, in a 100-foot-tall sword tower in the northeast corner of Zuan City, this was a room that was completely whitewashed, with nothing but a cushion on the ground. At this moment, a woman was sitting on the cushion. She was dressed in a black dress, slender in figure, with long hair reaching her waist, and a picturesque face. However, her whole body exuded an extremely cold and killing sword aura. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide. The room seemed to flash with a sharp light, and at the same time, snowflakes formed from sword intent appeared in the air. After a moment, the intense sword intent gradually dissipated. Then the woman turned her cold and killing gaze to the window. Anyone who comes this time, no matter who they are, cannot stop me. Those who stand in my way will die. 3 days later, the auction ceremony officially began. Strong individuals from all walks of life gathered in Zuan City. When Zuan arrived at the auction site, it was already bustling with people, and flying boats and ships were constantly arriving in the sky. Mr. Z, you finally made it. Please come in. Zuan City Lord Gao Shanghai, with a radiant face, hurriedly welcomed Zuan with great warmth. Zuan noticed that there was a beautiful woman standing beside Gao Shanghai in a black evening gown. This woman appeared to be in her 30s, still retaining her youthful charm, and the black evening gown accentuated her grace and allure. However, Zuan noticed a small emblem embroidered with gold thread on her left arm. Zu, and understood. This must be the person in charge of this auction in Zuan City. In Guixing, various sects and industries have their own guilds. For example, there are alchemy guilds and sword cultivation guilds. This auction is no exception. A prominent guild manages the majority of the auctions in Guixing domains. Their influence is unimaginable, providing them with immense wealth, making the strength of the auction guild unfathomable. Even a sect master must show respect to the people at the auction. Zuan City is no exception. From Gao Shanghai's demeanor, it was evident that he had great respect for this woman. However, when the woman noticed Zuan's gaze, she cast a fleeting glance at him. Upon seeing a tall and handsome man, she revealed a charming smile. However, most of her attention remained on Zidan Cheng. After all, the reputation of Little Dan Zun was quite significant. Even though it might not mean much in this region, he was still a skilled alchemist. No practitioner would want to offend a skilled alchemist, as no one could guarantee that they wouldn't need their help in the future. Miss Bai has met Mr. Z. The woman curtsied gracefully and sweetly spoke. This demeanor left several inexperienced practitioners around in disbelief. Zidan Cheng, however, remained solemn and politely responded, Miss Bai is too kind. Bai Kinger chuckled. I didn't expect that after a few years, Mr. Z still maintains his grace. Truly impressive. Zidan Cheng's expression turned slightly awkward. Bai Kinger giggled a few times and gestured. Mr. Z, please come upstairs. The second floor is the VIP reception area of the auction house, accessible only to distinguished individuals with strong cultivation. Zidan Cheng sighed with relief and quietly said to Zuan as they ascended, Master, Bai Kinger is a formidable figure in the auction guild, trained under one of the 3 major celestial sects, the Extreme Bliss Pavilion. Very tricky. Zuan nodded expressionlessly. Zidan Cheng furrowed his brows and said, It seems that this auction is indeed extraordinary, or else it wouldn't have stirred this witch. At that moment, downstairs, Bai Kinger's eyes flickered with suspicion. The man who had been observing her moments ago had an unusual aura, one that she couldn't decipher. Bai Kinger could also sense that her charms had no effect on the man. His gaze held only curiosity and playfulness, making Bai Kinger feel like a novelty in his eyes. This made Bai Kinger quite uncomfortable. Additionally, she noticed that as they ascended, Zidan Cheng was respectfully leading the way. Could this man be the true disciple of a prominent sect or a descendant of an ancient noble family? These doubts lingered in Bai Kinger's mind. In a private room on the second floor, Zhu Liuli sat expressionless in a chair, while City Lord Gao Shanghai stood beside his daughter Gao Zhu. Lord Zhu, are you satisfied with the recent hospitality? If there are any shortcomings, please let me know, and Zuan City will do its best to satisfy your needs. Gao Shanghai's posture was very humble because he knew that despite being the city lord, the gap in status between him and the current heirs of the major celestial sects was significant. Although there were countless city lords in Guixing, only a few dozen could be considered extraordinary talents, and now that he needed their help, how could he not be more accommodating? Zhu Liuli slowly opened his eyes from meditation, glanced at Gao Shanghai, then shifted his gaze to Gao Zhu behind him. Is it her? Gao Xinghai quickly nodded. Lord Zhu, this is my sole daughter, Gao Zhu. Gao Zhu took a step forward, courteously saluted Zuliuli. Zuliuli didn't even look at her and calmly said, City Lord Gao, this girl has poor talent and is not worthy to enter the Red Chamber's ranks. The faces of Gao Xinghai and his daughter paled. Gao Xinghai forced a smile. Lord Zhu, my daughter's talent naturally can't compare to yours, but she has already reached the level of scattered immortals in her 20s, which is not bad, right? Zuliuli remained silent, and after a while, said coldly, help me obtain that item, and I may consider taking her in. Gao Xinghai was overjoyed. Lord Zhu, rest assured, I have already planned for this matter. Since you are unable to compete openly for the item, let me handle it. Besides, being the city lord of Zhuanli City, my Kinger must give me some face. This matter is guaranteed to be foolproof. Zuliuli said nothing. Gao Xinghai signaled to his daughter, and Gao Zhu respectfully bowed before withdrawing. Zuliuli restrained his energy, constantly honing the sword, intent in his chest. This was why, at such a young age, he ranked 8th on the true ranking. Whether walking, sitting, or sleeping, Zuliuli would dedicate any spare time to cultivation, earning him the nickname Sword Crazed. But he firmly believed that no matter how astounding one's talent, diligent practice was essential for progress. So, upon seeing Gao Zhu for the first time, he knew she wouldn't achieve much. It wasn't about talent but character, as Gao Xinghai and others prepared to seize the treasure. At this moment, the first floor hall of the auction house was packed with people. Conversations filled the air, as everyone discussed in whispers, creating a cacophony of voices enveloping the entire auction house. Just then, an elderly man in green robes ascended the platform and began to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, the entire auction house gradually quieted down as his voice, though not loud, clearly reached every ear. His ability to captivate the crowd proved his remarkable presence. The elderly man continued. First of all, welcome everyone to the auction. Today, we have a large number of attendees, including extraordinary experts, making this a rare and grand event. I hope everyone will be able to bid for the treasure of their hearts. Now, I declare that the auction has officially begun. With that, the first item was brought up to the platform. This is an aurora flower, originating from the far northern gloomy land, known for its extreme cold nature and ancient age. It is highly beneficial for practitioners of yin cultivation techniques. Starting price is 300 celestial crystals, with a minimum increase of 10. This aurora flower was considered a good spiritual medicine with a 1,000-year-old efficacy, suitable for alchemy or direct cultivation, eliciting a fervent atmosphere from the start of the auction. Bidding calls echoed throughout, and eventually, the aurora flower was sold for 500 celestial crystals to a semi-saint level cultivator. With the successful sale of the first item, the atmosphere in the entire auction house was ignited. People eagerly anticipated what other rare treasures would be presented next. Following was a feather, measuring around 10 feet long. Once the jade box was opened, a red flame flared up. This is a feather from the fiery phoenix spirit bird in the southern flame marsh, known for its ancient vermilion bird bloodline. This bird possesses extreme speed, capable of traveling thousands of miles a day. This feather contains a significant portion of the bird's bloodline power, making it an excellent material for crafting flying vessels. Starting price is 800 celestial crystals, with a minimum increase of 20. The green-robed elderly man was evidently well-versed, providing detailed information about each item. This fiery feather was indeed remarkable and sold for a high price of 1,100 celestial crystals. As the second item, the auction frenzy heightened. Subsequent items showcased various rare treasures and precious spiritual tools, stirring continuous bidding and astonishing final prices. Eventually, the green-robed man's expression turned serious as he gravely announced, "Next up is the centerpiece of this auction. I know many of you have been eagerly anticipating this item, so get your celestial crystals ready. Bring it out." His words caused the entire auction house to fall silent. Zuan smiled slightly. Although the second-floor boxes were shielded by multiple barriers, they could not block Zuan's spiritual sense. Thus, he could sense that everyone inside was sitting up straight. Clearly, they were all here for this specific item, sparking Zuan's curiosity about what it could be. Then, Kinger walked up to the platform, holding the jade box. Seeing her personally presenting the item startled many, leading to soft gasps among the attendees. Bai Qinger, well known for her white palm sect, held a prestigious reputation, indicating the item's value. The elderly green-robed man respectfully stepped aside as Bai Qinger placed the jade box on the table, smiling before speaking. I'm sure many of you impatiently waited. Without further ado, behold. With that, she slowly lifted the upper cover of the jade box. A sharp flash suddenly burst out, causing many to squint their eyes in surprise. Inside the box suspended an orb emitting boundless lightning, accompanied by intermittent branches of electricity. Those near could feel their hair standing on end, as a burnt smell filled the air. Zuan's eyes lit up. This was. At that moment, Bai Qinger smiled faintly. I trust you all have seen it. This treasure has caused countless injuries and even harmed several golden immortals before being captured in the Thunder Abyss. This is the Ninefold Thunder Lord. An intense commotion swept through the auction house. Numerous spectators were astounded. Heavens, someone dared to capture the Thunder Lord in the Thunder Abyss. It's the Ninefold Thunder Lord. Merely a step away from attaining godhood. Unbelievable. The auction house managed to persuade several golden immortals to undertake such a perilous task. Even a slight mistake could lead to death. Amidst the clamor, Bai Qinger continued solemnly, I won't dwell on the extraordinary aspects of this treasure. Let the auction begin, starting at 100,000 celestial crystals, with a minimum increase of 1,000. 100,000 crystals, the starting price already exceeded all historical records at the auction in Xuanli City. However, no one was surprised by the value, knowing the significance of the Ninefold Thunder lore. Unlike other treasures, it was a conscious existence, not a divine or spiritual beast, but a lightning-based treasure from the heaven and earth. Obtaining it would grant a practitioner control over divine thunder, boosting their strength enormously. The Thunder Lord could also be integrated into a spiritual tool, creating an artifact with a spirit residing within. The benefits were endless. As Bai Qinger announced the price, bidding calls ensued, escalating rapidly. I bid 110,000 celestial crystals. The first bid came from a cultivator in the hall. 120,000. A steady voice sounded from a box. 140,000. Without increments of 1,000, bids jumped by 10 or 20,000. Quickly, the price escalated to a staggering 250,000 celestial crystals, leaving many spectators in awe. Even a sect might struggle to produce such a sum. The bidding war intensified among the second-floor boxes. Gao Xinghai remained composed, not making a sound. His daughter, Gao Zuyu, grew impatient. Father, why aren't you bidding yet? The price is getting higher. Gao Xinghai's voice was cold. You don't understand. Bidding now will only deepen the trap. One must wait for the right moment to suddenly deliver a high bid, stunning everyone and smoothly winning the item. The price had reached 290,000 celestial crystals. The bidding calls paused for a moment. At that instant, Gao Xinghai announced in a resolute tone, 400,000 celestial crystals. Not only that, Gao Xinghai also removed the restrictions above the booth. It's the Lord of Xuanli City, someone exclaimed. Gao Xinghai smiled slightly and nodded slightly to the people around him. Everyone, this item is of great use to me, so if you don't urgently need it, please graciously give it to me. How about it? Hearing him say this, the booths fell silent. First, the 40,000 Xuan crystals had already exceeded the affordability of many people. Moreover, Gao Xinghai is the Lord of Xuanli City, considered the local overlord here, so since he was so determined to get this item, many people could only reluctantly give up. Therefore, the whole place fell into silence. Gao Xinghai was secretly delighted. 40,000 Xuan crystals may be expensive, but what he bought was the glory and wealth of Xuanli City for the next few hundred years. As long as he could let his daughter be accepted into the Scarlet Mansion and establish a good relationship with Snow Liuli, the status of Xuanli City would be as stable as a golden soup. Gao Xinghai gestured with his eyes towards Bai Qinger on the high platform in the distance. Bai Qinger hesitated for a moment before getting ready to make the final decision. Before the auction began, Gao Xinghai had asked her to take care of things at this auction. Although Bai Qinger did not think highly of Gao Xinghai, since the auction was held in Xuanli City, she had to give him some face. Plus, the offer of 40,000 Xuan crystals was acceptable, so Bai Qinger was ready to do him a favor. But just as she raised the small hammer, a voice full of arrogance and madness came from a booth somewhere on the second floor. I offer 1 million Xuan crystals. Doom. Everyone was shocked by this astronomical bid, and the whole place fell silent. Who is it? Gao Xinghai's face turned red with anger. No one had expected such a high bid. Adding 60,000 at once was obviously a challenge to himself. Bai Qinger couldn't help but be moved as well. Who was making this bid? It's me. With this voice full of playfulness and arrogance, the restrictions in this booth were lifted. A young man with a handsome face lounged on a wide and comfortable couch, looking mischievously at Gao Xinghai. Around the man, there were a few beautiful women with minimal clothing covering their important parts. There were maids holding a jade plate, carefully peeling fruit for the man. The man, from head to toe, was dressed in luxury and extravagance. Many people didn't recognize this man at all, but Bai Qinger did. She trembled all over and then took a respectful step forward, bowing prettily. So it's the young master of the Chaotian Lane, Master Le Jinglong from the Le family. Qinger offers her respects. The young master of Chaotian Lane, Le Jinglong. When people heard this title, they were all shocked. Gao Xinghai shuddered, his face turning extremely ugly. Of course, he knew about Chaotian Lane. In fact, in the entire Gui territory, few people hadn't heard of Chaotian Lane, because what Chaotian Lane did was the business of Xuan crystals. In the entire Gui territory, and even in the other territories, Chaotian Lane monopolized most of the circulation of Xuan crystals, and its branches were spread all over the world. This kind of big business naturally made Chaotian Lane very rich. Some even speculated that even the famous auction guilds or alchemy guilds would not be able to match the immense wealth of Chaotian Lane. And this Le Jinglong was the young master of the Le family from Chaotian Lane. It was rumored that this person was highly skilled but also arrogant and difficult to deal with. Unexpectedly, he had also come to this auction today. If someone else had said 1 million Xuan crystals, others might have doubted it, but no one would doubt Le Jinglong's words. Because he truly had the means. Even for Chaotian Lane, 1 million Xuan crystals was just a small amount. It was for these reasons that Gao Xinghai's face looked so bad. At this moment, Le Jinglong smiled at Bai Qinger. White Palm Council, long time no see, you've become even more beautiful. Ah, nearly ripe and ready to fall off the tree. Bai Qinger's eyes flashed with irritation, but her expression remained unchanged, and she giggled. Young Master Le, you're kidding. Anyone accompanying you is a stunning beauty. Who would look at me? A willow in comparison. Le Jinglong licked his lips. Sometimes a change of taste is also good. With one sentence, Bai Qinger's expression froze, her face turning red and white alternately. If someone else dared to speak to her like that, Bai Qinger would have been furious long ago. Despite her flirtatious demeanor, as a successor of the blissful pavilion, she was very picky about men. But in the face of Le Jinglong's teasing words, she could only suppress her anger, because this young master was not someone she could afford to offend. Seeing Bai Qinger's reaction, Le Jinglong burst into laughter and then turned to Gao Xinghai, saying indifferently, Lord Gao, if you want this item, then compete with me on the price. If you win, it's yours naturally. Saying that, Le Jinglong lounged on the couch, taking a bite of the spiritual fruit handed to him by the maid with his mouth, looking mischievously at Gao Xinghai. Gao Xinghai's face was very ugly. That was 1 million Xuan crystals, and he could not come up with that amount no matter what, so he forced a smile and said, I didn't expect young Master Le to visit our small Zhuangli city. It's really a lack of hospitality. Le Jinglong waved his hand impatiently. Stop wasting time. I know what you want to do with this item. Now, I just ask if you will bid higher. If not, then I'm sorry. This item will belong to me. Gao Xinghai was speechless. At the same time, Le Jinglong vaguely heard a suppressed grunt coming from one of the nearby booths. This made the smile on Le Jinglong's face even more pronounced, and he said lightly, Zuliuli, it's time to show yourself. Aren't you willing to show up now? Doom. Another booth's restrictions were removed, revealing the figure of Zuliuli. The crowd was in an uproar. It's actually the current true disciple Zuliuli of the Chanzon Scarlet Mansion. She's here too. This young Master Le isn't easy to deal with. This will be interesting. Zuliuli raised her eyebrows lightly, her face sullen and killing intent emanating. She spoke coldly. Le Jinglong, what exactly do you want to do? Le Jinglong chuckled, appraising Zuliuli with a playful gaze before saying, I don't want to do anything. Just want to tell you that the item you're determined to get now belongs to me. Zuliuli's expression grew colder, a strong sword intent beginning to spread, but she couldn't make a move. because it was the rule that the highest bidder gets the item. If she dared to act, it would be like breaking the rules. And moreover, the power of the Le family from Chaotian Lane was not inferior to that of the Scarlet Mansion. If she acted rashly, it would definitely bring big trouble. Seeing this, Le Jinglong laughed heartily and then looked at Bai Qinger. White Palm Council, please. The voice caused a stir in the previously calm situation, and the crowd became restless, starting to discuss in whispers. Who shouted, daring to snatch things from young Master Lu? How bold is this person? Lu Jinglong's face also suddenly darkened, because no one had ever dared to snatch things from him. Just then, the prohibition on the last private room was lifted, and Zuan walked out from it. Many people looked puzzled when they saw this man because no one recognized him at all. Lu Jinglong sneered, such arrogance. Do you really think you can come up with 1 million immortal crystals? Zuan smiled at his words. Immortal crystals? I really don't have any. This statement caused a commotion in the whole scene. You dare to bid without having the items. TSK. Really seeking death. Including Bai Qinger also had a dark expression, feeling quite displeased with Zuan, thinking he was here to cause trouble. No immortal crystals, yet you still dare to bid. Are you joking with me? Lu Jinglong said, full of killing intent. Zuan shook his head. Not really. Although I can't produce that many immortal crystals, but there are some things that are more valuable than immortal crystals. Everyone was taken aback. At this moment, Zuan took out the destiny potion from the mustard ring. These potion bottles emitting a beguiling gleam immediately attracted the attention of the whole crowd. Many people looked stunned, including Bai Qinger and the old man in the green robe, showing surprise in their eyes, because the spiritual power fluctuation emanating from these destiny potions, though weak, was extremely pure. Lu Jinglong's expression changed several times after seeing these potions. Then he sneered, quite interesting little trinkets, but based on these things alone, they're not worth 1 million immortal crystals. Many people nodded inwardly. Indeed, the destiny potions were not bad. If sold, they could fetch a good price. But to think that these items could be sold for 1 million immortal crystals was simply wishful thinking. However, Zuan just smiled faintly at this. True, they may not be worth it now, but soon, they will be. Saying that, Zuan waved his hand, and all the destiny potions floated into the air. Then a flame covered them, enveloping all the destiny potions. These potions started to silently melt and recombine. This is alchemy. Bai Qinger and the others were shocked, because the highest level of alchemy technique that Zuan was currently displaying. Even Bai Qinger had only heard rumors about it and had never seen it with her own eyes. Now witnessing it, Bai Qinger finally realized why the man referred to as the small alchemy master, Zidin Cheng, was so respectful towards this man. With this level of alchemy prowess, he was more than qualified to be considered an esteemed guest by various powers. By now, the destiny potions had been refined to the extreme, leaving behind only a fist-sized golden liquid. A unique fragrance spread, invigorating everyone who smelled it. At the same time, Zuan gave a light shout, condense. The golden liquid trembled 9 times and then condensed into a dazzling golden pill. As the pill took shape, a powerful medicinal force swept through the whole venue. Those alchemists present couldn't help but want to kneel before Zuan. To refine such a pill in just a moment was truly terrifying. Zuan stretched out his hand and the golden pill hovered in his palm. Then he said lightly, now, is this pill enough? No one spoke. Everyone gazed dumbfoundedly at the glowing golden pill in Zuan's hand. At this moment, Lu Jinglong chuckled, hehe, making a big fuss, but not even a thunderball. Such a pill, my family has many of them. What's so special about it? Wanting to sell at a high price. Really just a dreamer. This was also the thought of many people. After all, there had been no movement when Zuan was refining the pill just now. It was known that the appearance of a high-level pill would definitely be accompanied by a thunderball. This raised doubts among the crowd. Zuan just smiled at this and then turned to Zidin Cheng nearby. Do you recognize this pill? Zidin Cheng, who had been in a daze, trembled when Zuan asked him, then gradually came back to his senses. He looked excited and his teeth were chattering. Master ... is this ... the legendary pill without grade? Zu, and nodded. Your eyes are quite sharp. A pill without grade. This strange term puzzled many cultivators, but all those alchemists present exclaimed, how is that possible? Are there really such things as pills without grade? The old man in the green robe was even more excited and took a few steps forward, coming to Zuan, bowing deeply, and said, "Master, may I ask you to identify this pill?" "Okay." Zuan casually threw the pill to him. The old man hastily caught it and carefully examined it. At this point, many alchemists gathered around. The longer they looked, the more serious their expressions became. After a while, the old man returned the golden pill to Zuan. "So, did you make any discoveries?" Zuan said lightly. The old man smiled bitterly and looked to Zidan Cheng. "Mr. Z, you are most familiar with these matters, so please tell us." Zidan Cheng took a deep breath and said slowly, "The reason why this pill did not produce a thunderball during its refinement was because masters used materials and techniques that did not involve any causality. Hence it was so calm, upon completion, that if that was all, it wouldn't be surprising. But the key point is that this pill without grade has no restrictions on its usage." This sentence silenced the entire auction hall since these practitioners might not understand the jargon of alchemy, but they all understood what it meant to have no restrictions on usage. A pill usually required complex preparations for consumption, and even then, there was no guarantee that the medicinal power would be fully absorbed. Moreover, many pills had restrictions based on the cultivator's level. For example, a pill intended for an immortal realm practitioner, if consumed by an immortal fairy realm cultivator, could result in spontaneous combustion of the body. But a pill without grade had no such restrictions. It meant that it could be consumed by anyone, whether a mortal with no cultivation level or a mighty golden immortal, and the effects produced would likely be the same. This was too terrifying because it was relatively straightforward to improve from 1 to 100, but becoming 10,000 after reaching the golden immortal level was exceedingly difficult. However, the pill without grade could achieve this. That was why Zidan Cheng was so excited. After hearing these explanations, everyone's eyes towards the pill without grade had changed. At this moment, Zuan spoke again. "Now tell me, is this pill enough?" Bai Qinger and the old man in the green robe exchanged a glance, then simultaneously said, "Enough. More than enough. With a pill like this, even without going through an auction, it could fetch a sky-high price." So Bai Qinger didn't hesitate at all and made a decisive response. As for offending the Chao Tiafang, in the face of interests, that was no longer important. Lu Jinglong's expression turned extremely ugly in an instant. For a wealthy young master like him, not getting what he wanted was already infuriating enough, let alone in front of so many people, and in such a way. It made him feel extremely embarrassed. Therefore, after a cold snort, Lu Jinglong turned and left. After he left, Zhu Liuli deeply looked at Zuan, then turned and left as well. Gao Xinghai led his daughter, with a grim expression, to follow behind. Zuan simply smiled at this, tossed the pill he held to Bai Qinger, and then took the 9 revolving thunder lord into his hands. Bai Qinger had been looking at Zuan with astonished eyes because Dandao masters, as young as Zuan, were extremely rare. When Zuan took the 9 revolving thunder lord, she charmingly smiled and said, "This gentleman, may I ask for your distinguished name?" "Zuan." "Zuan." Bai Qinger pondered to herself several times, but found no impression. At this moment, as Zuan turned to leave with the 9 revolving thunder lore, Bai Qinger suddenly called out to him, "Mr. Zhu, please stay for a moment." Zuan stopped his steps. "Is there anything else?" Bai Qinger's expression became serious as she spoke softly. "Mr. Zhu, today's events will not be so easily concluded. Not to mention the Lu family of Chao Tiafang, even the Lord of Zhuanlei City may have ill intentions. While you are in this auction house, they may still show reservations, but once you step out of this venue, they may." Bai Qinger's meaning was clear. She was suggesting that Gao Xinghai and even Zhu Liuli might pose a threat to Zuan. Zuan was not surprised by this, but he looked at Bai Qinger with amusement, saying, "It seems Miss Bai is quite concerned about me." Bai Qinger blushed slightly and quickly concealed it with a smile. "Mr. Zhu, with your talents as a young and prominent Dandao master, the auction house is very welcoming. If you wish, we would be willing to provide comprehensive personal protection for you." This statement was Bai Qinger's true motive. After all, Zuan was a top Dandao master who could refine top-tier pills. If such talent could be brought over, it would bring many benefits to the auction house. This was the real reason why Bai Qinger accepted this auction despite offending the Chao Tiafang and Lord of Zhuanlei City. Zuan naturally saw through this and simply smiled faintly. "That won't be necessary." Bai Qinger, who expected Zuan to be grateful and agree, was stunned upon hearing this. Mr. Zhu, I think you should reconsider. After all, they are from Chao Tiafang and even the Lord of Zhuanlei City. Even if they don't make a move, the Lord of Zhuanlei City is a formidable opponent, so, Zuan shook his head. There's no need to consider. To me, these people are just like chickens and dogs, why should I fear them? With that, Zuan walked out. Chickens and dogs. Dai Qinger, who was taken aback by Zuan's words, gradually regained her composure and watched him walk away with a sense of frustration. This man was simply too arrogant. After Zuan left the auction house, the old man in the green robe asked, "Head Bai, how do you see this matter?" Bai Qinger's expression turned cold. "Keep an eye on the movements of Zhuanlei City and Chaojiafang at all times. Any abnormalities, report to me immediately." "Yes." The old man in the green robe prepared to go. Bai Qinger stood in the vast auction house, silently calculating. If Su Liuli and the others from Chaojiafang wanted to make a move, tonight would be the most likely time. After all, the night is long and anything can happen. As time passed, the 9 revolving Thunder Lord might be refined into pills by Zuan. So Bai Qinger believed that Zhu Liuli and the others would not wait too long. At that time, I will see how this conceited and arrogant man will resolve this. Bai Qinger thought to herself, then turned and left. When Zuan and the others returned to their residence, Zidan Cheng voiced his doubts. "Master, why do you value this item so much? Although the 9 revolving Thunder Lore is precious compared to the top-tier pill you refined, it is still inferior." Zidan Cheng still felt heartache over the top-tier pill, Zhu, and smiled and then said to Yan, "Yanner, bring over your pot." "Yes, yes." And Yan handed the flat cotton pot to Zuan. When they were on Earth, this pot had been severely damaged and almost split in half. Although it had been repaired by Zuan using dragon liver blood chat, the spiritual artifact Thunder Lord inside was gone. Without the artifact spirit, this flat cotton pot was merely a good spiritual treasure at best. Therefore, Zuan had been wanting to find another artifact spirit for Yan's pot. It wasn't until he saw the 9 revolving Thunder Lord at the auction that he became so interested. This item was even more powerful than the previous artifact Spirit Thunder Lord, and it was a growth-type existence, making it a perfect fit to become an artifact spirit. That was why Zuan was so moved and bought it at all costs. Of course, all of this was unknown to Zidan Cheng, who looked puzzled as he watched Zhu and lift the odd-shaped treasure, not understanding what was happening. With a light shout, Zuan made the pot and the Thunder Lore in the jade box float into the air. "Master, are you going to?" Zidan Cheng's eyes widened gradually. Zuan then drew an extremely mysterious rune in the air. The golden rune light covered the flat cotton pot and the Thunder Lord light sphere. Initially, the Thunder Lord had been trapped by the auction house with great effort using spiritual power. However, as soon as the rune light enveloped them, the binding spiritual power shattered. A powerful surge of thunder spiritual energy instantly enveloped the entire hall. A surprised voice sounded from within. "Haha, I didn't expect my Thunder Lord to have another chance to rise. You despicable human cultivators will pay the price." With the roar of the 9 revolving Thunder Lord, the air in the room was pierced by threads of thunder light, carrying a burned smell. Zidan Cheng had already been forced to the corner by the powerful thunder light, looking at everything with horror in his eyes. At this moment, a thick thunder light directly rushed towards Zuan. The force was so strong that it made the entire inn tremble. "Master!" Zidan Cheng exclaimed. However, Zuan didn't even blink. He raised his hand and caught the thunder light, then squeezed it. Bang! The thunder light dissipated, leaving a phantom firmly held in Zuan's palm. How could you possibly grasp my divine body?" 9 Turn Lei Zun shouted in panic. It should be noted that the thunder light itself is formless, but because this Lei Zun has condensed its own consciousness, it has taken on a form. However, this form is elusive and very difficult to control. Unexpectedly, this man easily broke through its layers of disguises, pointed directly at its essence, and caught hold of its true form. This naturally terrified the Lei Zun. Zuan paid no attention to its words. His other hand drew a talisman in the air, and then he suddenly shouted, "Condense." A golden light completely bound the Lei Zun and flew towards Yan's flat cotton walk. "No. Let me go. I don't want to become a spirit vessel." The Lei Zun clearly understood what was about to happen, struggling and writhing in the air, trying to break free from the golden light's binds. But everything it did was in vain. With a muffled sound, the Lei Zun's cries abruptly stopped, and the golden light on the flat cotton walk surged, revealing lightning patterns on its surface. Then the walk vibrated violently as if something inside wanted to break out. Zuan coldly snorted. You brought this upon yourself." Saying that, Zuan took a step forward, his hands continuously drawing runes on the walk. Mysterious and complex runes quickly took shape. Zidan Cheng watched in astonishment. He had seen refining tools before. In fact, almost every expert in alchemy had some knowledge of refining tools. After all, there were many similarities between the two practices. But what Zuan did, forcibly refining a 9-turn Leizun into a spirit vessel, was unprecedented in Zidan Cheng's experience. And when he saw Zuan drawing runes out of thin air, he was even more shocked, at a loss for words. Without any prior preparation, directly drawing runes by hand, this was beyond extraordinary. Zidan Cheng had never heard of anyone in the Gui realms who could do such a thing. As the runes gradually formed on the walk, the initial trembling had long disappeared, and the only sound coming from the walk was a sobbing voice. "Master, have mercy. Master, I won't do it again. Master, please don't let me become a spirit vessel." These pleas rang in their ears. Zuan was feeling a bit impatient with the nose, raising an eyebrow slightly. Silence. The 9-turn Leizun, sealed in the walk, immediately closed its mouth. But after a moment, a faint sobbing sound could be heard. By the voice, it seemed to be a woman, Zhu, and paid no attention and continued to slowly inscribe runes on the walk. The fact that Zuan was putting in so much effort into these runes showcased the complexity of the task. Meanwhile, as Zuan was reforging the walk with his wife in a luxurious room in Zhuanli City, Lu Jinglong was furious. "Damn it, no one has ever dared to steal from me. This guy is dead. I must kill him." The killing intent in Lu Jinglong's eyes was almost overflowing. "Young master, leave this matter to me. I will bring back this man's head for you." A well-dressed elderly man with white hair spoke in a deep voice. If anyone else were present, seeing this old man would surely elicit exclamations. For this man was none other than Shixin the Heart Eater, who was quite famous in the Central Realms. His cultivation was strong, but he was extremely cruel and cunning, having committed numerous heinous acts. However, 10 years ago, he suddenly disappeared without a trace. Many believed he had died. Little did they know, he had become an honored guest of the Lu family in Kaotian Fang. Lu Jinglong shook his head, then spoke bitterly. "No, this guy has female companions with him. I want to ravage and kill his female companion right before his eyes. I want him to know the consequences of offending me." "As you wish, my young master," Shixin the Heart Eater said, with a relaxed expression, not taking the matter seriously at all. He had only arrived in Zhuanli City in the afternoon. The reason he had come so quickly was that he happened to be nearby. When he urgently received the message from Lu Jinglong, he was overjoyed and immediately abandoned everything to rush over. After all, if he could build a good relationship with the Lu family's young master through this incident, his status would rise. So, hearing that the opponent was just an alchemy practitioner from the Eastern Realms, he was even more delighted. It seemed that even the heavens were on my side. At the same time, in the Lord's mansion, Gao Hai's face was extremely ugly as he said to Zhu Lilu. "Lord Zhu, the guy who suddenly appeared at the auction is following an alchemy master from the Eastern Realms, with no special background." Zhu Lilu remained silent. Gao Hai bit his teeth. "Lord Zhu, I know that if you were to intervene in this matter, it would damage your reputation, so you don't need to worry about this. I will handle it, and I will definitely get that item back." Zhu Lilu stood up, looking at the darkening sky outside, and said coldly, "Lu Jinglong will certainly not let this matter go easily. Solely relying on you, even if you snatch that Leizun, you will not be a match for the Lu family. So, let's go together. It would be best to get the Leizun from that man's hands first." Gao Hai hesitated for a moment, then bowed his head. Yes, but there was a greedy glint in his downcast eyes. How to exchange? How to exchange? 400,000 Xianjing was no trivial sum. Anyway, they were not at the auction but in their own territory. As long as he killed this man, seized that treasure, he would inadvertently save himself 40,000 Xianjing. Besides, this man had a public confrontation with his daughter before, which made him even more unforgiving. Calculating in his mind, Gao Hai's face gradually showed layers of killing intent. As darkness fell and the lamps were lit in the inn, Zuan finally inscribed the final rune. "Does." The walk trembled slightly, then shone brightly with countless intricate and powerful runes. Not only that, there were threads of electric light mixed in with this golden light. A strong aura emanated from it. Zu, and exhaled softly. then handed over the completely transformed wok to Yan. Yanner, how is it? Satisfy? And Yan took it, weighed it in her hands, feeling slightly heavier, but more comfortable to hold. So she nodded, nice. As she spoke, she swung the wok abruptly, wanting to try out its power. Don't. Zuan couldn't stop her. And Yan had already struck a blow. Doom. Suddenly, a mixture of golden light and runic thunder burst out. The entire wall of the inn was instantly blasted into powder and disappeared. And smiled dumbly, holding a skillet in her hand, watching the scene unfold. Only then did Zuan finally speak the words behind her. Don't try it inside the house. Then the two looked at each other in shock, and looked like a child who had done something wrong, sheepishly sticking out her tongue. Husband, I didn't mean to. I had no idea it would be so powerful. Zuan shook his head helplessly and laughed lightly. Silly girl. Make sure to ask clearly next time when you encounter unfamiliar objects. It's okay to break things, but what if you hurt yourself? Okay. And nodded. Then happily admired the skillet in her hand. Do you like it? Yes. It feels much more powerful than before. And said with a smile. At that moment, a faint voice came from the skillet. Of course, it's more powerful than before. That little fellow before was only at the 5th level. I'm already at the 9th level. And was shocked and said with amazement, you can still talk. Of course I can talk. I am the 9th level Thunder Lord. If it weren't for falling into the trap set by your human cultivators that day, I might have condensed to the 9th level by now, on my way to becoming the Thunder God, the Thunder Lord said, in a very aggrieved tone. Anne's attention was not on this at all. She was joyfully examining the skillet in her hand. Suddenly, she leaned in and said very seriously, so, you can control the power of thunder and lightning now. Of course. It's too simple for me. Can you generate electricity? Electricity? The Thunder Lord clearly did not understand what Anne was talking about. Following my instructions, release the power of thunder and lightning. Okay. Anne's eyes lit up at those words, muttering to herself, great, now I have a portable charger. No more worries about running out of power. Zuan couldn't help but laugh. Sometimes this silly girl was terrifyingly clever. And other times she was so childlike that it was both amusing and exasperating. For example, the precious device he had painstakingly crafted. If it were someone else, they would certainly be thinking about how to use it in battle. But Anne was thinking about using it to generate electricity. Truly, an unusual way of thinking. Zuan was feeling quite amazed. Suddenly, Shout-On City approached with a solemn expression. Master, there's a situation. Since a while ago, Shout-On City had felt that something was amiss in the surroundings, because Anne had just blasted half of the inn's wall, but there was not a sound to be heard around. Normally, such a loud noise would definitely startle the residents in the inn. At the very least, it should have alerted the innkeeper and the waiters. But there was nothing, just a silence filling the entire area. This feeling made Shout-On City shudder, knowing that things were not good. And just smiled at this, and then turned his head to the sky in the distance, saying lightly, they finally arrived. With those words, a streak of sword light instantly rushed towards the inn, stopping in place, revealing the cold, then, indifferent face of Zuliuli. Then several more streaks of light flew towards the inn. They were Gao Xinghai, the lord of Zhuanli City, and his daughter Gao Zuyu. Seeing these people, Shout-On City's expression turned grim, shouting at Gao Xinghai, Lord Gao, what do you intend to do? Gao Xinghai sneered, not saying a word. Shout-On City felt his heart sinking, full of regret. He should have advised Master Zhu to leave Zhuanli City as soon as they left the auction house. As expected, this Zhangzong true transmission had no good intentions towards Zhuanli City's lore. Just then, Zuliuli spoke in a cold, then distant voice. Dendao practitioner, for 100,000 fairy crystals, along with my friendship, can you give me that Thunder Lord? This straightforward request named the Thunder Lord, and the conditions offered were quite generous. Although for 100,000 fairy crystals were quite different from 1,000,000, the value of the friendship of a current true transmission of a major sect was immeasurable, perhaps even higher than the value of the fairy crystals. Gao Xinghai's face changed. He was afraid that the man would agree again, as that would ruin all his plans. But Zuan's response relieved him. Zhu, and shook his head and laughed lightly. Sorry, I don't value your friendship. With these words, icy light flashed in Zuliuli's eyes. Practitioner, I hope you understand your current situation. Now I am negotiating with you again. If Sky Terrace's Lu Jinglan comes, your fate will be much worse than it is now. The Thunder Lord is very important to me, and it may not be of much use in your hands, so I hope you can think it over. Zuan said lightly, I am a curious person. I want to know what kind of outcome I will have tonight. Zuliuli snorted in anger. At the same time, on the roof of a distant house, Bikinger, who had been observing everything, furrowed her brow slightly. Zuan's action seemed somewhat incomprehensible to her. Tuopoli challenged Zuliuli. How many heads did this guy have? At that moment, Gao Xinghai, seeing the opportunity, sneered and flew forward. Sir Zhu, there's no need to waste time talking to such a person. He's the type that won't shed a tear unless he sees the coffin. Leave him to me. Zuliuli remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Gao Xinghai turned towards Zuan below, sneering, Kid, blame yourself for showing off at the auction. With those words, Gao Xinghai transformed into a phantom and went straight for Zuan. Gao Xinghai was also a powerful Jin Xian. Although the gap between Jin Xian and Jin Xian was sometimes larger than that between Jin Xian and mortals, Gao Xinghai's status as the lord of a city indicated that he had some level of strength. Therefore, when he struck, his momentum was quite intimidating. But before Zuan could react, Anne, who was standing beside him, couldn't hold back any longer. She stepped forward, raised the skillet in her hand, and swung it like a bat towards the approaching streak of light. Dare to threaten my husband? Get lost. Doom. After a loud nose, Gao Xinghai, who had come with a fierce momentum, felt an unstoppable force hitting him. He was directly sent flying. Not only that, bolts of lightning spread all over his body, causing him to scream in agony. If an only had a scattered celestial cultivation, this one blow could have sent him to his death. Even so, Gao Xinghai was not lightly beaten. After the lightning dissipated, his skin was charred, his hair burnt, and smoke was rising from his head, showing signs of being close to being cooked alive. What in the world is this? Gao Xinghai exclaimed in surprise and anger. This isn't just anything. This is a frying pan. And Yan said calmly, a frying pan? A serious expression appeared on Gao Xinghai's face. This woman seemed to have the cultivation of a scattered immortal, yet she was able to repel him, indicating the power of this magical treasure. And Yan nodded proudly. Yes, it's a frying pan that can be used for cooking and for hitting people. Cooking? Gao Xinghai was taken aback, then couldn't contain his anger as he roared. You actually used a cooking utensil to hit me? Yes. Any problem with that? And Yan blinked her eyes, then raised the frying pan in her hand, pointing it at Gao Xinghai and his companions in midair. Let me tell you, if anyone dares to bully my husband today, I'll use this pan to smack them to death. With her momentum, Gao Xinghai subconsciously took a few steps back. After all, the blow he had just received still lingered in his mind. At this moment, Yan whispered to Zuan, Husband, do you think I'm handsome? Zuan couldn't help but smile wryly and nodded. Very handsome. Hehe. Don't worry, husband, I've got your back today. After receiving this supercharged frying pan, Yan's confidence soared, making her disregard everyone around her. Meanwhile, at a distance, Bikinger muttered to herself, Is your reliance on this woman? You're oversimplifying things. A magical weapon alone can't solve any problems. Indeed, Zuliuli sneered and added some disdain in her eyes when she looked at Zuan. Alchemy practitioner, do you think you can change anything with this woman? Let me tell you, you're mistaken. Hand over Leizun, and I can guarantee your safety. Otherwise, not even I, let alone the people from Chaotian Alley, will spare you. As the words fell, a strange laughter echoed from the distant horizon. Snow Lady is right. This man, today, is doomed. The voice approached rapidly, and by the time the last word was spoken, an ostentatiously luxurious flying chariot soared over the inn. Le Jinglan sat atop it, surrounded by beauties, presenting a celestial scene. In front of the flying chariot stood a white-haired and proud-looking old man. Bikinger's expression changed abruptly at a distance. The heart-devouring old man. This old demon is still alive. The situation has now become truly tricky. Zuliuli's eyes also changed slightly. She shifted her gaze to Le Jinglan on the flying chariot. Le Jinglan, what do you intend to do in this situation? What to do? Le Jinglan's lips curved into a wicked smile as he looked down at Zuan below. Then he calmly said, I've made it clear. This man must die today. But before he dies, Le Jinglan's gaze shifted to Yan, who was holding a frying pan on the side. Although Yan had concealed her true appearance with illusions, her figure and eyes remained unchanged. Thus, her eyes were captivating. Le Jinglan licked his lips, I want to have some fun with his woman in front of him. As soon as these words came out, Yan was infuriated, her eyebrows furrowing. Shameless scoundrel. With that, she leapt into the air, heading straight for Le Jinglan. Heh. Little girl, your opponent is me. The heart-devouring old man chuckled and blocked Yan's path. Get lost! Yan shouted angrily, lifting the frying pan in her hand and slamming it down. Doom! A lightning strike directly hit the heart-devouring old man. However, having defeated numerous formidable opponents over the years, the heart-devouring old man, though surprised by the strike, remained composed and swiftly evaded it. As the lightning strike missed, the heart-devouring old man appeared in front of Yan, sneering. Little girl, the weapon in your hand is good, but your skills are lacking. Well, since the young master wants you alive, then you shall live a little longer. Saying so, he reached out to grab Yan. In his eyes, capturing a mere scattered immortal was an easy task. However, Yan had recently made rapid progress in the arts taught to her by Zuan. Though still somewhat flustered, she managed to barely dodge the attack. Yet, she underestimated the strength of the heart-devouring old man. Click! Yan's long hair, which had been tied up, scattered in the wind caused by the claw. The illusion that enveloped her body also dissipated, revealing Yan's true face. This sudden reveal shocked everyone present. This woman is so beautiful. Among them, Le Jinglan of the Le family was particularly dazzled. Having seen countless beauties before, none compared to even 1% of Yan's beauty. This discovery made him excited. Heart devourer. The old servant understands. The heart-devouring old man snapped out of his daze and chuckled. Interesting. To think that you can cast high-level illusions that even I cannot see through, but you can't escape my grasp today. With these words, the heart-devouring old man clapped his hands together and slammed them down violently. Heaven-sealing demon seal. A large dark seal, about the size of a square, plummeted from the sky straight toward Yan. The power of this strike caused Gao Xinghai and others watching to pale. Even Zuliuli's eyes glistened. This heart-devouring old man truly deserved his reputation as a powerful old demon who had roamed the central realms for centuries. Even Zuliuli didn't dare to take the blow lightly. Daring a serious expression, Yan tightly gripped the frying pan in her hands, ready to withstand the attack. Suddenly, a calm voice resounded throughout the place. Yanner, leave these people to me. Saying so, Zuan, who had been standing below all this time, disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already behind Yan, gently embracing her. Master, Zidan Cheng urgently exclaimed. Thy Kinger, who was observing from afar, stomped her foot. This is in big trouble now. Even Zuliuli sighed inwardly, thinking that Zuan's chances of survival were slim. At that moment, the magical seal was about to strike. However, without even lifting his head, Zuan raised his hand and casually snapped his fingers. Click! The immensely powerful and fearsome seal froze in midair. Then, centered around Zuan's snap, it shattered into countless fragments with a thunderous crash. With just a snap of his fingers, the seal turned to dust. The heart-devouring old man, who had been looking smug, froze as his expression turned to shock, stammering, "How?" Before he could finish speaking, Zuan's figure had already appeared in front of him. His hand reached out, grabbed the old man's neck, and lifted him off the ground. After speaking, before the old man with a devouring heart could react, Zuan gripped the hand around his neck tightly. With a crisp sound, the old man's neck was crushed, and his head rolled off. However, having been a golden immortal for thousands of years, the old man with a devouring heart wouldn't die so easily. Even with his head on the ground, his body remained standing and tried to counterattack. Yet, in the next moment, Zuan exhaled, then coldly shouted, "Annihilate! Doom!" The body of the old man with a devouring heart and his fallen head were violently shaken, and then gradually turned into powder, dissipating. At the same time, a demonic light flew out trying to escape. Trying to run, Zuan reached his hand into the void. That demonic light was the soul of the old man with a devouring heart. At this moment, the old man with a devouring heart, feeling like a dog that had lost its home, no longer dared to be the slightest bit arrogant, because this man was simply too terrifying. With a casual squeeze, he crushed his own neck and then, with a single cold drink, turned his whole body into powder. The old man with a devouring heart finally understood that this man was truly the most powerful, so at this moment, he was filled with regret and an unprecedented fear. This made his escape speed incredibly fast, fleeing hundreds of miles in an instant. Just as he was secretly rejoicing that he had found another chance at life, a large hand suddenly materialized from the space, grabbing him before he could react, and then disappeared. When the person who controlled the vote and captured him was seen to be Zuan, the soul of the old man with a devouring heart let out a terrifying scream. "Lord, spare me. I know I was wrong. I will never dare again." With a slight raise of his eyebrow, Zuan suddenly pinched with his hand. Click! The soul of the old man with a devouring heart was crushed. The scream abruptly stopped. The entire scene fell into dead silence. From Zuan's destruction of the demonic imprint to the crushing of the old man with a devouring heart soul, it all happened in just a few blinks of an eye. Yet in this short time, an earth-shattering reversal occurred. Zidan Chen looked on in shock. He knew Zuan was very powerful, otherwise, he wouldn't have had a foothold in the Eastern Domain. But he never expected Zuan to be so powerful, effortlessly destroying the old man with a devouring heart who had been dominant in the Central Domain for centuries. Gao Xinghai and his daughter were also shocked, especially Gao Xinghai, who was trembling all over. Such a powerful presence, and he had just thought about provoking him. Was he tired of living? Even Zuliume couldn't help but let out a slight exclamation. However, the most surprised among the onlookers was Baikinger, who was peering from a distance. She covered her mouth, looking at Zuan with eyes full of shock. It was only at this moment that she understood why Zuan was so composed. He was truly this powerful. Thinking that she had just secretly mopped Zuan as a freeloader, Baikinger felt her face heat up. At this time, Zuan raised his eyes and looked at Le Jinglong on the flying chariot in the distance, saying faintly, "Your men have been killed by me." Le Jinglong's face turned grim at this moment, but he didn't show much fear. He took a deep breath and said, "Just a slave. If he's dead, he's dead." Zuan shook his head. "I told you this to remind you to be prepared because it's your turn next." Le Jinglong's face darkened. "Cultivator, your current strength is enough to earn respect, so I take back what I said just now. I don't want your things either. How about that?" This statement was actually a way for Le Jinglong to give in to Zuan. Everyone present, including Zidan Cheng and Baikinger, let out a sigh of relief, thinking this outcome was perfect. But Zuan smiled and then said, 16 words, huh? Le Jinglong was puzzled, not understanding the meaning. The threat you just made to Yanner was 16 words. As he spoke, a tremendous momentum emanated from Zuan, causing everyone around to be shocked and involuntarily take a few steps back. Le Jinglong, pointed to by this momentum, turned even paler, but still managed to say, "What do you want to do?" "I just want to tell you that in all the realms, above and below the heavens, whoever dares to threaten Yanner will die." With that said, Zuan appeared in front of Le Jinglong and pulled him off his high-flying chariot. Le Jinglong, always appearing diabolically wild, let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. "No, you can't kill me. I am the young master of the Le family in the Chao Tianfang. If you dare to kill me, you will face endless pursuits from the Chao Tianfang." Tough. A dull sound, Zu, and crushed Le Jinglong's head alive, abruptly silencing his cries. But this was just the beginning. Zuan's other hand was surrounded by light, restoring Le Jinglong's already crushed head to its original state. After experiencing a life-and-death ordeal, Le Jinglong was somewhat dazed after recovery. Zu, and extended a finger and smirked, "You said 16 words just now, so you will die 16 times. This is only the first time, and you will count from now on. Remember, one mistake and you have to start over." "Ah, don't." Zuan did not wait for him to finish his plea before once again crushing his head. Hissing. All the onlookers took a cold breath. Zuan's actions were enough to make even the bravest man's hair stand on end, especially since he was dealing with the respected young master of the Le family in Chao Tianfan. This time, Zuan restored Le Jinglong once again. After going through the torment of life and death 3 times, Le Jinglong finally became fearful. "Zuan, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please spare me this time, okay? Whether you want immortal crystals or other treasures, as long as you ask, I guarantee I can meet your demands, okay? As long as you spare me, I am willing to pay any price." Le Jinglong began to beg in earnest. As he spoke, Zuan casually crushed his head again. When he regained consciousness, LV Jinglong was on the verge of collapse. "You bastard! Devil, what do you want? Start over." Squish. "I was wrong, Sir Zu. I really know I was wrong. Please spare me. Start over." Squish. After such tossing 3 times, when LV Jinglan woke up again, he was already on the brink of collapse. The repeated soul-wrenching pain, followed by the taste of darkness, was driving him crazy. At first time, Zuan nodded slightly, smiling faintly. This is a good start. I hope you can keep it up. Please. Se. Before LV Jinglan could finish his sentence, Zuan let him taste the flavor of death once again. When LV Jinglan woke up again, he immediately shouted, second time, please let me go. I can't take it anymore. Zuan was unaffected, casually pinching. Squish. LV Jinglan once again descended into darkness midst intense resentment. The trembling voice of LV Jinglan continued to sound. Third time. Fourth time. Fifth time. Finally, after the 15th time, LV Jinglan's eyes were already dull, but he still looked at Zuan with a pleading gaze, mustering all his strength to say, Master, please spare me this time. Not only him, Zuliuli, who had been witnessing everything on the side, couldn't help but sighed. Zuan, LV Jinglan was indeed wrong, but you have killed him so many times, the grievances have been settled. Let him go this time. At this moment, Bai Qinger hurried over and stood in midair. She first glanced in fear at LV Jinglan, whose body was soaked in blood, then tried to remain composed. Yes, what Zu Master said is right. Spare LV Jingga this time. Otherwise, if you really kill him, the LV family will never let this go. Even Zidan Cheng hesitated for a moment and then said, Master, why not spare him this time? Hearing these pleas, LV Jinglan, whose consciousness was already numb from the pain, regained some sanity and harbored bitter thoughts. As long as I return home alive, I will mobilize the entire LV family to tear you apart. But outwardly, he dared not show anything, still looking at Zuan with pleading eyes. Faced with all this, Zuan's lips curled up, revealing a faint smile. Let him go. Ha ha. I can sense his thoughts. When he just threatened Yanner, he was thinking about how to kill her. If I was not his opponent, it might have been the two of us dead right now. And now you want me to spare him. These words made by Qinger and Zuliuli, who were trying to persuade him, all pale. Zuan then bent down and whispered softly in the ear of the visibly shaken LV Jinglan, I know what you are thinking. Rest assured, if the LV family from Kaoshan Alley dares to provoke me, I will erase them from this world. LV Jinglan's muscles tensed all over. No. This time, Zuan did not give him a chance to come back to life, simply clasping his hands together. Snap. LV Jinglan's entire body was crushed by the overwhelming force, forming a bloody mass over 1 meter square. LV Jinglan's consciousness floated out. At that moment, a thin white line suddenly appeared from the distant horizon, pulling LV Jinglan's consciousness away. It's the ancestral land, Zidan Cheng exclaimed. Among those prominent families, there was a secret technique. By enshrining ancestors in a blessed land and applying various techniques, the place could be transformed into ancestral land. If a direct descendant of the family dies, their consciousness can be summoned back to the ancestral land, preventing complete annihilation. The LV family obviously had an ancestral land. However, in the face of all this, Zuan just smiled coldly, trying to escape. As he spoke, the light in Zuan's eyes intensified. LV Jinglan's consciousness let out a tragic scream before vanishing completely. Thus, LV Jinglan, the young master of the LV family in Kaoshan Alley, met his end. Just as LV Jinglan was about to perish, the white line pulling him suddenly surged, and a towering giant phantom appeared, overlooking Zuan and the others, coldly snorting before extending a hand to strike. It's the LV family ancestor, Bai Qinger screamed, and everyone scrambled to avoid. Evidently, Zuan angering the LV family ancestor who slept in the ancestral land. This ancestor had been slumbering there for years, the generations of worship and offerings nearly elevating him to godhood. Therefore, the force of this blow caused half of Zhuanli city to collapse, leaving everyone in shock. Zuan, however, gazed up at the giant phantom, calmly saying, I didn't intend to kill you originally, but seeing you protect him so strongly, I might as well let you die with him. With that, countless sword lights appeared around Zuan and converged into a massive sword nearly 100 miles long. Gripping the sword in both hands, Zuan's eyes gleamed with divine light as he shouted, Watch my sword. Destroy heaven and earth. Doom. An indescribably immense sword light came crashing down from the sky. The brilliance of this sword light seemed to dominate the heavens and earth at that moment, causing everyone to tremble. Snow Liuli, who had been watching on the side, could no longer remain calm. As a master of the sword, she could sense the earth-shattering sword intent contained in this strike. In the meantime, the giant phantom also displayed a look of fear and tried to evade. But where the sword light pointed, all bowed before it. Unable to react in time, the phantom was sliced in half by the sword. Crack! A fine crack appeared in the center of the phantom, emitting a dazzling light. The crack then rapidly expanded. Finally, the phantom of the LV family ancestor uttered a resounding scream before exploding. After the light dissipated, only a vast trench stretching to the sky remained on the ground, leaving everything empty. How is this possible? How can a person possess such powerful sword intent? Snow Liuli murmured to herself in horror. Once, she believed her talent in the way of the sword was unparalleled. However, this one strike made her feel deeply powerless. Snow Liuli felt all her previous pride shattering at that moment. The Kinger was trembling all over, staring at Zuan in utter horror, not knowing what to say. Since the auction, this man had already caused her too much shock. Now, even the LV family ancestor had been eliminated by his sword. Who is this man, and where does his power come from? Just as everyone was shocked, Gao Xinghai was quietly retreating. At this moment, his heart was full of fear and regret. Fearful of Zuan's strength, regretful of his previous offense. But just as he had not retreated a few steps, Zuan calmly said, "Lord Gao, what are you sneaking around for?" As he spoke, Zuan turned to look at him. Gao Xinghai stiffened, then showed a flattering smile. "Zhu. Lord Zhu, I suddenly remembered an urgent matter and was just about to handle it, so I didn't have time to bid you farewell." A faint smile appeared at the corner of Zuan's mouth. "Oh, what urgent matter makes Lord Gao so panicked, even changing your complexion?" Gao Xinghai, hearing this, broke into a cold sweat on his already pale face, stammering, Gao Zuyu, who had been watching from the side, suddenly stepped forward and blocked her father, speaking coldly. "The situation arose because of me. To kill or punish, it's up to you. Just please spare my father." "Zuyu, step back," Gao Xinghai exclaimed, then turned to Zuan and said, "Lord Zhu, my daughter is still too young. Please do not compare her with you." "Father, you don't have to say it. The situation arose because of me. It has nothing to do with you. You've been burdened too much because of me. Let me solve this myself. Even if I die, as a member of the Gao family, I won't bow down easily." Gao Zuyu said seriously. Gao Xinghai wanted to say something, but after hesitating for a moment, he sighed and fell silent. Gao Zuyu gritted her teeth, staring at Zuan without showing any weakness. "Come on, do what you want, whether it's to kill or punish." Zuan looked quietly at this arrogant and insolent young girl, then smiled. "Well acted." This sentence shook the Gao family father and daughter, especially Gao Zuyu, whose face instantly turned pale. Zuan shook his head and said calmly, "Even though you disguised it well, your slightly trembling hands and fidgeting eyes have already given you away." I didn't," Gao Zuyu said. Ignoring her denial, Zuan continued, advancing by retreating, "using this method to threaten me. I have to admit, your strategy is indeed clever." Gao Zuyu lost her earlier composure, looking at Zuan with fear in her eyes. "By doing this, not only will you gain a reputation of filial piety, but if I really killed both of you, it would leave room for accusations of bullying the weak. Am I right, Lord Gao?" This statement was like a steel blade, piercing the hearts of the Gao father and daughter, because what Zuan said had completely exposed their little schemes. Just as Zuan had pointed out, when he questioned Gao Xinghai who was trying to sneak away, the city master gave his daughter a signal with his eyes. Gao Zuyu understood and then staged this big drama. It was all in an attempt to use Zuan's compassion to turn the situation around. If done well, it could even win Zuan's admiration and pave the way to link up with this master. However, the father and daughter had never dreamt that Zuan could see through the plan with just one look. "Lord Zhu, we were forced to do this, just begging for our lives. Please spare us, father and daughter." Gao Xinghai began to plead. As for the previously defiant Gao Zuyu, she was now so frightened that she couldn't even speak. Zuan calmly said, "Lord Gao, you don't need to be like this, because from the beginning, I never intended to kill you." Hearing this, Gao Xinghai breathed a sigh of relief internally, while Gao Zuyu, trembling like a sieve, had stopped shaking. "Thank you for sparing us, Lord Zhu." Gao Xinghai rejoiced. Zuan shook his head. "No need to thank me. I haven't finished speaking yet. The faces of the Gao father and daughter changed. Zuan did not even look at them. He continued, but the performance you put on is quite annoying to me, because in your eyes, I seem like a fool. No. Lord Zhu, please let me explain. Gao Xinghai hastily tried to explain, but before he could finish, a cold light flashed in Zuan's eyes, and a sword directly swept through. Theft. Although Gao Xinghai was also a powerful golden immortal, he had no chance to retaliate against Zuan, and his neck was directly severed by this sword che. His head fell to the ground. As his soul floated up, before his spirit could completely leave his body, waves of sword che devoured him entirely, then crushed him to pieces. City Lord of Zhuanli City, Gao Xinghai, was dead. Everything happened so quickly, as if in the blink of an eye. By the time everyone reacted, Gao Xinghai's spirit and body had both perished, falling to the ground, becoming a lump of flesh. Gao Zhu cried out, "Father," then turned her head with extremely resentful eyes towards Zuan. "Zuan, you actually killed my father. Why wouldn't I?" Zuan replied lightly. Gao Zhu's eyes gleamed. Then she spoke in a deep voice, "You are a mighty master. Now that my father is dead, do you have the courage to let me, a weak woman, go?" Zuan chuckled, then clapped lightly. "Wonderful, truly wonderful. This plot is like one circle within another. Unable to continue. Now you're trying to provoke me with words. If I don't let you go, will it give me a reputation for fearing your retaliation?" Zhu and ignored Gao Zhu's extremely ugly expression and said with a faint smile, "But I also want to correct two things. First, you are not a weak woman. From your father's spiritual thoughts, I could see many crimes you have committed, like hunting and feeding your three-eyed golden-furred hound with living people." Gao Zhu staggered, almost falling from mid-air, her face turning ashen. "Second, you have misjudged me from the very beginning. I have always acted according to my own preferences, so what I do is my business. What others say about it does not concern me." With that, Gao Zhu seemed to sense the threat of death and exclaimed, "No." Click. The sword che enveloped her body, instantly reducing her to powder. Like her father, Gao Zhu's spirit had also perished. After dealing with this scheming father and daughter, Zuan turned to Snow Liuli. "Now, it's your turn." With that statement, everyone was shocked. Even Yin Yan showed a look of pity, thinking that Zuan's killings were too heavy-handed. She whispered, "Husband, Zhu," and understood Yin Yan's meaning, smiled at her, and then spoke in a distant tone. "Don't you intend to give me an explanation for this?" Since witnessing Zuan's earth-shattering sword strike, Snow Liuli had been in a state of confusion. It was only until Zuan asked her that she slowly regained her composure, then lowered her head in silence for a moment before saying, "I was greedy. If you want to kill, go ahead. I have nothing to say." The current master of the Qianzong sect, who was ranked 8th on the list of the world's true practitioners, is now lacking in any fighting spirit. Even the tone of her voice is filled with a deep sense of defeat. This surprised by Kinger, Zidan Chang, and others who couldn't understand why she was like this. Only Zuan knew that all of this was because the principles and confidence of this arrogant woman of the heavens had completely collapsed. The path of the sword was always like this. This sword-wielding woman, who had been surrounded by the halo of genius since childhood, began to doubt herself deeply after witnessing that earth-shattering sword. For a swordsman, this kind of doubt is extremely fatal. Furthermore, the foundation of Zuliuli was not very solid to begin with. That's why she was so listless, and even the shattering of her sword intent was just a step away. Zuan said lightly, "I just want to know why you are so eager to obtain this liaison." For a swordsman, celestial materials and treasures cannot play a decisive role. After hearing Zuliuli's words, Kinger was shaken and incredulously said, "Mount Damning, are you talking about the treasure left behind by the great dream sword master who dominated all realms 5,000 years ago?" Zuliuli nodded. "This news has not spread yet, so only the people of the Yuanshan Blood Net Mountain and the 3 major Qianzong sects know about it." Kinger's expression changed, muttering to herself, "No wonder. The disciples of the Qianzong sect have suddenly been frequenting major auction houses in the last 3 days. So, it's for this reason." Zuan noticed the 3 words Blood Net Mountain and asked, "So, the people of this Blood Net Mountain will also go?" Zuliuli smiled bitterly. "Of course they will go. In fact, Blood Net Mountain has long coveted the treasure left behind by the great Dream Sword Master, and this news should also be the first they know of." Zhu and nodded. "Well, 3 months later, I will accompany you to this Mount Damning, to see how remarkable the people of Bloodnet Mountain are. Zuliuli was taken aback. She obviously didn't understand why Zuan was so interested in Bloodnet Mountain and why it seemed like he didn't want to kill her. At this point, Zuan turned around and said casually, "Do you know why your swordsmanship is so fragile?" Zuliuli looked puzzled. "Because you have never truly understood the true essence of swordsmanship from beginning to end. Practicing sword intent daily, whether standing, walking, sitting, or lying down, may seem inspiring, but in the end, it only moved yourself. Once you go in the wrong direction, the harder you try, the further away you are from the true goal." Zuliuli shuddered all over, blurting out, "Then what is the true essence of swordsmanship, Zu?" And smiled. "A swordsman is the blade of the heart. There are millions of hearts, so there is never a true essence that works for everyone. But for you, I have only 8 words to give you. The rigid will break, and the flowing water is hard to cut." Hearing these 8 words, Zuliuli suddenly became enthralled and muttered to herself, "So, this is my swordsmanship." With a determined look on her face, the sense of defeat was swept away, and she took a deep breath, bowed to Zuan who was leading Yan away, and said, "Thank you for your guidance." Zuliuli has learned. At this moment, Zuan's indifferent voice came, "Meet me at the Wenden city in the central region in 3 months. "Yes, Zu," and left. Zuliuli also muttered to herself, looking extremely fascinated, and left. Kinger was left standing alone. After a while, she gritted her teeth. "Today's matter is significant. I must immediately return to the headquarters of the assembly in the central region and report all of these matters." With that, without even entering Zhuanli city, she flew directly in the direction of the central region. Meanwhile, in a prosperous area in the central region, a huge mansion covering thousands of acres stood majestically. The ground was paved with jade stones as polished as mirrors, and even the walls were built using precious celestial stones. This was the ancestral home of the Le family in the Kaohsianfang district. At this moment, in the study of the ancestral home, the patriarch of the Kaohsianfang Le family, Lalai, was dealing with matters. Suddenly, he felt the whole mansion tremble, and the majestic aura that had been pervading the sky above the mansion began to dissipate rapidly. This discovery made him furious. "What's going on?" Lalai roared as he flew out of the study and soared into the sky. At the same time, the brilliance in the Le family ancestral home kept flashing, and countless masters all flew up, densely covering half of the sky. "Patriarch, what's wrong?" a family member inquired. Lalai's face was grim. "The aura is dissipating. Could it be that there's a problem with the ancestral land?" With that, he headed towards the ancestral land located 100 miles to the east of the ancestral home. 100 miles away, for a powerhouse like him, was merely a brief moment. However, upon arriving, he saw that the once picturesque and spiritual ancestral land was now a mess. It looked like it had just experienced a great upheaval, with blood and corpses scattered all over, all of them being the guards of the ancestral land. Seeing this scene, Lalai's eyes turned black with anger, and he almost spewed out a mouthful of blood. This was the ancestral land where the ancestors of the Le family were buried, and it concerned the life and death of the entire Kaohsianfang Le family. Yet, it had turned into such a scene. As the patriarch, how could he not feel angry and heartbroken? What's going on? Lalai was almost driven to madness. At this moment, a guard who fortunately did not die in the recent upheaval knelt on the ground, trembling. "Patriarch, everything was fine today, but suddenly, the ancestors seemed to be angered by something, woke up from their slumber, and then went to a distant place. But after a while, the ancestral land began to shake violently. The power was so strong that most of the guards were instantly killed or injured. Please, Patriarch, enlighten us." Lalai snorted coldly. Regardless of the truth of the matter, he directly waved his hand, crushing the guard's head, and then shattered his soul, extracting the image of the recent events. Indeed, everything was exactly as this person had described. Lalai's eyelids began to twitch rapidly. The fact that the ancestor of the Le family left in anger and never returned, and that the ancestral land was destroyed, could only mean one thing. That is, the ancestor of the Le family had been exterminated. Who on earth had such a miraculous means to slay the soul of the Le family's ancestor? Zhuanli city's matters concluded, Zuan led his family once again to board the crane carriage, continuing towards the central realm. Finally, after traversing a vast expanse of endless mountain ranges, the scenery suddenly cleared, revealing a vast and boundless land. Stepping into this place, Zuan could feel that the spiritual energy here was even more abundant than in the Eastern realm. Even on the unnamed mountains, there were gushing spirit springs, and various exotic plants were abundant. Rare beasts and giant birds that might be uncommon in other realms were not uncommon here. Truly a place of outstanding people and spiritual energy. Zuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Master, the breadth of the Central Realm is several times that of the Eastern Realm, and the city of Wandan we are heading to is in the northwest of the Central Realm, still several days' journey from here." Zuan nodded. "Let's continue on our way." "Yes." Next, the crane carriage flew towards the direction of Wandan City. Along the way, it was much livelier than the outer realms. Elegant flying boats with exquisite designs floated overhead, some even carrying gigantic magic weapons thousands of feet long. Compared to these, the crane carriage that appeared splendid outside seemed somewhat unremarkable. Zuan didn't mind this at all. After all, even if these boats were large, could they compare to those colossal beings powered by stars and controlled by meteor rains? It was only a display of power in this small world. Daranyan and the two young maidens were excitedly gazing at the scenery outside, occasionally exclaiming in wonder, their lack of experience making Zuan amused. Crossing prosperous ancient cities one after another, they finally arrived at Wandan City on this day. This city was located at the top of a mountain shaped like a furnace. Although it was still 1,000 miles away, the grandeur and magnificence of the city could already be clearly seen. The air was filled with the fragrance of medicine, indicating the prosperity of alchemy in this place. "Master, this is the headquarters of the Alchemy Guild, Wandan City, known as the foremost in the world of alchemy," Zidancheng said. Zuan nodded. "Let's go in." Soon, Zuan and his entourage entered Wandan City. Everywhere on the main street, everything related to alchemy was being sold. Even alchemists were directly practicing alchemy on the main street, with people waiting on the side with coins in hand. Unopened alchemical products were nearly half the price of regular ones, but if there were issues during the process and one failed to obtain the product, or the quality was poor upon opening, they could only accept their misfortune. In other words, it was a matter of luck. Due to its affordability, each alchemical furnace was surrounded by cultivators. Seeing Zuan's interest, Zidancheng explained, "Master, this is a popular method here called dawn gambling. Simply put, it's betting on whether a batch of alchemical products will be successful. Den gambling ... Zuan nodded. The name was quite fitting. "Let's find a place to stay first," Zuan said. Zidancheng smiled wryly. "Master, we arrived a bit late this time. The alchemical competition is about to begin, and it seems that Wandan City is already full. Where else can we find accommodation?" "Oh," Zuan furrowed his brow slightly. That was indeed a problem. Did they have to sleep on the streets? Zidancheng suggested, "Master, I am well acquainted with the host of an alchemical goods shop here. How about we stay there for a few days? After the alchemical competition, there should be vacant housing available." "All right." Zuan naturally had no objections, so Zidancheng led Zuan and his family through the main street, arriving at a bustling narrow alley. In the middle of the alley, there was a refined wooden building not very tall but exquisite, with 3 large characters written in seal script on it, "Gathering Den Palace." "Master, this is it. I know the host of this place quite well. We should be fine staying here for a few days." Zidancheng led Zuan and the others into the building. Upon crossing the threshold, a spacious interior that was much larger than the exterior unfolded before them. Zuan arched his eyebrow slightly. This building had also been refined, otherwise it wouldn't present such a mystical sight. This alone was enough to prove the strength of the Gathering Den Palace. Inside the hall, there were numerous counters made of crystal, displaying various types of alchemical products. There were ordinary products, as well as top-tier products exuding powerful healing properties. Assistants and alchemists were diligently introducing the products to customers, making the bustling hall lively. Zuan nodded inwardly. The person who arranged this building was clearly a master of understanding customer psychology. Both the lighting and layout subtly enhanced the extraordinary nature of the alchemical products, stirring a desire to purchase them. As he was contemplating, a neatly dressed assistant approached them and said, "May I ask?" "Oh, isn't this Mr. Zidan, the little alchemy master? You're here too." This young assistant recognized Zidancheng at a glance. Zidancheng chuckled. "I'm here. Is your shopkeeper around?" "Yes, he is. He's in the back receiving guests. Please follow me." The assistant was very familiar with him, leading them through the hall to the backyard courtyard. While the gathering den palace may not have appeared remarkable from the outside, inside it was a different world. After passing through the front trading area, a splendid estate awaited in the back. Defensive formations were even set up, capable of withstanding attacks from golden immortal level experts. "Mr. Z, please wait here for a moment. I'll go check if the shopkeeper is done with the guests," the assistant said before a maid brought tea, and he left the tea room. "Master, the shopkeeper of the gathering den palace is an extraordinary person. At the beginning, this place was just a small business, but since she took over, it has gradually grown and transformed into what it is today," Zidan Cheng explained in a low voice. Just then, the sound of jingling bells came from outside, followed by a voice filled with joy. "Mr. Z, you're finally here." A young woman in her late 20s with bright eyes and white teeth walked in. Zuan was taken aback. Based on Zidan Cheng's description earlier, he had expected the shopkeeper to be a wise and calculating old man. He hadn't anticipated such a graceful young woman. Zidan Cheng smiled. "Shopkeeper Dong, this is a master I greatly respect. I have come here this time for the Taoist Dan fight that is happening here." "Master?" Don Lingson was taken aback. Zuan looked no more than in his 20s, with a lazy and indifferent demeanor that made him appear more like a scholarly gentleman. How could he be called a master by Mr. Z, the little Dan honored? Could it be that this person is a descendant of some ancient alchemist family? Don Lingson pondered. Zidan Cheng said with a smile, "Since we arrived a bit late this time, we couldn't find a place to stay. I wonder if it's convenient for us to stay here for a few days." Zidan Cheng thought Don Lingson would readily agree. But to his surprise, Dong Lingson furrowed her brow slightly, showing a hint of hesitation. The smile on Zidan Cheng's face gradually became awkward, and he said, "Is there any difficulty here? That's all right. We'll find another place to stay." "No. Mr. Z, you have misunderstood. There is no difficulty here, and it is our honor for you to stay here. Just that." "Just what?" Zidan Cheng felt a bit displeased, thinking that hesitating over such a small matter was embarrassing him in front of the master. Just then, a voice filled with arrogance and disdain interrupted. "The Taoist Dan fight palace does not welcome those who seek fame through deception." With those words, a Taoist cultivator dressed in embroidered gold robes, with a long beard, and surrounded by alchemy energy, walked in. Zidan Cheng's face suddenly turned dark. "Cao Dusheng, it's you." Cao Dusheng laughed coldly. "Zidan Cheng, I never expected you to dare to come to this Dan fight again. Are you not afraid of repeating what happened last time, failing in alchemy and becoming a laughing stock?" Mentioning that incident, Zidan Cheng's expression turned ugly. "Cao Dusheng, that was simply your good luck. This time, I will defeat you." "Defeat me? Ha ha. Just by you." Cao Dusheng glanced at Zidan Cheng with disdain. The tension between the two could be felt by everyone present. Don Lingson looked embarrassed. This was also the reason for her initial hesitation. She knew that Cao Dusheng and Zidan Cheng were archenemies. In the last Dan fight, Zidan Cheng was defeated by Cao Dusheng. Coming this time, he definitely aimed to defeat Cao Dusheng to regain his lost reputation and dignity. However, it seemed challenging. As Cao Dusheng sneered, "Don't you see what level I am at now?" With that, Cao Dusheng revealed a small badge embroidered on his chest. "This is a profound level alchemist." "How is it possible? How can you be a profound level alchemist?" Zidan Cheng, after seeing the badge, shook in disbelief, shouting. Cao Dusheng chuckled victoriously. "Why can't I be a profound level alchemist? Let me tell you, Zidan Cheng, I have already become a disciple of the grandmother of alchemy, hence being a profound level alchemist is not out of reach." Hearing this, Zidan Cheng looked utterly defeated. This blow was too much for him. For years, he had been diligently practicing every day in hopes of redeeming himself in this Dan fight. Instead, the gap between them had widened even further. Now that his opponent had become a disciple of the Earth-level alchemist, his revenge seemed even more hopeless. Seeing Zidan Cheng's expression, Cao Dusheng's face was full of satisfaction. "Zidan Cheng, if I were you, I would turn back now and live peacefully in the Eastern Territory, being your pitiful little Dan honored. Never step into the Central Territory again. That's my advice to you." Ha ha ha. Cao Dusheng laughed triumphantly. But then suddenly, Zuan spoke up. "Zidan Cheng will participate in this Dan fight, and he will make you kneel and admit defeat in front of everyone." The laughter ceased abruptly. Cao Dusheng looked at Zuan. Then with a puzzled expression, "Who are you to speak to me like this?" By now, Zidancheng had regained his composure and said loudly, "This is Zuan, a grand alchemy master." "Alchemy master?" Cao Dusheng repeated, then looked at Zuan, his expression turning strange. Because Zuan looked too young. Alchemy is a practice that requires extensive experience, and most alchemy experts are old with white hair. Cao Dusheng, at his age, was considered quite young, yet he had never seen someone as young as Zuan being called an alchemy master. So, he gazed at Zuan with a smirk. "Oh? May I ask, how many levels of alchemist are you?" Zuan had been introduced by Zidancheng. In the Alchemy Guild, alchemists were categorized into 8 ranks: Savage, Flood, Time, Space, Yellow, Profound, Earth, and Heaven. To enter the 10,000 density and receive an official rank, one had to undergo an alchemist assessment to validate their alchemical skills and determine their rank. Since Zuan had never been to the 10,000 density nor undergone the assessment, he naturally couldn't claim any alchemical rank. Zuan shook his head and said calmly, "I do not have a rank yet." "What? No rank? Ha ha. A grand alchemy master without a rank." Cao Dusheng exaggerated. Then turning to Zidancheng, he said, "Hey Z, are you out of your mind to recognize such a young boy without a full beard as an alchemy master? Have you lost your mind out of desperation?" Zidancheng's face turned extremely unpleasant, about to retort. Zuan raised his hand, stopped him from speaking, and calmly said, "Indeed, I do not have a rank yet. However, I believe when the time comes during the Dan fight, it will become clear whether I am a fraud or a true master. But as for you, what?" Cao Dusheng said disdainfully, "Since you're so confident of winning, let's make a bigger bet. If Zidancheng loses in the Dan fight, he will cripple his cultivation and leave the 10,000 Dan city, never to mention alchemy again. And what if you lose?" Zuan's mouth curved into a cold smile. "You will kneel before Zidancheng and me in front of all cultivators, call me Grandpa 300 times, declaring that I am your grandson. How about it?" This proposal made everyone in the room turn pale. Zidancheng was also taken aback. The bet was huge, as Zidancheng risked his cultivation, while Cao Dusheng risked his dignity. Sometimes, having one's dignity trampled was more torturous than death. Cao Dusheng's eyelids twitched crazily, staring fixedly at Zuan, and sneered, "I wonder if your words represent yourself, or do they also represent the intention of Zidancheng?" Without waiting for Zuan to respond, Zidancheng spoke in a deep voice, "What Master Zu said represents my intention." "Very well. In that case, I accept this bet. But I have a condition, Zu." And asked lightly, "What condition?" "If Zidancheng loses, you must also kneel down and address me as grandfather 300 times. While saying this, a fierce light flickered in Cao Dusheng's eyes. Zidancheng's expression changed, about to intervene. Zuan smiled. "Okay." Cao Dusheng nodded in satisfaction, then turned to look at Zidancheng and grinned. "Zidancheng, I look forward to seeing your performance at the Duoden Grand Meeting." With that, Cao Dusheng swaggered away laughing heartily. Zidancheng felt his heart sink. The immense confidence revealed in Cao Dusheng's words left him even more uncertain, especially since this bet not only concerned himself, but also Zuan's dignity. Losing was not an option. The pressure made Zidancheng's expression incredibly solemn. Just then, Don Lingson, who had witnessed everything on the side, sighed and said, "Mr. Z, if you would listen to my advice, do not participate in this Duoden Grand Meeting, and do not gamble with Cao Dusheng. It's crucial to leave the city of Wandan as soon as possible." Hearing this, Zidancheng, already tense, turned even paler. However, Zuan smiled lightly. "Oh, why do you say so?" Don Lingson gave Zu and a deep look. The man's recent words and actions made Don Lingson, who had built a great business from scratch, quite displeased. His arrogance was astounding to dare challenge someone like Cao Dusheng openly. Therefore, Don Lingson said lightly, "You and Mr. Z are unaware. In recent years, not only has Cao Dusheng's alchemy strength advanced by leaps and bounds, but he has also become renowned in front of the Master of Quenching Pills. Since the Quenching Pills Master ascended to the level of Earth Tier Alchemist 3 years ago, he has become the strongest expert in the Alchemy Guild and, after several years of development, has even taken control of half of Wandan City's industries. It can be said that today, the Alchemy Guild and Wandan City both follow the orders of the Quenching Pills Master alone. Under such overwhelming power, What chance do you have? Hearing Dong Lingxin's words, Zidan Cheng trembled all over. He had not expected that his old adversary would now wield such influence. If he had known, he would have reconsidered that bet just now. But Zuan laughed. Quenching Pills Master. Earth Tier Alchemist. Very well, I look forward to witnessing the skills of this self-proclaimed master firsthand. Dong Lingxin's expression changed, and her dislike for Zuan almost overflowed. In her eyes, this man was simply boasting. After all, the Quenching Pills Master was a renowned figure in alchemy for hundreds of years. Even if this man had been practicing since birth, he could not possibly reach the same heights as the Quenching Pills Master. So her gaze turned colder, and after saying a few more words to Zidan Cheng, she ordered accommodations for them and took her leave. Zidan Cheng naturally noticed this inconsistent attitude. However, Zuan merely smiled. No matter where one went, strength was respected, and there was nothing to criticize. Although Dong Lingxin was quite displeased, she still maintained proper manners, arranging a very clean courtyard for Zuan and his group, with dedicated servants. After Zuan and his companions settled in, before they could even finish a cup of tea, Zidan Cheng solemnly bowed to Zuan. Master Zhu, please instruct me in the art of alchemy. Zhu, and put down his teacup, looked at Zidan Cheng full of sincerity, and smiled slightly. Did you already guess that I would teach you alchemy? Zidan Cheng nodded. I had a hunch when you stood up for me. As Dong Lingxin said, Cao Dushen is now a formidable opponent, and with my current abilities, defeating him is near impossible. Zuan remained silent, picking up his teacup and slowly sipping. Zidan Cheng waited patiently by his side. It wasn't until after half a cup of tea had passed that Zuan looked at Zidan Cheng and said lightly, I have two paths for you to choose from. The first is for me to personally train you in a specific aspect of alchemy over the next few days until you can defeat Cao Dushen. Zidan Cheng contemplated for a moment before speaking seriously. May I ask, what is the second path? The second path is for you to refine your alchemical heart and become a true master of alchemy. Without hesitation, Zidan Cheng declared. Disciple chooses the second path. Zuan seemed to have anticipated Zidan Cheng's response and calmly said, Make sure you have thought it through. This second path is extremely dangerous, and a single mistake could lead to the shattering of your alchemical heart and your demise. Zidan Cheng showed no hesitation. With my age and talent, my achievements in alchemy have already reached their limit. Since the master has a way for me to refine my alchemical heart, I am willing to give it a try even if it means risking it all. Zhu, and nodded. Very well. In that case, I will assist you. With that, Zuan suddenly exclaimed, Look up. Zidan Cheng instinctively raised his head to look at Zuan. Zuan's eyes shone brightly, causing Zidan Cheng to shudder. His eyes quickly dimmed, as if his soul had suddenly vanished, and he slumped in his chair. Husband, what did you do? And Yan witnessed this scene, asking in astonishment. Zuan smiled faintly. 3 to 5 days is not enough time, so I just led him into his own heart demon realm to begin refining his alchemical heart. On Earth, Zuan had used this method to train the members of the Phoenix Special Forces, but this time, its power was even stronger. With just a single glance, it could plunge someone into the heart demon realm completely. In the following days, Zidan Cheng remained unconscious, spending his time in his own heart demon realm. Zuan watched over him. The heart demon realm was constructed from the deepest fears within a person's heart. If one couldn't overcome it, the result might be never waking up again, with no one able to help. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was the day before the Duodin Grand Meeting, yet Zidan Cheng still showed no signs of awakening. It was in this atmosphere that Dong Lingxin arrived. What is going on? Dong Lingxin looked at Xiao Danqing lying on the bed as if dead, her face full of confusion as she asked, He is practicing alchemy. Zuan said plainly, This is simply ridiculous. Dong Lingxin was thoroughly angry. As someone who operated a medicinal business in Wandon City, although she was not an alchemist, she had seen others practice alchemy before. They all spent their days thinking about how to refine medicines in front of the alchemy furnace. She had never seen this method of lying on the bed as if nothing was happening while practicing. Is there a problem? Zuan said calmly. Dong Lingxin took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. She didn't have a good impression of Zuan to begin with, and now she was even more convinced he was a fraud. But at this point, saying more would be futile, so she said, in a low voice, I don't care what you are doing, but I can only say now, if you want to stay alive, It's better to leave Wandan City as soon as possible, otherwise there will be no chance. Don Linkson came because she had heard some rumors from the outside world. Cao Dusheng was very confident in this upcoming match and had expressed multiple times his intention to make Zuan and Xiao Danqing look bad. Compared to Cao Dusheng's current status and position, Xiao Danqing, a mere person from the eastern region, seemed insignificant. The public opinion was heavily biased, with no one having confidence in Xiao Danqing's chances in this match. This was already bad enough, but Don Linkson had also learned many secrets through special channels. For example, Cao Dusheng had been secretly sending people to monitor the Huandan mansion. All these signs indicated that Cao Dusheng was not simply aiming to win this match. This discovery shocked Don Linkson. Although she did not approve of Zuan's actions, she still highly respected Xiao Danqing. That's why she wanted to persuade Zuan and Xiao Danqing to leave Wandan City at the last moment. After listening to Don Linkson's explanation, Zuan smiled. "Thank you for your kindness, but we will definitely participate in the match." Participate? How do you plan to participate? Carry the unconscious Xiao Danqing to compete with Cao Dusheng? Don Linkson pointed to Xiao Danqing lying on the soft bed, mocking. Just as she was about to continue, Zuan glanced at her. This glance made Don Linkson retract all her words, because she felt that Zuan's eyes were terrifying. That kind of cold, indifferent look made Don Linkson shiver slightly all over. Fortunately, Zuan just glanced at her and then retracted his gaze, continuing to drink his tea quietly. Don Linkson hesitated for a moment, softened her tone, and said, "Mr. Zhu, even if you don't plan to leave, tomorrow is the day of the match. Xiao Danqing is still unconscious, so how do you plan to compete?" Zhu and remained silent until he finished his tea and said faintly, "But it's not tomorrow yet, you ... Don Linkson felt frustrated and waved her hand. "Forget it. Since you are so stubborn, I can't be bothered to advise you anymore. Take care of yourself." With that, Don Linkson turned and left. Watching her back, Zuan smiled slightly. "Regardless, thank you for your kindness. I just want to try something." "Try what?" Don Linkson stopped in her tracks, turning back with curiosity. "I want to see if Xiao Danqing can overcome his inner demons on his own. That's why I will give him another night." Don Linkson clearly did not understand what Zuan meant, but in her eyes, his words were not to be believed. So after a few dry sneers, she walked away. Zuan turned to look at the still pale Xiao Danqing lying on the bed and said lightly, "Now, it's up to you. If you don't wake up, then tomorrow, I will kill that Cao Dusheng." The night passed quietly. When the first rays of morning sunlight shone into the room, Xiao Danqing on the soft bed still had a pale face, showing no signs of waking up. Zuan sighed softly. Inner demons are hard to overcome, so he had already anticipated this result. "Husband, did you fail?" Enyan stepped out from the inner room and asked. Zuan shook his head. "I set a time in his inner demon realm, so he must know today is the day of the match, but he still hasn't woken up, indicating that his chances of passing through the inner demon trial are very slim. What should we do?" Enyan also looked somewhat despondent. After all, Xiao Danqing had left a good impression on her during their journey. Zuan was silent for a moment, then stood up. "Since he can't wake up, then I will take care of this Cao Dusheng myself." Enyan nodded. But just as Zuan was about to walk out the door, Xiao Danqing lying on the bed suddenly moved his fingers. The movement was slight, but Zuan noticed it. Zuan stopped in his tracks. At that moment, Xiao Danqing's body trembled, then floated into the air, covered by layers of purple alchemy energy. A powerful aura of alchemy pressure emanated from him. Zuan was slightly surprised, then a faint smile appeared on his lips. "Not bad. You actually managed to wake up at the last moment." Just then, Xiao Danqing suddenly opened his eyes. The pupils of his eyes were filled with a purple mist symbolizing the supreme and noble status of alchemy. Where his gaze fell, illusory images of pills appeared in the air. Though with a few blinks from Xiao Danqing, these powerful and miraculous images gradually dissipated. Even the alchemical energy enveloping his body was retracted inside. In an instant, Xiao Danqing seemed like an ordinary old man, lacking the powerful aura he had before falling asleep. Xiao Danqing gradually regained consciousness from the confusion of just waking up, then carefully examined his hands and felt the surging alchemical power within his body. A look of joy appeared on his face involuntarily. Xiao Danqing took a step forward with forced calmness, respectfully giving a bow to Zuan. Disciple has not disappointed the great master's high hopes, finally defeating the inner demon. refining the alchemical heart, and breaking through. Although it was just a simple sentence, Zuan understood the difficulty behind it, so he smiled and nodded. Well done. Then he looked out the window. At this moment, the sky outside was already shrouded in layers of alchemical light left by traveling alchemists. Zuan said, indifferently, "Today is the day of the match. From now on, it's up to you." "Yes," Xiao Danqing replied respectfully, with a hint of purple light in his eyes. "Cao Dushen, for the humiliation you imposed on me, today, I will return it double." In the center of Wandan City stands a tall building. This 100-foot tall building, with its red and vermilion color, is the headquarters of the Dan Dao Guild. It is also the host of the annual Dan Dao competition. At this moment, in the spacious hall of the building, voices filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Dan masters from all over had gathered, in groups of 3s and 5s, sharing their experiences and insights from the past few years of alchemy. This gathering serves as an important function of the Dan competition. Given the vastness of the Geyser Star and the miles that separate territories, it is difficult for these Dan masters to communicate with their peers regularly. The Dan competition provides a rare platform for Dan masters from all sides to exchange information and trade the elixirs and recipes they need. At this moment, Cao Dusheng, dressed in a brand new black alchemical robe, walked in with a proud demeanor. At the sight of him, many Dan masters showed a hint of fear on their faces and started greeting him. "Greetings, Master Cao." "Mr. Cao, it's been a few days, and Mr. Dusheng's alchemy skills have improved, showing that he has a chance to reach the earth level in this lifetime." These compliments and greetings were endless, and Cao Dusheng enjoyed them greatly. He nodded arrogantly, with a mysterious smile on his face, and then walked into the alchemy room reserved for yellow-tier Dan masters and above. After he left, the conversation in the hall shifted to him. This Cao Dushen is really lucky. He was just an ordinary universe-tier Dan master at first, but somehow caught the attention of the master alchemist and became his disciple. Since then, his alchemical skills have soared, breaking through to the profound tier in just a few years. It's truly enviable. TSK. It's a shame he has a bad personality. I heard that after becoming the master alchemist's disciple, he started seeking revenge on those who had wronged him, some even just for not greeting him when they met, and suffered severe revenge. It seems this person is someone who bears grudges. Hearing this Dan master's story, everyone around fell silent, their faces becoming somewhat unnatural, because everyone was afraid that Cao Dushen would retaliate after hearing such words. Enough of that. Hey, have you heard? Cao Dusheng made a bet with a Dan master from the East Domain. Supposedly, the loser not only has to forfeit their skills, but also kneel down and call the winner grandfather 300 times. How did I not hear about this? The whole city of Wandan is buzzing with this news. The Eastern Domain Dan master is said to be called Little Dan Lord, but in reality, he's just a universe-tier Dan master. Hehe, it's going to be quite a spectacle. Who would have thought to provoke this guy? Amidst these discussions, Cao Dusheng sat in the alchemy room, receiving fragrant tea from a young boy and enjoying it slowly. At that moment, a servant walked in quietly. "Sir, what's the news?" Cao Dusheng didn't even look up. The news that just came back said that there is still no movement in the Dan Palace. And according to the rumors, this Xiaodan city seems to have been in a coma since you left and has not woken up. Coma? Hey, trying to fake death. Huh. Cao Dusheng's face showed a sinister smile at the words. Just then, a commotion was heard outside the alchemy room. Cao Dusheng was slightly startled and was about to go see what was going on when the door of the alchemy room was opened. A woman, dressed in moon-white alchemy robes, with sharp eyebrows and a delicate face, followed by several black-clad Dan masters, walked in gracefully. The Dan masters behind her showed great respect towards her. At the sight of her, Cao Dusheng's arrogance disappeared instantly, and he stood up, using a flattering tone to say, "So it's Lady Baiyu." The woman stopped in her tracks, glanced at Cao Dusheng, and nodded slightly. "It's Cao Dusheng. I see." Cao Dusheng trembled all over, his eyes showing a hint of joy. Excitedly, he said, "Yes, that's me." The reason Cao Dusheng was so respectful to this woman was because she was a legendary figure in the Dan Dao Guild. There were rumors in the Guild of the Seven Giants, but over the years, many Dan masters had either secluded themselves or perished. Today, the most powerful figure in the Dan Dao Guild is naturally the Master Alchemist. This woman, however, was no less, not only because of her alchemical skills, but also because of her name. Lu Baiyu, the second young lady of the Lu family in Chaoqiat district. Among the cultivators of the Geysi star, there is a saying that goes, poor sort, rich elixir. Poor sort refers to the fact that sword cultivators can practice on a budget, as they do not need to refine treasures and can make do with just a sword. Rich elixir, on the other hand, indicates that to become an alchemist, a strong financial backing is necessary. Even at the entry level, the required elixirs are astronomical. Lu Baiyu perfectly validated the truth of this saying. Since childhood, she had a penchant for alchemy, sought guidance from countless powerful den masters, and started refining elixirs at the age of 6. With the unparalleled financial support from the Lu family, her alchemy skills skyrocketed. She had already broken through to the peak of the profound tier at a young age, just a step away from stepping into the Earth tier realm. Even before becoming an Earth tier den master, Lu Baiyu remained a top figure in the Dan Dao Guild. Even the master alchemist had to show her respect. After all, who could have a conflict with money? That's why Cao Dusheng, who was always good at currying favor, treated her with such respect. I heard you made a bet with a Dan master from the Eastern Domain, Lu Baiyu asked lightly. She was not fond of Cao Dusheng, especially since he was under the master alchemist, so she had never paid much attention to him. But today, someone dared to bet with him on alchemy, which caught her interest. After all, the Lu family had just experienced a certain event, and it was a good time to attract a talented alchemist. Yes, Lu Baiyu's presence piqued Cao Dusheng's interest. He was not pleased with this woman, and since she was a disciple of the master alchemist, he had never bothered with her. But today, someone actually dared to bet with him on alchemy, so he needed to pay attention. Is that person here? Lu Baiyu asked. By now, there were many people in the alchemy room, all aware of Cao Dusheng's situation, and they were all curious. Cao Dusheng smiled complacently. I don't think he'll show up. Oh, why not? I just heard that he's been in a coma and probably wants to fake death to avoid this bet, Cao Dusheng said triumphantly. Lu Baiyu furrowed her brows slightly. Many people exchanged glances, all thinking that Cao Dusheng was up to something. Just then, a calm and gentle voice came from outside. Cao Dusheng, who said I want to fake death to avoid it. With his words, Zidan Cheng walked in. Cao Dusheng's face darkened as soon as he saw him, and then he coldly snorted. I thought you were pretending to be dead, and wouldn't dare to come. The current Zidan Cheng exuded a calm demeanor, devoid of any fireworks. Even when provoked by Cao Dusheng, he just smiled faintly. We agreed on a bet in advance. How could I not come? Cao Dusheng sneered. What? Is that alchemy master too scared to come? Master Zhu will arrive shortly. Let's start the competition now, just you and me, Zidan Cheng said lightly. Cao Dusheng was slightly stunned, feeling a hint of doubt rising in his heart because Zidan Cheng's demeanor seemed unusually calm. This was not in line with his past behavior. It seemed as if victory was assured. Meanwhile, Lu Baiyu had been observing Zidan Cheng. She noticed that this alchemist exuded a calm aura, but there was a hint of purple che in his eyes. This discovery made Lu Baiyu's heart stir. At this moment, Cao Dusheng grinned maliciously. Let's begin. I hope that if you lose later, you will abide by the bet, cripple your cultivation, and kneel down to call me grandfather. Zidan Cheng smiled faintly. I hope you will do the same. Seeing this, Cao Dusheng gritted his teeth, playing tricks. The alchemy competition had a complete set of alchemical equipment from the beginning, and betting on alchemy was not uncommon. However, because the opponents in today's competition were Cao Dusheng, a newcomer among alchemists, and an obscure alchemist from the eastern region, it attracted a crowd of onlookers. To judge from the alchemy guild in charge of the alchemy bet competition stepped onto the platform, expressionlessly and announced, this alchemical bet is voluntary for both sides, and all consequences are to be borne by the parties. Let the first round begin. Refine Elysian True Pill in 3 hours, without restrictions on pill furnace or alchemy techniques. Doom. This announcement caused a stir among many observing alchemists. Elysian True Pill, it's a celestial grade pill. To start with such a high grade pill, and only given 3 hours, the difficulty is simply too great. In the Gukik star, pills were divided into 5 ranks: human, earth, heaven, law, and Saint Grey. Human and earth grade pills were considered ordinary, and once reaching the heaven grade, the difficulty of refinement increased drastically. Many yellow-ranked or even mysterious-ranked alchemists required great effort to refine a qualified celestial grade pill. And in this alchemy competition, the first round was Elysian True Pill, which was considered top tier even among celestial grade pills, causing astonishment among the bystanders. This is probably requested by Cao Dusheng himself. After all, everyone in the Alchemy Guild has to show respect for the founder, Elder Kuden. It seems that Cao Dusheng came prepared. This Zidan Chen is in trouble now. Many alchemists were already skeptical of Zidan Chen, and now seeing this situation, they shook their heads one after another. Cao Dusheng, with an arrogant expression, said, "Zidan Chen, you can still admit defeat now." Zidan Chen shook his head. Master Zhu said that this time, only victory, Salat, but not defeat. To make you kneel down and call me grandfather, I cannot withdraw. With this statement, the alchemy room fell silent, as there was clearly no turning back. Indeed, Cao Dusheng's face turned livid. Fine. Very well. Since you are so obstinate, I will make you die a faster death. With that, Cao Dusheng flicked his sleeve, soared into the air, and headed straight for the till furnace that had already been prepared. Zidan Chen smiled, turned around, and calmly walked towards his own alchemy area. At this moment, Cao Dusheng pointed at the pill furnace. Doom. 5 colored flames rose from the furnace, forming a lotus shape. This beautiful fire-controlling technique received cheers from the audience. Feeling triumphant, Cao Dusheng deliberately glanced at Zidan Chen across from him. Zidan Chen was leisurely manipulating his pill furnace at this moment, showing no signs of impatience. Cao Dusheng couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Then, as if showing off, he smoothly began selecting the herbs like a flowing cloud and water. Elysian True Pill required over 100 types of herbs, each with different properties and varying quantities, with no room for error. A tiny mistake could ruin the entire batch of pills. Therefore, this process tested the basic skills of an alchemist. However, in Cao Dusheng's hands, everything was no longer a problem. Every movement of his was graceful and elegant, pleasing to the eye. In the blink of an eye, he had finished selecting the herbs. Meanwhile, Zidan Chen, who had just finished selecting the herbs, began to medicine in a calm and unhurried manner. The entire process showed no impatience or rush. Although it didn't look as aesthetically pleasing as Cao Dusheng's actions, upon closer observation, Zidan Chen's every move appeared natural and comfortable, giving a sense of satisfaction. Leave Baiyu's eyes lit up. Based on his technique alone, Zidan Chen's alchemy skills were far beyond those of an ordinary mysterious-ranked alchemist. But why was he only a yellow-ranked alchemist? Leave Baiyu pondered. Suddenly, a gleam of light appeared on Cao Dusheng's pill furnace. Wow. It's a gleam of light. The light indicates the arrival of at least a high-grade celestial-grade Elysian True Pill. This discovery surprised many alchemists, and Cao Dusheng was full of pride. He had chosen to refine the Elysian True Pill because it was the pill he cultivated the most. With the gleam of light, he felt confident that the victory was in his hands. But his pride lasted for less than a moment, as a few exclamations shattered it. Heavens, look over there. Everyone turned to look. On Zidan Chen's pill furnace, a rainbow light radiated, accompanied by a refreshing fragrance. This is the phenomenon that indicates the formation of a superior grade pill. Dan Cheng is of the best quality, radiating a colorful aura. These two discoveries have made all the alchemists in the venue somewhat restless. After all, even a mysterious tier alchemist who has spent several years refining pills may not necessarily see a colorful aura appearing in the furnace. Even an earthly tier alchemist would need to think it over. Yet today, it appeared in the hands of a yellow tier alchemist. How could this not be shocking? Cao Dusheng was staring in astonishment. How is this possible? In his impression, although the alchemy in Shaodong City is decent, the talent is too poor, unable to compare with himself. That's why he was defeated in the last alchemy competition against himself. Moreover, now that he has joined under the tutelage of the master alchemist, his strength has made tremendous progress. Logically, Shaodong City should be far inferior to him. But why, under his somewhat clumsy techniques, would a colorful aura appear? Cao Dusheng could not understand the reason. Lu Baiyu nodded silently. She has already stepped into the ranks of earthly tier alchemists and, due to the wealth of the Lu family, her perspective is much higher than that of ordinary alchemists. She was the only one in the audience who could see the profound aspects of Shaodong City's pill refining technique just now. The complexity of alchemy means that in order to refine a top-quality pill, Extremely elaborate preparations are required. Yet Shoudon City's technique and movements during pill refining might appear clumsy, but in fact, it is a very clever method, because he simplified all unnecessary steps and techniques. Each step he took was done in the simplest and most efficient way. This may sound simple, but only when you do it will you realize the difficulty involved, because in the world, it is always easier to add than to subtract. Lu Baiyu also felt a twinge of doubt, because this type of pill refining technique can only be mastered through refining countless furnaces of pills. Even Lu Baiyu, who had been smashing out countless celestial crystals since childhood, could not reach this level at the moment. How did Shoudon City achieve this? Could it be that he is wealthy enough to use heavenly tier pills for practice every day? Lu Baiyu was puzzled. Only Shoudon City himself understands what's going on. These recent days of unconsciousness were not a waste of time. After Zuan immersed his spiritual consciousness into the heart demon secret realm, though it seemed like he had only been unconscious for a few days externally, for Shoudon City, it felt like several decades had passed. During these decades, Shoudon City had to endure the terrifying pressure of his own heart demon every day and madly refine pills under that pressure. In that spiritual realm transformed by the heart demon, there were endless spiritual herbs available for use. If it were just this, it would be one thing. The key was that every day, Shoudon City had to refine pills according to the demands of the heart demon. If he made a slight mistake and the pills did not meet the requirements, they would be devoured by the heart demon. Under the excruciating pain of being devoured by the heart demon, an ordinary person probably wouldn't last more than a few days before completely going insane. But Shoudon City miraculously persisted. Not only did he persist, but he also used all his mental strength every day to ponder and research while refining pills. As Zuan and many others have said, Shoudon City's talent in alchemy is not particularly outstanding. However, during these long decades, Shoudon City abandoned all distracting thoughts, with only one thing in his mind every day, that is to refine pills. Zuan once said that what he lacked was a fearless heart, and this heart demon secret realm was the process through which he rediscovered that fearlessness. In the end, under the near-tyrannical pressure he imposed on himself, he finally refined a pill powerful enough to defeat the heart demon and woke up. Therefore, Shoudon City could face this gambling battle so calmly at this moment. Compared to the heart demon, this competition seemed like a joke. As time passed, the colorful aura above the pill furnace in front of Shoudon City became more intense. Despite this, Shoudon City continued to adjust the pill fire without changing his expression, impeccable in every step. In contrast, Cao Dusheng was now in disarray. Especially when he saw the colorful aura intensifying, his mindset completely collapsed. With his mindset shattered, his techniques naturally became disorderly. The careful adjustment of the pill fire that should have been made started to become neglectful. Finally, there was a dull sound. A wisp of blue smoke rose from the pill furnace in front of Cao Dusheng. The already dim colorful aura had long dissipated. A burnt smell filled the air. His Lishan true pill was ruined. Cao Dusheng stood there pale-faced. At that moment, Shoudon City across from him gave a light shout. Condense the pill. The colorful aura promptly entered the pill furnace. The furnace began to tremble slightly. Suddenly, the lid of the furnace flew into the air. A pill shrouded in flames, emanating a powerful pill energy, flew out and circled around Shoudon City several times before gently landing on a green jade tray. Heaven tier top quality. Exactly, absolutely a heaven tier top quality Lishan true pill. The alchemists exclaimed in admiration, and their gazes towards Shoudon City became even more awestruck. In the alchemy world, respect is earned through alchemy skills. Shoudon City just proved his strength indisputably through his alchemy skills, naturally earning the of many alchemists. The adjudicator from the Alchemy Guild glanced at Cao Dusheng with a hint of hesitation and regret in his eyes, then slowly announced, "First round, Shoudon City wins." If the results were not so different, he might have helped Cao Dusheng out of the situation. But now, with one side successfully refining a heaven-tier pop-quality pill within less than 3 hours, and the other ending up with pill destruction, even a blind person could not argue for Cao Dusheng's victory. Therefore, in the first round, Shoudon City secured victory with an overwhelming advantage. Usually, a pill gambling battle consists of 3 rounds and 2 victories. Therefore, the next round is crucial. At this moment, this gambling battle has already attracted countless alchemists to watch. Many who were originally prepared to compete in alchemy have all given up on their thoughts and come to watch this rare spectacle. Now, Cao Dusheng's face is extremely unsightly, staring fixedly at Shoudon City. Old man, you caught a break in this round. Next, I'll make you see. Shoudon City remained calm and composed, with a faint smile. Very well, I await it. Doom. If the scorching sun dawn just now was likened to a small earthquake, then the appearance of the profound dark art scripture den is no less than a hurricane passing through. Countless alchemists looked at each other in disbelief, thinking they must have misheard. Even Labayu, who had been watching coldly from the side, was somewhat stunned. Is this for real? It's actually the profound dark art scripture den. This is clearly bullying. Who doesn't know that this is the specialty skill of the true den ancestor? And this is a P-tier dawn with a trace of the essence of a law dan. How could a yellow-tier alchemist possibly refine it? That's right, Cao Dusheng clearly is desperate to win and intends to turn the tables using this. It's not surprising that these alchemists were so shocked. It was entirely because this profound dark art scripture den is an extremely unique type of rare dawn. In the Alchemy Guild, many well-known dawn netizens existed, such as the just refined scorching sun dawn. As long as your rank as an alchemist is high enough, you can generally refine them. But this profound dark art scripture den is different. Firstly, the ingredients for this dawn are hard to find and the conditions are strict. Secondly, and most importantly, there is only one simple dawn formula circulating for this dawn. You see, when it comes to refining a dawn, it's not just about having the right spiritual herbs. If the necessary conditions and secrets are not passed on to you clearly, you may never be able to refine it in your lifetime. The reason for this is precisely because this dawn is the secret technique of the true den ancestor. It can even be said that this dawn was created solely by the true den ancestor himself. Now, for Cao Dusheng, who is a disciple of the true den ancestor, to want to refine this dawn for a gamble, it's blatantly bullying people. Naturally, this made many alchemists feel indignant. Cao Dusheng paid no attention to this and smirked at Zi Dancheng opposite him. "Zi old man, what do you say? Do you have the courage to compete with me in this round? Of course, if you feel you can't beat me, it would be a pity to concede. Why don't we call it a tie? What do you think?" Zi Dancheng's expression turned extremely ugly. In the decades spent in the Mind Demon realm, he had refined all peak-tier dans. The only exception was the likes of the profound dark art scripture dan. In fact, even if he wanted to refine it, he couldn't, because these dans, though they have formulas, are as good as not having any. So, when faced with Cao Dusheng's taunts, he could only be at a loss. Cao Dusheng, seeing this scene, couldn't help but smirk smugly. "No need to struggle, you'd better concede this round early." Just then, Zuan slowly walked in and said calmly, "Zi Dancheng, I'll take this round." Upon seeing Zuan appear, Zi Dancheng trembled all over, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. He immediately said, "Yes," and then turned to look at Cao Dusheng. "I concede this round." Cao Dusheng, feeling as if he had been caught by the neck, choked back his laughter and then stared at Zuan fiercely, saying with a sneer, "You dare to show up?" Zuan smiled faintly. "Why wouldn't I dare? After all, I have to wait for you to kneel before me and call me grandpa." "You?" Cao Dusheng was furious. The alchemists in the audience looked at Zuan with amazed eyes, clearly not understanding what this man was up to. At this moment, Zuan walked over to Zi Dancheng, glanced at the scorching sun dawn on the jade plate, and said with a smile, "Well done." Zi Dancheng stood respectfully on the side, like a primary school student, waiting for Zuan's instructions. This scene made Labayu, who had been watching everything attentively, slightly stunned. She had just thought that this young man was Zi Dancheng's nephew, but seeing the current situation, it seemed to be the other way around. At this moment, Zuan spoke to the judge. "Since he's going to refine the profound dark art scripture dan, can the dawn formula be shown to us?" The judge was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, "Of course." With that, he motioned to a child, who brought a small box over to Zuan. The alchemists below started to discuss. "What is this for? Are they starting to research the dawn formula now? Haha, isn't this a joke? Even if he takes the dawn formula home to research for a year, he probably won't figure it out." The sarcastic voices filled the air. Zuan, however, seemed not to hear them, took out the dawn formula from the small box, glanced at it for a moment, then closed his eyes slowly. Seeing this scene, Cao Dusheng snickered disdainfully. TSK, he's quite the actor. Just by looking at the dawn formula, he thinks he can figure out how to refine the profound dark art scripture Dan. Who does he think he is? It's really... Before he could finish, Zuan suddenly opened his eyes, a powerful aura exuding from him, causing Cao Dusheng to swallow his words. Zuan then retracted his gaze, turned to Zidan Cheng, and said calmly, "The person who wrote this dawn formula is either foolish or malicious. Many things are confused. Now, I will tell you the correct method of refinement." Upon hearing this, many alchemists shook their heads silently, some even looked at Zuan with mocking expressions. Just looking at a dawn formula could allow you to replicate the dawn, and it seemed as though he wanted to improve this profound dark art scripture Dan. It's like a fool's dream. Cao Dusheng sneered, convinced that Zuan was a complete fraud. Only Li Baiyu noticed the scene just now, her heart slightly moved, and her gaze towards Zuan became somewhat unusual. This person is interesting. Regardless of how others viewed him, in Zidan Cheng's eyes, Zuan's words were irrefutable truths. So, he immediately nodded and said, "Yes, Master." Zuan, of course, wouldn't teach Zidan Cheng step by step how to refine it. In fact, if explained in words, it would take at least a day. So Zuan directly transmitted a divine thought to Zidan Cheng, passing on his insights. Zidan Cheng trembled all over, crazily absorbing the vast information contained in the divine thought given by Zuan. Previously, it might have taken Zidan Cheng half a day to recover from such an impact, but through the tempering of the mind demon, his mind was already resilient enough. Therefore, in just a few breaths, he recovered and then looked at Zuan with profound awe. At the same time, the East Lingson of the Juyan Palace sat in her study, feeling somewhat uneasy. Today was the day of the Dan contest, and she didn't know if Mr. Z had woken up yet. Everything was because of that despicable guy. If it weren't for him, Mr. Z wouldn't have made a bet with Cao Dusheng. As a merchant engaged in the business of alchemy medicine in Wandan City, East Lingson was more aware than anyone else of the terrifying power of the current patriarch of the refining Den sect. It could be said that 80% of the alchemy business in Wandan City was monopolized by this patriarch. This was the reason why East Lingson strongly opposed their gambling against Cao Dusheng. Even if you win, so what? The power under the patriarch of refining Dan was vast. Dealing with a few foreign alchemists was simply too easy, especially when Zidan Cheng had just started in the Juyan Palace. He had once helped East Lingson. East Lingson always remembered this, so she didn't want anything to happen to Zidan Cheng. With this in mind, she contemplated for a moment and decided to visit the courtyard where Zuan lived again. No matter what, it was always better to have them leave Wandan City. But just as she reached the doorway of the study, a maidservant hurriedly ran in. "Miss, I sent someone to deliver tea and food to Mr. Zhao Sai, but they found that the courtyard was empty." "What?" East Lingson was shocked. "Are you sure?" "Miss, I personally went to check, and indeed, there was no one there. Not even Mr. Z, who was unconscious." East Lingson thought to herself that it was not good. They must have gone to the Dan Tower to participate in the Dan contest. Thinking of this, East Lingson gritted her teeth, feeling increasingly angry at Zuan's actions. But since things had come to this, she could only find a way to remedy the situation. Therefore, she said, in a deep voice, "Arrange a few people. Never mind, I'll go myself." With that, she strode out. The maidservant called after her, "Miss, you haven't changed into your outdoor clothes yet. Forget it. There's no time." East Lingson said, leaving the room and heading towards the Den Tower. In the central domain, almost everyone practiced cultivation. Even East Lingson had impressive cultivation skills. In the blink of an eye, she arrived in front of the Dan Tower in the city center. Here, there were already crowds of people, with snippets of conversation about the Dan contest and gambling reaching East Lingson's ears. East Lingson's heart sank, knowing she had arrived late. Frazzled, she pushed her way into the Dan Tower. East Lingson was in the business of alchemy medicine, so she naturally had dealings with the Alchemy Guild. The guards at the entrance also recognized her. "Shopkeeper Dawn, how come you have time to come and see the excitement?" One of the guards said with a smile. Without wasting time on pleasantries, East Lingson hurriedly asked, "Is Mr. Cao inside?" She was afraid to ask about Mr. Zidan Cheng and the others, fearing the guards wouldn't know. Indeed, the guard chuckled. "Of course, he's inside. And I heard he's gambling with a group of farmers from the East Domain. To dare gamble with Mr. Cao on alchemy, they must be tired of living. East Linkson became more agitated at the words and, after thanking the guard, rushed into the hall of the den tower. Inside, there were alchemists of yellow and even black grades gathered, all staring blankly at the ongoing contest between Zidancheng and Cao Dusheng on the high platform. East Linkson breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Zidancheng standing unharmed on the platform. Thankfully, she hadn't arrived too late. She then noticed Lu Baiyu standing beside the high platform and quickly approached him. Master Ryu. East Linkson's call startled Lu Baiyu, who was lost in thought. When he turned to see East Linkson, he was slightly surprised. Why are you here? East Linkson looked anxious and said, Master Ryu, I'm here to ask you for a favor. What is it? The one who is currently gambling with Cao Dushen is a friend of mine. Can you do something to stop this gambling, or else my friend is in grave danger? East Linkson pleaded earnestly. Lu Baiyu looked at East Linkson with a strange gaze upon hearing her request. East Linkson, thinking he was reluctant to help, hurriedly said, Master Ryu, I am begging you on this matter. Please act quickly, or else my friend, Mr. Z, will be doomed. Lu Baiyu shook his head. East Linkson's heart sank, and she was about to speak when Lu Baiyu chuckled. Who says your friend will die if we delay a moment, isn't it? East Linkson was puzzled. Lu Baiyu pointed to the platform. Just now, your friend had a bet with Cao Dusheng and won. What? East Linkson could hardly believe her ears. She had thought Zidancheng had come to gamble with Cao Dusheng with the belief that he would die, but he had actually won. Just then, the second round of gambling had begun. Zuan's words had caused a commotion in the crowd, and East Linkson was also among them. She stared dazedly at Zuan standing proudly on the platform when suddenly a thought occurred to her. Could it be that she had been wrong all along? Was this man not a fraud, but a genuinely talented alchemist? At that moment, Lu Baiyu, who was standing beside her, said, in a faint voice, This man is extraordinary. Hearing Lu Baiyu's evaluation, East Linkson was even more astonished. She could only watch in amazement as the two sides competed on the platform. Cao Dusheng was confident of winning this round. After all, to ensure his victory, he had sought advice from his master, the Patriarch of Refining Den, before the gambling began. As the founder of this den method, the Patriarch of Refining Dawn's experience was the most accurate. We saw him almost instinctively dividing the spiritual herbs with skillful movements. On the other hand, Zidancheng's movements were slower and more hesitant. Time passes by minute. 7 hours later, a large wheel-like treasure-colored pill aura appeared above Cao Dusheng's alchemy furnace. This indicated that the mystical yin and yang pill he was refining had gradually begun to take shape. Seeing this scene, everyone turned to look at Zidancheng, who was still calmly adjusting the flames of his alchemy furnace, shaking their heads in disbelief. Another hour passed. Pleasant sounds emerged from Cao Dusheng's alchemy furnace. The pill is moving. This furnace of mystical yin and yang pill is stable. The so-called pill movement refers to the formation of the pill, which produces various wonderful sounds due to the condensed spiritual energy. This also indicated that the quality of this batch of pills was very high. With a triumphant expression on his face, Cao Dusheng glanced at Zidancheng. At that moment, there was no movement in Zidancheng's alchemy furnace, not even a hint of pill aura. This discovery made Cao Dusheng even more confident, believing that he had already won. Half an hour later, the pill aura above Cao Dusheng's furnace became even denser, and the pill movements became louder. Suddenly, a burst of light shot out from the furnace, and the pill aura in the air surged into the furnace. The pill movement abruptly stopped. Is it done? Just as the thought arose in the minds of the alchemists, Cao Dusheng laughed triumphantly, saying, Zidancheng, the treasure pill is complete. Let's see how you can beat me. As he spoke, a dazzling pill rose from the furnace, covering the entire alchemy room with pill aura. It's actually a high-quality pill of the heavenly tier. I didn't expect Cao Dusheng's alchemy skills to be so powerful, being able to refine a heavenly tier mystical yin and yang pill. The alchemists couldn't help but marvel at it. Even Lu Baiyu, who had always disliked Cao Dusheng, had to admit that the mystical yin and yang pill he had refined was indeed well made. With extreme pride, Cao Dusheng caught the pill on a jade plate and glanced at Zidancheng with a sneer. Zidancheng, if you admit defeat now, it might not be too late. But Zidancheng remained unperturbed, continuing to refine the pills methodically. Cao Dusheng sneered. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Ha, fine. Let's see what kind of nonsense you can come up with in the end. At that moment, Dong Linkson hesitantly asked, Lady Baiyu, Does Mr. Z still have a chance to win? Le Bayou shook her head lightly. It's very difficult. Almost half a day has passed, and he hasn't even produced a hint of pill aura. With the little time left, how could he possibly refine a heavenly tier exotic pill? Upon hearing this, Don Linkson's face turned pale. Although she wanted to say something, she ultimately let out a sigh. She had done her best. She only hoped that after losing the bet, Mr. Z could preserve his life. With that thought, Don Linkson couldn't help but look at Zuan, who was sitting on the high platform sipping tea leisurely, seemingly unfazed and calm throughout the tense situation. Time quietly passed amid the thoughts of everyone. 10 hours. 11 hours. Finally, just 3/4 of an hour before a full 12 hours had passed, there was still no pill aura emanating from Zidan Cheng's furnace. Almost everyone lost confidence upon seeing this. Cao Dusheng became impatient and said mockingly, Zidan Cheng, there's only 3/4 of an hour until 12 hours are up. How long do you want to delay? Surrender now, and I might show mercy and lessen your punishment. However, Zidan Cheng remained unmoved, without a hint of change in his expression. Cao Dusheng grew impatient and directed his taunts at Zuan, who was sitting beside him sipping tea. Ignoring Cao Dusheng's threats, Zuan calmly lowered his teacup, lazily stretched, and said, How much time is left? The timekeeper responded, 2.5 quarters left. Zuan smiled subtly and said to Zidan Cheng, It's almost time, isn't it? Zidan Cheng then emerged from his trance-like state of alchemy and declared, The fire is ready. All right. Condense the pill. With Zuan's command, Zidan Cheng concentrated, emitting a dense purple aura, indicating he was a sublime tier alchemist. People murmured in slight surprise at his status, but even being a sublime tier alchemist wouldn't matter now. Unless he could produce a pill that surpassed Cao Dusheng's, he would still lose. Zidan Cheng formed hand seals continuously, turning the fire in the furnace into a blue lotus. Condense the pill, he softly commanded. The furnace, initially calm, began to tremble. The trembling started mildly but soon intensified. Despite the intense shaking, there was no pill aura escaping. Seeing this, Cao Dusheng burst into laughter. Seems like a big show. Is this furnace going to explode? As soon as he said that, the furnace exploded, and a ball of blue light leapt out, hovering silently in midair. It seemed like an unfinished product with no pill aura or pill might. Cao Dusheng sneered, After all this commotion, you've refined such a useless pill? It's laughable. Zidan Cheng smiled at Cao Dusheng. Don't rush. This is its true form. With a gesture, Zidan Cheng cracked the shell of light enveloping the pill with a faint sound. The pill released a powerful aura, causing the entire alchemy room to tremble, and various visions appeared due to the overflowing pill aura. No wonder she was so shocked, because this pill contained hint of the aura of a law pill, and it could even be said that it was only a step away from advancing to a law pill. This also meant that Zidan Cheng had already stepped into the ranks of Earth-level alchemists. And what level of cultivation must this man who could modify pill formulas be? Li Baiyu looked curiously at Zuan on the side. At this moment, Zidan Cheng stood with his hands down, and said lightly, This pill was refined according to the improved pill formula by Master Zhu. I call it, Zhuaning Creation Pill. Doom. This sentence caused a huge sensation again. In the world of alchemy, only newly created pills that no one has made before can be worthy of the word creation. But saying it is easy, doing it is difficult. From ancient times to the present, how many brilliant alchemists have tried to refine a truly successful pill of creation without success? But no one can come up with any rebuttal. Because that pill quietly floated in the air, its power was clearly visible to all. Cao Dusheng was dumbfounded, looking at this pill as if he had seen a ghost, muttering to himself, How is this possible? How could he improve such a powerful pill with just one glance at the pill formula? At this moment, Zidan Cheng coldly said, Cao Dusheng, do you have anything to say now? Cao Dusheng trembled, his face turning pale visibly. Then he looked towards the judge for help. But the judge was too stunned by the Zhuaning creation pill to pay attention to Cao Dusheng. After a while, he reluctantly said, In the second round, Zidan Cheng from the Eastern Territory wins. No one had any objections to this result. Only Cao Dusheng gradually fell into despair, because he knew he had lost, and lost badly. Zidan Cheng sneered, Cao Dusheng, you lose the bet. Now kneel down and start shouting. Remember, 300 cries of grandfather, not one less. Cao Dusheng's face turned white. For a cultivator, this kind of punishment is even more terrifying than death. You ... he stammered, trying to find an excuse to evade. Just then, a cold voice came from the air, to be able to see through my Zhuaming Tai till at a glance and improve upon it. Young man, you truly surprise me. With the words, a dark-clothed old man descended from the sky with his hands behind his back, appearing on the platform. This old man had a sharp nose and eyes, wearing a pure black alchemy robe with gold edges, exuding dominance without anger. Seeing this person, all the alchemists in the audience whispered in awe, then respectfully bowed. Greetings, elder ancestor. Greetings, master tempering alchemy. Yes, it was none other than the top figure in the Alchemy Guild, the master tempering alchemy, who could make the entire city tremble with a stomp of his foot. Cao Dushen was overjoyed, and he directly prostrated himself in front of the master tempering alchemy, saying with great respect, Master, disciple Cao Dushen pays his respects. Useless thing. Step aside. The master tempering alchemy reprimanded. Yes. Cao Dushen did not dare to be neglectful and quickly stood aside, but his face showed a deep sense of joy. This was great. His master was here. Let's see who dares to defy now. Cao Dushen was excited in his heart. However, while he was pleased, Zidan Cheng's face turned extremely ugly, because he was well aware of the reputation of this master tempering alchemy. Before he could speak, Zuan on the side raised his eyes to look at the master tempering alchemy and said lightly, Are you the master of Cao Dushen, the master tempering alchemy? The master tempering alchemy nodded proudly. Yes, that's me. Zuan smiled. You came neither too early nor too late, but precisely when your disciple lost. What does that mean? This statement made many people change color involuntarily. Since the master tempering alchemy attained the rank of earth-level alchemist, no one had dared to speak to him like this. Indeed, the master tempering alchemy's eyes flashed with coldness. Then he sneered, Young man, your skills are indeed impressive, and I admire that, but I hope you can see the situation clearly before speaking. Oh, the situation? Zuan said with some amusement, then said calmly, But in gambling, you must be willing to admit defeat. Your disciple has now lost to us, so naturally he must adhere to the terms of the bet. Is there a problem? At these words, the master tempering alchemy chuckled darkly. Of course not. But the one who made the bet with my disciple was him, not you. Crossing his arms, Zuan squinted his eyes and said, So what? The master tempering alchemy smirked triumphantly. It doesn't matter, but in our alchemy guild, there is a rule that higher-ranking alchemists have the right to command lower-ranking alchemists. In other words, when I speak, he must obey. Then the master tempering alchemy turned to Zidan Cheng and said lightly, I command you to let this matter pass. Do not hold a grudge. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the Alchemy Guild. Do you understand? Zidan Cheng's eyes were filled with a sense of humiliation, but he had no choice but to bow his head. Because there was indeed such a rule within the Alchemy Guild, he had to obey. If he were truly expelled from the Alchemy Guild, it would mean that he could no longer obtain even a single spiritual herb from the major trading houses, nor could he sell the pills he refined. This was akin to a throat clamp that forced him to comply. Seeing this scene, many of the alchemists in the audience also hung their heads in disappointment, because they too were victims of this rule, but they were powerless to change it. On the other hand, Cao Dushen laughed smugly, even taunting Zidan Cheng with a polite salute. I'm sorry, it seems that this bet can only end like this. The master tempering alchemy was known to favor Cao Dushen, so he was now absolutely sure. Without the previous panic, the master tempering alchemy snorted, then said coldly, Let's go, disciple. With that, the two turned to leave. The atmosphere in the room relaxed. No matter what, it was the best result that the master tempering alchemy didn't get angry. As long as they left, this matter would be considered closed. However, at that moment, Zuan calmly said, Wait a minute. The two halted their steps, and the master tempering alchemy turned around, his eyes gleaming with cold light. Is there something else? With his arms crossed, Zuan said casually, I just want to tell you that this gambling match is far from over. At this, the expressions of many alchemists in the room changed when they looked at Zuan. He felt that the main reason he lost this gambling duel was largely due to this Zuan. Zuan revealed his white teeth and smiled slightly. That's right, I may not be a Dan master now, but soon, I will be. What do you mean? Cao Dushen was taken aback, and ignored him, and instead looked at the Dan's old ancestor with a stern tone. Didn't you just say that higher-level Den Masters have the authority to command low-level Den Masters? Okay. Next, I will advance to a higher level than you. With this statement, the whole scene fell into dead silence. It wasn't until a moment later that someone couldn't help but chuckle. Then the whole audience burst into laughter. Among them, Cao Dusheng laughed the most exaggeratedly. I thought you had something important to say. Zhu, I truly admire your courage. But did you not inquire about what rank my master is before saying this? To Danzu, old ancestor was not angry but laughed instead. Then said with a playful tone, Young man, your courage is truly commendable, but what you speak of is simply impossible, because I am a ground-level Den Master. If you want to surpass me, you have to become a sky-level Den Master. Hearing this, Zuan nodded thoughtfully. All right, then I will advance to become a sky-level Den Master. The laughter in the audience grew louder at this point. Even Lu Baiyu couldn't help but shake her head with a bitter smile. Don Lingxin, however, whispered in confusion, Why is everyone laughing? Great Baiyu, Lu Baiyu replied calmly. Although you do business with alchemy pills, you don't understand the situation of Dan Masters. People are laughing because this man is spouting nonsense. Sky-level Dan Master. Ha ha. Since the fall of the Dan King 1,300 years ago, no one has been able to advance to become a sky-level Den Master. Some even say that the Dan King from 1,300 years ago cut off the path to becoming a sky-level Den Master. Furthermore, he isn't even a low-level Den Master at the moment. Lu Baiyu's eyes flickered as she said softly, Indeed, the Danzu old ancestor sneered at this moment. Young man, I was almost moved by your courage. But if you truly want to become a sky-level Den Master, you should become at least a lower-level wasteland Den Master first. This statement elicited more laughter from the surrounding people. Zidan Cheng couldn't help but say in a low voice, Master Zhu, why don't we just forget about it? We didn't lose out on this matter. Zidan Cheng's voice grew quieter. He realized that Zuan's eyes were getting brighter, his aura growing colder, and he couldn't help but swallow his words. After that, Zuan glanced at the sky outside and said faintly, It should be about time now. This statement puzzled many people. Danzu old ancestor snorted coldly and decided to ignore Zuan, turning to leave. However, at that moment, the door of the alchemy room was suddenly pushed open, and a large group of people rushed in from outside. Hey, aren't these the elders in charge of assessing the ranks of Den Masters in the guild? Lu Baiyu was taken aback, feeling puzzled. Not only her, but all the Dan Masters were puzzled. The leading assessor approached Zhu, and nervously asked, May I ask if Mr. Zuan is the one who refined this pill in the alchemy room yesterday? Saying this, the assessor carefully took out a jade box from his chest. When he opened it, a powerful Danwei instantly swept through the venue. One Den Master exclaimed, It's the Supreme Infinite Pill. This is a legal pill. Not only that, it seems to be a middle-grade legal pill. This caused a stir in the audience. Zuan nodded lightly. That's right. It was me. These assessors, who usually didn't participate in the activities of the Dan Guild, but were solely responsible for assessing the ranks of Den Masters, showed expressions of joy at his words. The lead assessor took a deep breath, stepped forward, took out an exquisite Den robe, a black robe with golden embroidery on the edge. Then he handed it to Zuan with both hands. Mr. Zhu, you have successfully passed the assessment of the guild's ground-level Den Master. This is your Den robe. The whole venue fell into silence. Countless people stared in disbelief at this scene, as if they had seen a ghost. That was a ground-level Den Master. The reason why the Danzu old ancestor could be so domineering was that he was the only ground-level Den Master left in the Dan Guild today. But when did this man pass the assessment? Many people were puzzled. Cao Dusheng was shaking all over, then shouted at the top of his lungs, This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. This Zhu guy has been here fighting with the Den since yesterday. How could he have time to refine a Supreme Infinite Pill and become a ground-level Den Master? This must be a mistake. It's no wonder he reacted so strongly. It was because the news was too shocking. But before he could finish speaking, the elder assessor glared and landed a slap on him. Nonsense. Are you doubting us assessors? Although these assessors usually didn't get involved in the operation of the Dan Guild, because their work involved the evaluation of every Den Master's rank, even the Danzu old ancestor had to show them respect and not provoke them. So even though Cao Dusheng's eyes were seeing stars from the slap, he didn't dare say a word. At this time, Zuan said calmly, Who said I didn't have time to refine pills? You must know, I only entered during your second round of competition. This reminded many people that Zuan did indeed enter midway, but the first round only took 2 or 3 hours. How did he break through the 6 levels of wasteland, flood, time, space, yellow, and mysterious to become a ground-level then master in such a short time? Sensing the doubts of the crowd, the assessor stroked his beard, filled with adoration, and said, Mr. Zhu refined this supreme infinite pill in less than 3 hours and broke through 6 ranks, becoming a ground-level den master in one go. With this statement, everyone was shocked. Within less than 3 hours, he successfully refined a magical pill, broke through 6 levels with one move, and even had the elders of the evaluation committee personally come to bestow honors. This explosive series of events caused everyone's minds to be a bit muddled, especially for Lu Baiyu, who had been trapped at the pinnacle of profound realm, unable to fully step into the earth realm. As an alchemist, she was now looking at Zuan in shock. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine that this man would be so powerful. Just moments ago, he was an ordinary person with no rank, but in the blink of an eye, he donned a black robe and became a powerful Earth Realm alchemist. This sudden transformation made Lu Baiyu find it somewhat difficult to accept. Now, am I qualified, Zhu? And stood with hands behind his back, his tone indifferent. Suddenly, everyone's gaze fell upon the ancestral alchemist. This ancestral alchemist's expression was constantly changing, and his eyes, sharp as an eagle's, flickered with complex light. But soon, he regained his composure, and then smirked, saying, Young man, it seems I had underestimated you. To refine a magical pill within 3 hours and successfully advance to become an Earth Realm alchemist, your strength deserves my respect. With that, the ancestral alchemist turned to the trembling Cao Dusheng on the side and said, Kneel down and apologize. Cao Dusheng trembled all over, not daring to resist. Yes. Yes, he said as he shakily knelt on the ground. Zhu Darren, everything is because of me. If you, sir, can overlook my mistake this time, I beg for forgiveness. Gone was his previous arrogance in his words. The onlookers fell silent. They understood that it was all because Zuan had proven his formidable strength. The ancestral alchemist's actions were not necessarily out of fear towards Zuan, but rather a pure respect for a strong individual. When Zuan was not yet an Earth Realm alchemist, Cao Dushen, as his disciple, naturally received preferential treatment and protection from the ancestral alchemist. However, now that Zuan had become an equal to him, the ancestral alchemist did not hesitate to make his disciple kneel and apologize. For him, a mere disciple was not worth offending an Earth Realm alchemist. Many people didn't see anything wrong with this, as this world was always so realistic. At this moment, the ancestral alchemist casually said, Zuan, your alchemy skills are good. This small matter shouldn't cause any grudge between us. In my opinion, let's just let this matter go. What do you say? Hearing this, the crowd collectively breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this matter would be resolved. After all, the ancestral alchemist's current attitude was already considered a concession. To him, who had always been arrogant, this was quite commendable. But what no one expected was that when Zuan on the platform heard this, a cold smile appeared on his lips, and he said calmly, Let it go. Hehe, who said I would let it go with you? With that said, the ancestral alchemist's expression changed drastically, his eyes bursting with cold hostility. And he said in a chilly tone, Zuan, do you think I am afraid of you, Zhu? And shook his head. Whether you fear me or not, what I said just now is true. Since you said that high-level alchemists have the power over lower-level alchemists, then I will make you acknowledge defeat. So, I will prove myself as a heavenly realm alchemist. Even the alchemist elders responsible for the assessment were stunned. Proving as a heavenly realm alchemist, how long had it been since those simple 6 words had resounded in the alchemist guild? People had even come to accept that an Earth Realm alchemist was the highest rank, as for over 1,000 years, no one had been able to advance further. Countless brilliant talents had faded into obscurity, leading many to lose hope and believe that the path to becoming a heavenly realm alchemist was blocked, and that it was no longer possible for people to advance. Even these elder alchemists believed that a heavenly realm alchemist was just a myth. So, when Zuan uttered those 6 words, these elders were all shocked. At that moment, however, the ancestral alchemist burst into laughter. Laughter filled with contempt, Zhu, and paid no mind and simply looked at him with a shrug. After a moment, the laughter ceased, and the ancestral alchemist said slyly, Zuan, I admit your talent in alchemy, It's impressive. Otherwise, you wouldn't have advanced to be an Earth Realm alchemist at such a young age. But do you think that's enough? Throughout history, how many people have aspired to be Heavenly Realm alchemists but failed to reach it? No. It's not just because their talent isn't enough, but more importantly, ever since the Alchemist King fell 1,000 years ago, the Heavenly Realm alchemy furnace that stood by his side also disappeared. This means that there is no alchemy furnace left in this world that is capable of refining the sacred pill. So tell me, without an alchemy furnace, how will you advance to the Heavenly Realm? With your ignorance? Hearing these questions from the ancestral alchemist, the alchemists in the room were in an uproar. Many were hearing these things for the first time and couldn't hide their astonishment. However, some knew that what the ancestral alchemist said was true. Refining the sacred pill required more than just spiritual herbs and an alchemy recipe. It also required a specific alchemy furnace. Due to the overwhelming power of the sacred pill, ordinary alchemy furnaces could not withstand it. Only a Heavenly Realm alchemy furnace could refine it. However, the last Heavenly Realm alchemy furnace disappeared 1,200 years ago, along with the Alchemist King. Countless people had tried to find it over the years, to no avail. Are you done? Zuan said, indifferently. The ancestral alchemist remained silent, smirking. It sounds reasonable, but since I've said I will become a Heavenly Realm alchemist, there is no reason to change course. The ancestral alchemist, about to speak, was interrupted by Zuan, who raised his hand and continued. In 3 days, right here, I will prove myself as a Heavenly Realm alchemist, so you will have nothing to say. Doom. This statement was like a bomb that left everyone stunned. The ancestral alchemist smirked. Very well, then I want to see how you will become a Heavenly Realm alchemist 3 days from now. With that, he sneered at Zuan a few times and then turned and left. Cao Dusheng felt joyous in his heart, believing that Zuan was simply seeking his own demise. Seeing his master leave, he quickly got up from the ground and followed suit. Soon, this news spread rapidly throughout the entire city of Alchemist. What? Someone wants to become a Heavenly Realm alchemist? Is this a joke? Is this person out of their mind? To advance from an unknown alchemist to an Earth Realm alchemist in one go shows extraordinary talent, but it's a pity they've deluded themselves with fantasies of the ethereal Heavenly Realm alchemist. It's a waste. Many people mocked and ridiculed this matter, believing it was impossible, even thinking that Zuan was just spouting nonsense. Amidst this chaotic public opinion, Zuan remained silent, and 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. Finally, that day arrived. On this date, countless alchemists who had received the news hurried over early. Countless flying vehicles also flew in the sky, carrying people from various prestigious families and sects of the Gukik domain. All the strong practitioners in the city of Wandon gathered, creating an unprecedented scene. People all wanted to see who dared to challenge the seemingly impossible path to becoming a heavenly grade alchemist. When the legendary alchemist appeared in front of the alchemy tower with his disciples, many alchemists and representatives from prestigious families and sects stood up to greet him. Because the legendary alchemist had long been famous, his formidable alchemy skills had made him a target of admiration and alliance from many prestigious families and sects. Therefore, this situation was not surprising. However, the legendary alchemist today clearly did not have much interest in greeting these people. He merely nodded solemnly at everyone and then moved to a high platform on the side, sat down on a chair, and waited quietly. The atmosphere started to become tense. Even those who were quietly discussing began to lower their voices. Time passed by minute. As the sun rose higher in the sky, Zuan still hadn't appeared. Many people couldn't help but start whispering. Maybe this Zuan doesn't dare to come after all. I think so too. I heard that this Zuan comes from the Eastern Domain. What kind of insight could an alchemist who came out of such a remote place have? Although his talent is not bad, becoming an Earth-grade alchemist, I doubt he has any understanding of how difficult it is to become a heavenly-grade alchemist. That's why he dares to boast in public. Once he realizes the difficulty, I bet he'll back off. This analysis was quite convincing, and many people nodded in agreement. Le Bayu was among them, but she remained silent, quietly watching towards the gathering alchemy palace. The events of the last few days had greatly shaken her. It made her hesitate to make any judgments about Zuan, because she always felt that anything miraculous could happen with this man. After half an hour passed, Zuan still hadn't shown up. The restlessness among the crowd grew. The murmurs and whispers started to get louder. TSK, I always said this guy must be a fraud. Maybe even his Earth-grade alchemist title is questionable, not to mention becoming a heavenly grade alchemist. Perhaps he has already fled. These words came from a disciple under the legendary alchemist, naturally siding with his mentor. However, many people wore expressions of doubt, not understanding why Zuan had not yet appeared. Just as everyone was becoming increasingly agitated, suddenly, a beam of light shot from the sky, and when the figure was revealed, it was Zuan. At that moment Zuan, wearing ordinary clothes, stood tall and proud, exuding an aura of elegance. Just his demeanor alone caused the previously nosy crowd to quiet down. Zuan's next words left everyone speechless. Sorry, I got delayed feeding my two daughters dinner. Ended up coming late. Many thought Zuan was joking, but he was serious. In the past 3 days, Zuan had thoroughly enjoyed his time with his two daughters in the town of Wanden. This morning, the two girls had overslept due to playing late the night before, and then they had insisted on him feeding them breakfast. With all that took time, Zuan arrived a little late. If anyone knew this fact, they would surely be dumbfounded that such a major event could be delayed for feeding his daughters. But for Zuan, it was indeed the case. Even if the sky were to fall, he would first placate his daughters. The legendary alchemist gave a cold snort and mocking smile. Zuan, with such a grand entrance and so many people here, are you here just to chat? You, a heavenly grade alchemist, how do you plan to prove yourself? Are you prepared to kneel and beg for divine intervention? These words elicited chuckles from those around. The legendary alchemist was obviously not pleased. Prior to this, he had been the only Earth-grade alchemist in the Alchemy Association, and therefore, his position had been unrivaled. However, with Zuan emerging and also becoming an Earth-grade alchemist, it posed a significant threat to his standing. Hence, he sought to undermine Zuan's confidence. Zuan understood the legendary alchemist's intention, but just smiled dismissively. For a true warrior, these petty tricks were beneath notice. Zuan raised his head, glanced at the sky, took a step into the void, and arrived above. Many cultivators uttered sounds of amazement at this display, recognizing that this person was extraordinary. Zuan stood in the sky, overlooking the mountain with Wanden City Station within it like an alchemical furnace, a faint smile playing on his lips. Queen, didn't you repeatedly claim that the last heavenly grade alchemical furnace in the world had disappeared along with the Alchemy King's fall over 1,000 years ago? Today, let me show you all where this furnace truly lies. With those words, Zuan ghosted his hand into the air, his eyes glittering with divine light, before uttering a low cry. Rise, doom. The entire city of Wanden began shaking violently. The surface of the mountain cracked, revealing numerous fissures. What's happening? The legendary alchemist could no longer sit still. He stood up, his face filled with astonishment as he watched the scene unfold. At the same time, powerful alchemical energy burst forth from those cracks, filling the sky and creating various visions. All the alchemists were dumbfounded. At that moment, the mountain began to crumble, collapsing into a giant pit that stretched for miles. Suddenly, from that chasm, a dazzling light shot up into the sky, as if attempting to flee. Zuan chuckled softly. Now that you're out, thinking of escaping. With that, Zuan gestured in the air, stopped the light source in its tracks, revealing a gigantic alchemical furnace towering hundreds of feet tall. Numerous runes decorated the surface of the alchemical furnace, emitting a terrifying pressure. The elders responsible for judging cried out in surprise. This is a heavenly grade alchemical furnace. Their words sent shockwaves through the crowd. The legendary alchemist stared blankly at the scene, murmuring in disbelief. So, the heavenly grade alchemical furnace that has been sought after for so long was buried beneath Wanden City all along. As Zuan's voice fell, a cracking sound emanated from the alchemy furnace, as if countless gears were turning inside. Then, the naturally formed furnace cover suddenly rose with a loud bang, and a rich medicinal fragrance instantly spread throughout the entire city. This was the lingering medicinal fragrance left over from the alchemy process in the past, and during the passage of thousands of years, without dissipating at all, showcasing the mystical nature of this furnace. At the bottom of the furnace, a depiction of the yin-yang fish suddenly appeared, and a black and white flame manifested out of thin air. The flame of yin and yang. This is the flame of yin and yang, exclaimed an alchemist in excitement. Liu couldn't help but murmur to himself, I never expected this legendary divine flame to actually exist. No wonder they were all so excited. The flame of yin and yang was renowned as the supreme alchemical fire. It was a flame cultivated by gathering the yin and yang energies from the heavens, resulting in an extremely rare kind of fire. Using this fire for alchemy not only increased the grade of the medicinal pills produced, but also greatly enhanced the success rate. It was rumored that the ancient alchemy king gained fame throughout the world by relying on this flame initially. At this moment, no one had any doubts about this alchemy furnace anymore. Everyone looked up in a daze. The founder of alchemy was filled with a look of fear in his eyes, gradually turning more sinister. Even if it was a heavenly grade furnace, so what? The difficulty of refining a saint pill was incomprehensible. Even at the pinnacle of the earthly grade, it was extremely difficult to produce a pill infused with a hint of the saint pill essence. Moreover, Zuan was so young. Despite his exceptional talent, he was undoubtedly lacking in alchemical experience. However, just then, Zuan in the sky casually said, "Bring the medicines." With that command, various spiritual medicines stored around the city of Wendan rose up like soldiers obeying orders, ascended into the sky, and flew towards the high altitude. In an instant, the entire sky was covered in the radiance of various spiritual medicines. This level of alchemy is unheard of," cried out a powerful alchemist, his face full of admiration. Not just him, all the alchemists were staring dumbfoundedly at this scene. Using one command to send all the medicines floating up into the air, what kind of powerful alchemy was required to achieve this? Meanwhile, Zuan stood in midair like a commanding general, effortlessly pointing and causing the selected spiritual medicines to automatically plunge into the alchemy furnace. With the entry of the spiritual medicines, the radiance surrounding the furnace became even brighter. Under the activation of the flame of yin and yang, the spiritual medicines melted inside, burning away impurities until they transformed into a pool of liquid essence, boiling and surging within. At the same time, Zuan manipulated the seals with his hands, sending out a series of rune lights. Each light entering caused the alchemy furnace to tremble, and the pills inside gradually took shape. So, refining a saint pill also requires a strong foundation in rune techniques, exclaimed an alchemist. But more than that, many gazed at Zuan's back with nearly worshipful eyes. Some were trembling with excitement because they knew they were witnessing the birth of a legend. Soon, the pills in the furnace began to take shape. But at that moment, the clear sky suddenly darkened, and thick black clouds entirely covered the sky, accompanied by distant thunder rumbling. Just as people started to wonder, a thick lightning bolt the size of a water tank descended from the sky, heading straight for the pill suspended above the alchemy furnace. With a thunderous bang, the lightning scattered, but the pill remained unscathed. Before anyone could react, a second lightning bolt struck. This one was the size of a room, and it instantly hit the pill. The pill wavered slightly, growing from the size of a grain of rice to that of an egg. Den thunder. While not uncommon, as long as an unimaginably powerful pill was refined, den thunder would appear. However, ordinary den thunder was generally as thin as chopsticks, and at most, it could only deliver one strike. Who had seen den thunder the size of a water tank or a house? But that was not the end. After the second den thunder, a third followed swiftly. This one was nearly pure white, and the size of a yard. Accompanied by unparalleled power, it struck the pill. The pill wavered a few times, now the size of a chicken egg. Following that, 5 more den thunder strikes occurred one after another. Each was larger and purer than the last, causing the pill to remain unscathed and grow to the size of an egg. All the alchemists gazed in disbelief at this scene. Some even moaned with admiration. 8 den thunders. What kind of unimaginable pill was being refined to attract such a fierce heavenly punishment? But before they could finish, someone trembled and said, "Look at the sky." Everyone looked up and saw that the black clouds above had thickened, but directly above the alchemy furnace, a massive vortex faintly appeared. Within the vortex, light and thunder accumulated, seemingly gathering immense energy. Suddenly, a dazzling light shot out from the top of the vortex, followed by a deafening thunderous roar. When everyone looked back, a lightning bolt as thin as a finger but nearly transparent hurtled towards the alchemy furnace. Although the lightning bolt seemed minuscule, its power outmatched the previous 8 bolts. As it passed, the space around it slightly distorted. Just as someone was about to shout, a deafening roar echoed. A white light swept across the sky. In that moment, everyone's senses were overwhelmed. Some who were faint of heart sat on the ground because the power of that lightning was overwhelming. Finally, the light dissipated, and as everyone looked up, A pill the size of a chicken egg slowly floated up from the furnace. However, this pill was dull, lacking any radiance or pill aura. Had it failed? Just as doubts arose, a crisp crack echoed through the air. The pill's shell cracked, revealing a pearl-sized, nearly transparent pill inside. As this pill emerged, a surge of pill energy shot through the sky, instantly dispersing the dark clouds above. A supremely powerful pill force enveloped the entire city of Wendan. What is this? Someone exclaimed. From the Alchemy Tower, from various alchemy workshops and merchant associations selling pills, countless pills slowly rose and floated in midair. No one dared to speak. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. The face of the old ancestor Queden was extremely gray, but he could only stare blankly, because he could feel the power of this pill better than anyone else. He had also seen the process of refining holy pills from ancient texts. The holy pills described were at most 3 strikes of pill thunder, but today, this holy pill had been struck by 9 pill thunders. This meant that the grade of this holy pill was extremely high. It was definitely not some ordinary product. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted worship from thousands of pills. Sure enough, Zuan stood in midair, reaching out, and the pill automatically fell into his hand. Then he said calmly, "This pill is called the Supreme Crossing Calamity Pill. It can help one ascend to become a powerful golden immortal free from disasters and calamities." These words made the eyes of the cultivators, who had come to watch the excitement, turn red. It was well known that the path of cultivation was extremely dangerous, with one misstep possibly leading to death. But this Supreme Crossing Calamity Pill could allow one to ascend to become a golden immortal without disasters or calamities. Just based on this point, this pill was enough to be called a divine product. At the same time, countless prestigious families and sects were looking at Zuan with great anticipation, because everyone could see that he would become the #1 heavenly tier pill master in the entire Guistar since the fall of the Pill King. What this meant, these prestigious families and sects were all very clear about. It was well known that even Earth tier pill masters were extremely rare, let alone someone like Lu Baiyu, a peak profound tier pill master, who was eagerly sought after by every prestigious family and sect. Heavenly tier pill masters were able to refine holy pills, making Zuan the target of countless prestigious families and sects to the point of madness. At this moment, Zuan waved his hand and the heavenly tier pill furnace in front of him turned into a stream of light, which he collected in his hand. This scene made many people's eyelids twitch. Only at this moment did many people remember that Zuan was not just a simple pill master. He also had a cultivation level that was unfathomable to others. Therefore, many people now looked at Zuan with even greater awe. Just as Zuan landed, the elder judges rushed forward in a scramble. At this moment, these elders, all in their hundreds of years old, transformed into the most devout elementary school students, speaking in a humble and fearful tone. Mr. Zhu, could we have a look at this pill, Zhu?" And smiled and opened his hand, offering the Supreme Crossing Calamity Pill to them. The leading elder judge had the highest cultivation level and was the oldest. He carefully took the pill, but as soon as he grasped it, his face turned pale, and his hands uncontrollably dropped downwards. "Quick, help me!" the elder judge exclaimed. Several elders behind him swiftly came to his aid. Finally, with the combined efforts of 7 or 8 elder judges, they managed to suppress the pill's power of the Supreme Crossing Calamity. Despite this, these elders were still intoxicated with admiration for this holy pill. No wonder it was struck by 9 heavenly thunders. This pill truly defies the heavens and the earth, with various miraculous effects that are truly breathtaking. Not only that, Mr. Zhu's pill refining techniques are also extremely rare. I can see countless intricate and detailed Dao seals in this pill. Just based on this alone, he is enough to stand out among his peers and be proud among them. The more these elder judges spoke, the more excited they became. Some even shed tears of excitement. For these die-hard pill enthusiasts whose lives revolved around pills, this Supreme Crossing Calamity Pill was a work of unparalleled beauty. After admiring it for a long time, the elder judges solemnly returned the pill to Zuan. Then they bowed deeply to him, saying, "Mr. Zhu, this is indeed a holy pill, which means you have successfully advanced to become a heavenly tier pill master." Although everyone had expected this, when they heard the news, the crowd couldn't help but erupt into a frenzy of excitement. "Mr. Zhu, please wait a moment, because we didn't anticipate that you would really achieve the status of a heavenly tier pill master. We weren't prepared with the corresponding heavenly robes, but I have already ordered them to be prepared, and they will be ready soon. Zuan smiled at this. He had a good impression of these elder judges because they were sincere and deeply passionate about pills. Just then, someone hurried over and, as they approached, carefully took out a pill robe from their bosom. When the onlookers saw this pill robe, they were stirred even more. In the Pill Dao Guild, there were strict rules regarding the robes worn by pill masters of each tier. For example, Profound tier pill masters had to wear dark blue robes, while Earth tier pill masters wore black robes with gold borders. This was an ironclad rule that no one could break. And now, the robe presented to Zuan was a pure white robe. Many suddenly remembered the Pill King from 1200 years ago. It was rumored that he wore a pure white robe all year round. It turned out to be for this reason. Sir, please change your attire, the elder judges said solemnly. Zuan hadn't intended to wear it at first, but seeing how these old and solemn figures insisted, he no longer objected and nodded, draping the robe over himself. When he had it on, the crowd fell silent. Zuan was already exceptionally handsome, and his demeanor was aloof and indifferent. But with this pure white robe on, he appeared even more refined, like a fairy descending from heaven. Lu Baiyu gazed at him amid the crowd, and couldn't help but trance out. She usually wore a pale white garment year-round, and then he said she favored white. But the truth was, she had always wanted to become a heavenly tier pill master, so she could wear a pure white robe. And this was her deliberate choice. She had thought it would serve as motivation for herself. However, today she witnessed before her eyes a man ascending to the pinnacle of the Pill Dao world with a white robe, making her rethink her approach. Especially as she beheld Zuan's noble demeanor, a phrase suddenly came to mind. Apart from you, no one can wear white, ruling above all. Could it be him? Lu Baiyu wondered, feeling her face blush suddenly. She then laughed self-deprecatingly and shook her head, looking around to try and calm herself down. Only then did she notice that the girls in the crowd were staring blankly at Zuan. Among them were many young ladies from prestigious families. But at this moment, regardless of their status, upon encountering this enigmatic man, they all became infatuated with him. Lu Baiyu smiled wryly and began thinking about how to form a good relationship with this rising star in the Pill Dao. If she could establish a connection with her own Lu family, it would be even better. As she was contemplating, Zuan turned to look at the gray-faced Queden ancestor and others, and said lightly, "Now, it's time to settle matters between us. Zuan, I've lost, please spare me. I am willing to be your servant and take care of your horse. Become a Dan slave." Elder Kui Dan knelt down with a thud, his face extremely pale. The incredible alchemy skills Zuan had just displayed had completely shattered his last bit of faith. In front of this man, Elder Kui Dan felt deep despair. The gap between a ground-rank alchemist and a sky-rank alchemist was too great, beyond calculation. Elder Kui Dan knew this well, so he simply gave up resistance, knelt on the ground like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, awaiting Zuan's decision. As for Cao Dusheng, this man was already collapsed on the ground, sweating profusely, unable to even speak. Seeing this scene, the alchemists couldn't help but feel secretly satisfied. Elder Kui Dan had been so domineering in the past, even his disciples followed his arrogant ways. But today, they were all completely subdued, like wilted eggplants. Zuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched Elder Kui Dan kneeling on the ground, and he said softly, "You said before that a high-rank alchemist has the right to control the fate of a lower-rank alchemist, didn't you?" Elder Kui Dan trembled all over, then carefully replied, "Why yes, Zu," and nodded. "Very well, now you will relinquish your skills, and I will spare your life." Upon hearing this, Elder Kui Dan couldn't stop trembling, and a look of extreme fear appeared in his eyes. Over the years, he had made many enemies with his arrogant ways. If he relinquished his skills, he might not even see tomorrow's sun. Zuan, please spare me," Elder Kui Dan pleaded. Zuan smiled, begging for mercy. "But if I were in a weak position, would you spare me?" This question left Elder Kui Dan speechless, and he looked to the surrounding alchemists for help. However, his previous behavior had alienated everyone, and no one was willing to help him now. It was already generous of them not to take advantage of his situation. Elder Kui Dan's heart sank deeper into despair, and he hoarsely said, "Zuan, as a sky-rank alchemist, do you not have any compassion at all? Must you eliminate me completely to be satisfied?" Zuan said calmly, "Everything that happened is your own doing, and I am not trying to kill you, only to have you relinquish your skills." "How is that trying to eliminate you?" but ... Elder Kuidan wanted to say more, Zu, and waved his hand. No need to say more. I've given you a chance. The rest is up to you. With that, Zuan turned his gaze to Cao Dusheng beside him. Cao Dusheng trembled as if struck by lightning, jumped up from the ground, and knelt before Zuan. Grandfather, I know I was wrong. Many people shook their heads in disappointment at the sight, finding Cao Dusheng's behavior repulsive. Zu, and smiled, then turned to Zidan Cheng and said, All right, I'll leave these people to you. I need to go home and make lunch for my daughter. With that, Zuan turned and walked away. In fact, Zuan couldn't be bothered with such matters. If he hadn't discovered a good alchemy furnace hidden in the Wenden city, he wouldn't have bothered becoming a sky-rank alchemist at all. These people were of no use to him. Seeing Zu and leave, Elder Kuidan's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. As long as he left, he could find a way to escape, although he might not be able to stay in the central territory. With such a vast world, and being a revered ground-rank alchemist, he could live well anywhere. Just as he was about to make a move, he heard Zuan's indifferent voice in his mind. I gave you a chance, but you are useless. Since you don't know how to appreciate it, I'll take action. Elder Kuidan trembled as a majestic and unparalleled spiritual thought swept through his mind, leaving him powerless to resist. A sword intent emerged out of thin air and pierced through his spiritual sea. Elder Kuidan's whole being quickly weakened, his once radiant eyes becoming cloudy. His throat made a gurgling sound as he felt the horror of everything happening to him. Yet he couldn't muster any resistance, not even maintaining memories of alchemy in his mind. Finally, Elder Kuidan collapsed on the ground, his body weak and his face wrinkled, staring around weakly. Everyone gasped in shock. The once glorious ground-rank alchemist had turned into a feeble old man within seconds, a scene that left a profound impact. Seeing this, Cao Dusheng, who was nearby, couldn't help but scream a few times in astonishment before passing out. Zidan Cheng, witnessing the scene, shook his head lightly, then turned and left. He knew the master-disciple relationship was irreparably damaged, so he wasn't interested in dealing with them any further. Moreover, now that his master was a sky-rank alchemist, he had to be mindful of his own status. As he left, Labayu, who had been stunned all along, looked deeply at the two figures on the ground and left silently. Once these people had gone, Elder Kuidan struggled to take out a pill from his pocket, swallowed it, and slowly regained some vitality, his eyes brightening a bit. He then shakily got up from the ground, trying to avoid everyone's gaze as he attempted to sneak away. But as he took a few steps, he was blocked by a fellow alchemist in front, who spoke in a cold voice. Oh, isn't this the famous Elder Kuidan? Where do you think you're going? Elder Kuidan looked up and saw a middle-aged man staring at him with hatred. Trembling, he recognized the man but felt even more fear, then smiled obsequiously. So it's Master Yao. What's the matter? Can I help you with something? Hey, Kuidan, don't play dumb in front of me. You once ordered your disciples to annihilate my family just to seize a prescription, and now it's time to settle scores. Do you think you can just leave? The man named Master Yao said, with a hateful expression. Elder Kuidan retreated in fear, trembling. I'm so sorry, I truly didn't know. At that moment, he realized someone was blocking his path from behind. Turning around, he saw a fierce-looking young woman staring at him. Kuidan, you used despicable means to steal my essence for refining evil pills. Today is the day to settle scores. Elder Kuidan was filled with horror as alchemists emitting killing intent surrounded him from all sides. These were the people he had bullied in the past. Listen to me, I already admit my wrongs, and my sect has many savings. I beg you all to spare me. Elder Kuidan wanted to plead for mercy, but someone roared, tear him apart. With that shout, those who harbored deep hatred for him charged at him, eyes bloodshot and weapons ready. Translation. On that day, Zuan was in the city of Wanden, using his extraordinary alchemy skills to reach the level of proving the Tao, donning a white robe and ascending to the pinnacle. The news spread, causing a stir in the central realm. Since the fall of the previous alchemy king over 1,000 years ago, there had been no one to prove the Tao and reach the level of alchemy master. So when Zuan suddenly appeared, he naturally attracted countless attention. At this moment, in front of the gathering alchemy palace, it was bustling with activity. Numerous representatives of sects and influential families rushed to this place, wanting to establish a connection with this new alchemy noble. But regardless of how prestigious or powerful these people were, They all faced a setback in the gathering alchemy palace. Dawn Linkson felt like her face was about to break from smiling. Regardless of who it was, she had to politely say, "I'm sorry. King Zu does not wish to see visitors at the moment." Even these usually high-end mighty figures all became amicable and friendly. People like Dawn Linkson of her rank might not have been given a second glance on a normal day, but today, everyone was courteous and smiling. This made Dawn Linkson couldn't help but sigh in amazement. This was what it meant to become famous overnight. Finally, the eagerly anticipating crowd caught sight of Zuan's figure. When they saw the man in the white alchemy robe leisurely entering the hall of the gathering alchemy palace, the representatives of sects and influential families all went crazy. "Lord Zu, I am from the Western Region Knight family." Upon hearing of the Lord's accomplishment in reaching the Tao level and becoming the new generation Alchemy King, our Knight family has prepared some small gifts for you as a token of respect. Please accept. With that, the person opened a jade box. Inside were various celestial materials, precious gifts, and shining spiritual medicines. Before he could continue, someone nearby eagerly shouted, "Alchemy King, we are from the central domain dragon-facing mountain, and this is our gift." With that, this person also opened his personal jade box. The gift he brought was even more valuable than the Knight families. This set off a trend, and the young members of these sects and families began to present gifts to Zuan. The various precious lights illuminated the hall of the gathering alchemy palace, dazzling to the point where people dared not look directly. Not only that, these people were afraid that Zuan might not accept. They rushed forward, one after another, trying to be the first to present their gifts. This scene of rushing to give gifts left Dawn Linkson and others bewildered. However, Zidan Chen looked unperturbed. As an alchemist, Zidan Chen naturally understood the significance of reaching the Tao level. Before, he was just a yellow-level alchemist and was highly respected, not to mention a heavenly-level alchemist. At this moment, Zuan lightly waved his hand. "I appreciate your intentions, but please take these gifts back." The crowd fell silent. Then came a chorus of voices. "Lord Zu, please accept him." "Yes, this is just a token of our appreciation for you." Zuan smiled. "No need." Now everyone looked at each other, not daring to speak, because nobody knew the temperament and character of this newly appointed Alchemy King. It wouldn't be wise to risk offending him over this matter. Just then, another group of people entered the gathering alchemy palace. The leader was the group of judges, followed by numerous alchemists from the Alchemy Guild. The appearance of these people in various colored alchemy robes immediately brought a solemn atmosphere to the hall. They walked straight to Zuan, all bowing in unison. "Alchemy King," Zuan said mildly, "please rise, and I have no intention of being your Alchemy King, so there is no need for so much formality." Several elders showed a wry smile at his words, and then one of them stepped forward respectfully. "Whether you want it or not, now that you have reached the Tao level, you are recognized by all of us as the new Alchemy King." Zuan was slightly amused by their words and could only smile helplessly. "Fine. Call me as you wish. What brings you here?" "Alchemy King, all of us in the Alchemy Guild have organized a ceremony for you, to be held tonight in the Alchemy Tower. Please do us the honor of attending." Zuan hesitated for a moment, but when he noticed the earnest gazes of the white-haired elders, he nodded. "Very well, I will attend." The group rejoiced. "Thank you, Alchemy King." Meanwhile, the representatives of the families and sects looked at each other, seeing the mutual surprise in each other's eyes. They didn't come for nothing this time. Since they knew about this event, they would do whatever it takes to attend the ceremony in the Alchemy Tower. Soon, the news of the Alchemy King ceremony in the Alchemy Tower tonight spread throughout the city of Wandon. At the same time, Lu Baiyu was waiting at her home for a group of people to arrive. Finally, at the time of lighting the lamps, over a dozen magnificent carriages flew in from the sky and landed in the courtyard. Lu Baiyu hurriedly came out of the house and stood respectfully in the courtyard. A group of people descended from the carriages, led by a middle-aged man in plain clothes with a powerful aura. "Father." Lu Baiyu bowed respectfully as soon as she saw this person. The visitor was the head of the Lu family in Chaotian Alley, Lu Lai, also Lu Baiyu's father. Despite the recent setbacks, even losing their ancestral land, when he saw his second daughter, Lu Baiyu, he couldn't help but show a smile of affection. There were few fathers who didn't love their daughters, especially Lu Baiyu showed great talent in alchemy. At young age and had already reached the peak of a profound level alchemist. he naturally paid more attention to her. After they entered the room and settled down, Lu Lai chuckled. You urgently sent a message back. Is that man really so powerful as you said? Lu Lai had come because after the events of yesterday, Lu Baiyu immediately wrote a letter and sent it back home at top speed. In the letter, Lu Baiyu made it clear that this person would greatly help the future development of the Lu family and requested her father to come personally. Because of this, Lu Lai traveled a long distance to come in person. Lu Baiyu nodded and said solemnly, Father, everything mentioned in the letter is true. Just based on the fact that he is the only successful Dao-level alchemist in 1,000 years, it is enough to prove his worth. Lu Lai nodded. According to your opinion, Father, in my view, we must do everything we can to win over this man. Hearing his daughter's strong words, Lu Lai couldn't help but show a slight change in expression. Lu Baiyu noticed this and continued, Father, the Lu family has just encountered a major change, and many forces are eyeing us. Therefore, we must quickly strengthen our own power, and this man is the best support we can have. The joining of a Dao-level alchemist will guarantee our Lu family's peace for at least 20 years. Lu Lai was moved by his daughter's words. Well said. What's the next step? Father, tonight, the ceremony for the Alchemy King will be held in the Alchemy Tower. It's time for our Lu family to make an appearance. After all, it seems that there is no one richer than the Lu family in all the domains of the world. Hearing this, Lu Lai burst into laughter. Well said, Yuer. If we talk about splurging, then we Lu family have never been afraid of anyone. Tonight, we will go together to the Alchemy Tower ceremony. I also want to see the style of this newly appointed Alchemy King. Night falls. The city of London becomes even more lively. The Dan Tower at the center of the city is now brilliantly lit, casting a red hue across half of the night sky. Flying vessels and carriages continue to arrive in the sky, leaving streaks of light that linger in the night sky like tangled threads, breaking the darkness apart. Hiss, the Chen family, the Liu family, the Wu family. So many prestigious families have actually come. Even Dragon Xiang Mountain and Phoenix Ming Pavilion, top sects, have all come. This kind of grandeur is truly unprecedented. Someone stands at the street corner, looking up at the flying vessels filling the sky, sighing in amazement. Hehe, can you believe that this is due to the rush timing? Otherwise, even more prestigious families and sects would have arrived. A transcendent alchemist nearby remarks lightly. Are these sky-rank alchemists really that formidable to attract so many influential families and sects? A young Bo wonders. The transcendent alchemist's expression darkens at the question, then coldly glances at the Bo, saying, truly ignorant to the point of absurdity. Forget about sky-rank alchemists. Even an ordinary profound rank alchemist, no matter where they go, is held in high regard. Moreover, this individual is the only one in 1,000 years to achieve the sky-rank alchemist level. The leaders of these prestigious families and sects need supporting law pills, and even sacred pills, to advance their skills. Do you think they would not show such respect? The boy is left speechless by this reply, his face turning red with embarrassment. Meanwhile, the transcendent alchemist gazes at the bustling scene above with longing, saying, I wonder when I can advance to the profound rank. Suddenly, the crowd stirs. Look up at the sky. Heavens, what is that? Everyone looks up. They see a massive ship slowly approaching from the horizon. This ship is so massive it resembles a small city, adorned with colorful lights, exuding a heavenly aura. This is the ship of the Illusion Palace. Someone exclaims, Illusion Palace. Upon hearing these words, the onlookers are shaken. Even the Illusion Palace of a divine raid sect has sent representatives. This event has truly attracted dignitaries from all sides. Someone observes. In the unified star, sects are categorized into different tiers. Ordinary sects are known as the mundane grade, typically consisting of ordinary people, with their leaders at most reaching the level of immortal cultivators. Beyond them are the top-tier sects, to which the Dragon Xiang Mountain and Phoenix Ming Pavilion belong. Being top-tier, these sects naturally possess extraordinary attributes. Their leaders generally are at the pinnacle of longevity or even close to becoming golden immortals, serving as powerful figures in their respective areas. Above them are a few select sects whose strength may not match the Three Realms sect, but are far from weak. Their leaders are all golden immortal powerhouses, with some even approaching the peak of golden immortality. possessing the strength to aspire to become true immortals. Among these, the most representative and even called the small celestial sect is the Illusion Palace. Being the top divine raid sect is not an empty title. Just by observing the small city-like flying vessel, one can perceive its formidable strength. At this moment, the vessel from the Illusion Palace slowly approaches the Den Tower. Such a grand entrance has naturally alarmed families and sects from all corners. These individuals all stand in midair, observing the scene with various expressions. How did the Illusion Palace arrive so quickly? Indeed, it seems they were prepared to come. With the Illusion Palace here now, our small sects and clans have even less of a chance. Representatives from sects like the Dragon Xian Mountain and the Phoenix Ming Pavilion have unsightly expressions. They had hoped to gain an advantage and impress the new Alchemy King. However, the swift action of the Illusion Palace has upset their plans. Just as everyone is contemplating their next steps, a radiant light suddenly shines from the ship, followed by a young man in a black robe, with a fair complexion and eyes full of aloofness appearing at the bow of the ship. Seeing this person, the crowd is first stunned, then erupts into a frenzy. It's Ling Ruoxu. The current era of the Illusion Palace is here in person. Now our chances are even slimmer. Many disciples from various sects express despair. It's no wonder they feel this way because Ling Ruoxu of the Illusion Palace is incredibly powerful. Before the age of 200, he had already reached the level of a golden immortal. After years of cultivation, his strength has become unfathomable. Some say he is the #1 expert outside the ranking of realization and might be the next one to enter it. Ling Ruoxu stands confidently at the bow of the ship, and the wind rustles his clothes. He glances at the gathered cultivators, a trace of disdainful smile playing on his lips. He realizes none of those present are strong cultivators, not even descendants of divine grade sects. Therefore, he does not bother to acknowledge them. A few elders from the Alchemy Guild fly into the air upon seeing Ling Ruoxu. With a respectful expression, they say, "So it's Mr. Ling from the Illusion Palace." Ling Ruoxu nods slightly before remarking, "Is this where the ceremony for the new Alchemy King will be held?" "Yes." "Good. I happened to be patrolling nearby and heard that someone had achieved the Skyrank Alchemist status, becoming the new Alchemy King. I came to see for myself. I hope not to be disappointed." His words are audacious. Many alchemists from the Alchemy Guild appear displeased, but the elders remain composed and just smile. Mr. Ling arrived slightly early. "The ceremony has not officially started. Please take a seat inside." Ling Ruoxu nods. "Very well." With that, he takes a step forward and disappears from where he stood, reappearing inside the Dan Tower's hall. Crossing 1,000 feet with a single step may not be extraordinary. Many can do it. However, the gracefulness and lack of ostentation in his movement set him apart from the rest. This simple act showcases his immense strength. Elders from the Alchemy Guild accompany Ling Ruoxu to the high platform in the hall to have tea. Meanwhile, many alchemists outside exchange glances, noting a hint of solemnity in each other's eyes. This individual from the Illusion Palace, Ling Ruoxu, appears to bring an aura of danger. At the same time, Shoudon City and Dong Lingxin arrive at the back of the Dan Gathering Palace, at the residence where Zuan and his family live, in an attempt to invite Zuan to the Dan Tower. As they enter the courtyard, they see Xiang and Nianian playing a game of catch. A round pill flies back and forth in the air, creating a lively scene. You should note that this Supreme Crossing Calamity God pill is likely to be the only sacred pill in the entire central domain. Zidin City believes that many influential families and sects would be willing to pay any price for this pill. Therefore, he never dreamed that such a precious pill would be kicked around like a shuttlecock by two little girls. This made his heart race, and his head spun along with the pill in the sky. As for Dong Lingxin, she was already dumbfounded a while ago. "Grandpa Z, Sister Dong, you're here." At this moment, the two little girls also noticed the newcomers, so they stopped their game and asked curiously, You're here." Zidin City wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and carefully said, "Girls, the pill you're playing with is." When he casually waved the pill in his hand, Zidin City startled, but then he smiled and said, "Dad gave it to us to play with. What's the matter? Is there a problem?" Zidin City had more cold sweat on his forehead. "No. There's no problem." But he couldn't help muttering in his heart. To give such a precious pill to two little girls to play with, this adult of his truly is capricious. At that moment, Zuan pushed the door open and walked into the courtyard, then smiled at the two little girls, Xiang, Nianian, Hurry inside, Mom wants you to change clothes. But Dad, we still want to play, Xiang said. Zuan blinked. Mom has prepared very nice new clothes for you. And after you change, Dad will take you out for a big meal. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the two little girls lit up, especially Nianian. For her, a 7-year-old veteran foodie, the temptation of delicious food was huge. So she cheered and rushed into the house, saying, "We're going to have a big meal. Whoever is slower is a puppy." In the end, this little Nianian couldn't resist teasing her sister. The Xian was not someone to be bullied. She bared her teeth and claws and charged. "Silly Nianian, you're dead. Don't let me catch you, or I'll glue your mouth shut and eat lots and lots of ice cream in front of you." Zhu Nianian giggled. "Well then, catch me first." Zhu Xian chased a few steps, but then stopped, a sly look flashing across her face. She cleared her throat and said, "I'm not going to chase you. Anyway, whoever runs faster is a pig." Zhu Nianian ran a few steps forward but hesitated and stopped. Just as she stopped, Zhu Xiang suddenly accelerated past her. Laughing heartily, Nianian realized she had been tricked and stomped her foot. "Sister, you're a big dumb pig. I'll counter anything bad you say." "The counter is ineffective. Ineffectiveness counters." "You're cheating." "Yes, I am." The two sisters continued their playful chase into the house, leaving Zhu and smiling as she watched. Only after her two daughters had disappeared into the house did she turn to look at Zidan City and the others. Zidan City and Dong Lingxin quickly bowed and saluted. "Sir." Zuan nodded slightly. "Is it time?" Zidan City nodded. "It's almost time. All the pill masters of the guild have gathered at the pill tower, and the strong from all domains have arrived. Shouldn't we set out as well?" Zhu and nodded. "Yes. Wait a moment. Yanner is doing her makeup. She be ready soon." "Yes," Zidan City hurriedly responded, but Dong Lingxin, who was standing behind him, seemed somewhat disdainful. She had seen Yan before, and so she couldn't help but feel that this woman was not worthy of Zuan, especially now that Zuan was the Pill King. This woman with average look seemed even more unremarkable and not presentable. Thus, she was curious as to why the Pill King showed such respect to this woman. However, little did she know, the person she saw was actually Yan using illusion to conceal her true appearance. Time passed by with each moment. Nearly half an hour had gone by in the blink of an eye, and Yan had still not come out. Zidan City was getting anxious. "Sir, everything is ready over there, waiting for your appearance. Can we speed things up?" Zuan, however, remained calm and sat in the hall sipping his tea. Upon hearing Zidan City's words, he just smiled, then lightly responded, "Don't rush. When a woman is doing her makeup, you have to have the patience. It's only been a little over an hour. It's still early." Zidan City was left dumbfounded. For people like them, they had never considered waiting for a woman to do her makeup, let alone waiting with such relish. Wasn't a woman meant to be taken out to flaunt one's status and for the continuation of the family line? Zidan City couldn't understand. But Dong Lingxin's eyes lit up. The phenomenon of male superiority and female subordination in this world was very serious. Women had to become strong, or like Lu Baiyu, to earn respect from others. Otherwise, they were simply attached to men. Initially, Dong Lingxin was angry about this, but over time, and with more exposure, she became numb and started to think that this was how things should be. However, Zuan's actions today left Dong Lingxin astounded. At least, she had never heard of any strong figure in the central domain who would wait for his woman to finish her makeup like Zuan did. For no apparent reason, Dong Lingxin felt a hint of envy towards Yan. Having such a husband who understood respect, life must be happy. So, everyone waited in the courtyard for another 15 minutes. The noise outside was getting louder. Zidan City was indeed getting anxious and couldn't help suggesting, "Sir, should we go first, leaving Lingxin behind? And when the lady finishes her makeup, they can join us later." Zuan took a slow sip of his tea, then silently shook his head. "But if we delay any longer, everyone is waiting," said Zidan City. Zhu and glanced at him and calmly said, "Let them wait." This statement made Zidan City swallow his words back. Zuan was really not in a hurry. He had never intended to participate in any Pill King ceremony. It was just these people insisted on organizing one. As for how many big shots were waiting, that had nothing to do with Zuan. In his opinion, even if God himself had come, he would have to wait for Yan to finish her makeup. Finally, After Zuan had another cup of tea, there were crisp footsteps behind him, followed by a shy female voice. "Honey, do I look good in this outfit?" Zuan turned his head and saw Yan and had already removed the illusion disguise, dressed in ancient clothing, standing charmingly at the door, smiling and looking at him. In an instant, Zuan suddenly felt a bit bewildered. It was as if time had suddenly reversed at that moment, and he was back in his university days, back to the first time he saw Yanan on that morning. Yanan at that time was just like she was now, bright-eyed and lively, with a smile as radiant as a flower. "Honey, do you not like it?" Seeing Zuan remained silent, Yanan asked somewhat anxiously. This sentence brought Zuan back from his reverie, a big smile gradually spreading across his face. Then using a tone full of certainty, he said, "Beautiful. My Yanar is the most beautiful in the world." Hearing Zuan's straightforward praise, Yanan blushed with joy and shyness, lowered her head to play with her clothes nervously, and then softly said, "Stop it, there are so many people watching." Seeing Yanan acting like a little girl, Zuan felt his heart melting, then smiled slightly. "What does it matter if people are watching? My Yanar is the most beautiful in the world. I have to say that no matter who comes." With that, Zuan glanced at Zidan Cheng and Don Linkson and others. These few who were stunned by Yanan's astonishing beauty finally snapped out of their daze and quickly lowered their heads, afraid to look again. Zidan Cheng was somewhat better off. He had seen Yanan's true face a few times, but Don Linkson was different. At this moment, the female manager of the Jidan Pavilion felt as if a storm was raging in her heart, filled with shock. Don Linkson had seen beauties before. She was considered a standard beauty herself. But it wasn't until she saw Yan and that she truly understood the meaning of overwhelming beauty. Unlike those who were noble, enchanting, alluring, or pure, Yan's beauty was flawless from all angles. You couldn't even point out any flaws. It was this kind of all-encompassing perfection that made Don Linkson feel ashamed of her own appearance. And Yan's display of a little girl's demeanor in front of Zuan made Don Linkson bitterly smile even more. She finally understood why Zuan had been so fond of his wife before. This kind of charm was simply irresistible. Don Linkson even felt that if she were a man, she would do the same. Remembering that she had just mocked others for being plain-looking, Don Linkson felt like crying. If this was considered plain-looking, then no woman in the world should bother living. "Mom, Dad, let's go." At this moment, two little girls bounced out as well. Seeing these two little girls, Don Linkson and the others couldn't help but light up, because these two little girls were simply too adorable. They were dressed in the same colored ancient clothing as Yanan, their pitch black hair styled into small buns, revealing slightly chubby but beautiful cheeks, looking like two little fairies stepping out of an ancient painting. Especially since they looked identical, when standing together, their charisma multiplied exponentially. At least Don Linkson was dazzled by the sight, wanting to rush forward and hug one of them affectionately and give them a kiss. Zuan smiled. "All right, let's head out now." Just as Zuan's family was heading to the Dan Tower, the hall of the Dan Tower was already bustling with activity, filled with lively voices. Strong individuals from all over were gathered here, engaged in lively discussions. Many alchemists were sharing their alchemy experiences with each other. In one corner of the hall, there was a special group. Various noble young ladies were gathered there, chatting amiably, sometimes bursting into laughter, attracting the attention of the many men in the hall. After all, the sight of so many beautiful girls together was quite eye-catching. Moreover, the girls attending the event today had gone through great efforts, each trying to outshine the other. This spectacle was truly a feast for the eyes. At this moment, a young lady in purple clothing in the group expressed impatience. "It's already so late. Why hasn't the Dan King arrived yet?" "Indeed, what time is it now? Why hasn't he arrived?" A girl in a green dress next to her also grumbled unhappily. "If you find it troublesome, you can leave. No one is forcing you to stay." A girl in a red dress, exuding a cool aura, sneered. "Shangguan Yan, are you deliberately opposing us at every turn? Trying to get close to this newly appointed Dan King by any means? Let me tell you, not a chance." The girl in purple seemed exasperated, speaking angrily. This remark provoked a sharp reaction. Many girls who had been watching from the sidelines couldn't restrain themselves and began accusing her. "Nangong Yao, if you want to mediate, then mediate, but don't involve the Dan King." "Exactly. You haven't even seen the Dan King. If you had, you wouldn't say such things, right? If you have nothing nice to say, then keep your mouth shut." Some even bluntly said so. Nang Gongyao felt a bit embarrassed by the retorts, unable to come up with a response, and said, I'm puzzled too. You only met him once, right? Why does it seem like you're all bewitched, and don't even allow anyone to say anything negative about him? Because the Dan King himself is so amazing. A girl said. Exactly. That's right. Nang Gongyao pursed her lips. I don't believe it. Which high-level alchemist isn't an old man with a bushy beard? And even if he's younger, how handsome can he be? How handsome can he be? Ha ha. The girl with a cool demeanor, Shang Guanyan, couldn't help but sneer, her eyes revealing a dreamy light. You haven't seen that scene. When he puts on the white alchemist's robe, at that moment, you'll feel like nothing else in the world matters. The heavens above, the earth below, all living beings pale in comparison to him. He just stands there quietly, yet his proud demeanor makes the wine itself halt. And many girls didn't feel it was exaggerated at all, but rather took it as a matter of fact. Even the questioning Nang Gongyao was stunned. Only the purple-clothed girl who initially complained sneer, Shang Guanyan, look at you, even drooling like a fan. So infatuated. Shang Guanyan glanced at the purple-clothed girl and then coldly said, Yes, I am infatuated. So what? The purple-clothed girl smirked. Not much, but how come I heard that this Lord Zuan already has a wife? Upon hearing this, Shang Guanyan and many other girls looked at each other, then all laughed. Of course, we all know about this, and Lord Zuan not only has a wife, but even children. Shang Guanyan said lightly. Then why are you all ... The purple-clothed girl asked, somewhat surprised. Shang Guanyan chuckled. Because we heard that Lord Zu's wife is a very plain-looking woman. That's right. Heard she has a good figure, but unfortunately just a very plain face. Can't compare with the rest of us at all. Shang Guanyan continued. Sisters, I believe we are all here on the orders of our respective families. From now on, it's all about our own abilities. Anyway, I am determined to win this Lord Zu, because I believe there is no man in this world who can resist me. Shang Guanyan's words were full of strong self-confidence, and her speech was decisive and resolute. In fact, Shang Guanyan relied on the favor of her elders in her own family and always had the final say. This time she came to Wandan City to observe the excitement, and happened to encounter Zuan establishing his position as a realm master. She was deeply impressed by Zuan's temperament at the time, and determined that he was the one for her. Her elders also fully supported her upon knowing this. Hence she made such a domineering declaration. Shang Guanyan's words made many girls uncomfortable, and many secretly resolved to compete with her this time. Just then, there was a commotion at the door, and Lu Baiyu and her father Lu Lai, along with a group of people, entered the hall. The Lu family of Kaoshenfang was prosperous and renowned, so upon their arrival, they immediately became the focus of attention. Greetings, Master Lu of the Lu family. Greetings, Lady Ryu. These greetings continuously echo in the hall. Lu Lai nodded frequently in greeting, with a very bright smile. At that moment, an elder of the Alchemy Association walked over. Master Lu of the Lu family has personally arrived. We are truly honored. Please take a seat. With that, he personally led the Lu family to the high platform. Shang Guanyan and the other girls naturally saw all this, especially, and they saw the sharp-featured Lu Baiyu. Many girls couldn't help but exclaim, This Miss Lu Baiyu is almost the same age as us, but she is already a master alchemist at the profound level, and can even be invited to sit on a high platform. Shang Guanyan remained silent, watching all this, her cold eyes shining with a hint of contemplation. On the high platform, Ling Roxu looked at Lu Lai with a smile that was not a smile, then turned his gaze to Lu Baiyu beside him. Miss Baiyu, it's been 3 years since we last met, right? The Royal Void Palace and the Lu family had many business dealings, so they were familiar with each other. But Lu Baiyu was not interested in Ling Roxu, because she could sense the greed in his eyes, so she just nodded slightly without speaking. There was a cold light in Ling Roxu's eyes, feeling resentful. He had met Lu Baiyu more than once, and every time it was the same. No matter what he said, Lu Baiyu would always act indifferent. This made Ling Roxu extremely unhappy, especially this time. Ling Roxu thought to himself, what is your Lu family pretending about? Who in the major sects of the central region doesn't know what happened to your Lu family? Your eldest son was killed. Even the ancestral land was destroyed by someone. And yet till now, you haven't found the culprit. If your Lu family can't resolve this matter this time, you will definitely decline. When that time comes, Ling Roxu schemed in his mind. By this time, It was getting late. However, the awaited protagonist, the newly appointed Den King, had yet to appear. Therefore, the hall began to get mosey. What's going on? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Exactly. We've been waiting for so long. Why hasn't this Den King shown up yet? Isn't he a bit too full of himself? These clamors grew louder, and there were signs of it getting out of control. The elders of the Alchemy Association were all puzzled. How could the situation suddenly become uncontrollable? Could it be that someone was sabotaging behind the scenes? Ling Ruoxu sat upright in his chair, a hint of satisfaction playing at the corners of his mouth. But just then, sounds of astonishment came from outside the hall. Zuan then came walking in. His appearance made many of the girls in the corner of the hall happy, especially Shang Guanyan, who stood up excitedly and wanted to go over. But just as she took a step, she stopped, because behind Zuan came a woman in ancient attire. The beauty of this woman was beyond words, stunning even the girls like Shang Guanyan in their tracks. Not to mention the men. The entire hall gradually fell silent as everyone stared blankly at Yan. Under so many gazes, Yan's face rapidly turned red, then shyly hid behind Zuan, not daring to show her face. This sudden change caused many people to sigh involuntarily. Then a young childish voice was heard. "Daddy, when are we going to eat a big meal?" Everyone turned to look and found a pair of exquisite little girls following behind. This shocked many people even more. The wealthiest young ladies, who had arrived early to wait, all felt disappointed as Yan's beauty shattered their dreams of getting to know the new Den King. Under Yan's beauty, these girls no longer had the courage to approach and strike up conversations. At that moment, the purple-clothed girl incredulously said, "This is the plain-looking woman you were talking about." This question made many girls wear bitter expressions, especially Shang Guanyan, who gazed infatuatedly at Zuan. Her heart gradually sank as she realized she had no chance. Equally uneasy was Lu Baiyu, who was surprised by Yan's beauty, but also felt a bit uncomfortable. Just then, she heard a greedy voice from beside her. "She is really a beauty." The elders of the Alchemy Guild collectively stood up to welcome. "Welcome, Your Excellency, Zhu," and nodded his head. Then he led Yan and others to the high platform. With this, the Den King ceremony officially began. Countless people were secretly observing Zuan and Yan, then began whispering to each other. "Is this the newly appointed Den King? He looks so young. Indeed, aren't those alchemists all old and gray? How come such a young one suddenly appeared? Can he handle it? Wow, this woman is really beautiful, even more beautiful than those female disciples I've seen in Paradise Hall." "You're exaggerating. Have you really seen the female disciples in Paradise Hall?" "Who said I haven't? Not only have I seen them, they even chatted with me for a few sentences." "Come, talk as if it's true. With your type, I bet if you really see the disciples from Paradise Hall, you'd wet your pants." These onlookers were chatting nonsensical things. However, the members of the prestigious families were all discreetly watching Zuan. They came here to establish relationships with Zuan, but they had not even met him in person before. This was their chance to figure out a way to do so. At this moment, Lu Lai quietly asked his daughter, "Is this the Den King you mentioned?" Lu Baiyu nodded. Lu Lai pondered for a moment, as he felt the aura on this man was familiar, but couldn't recall where he had seen it. Just then, a disciple of the dragon-facing mountain, Wu Haoyang, stood up first, walked quickly to the high platform, and deeply bowed to Zuan. "Your Excellency Zhu, Dragon-Facing Mountain congratulates you on achieving the heavenly tier of enlightenment. Tier is a gift, as a token of respect." Saying that, he ended over a gift list. Zuan knew what these people were thinking, so he didn't even look at the gift list, just casually said, "Speak, what do you need from me?" Hao Yang was delighted to hear this, but still composed. "Your Excellency, my master has been stuck at the half-step golden immortal realm for centuries, unable to break through. However, if we could obtain the unrivaled transcendence pill that you obtained through enlightenment, there is still a glimmer of hope for my master." "Then why doesn't your master come in person?" Zidan Cheng suddenly asked. Hao Yang smiled bitterly. "My master has been in seclusion for 30 years. He said that if he could not break through that step, he would remain in seclusion until death." Saying this, he knelt down on the ground. "Your Excellency, please help. Even if there is a price to pay, please grant this till to save my master's life. All of the disciples of Dragon-Facing Mountain are willing to pay any price for this." Hao Yang continued, knocking his head on the ground rhythmically. "Dad, this uncle is so pitiful. Can't you help him?" Zhu and smiled. "All right, since Xiang has spoken, I'll help him," then calmly said, "Get up." Hao Yang, upon hearing this, raised his head, looking at Zuan hopefully. Zuan casually picked up the unrivaled transcendence pill on the table and threw it over. Hao Yang was startled but caught the pill, hearing Zhu and say, "You show filial piety, so I will grant you this pill." The audience was in an uproar at these words. Many from the prestigious families had eyes turning red. That was a sacred tier pill. How could it be given away so casually? At this moment, Zidan Cheng couldn't hold back. "Your Excellency, Zhu," and waved his hand, gesturing for him not to speak. Hao Yang, now awakened from his shock, looked at the unrivaled transcendence pill in his hand, tears streaming down his face. He cowed out to Zuan a few more times, choked up, "Your Excellency, the great kindness you've shown to Dragon-Facing Mountain will never be forgotten. When my master leaves seclusion, we will personally come to thank you." Zuan smiled noncommittally. The sacred tier pill that was so precious in the eyes of others was of little significance to him. After all, although the Star of Union was vast, the level of alchemy here was mediocre, and the spiritual herbs grown here were also mediocre. Therefore, if categorized according to the pills of the myriad realms, this sacred tier pill was not worthy. As long as Zuan desired, he could easily refine a bunch of such pills. So Zuan gestured, "That's enough, you can go now." "Yes," Hao Yang respectfully answered, intending to leave. However, just then, Ling Ruoxu, who had been drinking on the high platform, suddenly said, "Wait." With these words, Hao Yang stopped in his tracks and turned to look. Seeing that he was called by Ling Ruoxu, his expression became difficult. But still, he forced himself to say, "What does Lord Ling command?" "Hao Yang, are you leaving right after getting the pill? And what is Lord Ling's intention?" Hao Yang asked in a deep voice. "Hehe, have you forgotten about the debt between Dragon-Facing Mountain and our illusory Void Palace all these years?" Upon hearing this, the expression on Hao Yang's face became more unpleasant, but he still composedly said, "Of course, I haven't forgotten, but this year's crystal stones haven't been fully excavated yet. In another 3 months at most, we will have all the arrears paid off." Hao Yang lowered his head, eyes shining with humiliation, because the so-called debt mentioned by Ling Ruoxu was simply a tool for bullying. Dragon-Facing Mountain was not far from Illusory Void Palace, but because the power difference was significant, with Illusory Void Palace pressuring them, demanding that Dragon-Facing Mountain pay half or more of its annual income. Dragon-Facing Mountain's people naturally refused, and Illusory Void Palace even killed 3 successive leaders. Ultimately, Dragon-Facing Mountain reluctantly agreed. This was also why the current leader of Dragon-Facing Mountain was closing in on the Golden Immortal realm. They had lived too humbly in recent years. Only by becoming a strong Golden Immortal could they have a footing in the Star of Union. Hao Yang also understood that Ling Ruoxu's so-called account was merely an excuse. The real reason was probably to prevent Dragon-Facing Mountain from rising. Indeed, Ling Ruoxu smiled slightly. "Hao Yang, you have misunderstood. I don't want you to repay the arrears with crystal stones these years, but with this pill in your hand." Hao Yang was stunned by these words and finally could not suppress his inner indignation. "Ling Ruoxu, don't you think your Illusory Void Palace is going too far?" Ling Ruoxu was completely stunned by this blow. Consider his high status, a disciple of the prestigious Illusion Palace, the current taught disciple, and renowned as the top figure beyond the Truth Tablet, universally admired wherever he goes. Yet, despite his esteemed status, he was left with a mouthful of broken teeth and blood flowing profusely from being struck by this small wine cup. How could this not enrage the proud Ling Ruoxu? At the same time, he also felt a hint of shock in his heart. When the wine cup flew towards him, he clearly saw it coming, but he couldn't even resist and was directly smashed into his current state. What was going on? Could it be that this newly appointed Dan King's cultivation was even more powerful than his? No, it couldn't be. He must have just been distracted, which led to such a big loss. Thinking this, Ling Ruoxu's mouth shimmered, and in the blink of an eye, his injuries were completely healed. For a strong individual like him, this level of injury was nothing. The most important thing was losing face. Therefore, after Ling Ruoxu recovered, he stared at Zuan with resentment, saying, "Zhu, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to antagonize the Illusion Palace over this small dragon mount?" "What do I mean?" Zuan smiled faintly and calmly replied, "I made it clear just now. The items were gifts from me to them, so they belong to them. No one has the right to take them away, understand? You. Ling Ruoxu was on the verge of losing his temper. By doing so, aren't you afraid of causing a conflict between the Dandao Guild and the Illusion Palace? This was already using the influence of the Illusion Palace to pressure Zuan. The members of the Dandao Guild couldn't help but show a serious expression. Despite the vast wealth of the Dandao Guild, due to a lack of strong power, they had always existed in the midst of many powerful sects. Furthermore, the Illusion Palace was very close to Wenden City, so if enmity arose, it would be troublesome. Therefore, an elder with a calm and composed demeanor from the Dandao Guild stepped forward to mediate. Ling, calm down. Let's sit down and talk about this. Our relationship with your esteemed sect has always been good. Why damage it over this matter? Yes. Ling, our new Den King is young and spirited. Don't take it to heart too much. Another respected elder chimed in. Witnessing this scene, many turned their gaze towards Zuan. They noticed that the new Den King was currently drinking quietly, without expressing any opinion. Many thought that he was giving in. Ling Ruoxu naturally noticed this too. The show of weakness by the Dandao Guild made his arrogance even more pronounced. Heh, young and spirited? That sounds like you've never been young before. But to attack someone without reason, this matter must be satisfactorily resolved, or it won't be easy to overlook. What do you mean then? A Dandao elder asked. Ling Ruoxu pointed at Yan beside Zuan and arrogantly declared, if this woman gives me 3 cups of wine, I will no longer pursue this matter. Otherwise, it's not over. The crowd murmured. The Dandao elders all looked hesitant, then turned to Zuan. Seeing him quietly drinking, many mistook his silence for consent, feeling a sense of disdain. In any place, a man who can't even protect his woman would be looked down upon. Zuan's current attitude disappointed many elite ladies. Although they were satisfied with his appearance and talent, his current behavior was disappointing. However, it caught Ling Ruoxu's attention. He had long desired Yan. Zuan's agreement seemed like an opportunity. The Dandao elders exchanged glances, and the most senior and respected elder spoke up. Lord Zhu, how do you see this matter? Before he could finish speaking, Zuan, who was still drinking, let out a soft laugh. A conflict, and you want my Yanner to serve you wine? How ridiculous! If your sect dares to attack, I alone can wipe it out. Doom. This statement shook the entire place. Many shook their heads secretly, knowing that this matter couldn't be easily resolved. In the realm of many realms unify, the dignity of the sect was not to be insulted by anyone. Once it happened, it would lead to a relentless situation. Indeed, Ling Ruoxu's eyebrows were exploding as he roared. How dare you insult my sect? Die. Saying this, Ling Ruoxu struck down with a powerful blow from above. A wave of innate spiritual energy formed substantive swords, directly attacking Zuan. This was Ling Ruoxu's signature move, Illusion Truly Real, which earned him the title of the top figure beyond the Truth Tablet. The sword light and shadows came densely, forcing the people around to move far away. Everyone was slightly shocked by the power of this blow, especially the Dandao elders, who were full of anxiety. But they couldn't intervene at this point. Just as the swordlight and shadows were 3 meters away from Zuan, he glanced, and suddenly, these powerful attacks turned into a gentle breeze. The swords made of innate spiritual energy dissipated into nothingness. Everyone was stunned. What was happening? Why did such a powerful move suddenly disappear? Ling Ruoxu was also taken aback but then grinned. You're quite skilled. But insulting the Illusion Palace means certain death. Give your life. With a light shout, Ling Ruoxu's spiritual energy surged, then he stepped forward, instantly appearing in front of Zuan. He raised his fist to strike, containing an immense force that made many onlookers shiver. However, in the midst of this situation, Zuan raised his left hand holding a wine cup and took a leisurely sip. At this moment, still drinking, is this person out of his mind? Just as doubt arose in their hearts, Ling Ruoxu's fist was about to reach Zuan. His eyes glinted with cruel excitement, calculating that once he killed this man, the beauty beside him would be his. But before the triumphant smile could appear on his face, as Zuan continued drinking, without even lifting his head, he raised his hand and a massive palm shadow appeared out of nowhere, crashing down on Ling Ruoxu. Crack! After a bone-chilling break, Ling Ruoxu managed to let out a short, agonizing scream before his body rapidly disintegrated into a messy heap of flesh. Starting from his head, he was reduced to a pulp by a single palm. The Illusion Palace's top disciple was now obliterated. The entire crowd fell silent. It was not until a moment later that someone roared in anger, "I didn't expect it would be you." At the Dan King summit, Zuan slapped the current real transmission of the Yuxu Palace, Ling Ruoxu, into minced meat with just one palm. Everyone watching was shocked. Even the wealthy young ladies, who had just misunderstood Zuan and thought he was unworthy of being called a man, were now staring at Zuan with dumbfounded eyes, because Zuan's method of slapping Ling Ruoxu to death was too terrifying. The casualness, without any hint of tension, clearly indicated his strength was far superior to Ling Ruoxu. However, at this moment, the elders of the Dan Dao Guild all had pale faces. They all felt that they had entered into an irreconcilable enmity with the Yuxu Palace this time, because Ling Ruoxu was the current real transmission of the Yuxu Palace. This also meant that he was very likely the next elder, or even the head of the Yuxu Palace. A talent carefully nurtured like this was now killed by Zuan with one palm, indicating how furious the Yuxu Palace would be when they found out. Just as tensions were high, someone suddenly angrily shouted, "I didn't expect it to be you." Everyone was shocked and turned to look at Lalai, who had been sitting on the side observing the situation, now standing in midair with a fierce expression, glaring at Zuan with icy eyes. What was going on? Everyone was puzzled. Clearly, they did not understand how this La family head, who had just been composed, suddenly became so enraged. Even La Baiyu had a confused look on her face, not understanding what her father was about to do. At this moment, Lalai spoke with a cold voice, "Zuan, you killed my eldest son, destroyed my ancestral land. These are all your doings, right?" Hearing these words, including La Baiyu, everyone's eyes widened. The events that had happened in the La family had already spread throughout the Middle Realms, and most people knew about it. But who could have thought that this was all done by the newly crowned Dan King? Several elders couldn't care less about the matters of the Yuxu Palace at this moment. The power of the La family was no less than that of the Yuxu Palace, and even surpassed it in some aspects. So they were all in shock and said, in disbelief, "La family head, this is not a matter to joke about. And how can you be so sure that these actions were done by our Dan King?" Lalai shook his head, then gritted his teeth and said, "I am in no mood to joke with you. As for how I know, ha ha, the heavens have eyes. In the La family ancestral land, I found a remnant soul of our La ancestors, and within that remnant soul, there was a trace of aura. When I first saw this Zuan, I felt familiar, but because that aura was too weak, I didn't recognize it immediately. But when he struck down Ling Ruoxu, I instantly recognized that aura." Staring fiercely at Zuan, Lalai said in a cold voice, "Zuan, do you have anything else to say?" Upon hearing Lalai's questioning, all eyes were on Zuan, waiting to see how he would respond. But at that moment, a glimmer appeared amidst the blood and flesh on the ground, swiftly ascending into the air and flying towards the horizon. "Not good. That's Ling Ruoxu's soul. He's going to report back," exclaimed a Dan Da elder. "Quick, send someone to intercept him," another elder shouted. However, Zuan just smiled and said, "There's no need. Let him go report back." But these people wanted to say more, but Zuan paid them no mind. Instead, he turned to look at Lalai, who was filled with resentment, and calmly said, "You're right. I killed your eldest son, La Jinglan, and destroyed the soul of your lay ancestors. It was me." Upon hearing Zuan's words, everyone was shocked. Masters of alchemy, crushing the current real transmission of the Yuxu Palace, and now turns out he was also responsible for the heavy losses suffered by the La family in the past. How many more secrets did this man hold? Lalai, filled with anger, sneered, "Very well, if you dare admit it." As he said this, he motioned to his La family guards who had followed him. They moved forward without a word, standing behind Lalai, glaring fiercely at Zuan, their strong auras firmly locked onto him, ready to tear him to pieces at Lalai's command. "Today, I will avenge my La family ancestors and my son, Jinglan," Lalai declared as he took a step forward, preparing to strike. But at this moment, La Baiyu suddenly shouted, "Father, don't act yet." Lalai paused. "Baiyu, you." La Baiyu stepped forward, saying, "Father, I have a few questions to ask Zuan. We can act after I'm done asking." Lalai's face was heavy, but he silently stood aside. La Baiyu took a deep breath, then asked in a serious tone, "Zuan, I only have one question for you. Why did you kill my elder brother, La Jinglan, and destroy our La family ancestral land? Who is behind you in orchestrating these actions?" Hearing Le Bayou's question, even Lalai couldn't help but be stunned before nodding silently. It seemed his second daughter was sharp-minded. If he had acted rashly earlier, he might have overlooked the true culprit. Zuan smiled and shook his head. No one is behind this. Killing Le Jinglong and destroying your Le family ancestors were simply things I did casually. As for why, a nobody like you isn't worthy of my explanation. Le Bayou was filled with anger, while Lalai could no longer contain himself and roar, attack, tear him to shreds. Lali's personal guards were all elite warriors, extremely powerful and proficient in coordinated combat formations. Ordinary golden immortals wouldn't dare to face their sharpness head-on. So when Lalai gave the command, these guards moved forward, ready to unleash their well-trained skills. However, at that moment, a furious voice was heard from outside. Who dares call Zuan? Come out and face death. The voice was powerful, resonating like thunder and intimidating the whole area. It was clear that a formidable expert was speaking. Someone exclaimed, "That voice, it seems to be Xia Dingchen, the head of the Yuxu Palace." Hearing this, the elders of the Dandao Guild, as well as the onlookers, all had their faces change. Even Lalai and Le Bayou, the father and daughter, showed a hint of surprise. Then Le Bayou whispered a few words in Lali's ear. After a moment of contemplation, Lalai nodded slightly. Zuan turned to his wife and Yan with a slight smile. "My dear, watch how I slaughter these people." Above the sky at this moment, it is already densely packed with ships. Leading the way is an enormous flying vessel, even larger than the one that Ling Ruoxu rode in on. Standing at the bow of this flying vessel is a group of people. These individuals are all dressed in luxurious clothing, exuding a strong presence. However, all their gazes are fixated on the person in front. This person wears a Nidmeme crown and a robe embroidered with stars, resembling an emperor. The crowd gasps in surprise. This person is Xia Dingchen, the head of the prestigious illusory palace for over 1,000 years, whose cultivation is unfathomable. There are even rumors that he has reached the realm of a true immortal, making him one of the most powerful individuals. It is unexpected for him to personally appear today. By his side, there is a somewhat transparent figure, likely the escaped soul of Ling Ruoxu. Indeed, this spectral figure points towards Zuan in the air, expressing hatred. "Master, it was this person who destroyed my physical body and nearly shattered my soul. Please help me seek justice." Xia Dingchen snorts coldly in response. "Rest assured, my disciple. Since I am here today, I will make those who dare challenge the authority of the illusory palace pay the price." Ling Ruoxu is delighted, casting a disdainful glance at Zuan with satisfaction. In his view, with the master's decision, Zuan is doomed. However, Zuan remains unperturbed, simply smiling faintly. "What? Calling for backup after hitting my disciple's master?" Xia Dingchen sneers. "A celestial pill master, newly appointed alchemy king, sounds quite intimidating. However, you shouldn't have offended our illusory palace. Kneel now, and I may spare your flesh while sparing your soul, considering the long-standing relationship between you and our alchemy guild." Zu, and laughs heartily. "In that case, I will provide a way out for your illusory palace. Anyone who kneels within 3 breaths can escape death." This declaration shocks the spectators. Zuan is challenging the absolute authority within thousands of miles, the illusory palace, known as the top alchemy sect. How can he speak so boldly, seemingly unafraid of death? Seeing this, Lali's lips curl into a cold smile. The 2 simple phrases whispered by Le Bayou in his ear earlier seem fitting. "Stay calm, and watch the changes." Indeed, Zuan is courting death. Even Lalai wouldn't dare act so recklessly in front of so many experts. What is he relying on? How can he be so audacious? At least in Lali's mind, Zuan is doomed. Many others share his opinion. However, some individuals gaze at Zuan's figure in the air with almost admiring eyes, like those wealthy young ladies who are truly captivated by his demeanor. The onlookers have various thoughts, but the members of the illusory palace in the air are enraged. Outcries of outrageous and courting death echo continuously. The head of the sect, Xia Dingchen, chuckles coldly. Even facing death, he remains defiant. "Let's end him." Xia Dingchen doesn't need to take action himself. With a command, the numerous experts under the banner of the illusory palace all move into action. Countless sword energies and formidable spells rush towards Zuan under the gleaming brilliance, making Zuan appear even more aloof. Many individuals close their eyes, unwilling to witness what would happen next. Suddenly, Zuan stomps his foot. Doom. With that one stomp, the void trembles. The incoming sword energies and spells are instantly shattered, disappearing into nothingness. Zuan then turns to Xia Dingchen and Ling Ruoxu, smiling coldly. Was that satisfying? If so, it's my turn now. With that, Zuan reaches into the void. Then with a sudden shout, pulls out a golden sword covered in various runes. Raising it, his eyes gleam brightly. With 30,000 feet of worldly cares, I shall wield my sword, Annihilation. Doom. The sword extends 100 miles in an instant, descending from above and cleaving the ground beneath with unparalleled force. The powerful strike causes the ground to crack, and the golden sword energy shoots up into the sky like a colossal pillar, visible for miles around. Countless individuals stare in disbelief at this scene. Those present are stunned by the display, including Xia Dingchen, who, like an emperor moments ago, is now shouting in alarm, "Take cover." However, the warning comes too late. The blade is already upon them. With a crisp sound, the ships of the illusory palace explode like fireworks one after another. The so-called experts among them are silenced before they can even scream, all vanishing beneath the power of the sword. As the light fades and the energy subsides, the once crowded sky is now empty. In the aftermath, the battered figure of Xia Dingchen and the miraculously unharmed Ling Ruoxu are all that remain in the air. Both master and disciple look disheveled, with Xia Dingchen, his crown crooked and robe in tatters, transforming from an emperor into a beggar. Yet Xia Dingchen has no time to dwell on his appearance, as fear grips his heart. Had he not relied on his unique divine technique to escape pinned to the void moments ago, he too would have perished under the sword. This terrifying experience has shattered Xia Dingchen's courage, and as he stands unsteadily, he dares not even glance at Zuan, swiftly turning to flee. As he runs, his mind races, questioning the origins and formidable swordsmanship of this man. Fortunately, it seems that Zuan lacks a divine technique, allowing Xia Dingchen to escape with his life. Just as he inwardly celebrates, a calm voice whispers in his ear, "Cause and effect." With those words, Xia Dingchen and the soul of Ling Ruoxu freeze in midair. Then, Zuan snaps his fingers, and everything is reversed. Snap! The long-renowned Xia Dingchen, who had ruled the Yuxu Palace for 1,000 years, quickly withered away. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a majestic middle-aged man into a feeble old man. As for Ling Ruoxu, she couldn't even withstand this process and was directly shaken into smithereens by the powerful forces of karma. In the emptiness, silence prevailed, both inside and outside the Wandan city. The onlookers, whether the senior alchemists of the Alchemy Guild or the cultivators from the various domains, were all left dumbfounded watching this scene. Everything happened too quickly. The Yuxu Palace, just now full of arrogance with ships filling the sky ready to demand retribution, was completely destroyed in the blink of an eye. Not even Xia Dingchen, known for his powerful cultivation and cruel nature, was a match for this man. This sword is simply too terrifying. Even the golden immortal powerhouses cannot possess such terrifying sword intent, uttered a cultivator of the sword path in shock. The senior alchemists of the Alchemy Guild were trembling with excitement. Some even shed tears. For many years, although the Alchemy Guild was wealthy, they had been bullied by the major sects due to their lack of top-tier combat power. For instance, the Yuxu Palace, though showing necessary respect on the surface, had numerous times secretly demanded offerings from the Alchemy Guild by various means. The guild's leader at the time, Elder Queden, squeezed the people within the guild but acted almost like an obedient puppy towards the Yuxu Palace and other major sects. Helpless, the other members of the Alchemy Guild could only seethe in silence. Even until just now, these senior alchemists had thought of trying to settle the matter peacefully and suppress as much as possible. But who would have thought that the mighty divine artifact sect, the Yuxu Palace, would be utterly destroyed by one sword from the new king of alchemy? This time, the Alchemy Guild was finally going to rise to prominence. But amidst the crowd, the most shocked were the members of the Le family. Lalai trembled all over, his face as pale as paper, staring blankly at the scene. He had just been full of vigor, wanting to kill Zuan to avenge the ancestors of the Le family and his own son. However, upon witnessing Zuan's earth-shattering sword, he suddenly realized how ignorant and foolish his thoughts had been. He couldn't even imagine evading this sword himself. It wasn't just him. There were probably few in the central domain who could escape it. So, in his moment of dread, Lalai also faintly felt a sense of relief. If he had acted earlier, would it have been their group who perished? Meanwhile, Le Bayu, at the side, was at a loss for words, staring blankly with her mind completely blank. In the midair, with only half a breath left, Eradicating exerted his last strength to ask, "Who are you?" Zu, and stood proudly, giving a slight smile. "Me, I am Zuan." A hint of despair flickered in Eradicating's clouded eyes. He didn't believe that this man could be an unknown nobody, because the sword just now and the divine abilities he displayed surpassed Eradicating's understanding. He even thought that not even the descendant of the Yuan clan Blood-Wed Mountain could possess such formidable strength. Hence, he asked. However, Zuan's response left him disappointed. Therefore, he felt resentful, but with his rapidly aging body, he couldn't speak further. Thus, he could only glare at Zuan with hatred before emitting a hoarse sound from his throat. Eventually, the light in his eyes faded, turning into a pile of bones. He might be the only golden immortal powerhouse in the central domain who died of old age. Even his soul could not escape, dissipating along with him. The onlookers fell into silence. At that moment, Zuan turned to the La family father and daughter, giving a faint smile. "I remember you said you wanted to kill me to avenge the ancestors of the La family. Well, I have time now, so come on. Let's settle this now and avoid future troubles." Upon hearing this, all the La family members instinctively took a few steps back. Even the elite guards, at this moment, all bowed their heads, not daring to meet Zuan's eyes. This was the crushing power of strength, no reasoning, just brute force. As for Lalai, his face kept changing from red to pale, his eyes filled with complex emotions, evidently experiencing a storm in his heart. Just then, Labayu was the first to regain clarity. Stepping forward, she solemnly said, "Zuan, your strength is overwhelming, and we, the La family, are not your match. We apologize for our previous offense. The La family concedes defeat." These words shook the crowd, but many elders of the prominent families secretly admired Labayu's decision. In the current situation, her choice was the most correct. While ancestral land was important compared to the survival of a family, it paled in comparison. As for the deceased eldest son of the La family, he was even less significant. Lalai naturally understood this principle. Just a moment ago, he hesitated and struggled, feeling humiliated to bow down. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Lalai hesitated for a moment, then sighed deeply, lowering his head and saying no more. Zuan quietly observed Labayu and the La family members behind her. His gaze silenced them all. None dared to meet his eyes. Only Labayu, with a pale face but still with a forced composure, looked up at Zuan. He smiled then. "Admit defeat. Well, have you ever considered if I would spare the La family?" The La family members trembled. Labayu shuddered all over, but she then took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and said, "Yes, we were the ones who provoked you just now. We, the La family, will give you a satisfactory answer to this matter. We just hope you can spare us." With that, Labayu knelt down. The guards of the La family also knelt down. Lalai stood alone at first, but after a brief struggle, he also knelt down slowly. Zuan remained unmoved, looking at them. A few senior elders of the Alchemy Guild exchanged glances and stepped forward. "My lord." They wanted to plead on behalf of Labayu, as she was a profound-level alchemist of the Alchemy Guild. Many people had a good opinion of her and wished to intercede for her. Lev Bayu shuddered all over, knowing that Zuan was telling the truth, because she knew too well what kind of person her brother was. Zuan continued at this time, "Originally, we should have wiped out your live family altogether, but considering that you are also an alchemist, I will spare you this time. But if there's a next time, there will be no mercy, yes." Lev Bayu responded with difficulty. As for Lev Lai, at this moment, his face revealed a helpless and defeated look, because he understood that this was already the best outcome. In this world, the strong are respected. Moreover, this whole incident was their fault from the beginning. To be able to save the live family was already a stroke of luck. Zuan then glanced around at the crowd. A faint smile appeared on his lips, and then he turned and returned to the main hall of the Alchemy building. The banquet continued. But the attitude of the people towards Zuan had changed. If before it was respect for a master alchemist, now it was towards an unrivaled strongman. And the news of Zuan cutting down the imperial palace in the Dan King ceremony and compelling the live family of the Chaotian district to bow down quickly spread. For a while, the eastern region was shaken. The listeners were all dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Even the prestigious sects were silent this time. Zuan's reputation had finally spread like the scorching sun in the sky, shaking the land. In the following period, Zuan resided in the city of Many Dan. Thus, the city of Many Dan became a sacred place worshipped by countless alchemists. Every day, alchemists and cultivators from all directions poured into this city. These cultivators were hoping to establish good relations with the new Dan king at this opportunity, especially when the news spread that Zuan casually gifted a sacred pill to a small sect called Lanshan Mountain. The eyes of these cultivators turned red. If they could establish a good relationship, they might also receive some rewards. Wouldn't that be delightful? As for these alchemists, they wanted to take this opportunity to learn advanced alchemy. So, the city of Many Dan became even more lively than ever. Every day, countless alchemists waited outside the Alchemy building, eagerly watching, hoping to catch a glimpse of the new Dan king. In this situation, Zuan decisively held a grand alchemy conference. When the news spread, the alchemists' eyes turned green, and some even sat outside the Alchemy building, taking their seats in advance. On the day of the Alchemy conference, almost all the alchemists from the central region rushed over. Looking from atop the Alchemy building, there was a huge crowd below, all wearing different colored alchemist robes. However, when Zuan, dressed in a white alchemist robe, appeared on the top of the Alchemy building, the nosy crowd instantly quieted down. Under countless gazes, Zuan gave a slight smile and began to explain the secrets of alchemy. Being an esteemed immortal and having traveled through various realms, Zuan's horizons were beyond the imagination of the people of this world. For example, the alchemy he was currently explaining, although it was the most basic alchemy in the myriad realms, was enough to shock the alchemists present. In this way, Zuan lectured on alchemy for 3 days on top of the Alchemy building. The alchemists listened with fascination for 3 days. After 3 days, almost all of the alchemists had improved their alchemy skills. Many had even advanced 1 or 2 levels directly because they had listened to Zuan's teachings. In conclusion, after the 3 days of alchemy teaching, Zuan's name as the Dan King became well known. Everyone was sincerely impressed, and there was no disagreement. A few days later, Zuan still resided in the Gathering Dan Palace. Although the senior alchemists had invited Zuan several times to live in the Alchemy building, Zuan refused because he liked the elegance of this small courtyard. This inadvertently elevated the status of the Gathering Dan Palace. Now, who didn't know that the Dan King Zuan lived here? Therefore, countless alchemists and cultivators were willing to come here to trade. In just a few days, the Gathering Dan Palace had become one of the top trade hubs in the city of Many Dan. Naturally, the Eastern Linkson was very grateful, and the respect for Zuan and his family grew even stronger. On this day, she was in the main hall discussing business with several senior alchemists. Suddenly, a woman in warrior attire walked in from the door. Her appearance immediately attracted the attention of many in the hall because her outfit was so unique. The tight-fitting clothes accentuated her slender figure. Additionally, there was a small sword-shaped red mark on her forehead, making her look even more distinctive. What caught the most attention was the giant sword she carried on her back. The hilt of the sword rose diagonally half a foot above her shoulder, and the red tassel on the sword scabbard swayed as she walked, causing people's minds to sway. This uniquely dressed woman naturally attracted the attention of many. She walked straight to Dong Lingson and said, in a cold tone, "Is there someone named Zuan living here?" Dong Lingson felt a tightness in her heart because she didn't know if this person was an enemy or a friend. So, after pondering for a moment, she asked, "What business do you have with Master Zhu?" "Don't ask these questions. I have very important business with him," the woman said coldly. Dong Lingson hesitated but nodded. "All right, please follow me." She then led the woman to the small courtyard where Zuan resided. At that moment, Zuan was playing with his 2 daughters in the courtyard. He folded many paper cranes that danced in the air, occasionally forming various characters or images, amusing his daughters, who giggled happily. Just as they were having a lot of fun, Dong Lingson walked into the courtyard and respectfully said, "Master, someone wants to see you." The woman following behind Dong Lingson took the lead and said coldly, "You must be Zuan." Without looking up, Zuan said blandly, "Is this how Snow handles her subordinates?" With that sentence, the woman's expression changed drastically. Zuan raised his eyes and glanced at the woman, and when his gaze met hers, the woman involuntarily took half a step back. She discovered that the look in Zuan's eyes was terrifying. Underneath the calmness was a hint of mockery, and beneath that was a chilling intimidation. At that moment, The woman remembered the instructions given to her by the young lady before leaving. She must be respectful and not show any neglect when facing this person. Back then, the woman was somewhat dismissive, but now she understood the importance of the young lady's words. The woman's demeanor became much more respectful as she bowed to Zuan. Please forgive me, I am Sword 7, the personal sword slave of the young lady. Initially, Zuan made it clear outside Zhuanli City that after 3 months, she should come to Wandan City to find him. Unexpectedly, she did not come herself, but sent a personal sword slave instead. Hearing this, Jianqi showed a faint bitter smile. Miss is currently tied up with trivial matters and is unable to come personally, so she sent me over. Oh, tied up with trivial matters. Where is she now? Jianqi took a deep breath. She is at Damning Mountain, and Miss instructed me to lead you there together. In Zhuanli City initially, Zuli said that after 3 months, the legacy of Damning Swordmaster would be unlocked. It should be about time now. But what trivial matters have tied her up in Damning Mountain? Although Zuan had some doubts, she did not speak them out, just nodded slightly. All right, we will depart tomorrow. The news that Zuan was leaving spread rapidly. Many elders from the Alchemy Guild hurried over, wanting to persuade Zuan to stay a few more days. But Zuan was determined to leave, so these people had no choice but to lead a group of alchemists who had arrived upon hearing the news to see Zuan and his party off from a distance, wishing the Great One a smooth journey and a quick return. The elders of the Alchemy Guild all bowed respectfully. Zidan Chen, who decided to stay here, was even more reluctant to part. Zuan smiled. All right, go back. I'm just going to watch the excitement. I will be back soon. Jianqi looked at the scene in surprise. She did not expect Zuan to have such a high reputation. A simple trip had drawn so many people to see him off. Maybe he could really solve the crisis Miss is facing now. This idea came to Jianqi's mind, but she quickly shook her head in self-mockery. Although this person's cultivation should be good, and he is a very rare heavenly tier alchemist, he is still far from the other person. Thinking of this, Jianqi couldn't help but sigh, and the worrying in her eyes deepened. Finally, the send-off party left, and boarded the crane carriage. Jianqi took the reins and the carriage rose into the sky, flying towards the horizon. Wandan City is located in the northwest of Zhongyu, while Damning Mountain is in the southeast of Zhongyu, so this journey spans more than 10,000 miles, crossing the entire territory of Zhongyu. But fortunately, the crane carriage was very powerful, and when passing through bustling cities, Zuan would let it land so that the family could stroll around. So the journey was not as tiring as it seemed. Finally, after more than half a month of rushing, they entered the southeastern territory of Zhongyu. The customs and people here were completely different from the northwest. Everywhere there were high mountains and dense forests inhabited by all sorts of fierce beasts and venomous insects, as well as very fierce aboriginals living in the dense forest. These aboriginals lived on the flesh of fierce beasts and were very ferocious. Even ordinary golden immortal powerhouses did not dare to venture into the woods alone. Nevertheless, one could still occasionally see tall cities standing in the midst of the dense forest. After a few more days, a towering mountain came into view. This mountain was so tall that more than half of its body was shrouded in the clouds of the sky. Zuan, this is Damning Mountain, Jianqi introduced. Zuan nodded slightly. Although he had seen the mountain already, it took another half a day to reach it. When they approached, they could better feel the enormity of the mountain. Even the majority of the field of vision was dominated by this towering mountain. At the foot of Damning Mountain stood a large city. On the gate were written 3 large characters, Extreme Bliss City. Zuan had heard Jianqi talk about it on the way. This Damning Mountain is close to one of the 3-day sects, Extreme Bliss Palace. The city at the foot of the mountain, Extreme Bliss City, is the residence of Extreme Bliss Palace in the mortal realm. The group stepped into the city. There were shops everywhere, bustling with commerce. Even the women walking on the main street were dressed very revealingly, and there were brothels and courtesans open for business in broad daylight. The city was full of extravagant and decadent scenes. Jianqi led the way, and soon they arrived in front of a beautifully decorated inn in the city. Snowdrift stayed in a small building behind the inn. When Zuan stepped into the building, Snowdrift, who had been waiting here, came forward and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Great One. Zuan was slightly stunned, because after several months of absence, Snowdrift looked much haggard, with eyes full of fatigue and seemingly burdened with many worries. Rise, yes. Snowdrift stood up, somewhat apologetically said. Great one, I am entangled with trivial matters this time, and truly couldn't spare the time to come before you. I am truly sorry, Zu. And remained noncommittal. When is the legacy of the damning swordmaster going to be unlocked? It's about to happen, probably within the next 3 to 5 days, Zu. And nodded, then suddenly asked, has anyone from the Blood-Wed Mountain arrived? Snowdrift shook her head. I haven't heard. The people of the Blood-Wed Mountain are always arrogant and generally won't arrive early. After a brief chat, Snowdrift personally led Zuan and his party to a clean courtyard to arrange for their stay. Once everything was settled, Snowdrift returned to her own building. Xianqi couldn't help but ask, Miss, can this person really help you out of your current dilemma? You know, he is. Snowdrift shook her head. If he can't, then it's likely that there is no one else in the world who can. Xianqi hesitated, then sighed softly and reluctantly left. After the room quieted down, Snowdrift stared out the window dumbfoundedly, feeling mixed emotions and not knowing what to make of them. Just as Xianqi said, the dilemma she faces now is almost unsolvable, and all of this stems from that battle in Zhuanli City. Ever since witnessing Zuan's earth-shattering sword in Zhuanli City and receiving his guidance on the principles of flexibility and breaking water, Snowdrift has been immersed in deep contemplation of her past swordsmanship. But because of this, Snowdrift's once unrivaled swordsmanship suddenly lost its edge. This phenomenon displeased Snowdrift's sect greatly. At this time, Snowdrift's junior sister, as if divinely assisted, suddenly skyrocketed in cultivation, surpassing Snowdrift. This made Snowdrift's situation extremely awkward. If only that were the case, it would be fine. But what Snowdrift did not expect was that her sect, which she had always held in high regard, would act so heartlessly. Even so, Zuliuli could still endure. But what happened next left Zuliuli completely desperate, because the young master of the profane demon Dali, ranked 5th on the True Inquiry list and known as the Lord of the Demonic Sword, Yi Changshen suddenly proposed to her sect, the Scarlet Mansion, to enter into a dual cultivation with Zuliuli. And her sect actually agreed. This fact made Zuliuli feel chills all over her body. And what made it even harder for her to bear was the attitude of her little junior sister, who had once respected her greatly and was very kind and affectionate. Not only did she behave extremely arrogantly and rudely towards Zuliuli, but she even dared to say some sarcastic and offensive things to her face. However, the situation was beyond her control since her little junior sister had become extremely powerful and naturally gained immense favor and support from the sect. Even the 7 sword slaves who were once loyal to Zuliuli had also betrayed her. Only this 7th sword slave remained. In this almost deserted situation, Zuliuli used the excuse of the Great Dream Sword Master's legacy to leave the Scarlet Mansion and come to this blissful city. But this was only a temporary measure, because Zuliuli knew very well that the sect would not let her off, especially the Lord of the Demonic Sword who was determined to possess her. In this situation, she did not dare to act recklessly and could only send out the 7th sword slave to bring back Zuan. Faced with such a dilemma, Zuliuli felt a bit uncertain. After all, what she was facing now was pressure from both her sect, the Scarlet Mansion, and the Profane Demon Valley. These were 2 major sects. Thinking of this, Zuliuli let out a long sigh, and then closed her eyes to refine her sword intent. No matter what, she had to return to her peak as soon as possible to improve her situation. But just then, Zuliuli suddenly sensed a violent sword intent filled with brutal killing aura surging in. The power of this sword intent made Zuliuli startled, so she got up and went to the window to look outside. Sure enough, a group of elite riders flew in from the horizon. These riders were clad in black heavy armor, and even their war horses were engulfed in demonic flames, moving as if they were demons emerging from hell, sending shivers down one's spine. In the middle of the group, a large banner was raised, with a silver-hooked iron-like character inscribed on it. However, this character carried a strong killing intent. Zuliuli's expression suddenly turned extremely unsightly because seated on the carriage beneath the banner was the young master of the Profane Demon Valley, Yi Changshan. This young man appeared to be in his late teens, dressed in black robes, with a face as white as jade, and extremely handsome. But the most striking feature was his narrow, phoenix-like eyes. Within his gaze, there was a commanding air. Such momentum naturally alarmed many strong individuals in the blissful city. Among them, some recognized Yi Changshan and couldn't help but utter low exclamations. It's someone from the Profane Demon Valley. The killing god has also arrived. It's going to be lively now. Just then, a group of people flew into the sky from a 100-foot-high building in the center of the blissful city. Approaching the group, the leader was an extremely charming and peerless beauty. This woman wore a well-tailored gown that revealed her alluring figure, making it difficult for anyone to look away. Seeing this, Zuliuli smiled wryly. This woman who arrived was none other than a powerful figure in the blissful city and also the head sex sister of the blissful city, Flower Without Match. Zuliuli couldn't help but sigh. It was indeed true that when someone leaves, the tea cools down. She had already been in the blissful city for over 10 days, but Flower Without Match had never visited even once. However, as soon as the young master of the profane Demon Valley arrived, she rushed out to greet him. This was the difference, right? At that moment, Flower Without Match smiled without saying a word. When I woke up this morning, I felt a slight pain in my chest, knowing that a distinguished guest would come today, and I didn't expect it to be the esteemed young master of the valley. Yi Changshen leaned against the carriage, looking at Flower Without Match with playful eyes, then exclaimed in admiration, "It's been a few years, and Sister Without Match's figure has become even more enchanting and attractive. It's enough to make me, as a junior brother, feel a bit itchy." This straightforward remark would have made an ordinary woman blush, but Flower Without Match giggled. "Young master is too kind. I'm just a withering flower. If young master is willing, I'm willing to offer myself." Yi Changshen burst into laughter. Blissful City truly lives up to its name. Truly a place that can consume a man's soul and bones. Flower Without Match smiled gently. "Please come inside the building for tea, young master." Yi Changshen nodded slightly, but then turned to look in the direction of Zuliuli. Although they were far apart, for powerful individuals like Yi Changshen and Zuliuli, they could still see each other at a glance. When their gazes met, Zuliuli shuddered, her face slightly pale. Meanwhile, a faint cold smile crept onto Yi Changshan's lips as he licked them before turning away. Flower Without Match also noticed this scene. She knew who was over there, glancing at Zuliuli before leaving with a playful smile. Zuliuli's expression became even more unsightly, but she could only slowly lower her head. At the same time, Zuan stood in the courtyard watching the scene unfold and then smiled faintly. "Interesting. Honey, what are you looking at?" And Yan poked her head out of the window and asked. Zuan turned to look at her, noticing some flour on her nose and finding it somewhat funny. Couldn't help but laugh. "Are you cooking again?" And Yan nodded. "Yes. I found that the food here may taste good at first, but it becomes boring after a while. And look." Saying so, she held out two little dough figures in her hands. "What are these?" Zuan was curious. "You silly hubby, these are us." And Yan said helplessly, "Can't you tell?" Zuan looked at the two figures with blurred features and could barely make out that they were figurines made of dough, then nodded. "I can tell, of course I can tell. Your hands are so skillful, how could I not tell?" And Yan chuckled at his words. "Then can you figure out which one is you and which one is me?" "Ow." Zuan hesitated and pointed to one of them. "This one." "You silly hubby, this one is you." "But is there any difference? Don't you see that this one is wearing a dress?" "Hate it." And Yan lightly scoffed at Zuan, but ended up laughing first. Zu. And smirked. "What's so hateful about this?" And Yan gave Zu and a glare. "I'm ignoring you. I'm going to cook." With that, and Yan turned around and went back to cooking. Just then, two beams of light fell in the courtyard, one following the other. It was Zuliuli and Jianchen. However, Zuliuli at this moment had a pale face, with a hint of urgency in her eyes. "Master." Zuliuli saw Zuan in the courtyard and quickly bowed in respite. "What's the matter?" Zuliuli hesitated slightly. Jianchen spoke first. "Master, please save Mrs. Life." With that, Jianchen knelt down on the ground. Zuan remained indifferent. "Go ahead, Dan, tell me, what's really going on?" At this moment, Zuliuli sighed deeply and recounted what had happened to her. Finally, with bitterness, she said, "I just received an invitation from the Jile Pavilion, inviting me to attend tonight's banquet. That the arrival of the demonic young master in Jile City is obviously related to this." Then Zuliuli bowed deeply to Zuan. "Master, I know this may be difficult for you. After all, he is the young master of the celestial sect. But now I am truly in a desperate situation, with no other way out. Only you can save me." Seeing the defeated look on Zuliuli's face and Jian Qi's sincere gaze, Zuan shook his head with a light smile. Zuliuli shivered at the sight, her face turning pale. Jianchen looked even more anxious to say something. "Zu," and waved his hand. "No need to say more. I can attend the banquet tonight, But ultimately, you will have to resolve this yourself. After all, as a swordsman, if you cannot overcome the obstacle in your heart, your skills will deteriorate day by day. Upon hearing these words from Zuan, Su Liuli's expression changed, and she finally lowered her head, softly saying, "Yes." At the same time, in the DRIZZLE building located in the center of the city, Hua Wushuan was sitting opposite the demonic young master Yi Chanshan, drinking wine. The room was filled with a sweet fragrance, making people involuntarily relax. Hua Wushuan giggled. "Young Master Yi, you are probably not just here for the legacy of the great Dream Sword Master, right? After all, Snow Liuli, who defeated the Red House, is now in the city." What had happened to Snow Liuli had already spread within the three sects, and Hua Wushuan naturally knew about it. This was also the reason why she had not invited Snow Liuli before. She wanted to see how things would develop. Yi Chanshan put down his wine glass at the words, saying calmly, "I want the legacy, but the person must also belong to me." Hua Wushuan's eyes flickered briefly with a cold light, but she quickly covered it with a smile and poured wine for Yi Chanshan herself. "Young master, you truly have good taste, wanting both people and wealth." Yi Chanshan suddenly grabbed the hand that was pouring wine for him and sniffed it lightly in front of his nose, then chuckled, "So fragrant. They say the women of DRIZZLE Pavilion have a natural fragrance, and today I see that it's indeed true." Hua Wushuan's smile seemed a bit stiff. Yi Chanshan continued, "As for being straightforward, heh, for me, once I fancy a woman, she must belong to me." Hua Wushuan's eyes shimmered, then she burst out laughing. "Is young Master Yi so straightforward with other girls as well?" Yi Chanshan picked up the hand that had just poured wine for him and sniffed it lightly, then chuckled, "Really fragrant. They say the women of DRIZZLE Pavilion have a natural fragrance, and today I see that it's indeed true." Hua Wushuan's smile seemed a bit strained. Yi Chanshan continued, "As for being straightforward, heh, for me, once I fancy a woman, she must belong to me." Hua Wushuan's eyes danced for a moment, then she burst out laughing again. "Is young Master Yi so straightforward with other girls as well?" Yi Chanshan put the hand that had just touched Hua Wushuan's in front of his nose and took a light sniff before chuckling, "Really fragrant. They say the women of DRIZZLE Pavilion have a natural fragrance, and today I can see it's true." Hua Wushuan's smile became slightly rigid. Yi Chanshan went on, "As for being straightforward, heh, for me, once I have my eye on a woman, she's mine." Hua Wushuan's eyes sparkled, then she giggled. "Young Master Yi is so romantically inclined. This lady is flattered to have caught your eye, but I have just sent an invitation to that Snow Lady, so she will be here at tonight's banquet." Yi Chanshan smiled slightly and leaned back against the soft couch. He said casually, "But I wonder if the celestial beauty of your pavilion will appear at the banquet tonight?" Hua Wushuan finally couldn't maintain her smile, and her gaze turned somewhat cold. Yi Chanshan, as if oblivious, lifted his wine glass to take a sip, then playfully said, "I heard this celestial beauty of yours is a rare beauty born with alluring grace. But I also heard she cannot speak. Not being able to speak is no problem, it might even add a special charm." Hua Wushuan could no longer contain her anger and said firmly, "Young Master Yi, I hope you show some respect to our celestial lady." "Respect? Hey. All right, I'll see if this celestial lady is worth my respect when the time comes." Hua Wushuan got up somewhat annoyed and left. Yi Chanshan lightly tapped the armrest of the soft couch with his finger, a cold smile playing on his lips. After leaving the room, Hua Wushuan's expression grew serious, and she entered a secret chamber. "Did you find out anything?" A middle-aged woman of extreme beauty was sitting cross-legged, meditating. After Hua Wushuan entered, she slowly opened her eyes and asked coldly, "Back to master, it's just as the rumors say. This Yi Chanshan indeed wants to claim Snow Liuli of the Red House, and this man is also very greedy. He dared to inquire about the celestial lady." The middle-aged woman fell silent for a moment, then a cold smile crept onto her face. "The descendants of the barbaric Devil Valley have always been so lawless, we need not bother with him. And just now, news came from the pavilion that the celestial lady will also come tonight." Hua Wushuan was surprised. "The celestial lady is coming out. Could it be?" The middle-aged woman nodded. "According to those monitoring the legacy, the fluctuations in the mountain's legacy have become stronger in these days. It should be happening in these 2 days." Hua Wushuan nodded. "Yes, I understand. Soon, night fell. The city of DRIZZLE became livelier, but the most eye-catching was the DRIZZLE building towering in the city. This building was entirely transparent, emitting a brilliance at night that was dazzling. Usually at this time, the DRIZZLE building would have been filled with people, and guests from all over would come to gamble generously. However, today was different. The doors were wide open, seeming to welcome some important guests. When Zuan entered the DRIZZLE building, the hostess, Zuan, brightened up, welcoming her with a smile. "Snow Miss, you have been here for so many days, and I haven't had the time to greet you properly. I feel really sorry about that. Luckily, this time I have the chance. Please take a seat." Zuan warmly invited her. Although Zuan knew that Zuan was being insincere and hypocritical, she still nodded slightly. "It's also my fault for not coming to say hello to my sister after being in Paradise City for so long. Luckily you haven't forgotten about me." This sentence contained a hint of sarcasm, but Zuan acted as if she hadn't heard. Her attention was now focused on Zuan, who was standing not far behind Zuan. Zuan was dressed in ordinary clothes, with a distant and indifferent demeanor, resembling a weak scholar. Zuan couldn't help but feel skeptical. Who is this man? Why is he here with Zuan? Could it be that there is some kind of relationship between him and Zuan? But looking at him, despite his handsome appearance, he seemed unimpressive, not like a powerful individual. Despite her doubts, Zuan perfectly concealed her thoughts and simply giggled. "This young man is really handsome. Could he be Snow's lover?" Before Zuan could respond, Zuan faintly smiled. "You guessed correctly." Zuan was slightly startled, then lowered her head as if to acknowledge. Zuan's eyes flashed with coldness, but her face remained full of smiles as she said, "Oh my, I wonder which sect or school this young master belongs to and what level of cultivation he has." And calmly reply, "I have no sect. All my knowledge comes from self-study. As for my cultivation, it should be stronger than yours." By now, many guests had arrived in the hall for the feast. These were all powerful individuals from Paradise City. Since this night's feast gathered the heirs of the three great heavenly sects, these people came to watch the excitement. From the moment Zuan entered, these individuals were whispering in the distance, "Is this girl the current true disciple Zuan, known for Red Mansion's demise? Why does she look so weary? You're uninformed. This woman is Zuan indeed, but her current situation is not great. I heard that a peerless genius has emerged in her sect, not only overshadowing her fame but also putting her in a difficult position. In dire straits, who could push a true disciple of a heavenly sect to such a state? Well, it's also a true disciple of a heavenly sect. Isn't the young master of the ferocious Devil Valley here today? It's said that it's because of him." Hearing about the ferocious Devil Valley, the faces of these gossipers couldn't help but darken, because among the three heavenly sects, the ferocious Devil Valley's prestige is the highest, and their strength is the most formidable. Moreover, the ferocious Devil Valley's members are ruthless in their actions, often resorting to massacres and exterminations, hence these people dared not show any disrespect when gossiping. However, soon, these onlookers also focused their attention on Zuan. So when they heard Zuan claim that his cultivation was stronger than Zuan's, they all exchanged glances and burst into sneering laughter. These days, all sorts of people exist. Claiming to have no sect or school is one thing, but also daring to say he's stronger than the elder sister master of Paradise Hall. Shameless boasting. Someone mocked. Although a smile still lingered on Zuan's face, her eyes revealed a trace of disdain. To someone as experienced as Zuan, she had encountered too many men using grandiloquent words to attract her attention. This man was likely no different. Despite his good looks, she could see he was just a superficial show-off. And Zuan actually found such a man, indicating her taste and judgment were not great. Thinking this, Zuan's demeanor turned chilly. "So, you're a self-taught young hero. I see. Please, have a seat." With that, she was about to turn and leave. At that moment, Zuan was leisurely admiring the lavish decorations of the Paradise Tower. It must be said that the hall was extravagantly luxurious, befitting its name of Paradise. But just as Zuan was about to leave, Zuan stopped her. "Hold on. Is there something else, young hero?" Zuan deliberately emphasized the term young hero with a hint of sarcasm. Zuan smiled faintly. Judging by your attire and decorations, you must be running a brothel. Since I'm free now, why don't you call some girls for me? Rest assured, if they satisfy me, you won't miss your reward." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. He actually referred to the elder sister master of Paradise Hall as a brothel madam and wanted girls. Could this man be looking for trouble? Indeed, Hua Wuxuan's expression darkened, the smile fading from her face instantly. She ignored Zuan and instead turned to Snow Liuli. "Miss Snow, looks like your lover here wants to find girls in front of you." Although Snow Liuli didn't understand Zuan's intentions, upon hearing Hua Wuxuan's words, she whispered, "I cannot control what he wants to do." This statement left Hua Wuxuan momentarily bewildered, and a hint of suspicion flashed in Zuan's eyes. What method had this man used to make the usually proud Snow Liuli so compliant? Just then, a voice filled with anger resounded from above. "Planning to find girls? Ha, you must know you're approaching your end. Wanting to be a philanderer." With these words, Yizhong Mountain's figure appeared on the stairs. A powerful aura instantly enveloped the entire place. Those with lower cultivation levels turned pale under this pressure, some even struggling to remain seated. Yizhong Mountain descended the stairs slowly, his cold, murderous gaze fixed on Zuan, freezing the air wherever it passed. Confronted with such a mighty force, Zuan didn't even bat an eye and calmly observed Yizhong Mountain. "And who are you?" "Who am I?" Yizhong Mountain sneered, then turned to Snow Liuli beside him. "Snow Liuli, I'm curious about what you're thinking. Why would you pick such a scoundrel, planning to use this method to get rid of me? It's useless. I told you that you're mine, and you will be mine. As for him," Yizhong Mountain pointed at Zuan casually, "do you believe I can make him die in front of you right now?" Snow Liuli's expression turned cold, about to respond, but at this moment, Zuan clapped his hands lightly, then smiled and said, "Indeed quite domineering. I think I know who you are now, the young master of the ferocious Devil Valley, right? Ha, truly living up to your title as the young master of the ferocious Devil Valley." Yizhong Mountain snorted but didn't speak. Zuan turned to Snow Liuli. "Is he bothering you?" Snow Liuli nodded, and bared his white teeth, a charming smile on his face. "Then tell him now, he should roll as far as possible." Doom. These words shocked everyone in the audience. Could this man be insane? He dared to speak to the young master of the ferocious Devil Valley in such a manner. Was he tired of living? Yizhong Mountain's anger peaked, and he coldly snorted, seeking death. Yi Changshen was about to make a move. "Young Master Yi, this is the Jile Building, a place for pleasure and entertainment. It wouldn't be fun if there's bloodshed." As the words fell, a middle-aged woman walked in. Hua Wuxuan stood aside. "Master." Many people let out low gasps. "It's Elder Ling Xiao from the Jile Building. She's also here." Yi Changshen sneered. "Ling Xiao, sometimes seeing blood can be more exhilarating. I think you understand this principle. Hehe. Young Master Yi, I don't care about any grievances between you, the girl in white, and this man, but at least for now, you cannot make a move." Yi Changshen raised an eyebrow, about to speak. Suddenly, a strange fragrance wafted into the room, lingering at everyone's noses. What is this fragrance? So delightful. Many couldn't help but show intoxicated looks on their faces. Just then, Elder Ling Xiao made way, standing aside with her hands down. Only then did they see a group of graceful women walking in. However, no one paid attention to these women because everyone's focus was on the girl walking in the middle. She was a girl of around 15 or 16, dressed in a purple robe with a short hem that revealed a pair of long slender legs, wearing wooden clogs. Her face was veiled lightly, with only a pair of extremely beautiful eyes visible. Although she did not speak or move much, she was enough to silence the room. Yi Changshen stared at this silent girl, licking his lips. Who would have thought it's the Jile Heavenly Maiden visiting? The Jile Heavenly Maiden. This girl turned out to be the Jile Heavenly Maiden. Many were shocked. The Jile Building was different from the other to heavenly sects. This sect was shrouded in mystery. Even until now, many didn't know the true location of the Jile Building. The Jile City was considered the residence of the Jile Building in the mortal world. However, it was rumored that within the Jile Building, there was a Jile Heavenly Maiden, the saint of the Jile Building, equivalent to the current true legacy of other sects. That the Jile Heavenly Maiden seldom appeared, so many had only heard of the legend and never seen her. Unexpectedly, today, this Jile Building saint had also come. This night's banquet was truly lively. Many people thought inwardly, Dajile Heavenly Maiden's eyes moved, glancing at Yi Chanshen. Despite no words or actions, just that light glance exuded myriad charms, making even Yi Chanshen show a hint of infatuation. However, in an instant, Yi Chanshen regained his senses, feeling somewhat astonished. To subtly influence his emotions without any sound, how powerful were this girl's charm techniques? In this solemn atmosphere, Zuan picked up the teacup in front of him, took a sip, and then smiled faintly. To encounter the enchanting beauty of the heavens in this place is truly rare. The always expressionless Dajile Heavenly Maiden turned her head abruptly at the words, fixing her gaze on Zuan, her eyes shining brightly. All eyes in the room were also drawn to Zuan. However, Zuan seemed unaware, leisurely sipping his tea. Dajile Heavenly Maiden approached Zu, and slowly, looking at him quietly, her expression changing subtly and complexly. It's a pity that although your enchanting beauty is considered exceptional among the myriad worlds, there are still shortcomings. That's why you can't speak, right? Is it a flaw in your state of mind? Zu, and put down the teacup, reclining on the chair, leisurely saying, not just the Dajile Heavenly Maiden, even elderling Xiao and Hua Wuxuan couldn't help but change their expressions. What Zu and said was the truth about the Dajile Heavenly Maiden. However, this was top secret for the Dajile building. How could this man know? Dajile Heavenly Maiden gazed quietly at Zuan, a thin layer of mist gradually clouding her beautiful eyes. This pitifully charming posture made onlookers feel a sense of pity. Even Zuliuli and Jianche, among others, couldn't help but be enchanted. Only Zuan remained undisturbed, his eyes clear and calm, watching the Dajile Heavenly Maiden. Suddenly, this most outstanding girl in the middle domain bowed respectfully to Zuan. This scene left everyone in the room dumbfounded. Yi Chanshen, on the side, with eyes filled with jealousy, couldn't help but snort. Zuan smiled. No need to bow to me. You must resolve your own issues. Otherwise, no one can save you. Dajile Heavenly Maiden trembled, then silently poured a cup of tea for Zuan and herself. She then lifted the veil, took a sip. Although it was just a glimpse, many people saw the face of the Dajile Heavenly Maiden at that moment. It was an indescribable countenance, dreamlike and captivating. Thus, many people almost had their eyes pop out while looking at the cup of tea offered by the Dajile Heavenly Maiden. Zuan smiled slightly, then took the teacup and drank it all. Seeing this, the Dajile Heavenly Maiden's eyebrows curved, and she even chuckled. Whether it was Elder Ling Xiao or Hua Wuxuan, witnessing this scene left them dumbfounded, because the saintly Dajile Heavenly Maiden had never laughed and never offered tea to a man before. Usually, she lived alone and in seclusion, extremely distrustful and averse to males. What was happening today? Furthermore, the Dajile Heavenly Maiden's subsequent actions surprised everyone present even more. She casually sat down next to Zuan. This made many people start whispering. What's going on? Who knows? Could it be that this man and the Dajile Heavenly Maiden have a past? TSK. It's always said that the Dajile Heavenly Maiden is pure and chaste, but it seems she might have feelings for him this time. Truly enviable. If I could have a woman willing to sit beside me like this, I'd gladly give up 10 years of my life. These conversations made Yi Chanshen's expression even colder, his eyes towards Zuan filled with chilling intent. But with members of the Dajile building present, he could only suppress the murderous intent raging in his heart. The banquet continued, albeit with a somewhat strange atmosphere. All members of the Dajile building watched in astonishment as their lady sat next to Zuan, occasionally getting up to serve him tea and water, just like a maid. Zuan paid no attention, accepting it calmly. This scene seemed out of place. Master, what's wrong with Lady Heavenly Maiden? Hua Wuxuan asked softly. Ling Xiao's face was stern, whispering, I don't know, but watch this man closely. If he dares to have any other intentions towards Lady Heavenly Maiden, there will be no mercy. Understood. At this moment, a strong aura suddenly enveloped the entire city of Dajile. The people who were feasting looked out in astonishment. They saw several flashes of light, and a group of people appeared in front of Dajile building. The first to enter was a man in a crimson robe, with a handsome face and a flowing robe. Although he walked, it was as if he was traveling through the air, without a hint of worldly air. At the same time, his eyes seemed to be constantly evolving with countless divine symbols, full of profound mysteries. Seeing this man, including Yi Chanshen, everyone from the 3 Days sect showed a hint of astonishment. So it's Luozen Qian, the great master of the Blood Web Mountain. coming to pay respects at the Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao showed great respect, even though Luo Zhenqian was much younger than her. She still maintained the etiquette of peers. The name Blood-Wed Mountain seemed to have a powerful magic, making onlookers shudder. In this unity, there were 3 sects in the heavenly sect, over 100 in the god sect, and countless supreme sects. Only the Blood-Wed Mountain was revered as the elemental sect. Its prestigious status was evident. Furthermore, the disciples of the Blood-Wed Mountain rarely appear in the world, and many people might have only heard of the name without ever seeing them. Not only did they see someone from the Blood-Wed Mountain today, but it was also the 5th-ranked master on the true ranking, Luo Zhenqian, known as the number 1 in the central domain symbol. Luo Zhenqian nodded slightly and saw Yi Zhanshan standing not far away, and couldn't help but smile slightly, then bowed in respect. So Yi young master has arrived. Yi Zhanshan ranked 6th on the true ranking, only 1 place behind, and the strongest in the 3-day sect was the Savage Valley. Therefore, Luo Zhenqian naturally treated her differently. Although Yi Zhanshan was rebellious, in the face of this expert from the Blood-Wed Mountain, he still restrained his fierceness and returned the greeting. Luo Zhenqian is courteous. Meanwhile, behind Luo Zhenqian, several women walked in. The leader was a middle-aged nun holding a dust broom, with a fierce look on her face. Following her was a girl with a beautiful face and innocent-looking large eyes. Finally, there were 6 women in different armor styles, carrying swords on their backs. As soon as this group entered, Zuli Li, who had been sitting there, suddenly stood up, showing a hint of struggle in her eyes, but still respectfully said, "Host." Yes, it was Zuli Li's master, the host of the reducing pavilion, known as the Ruthless Nun, Li Hanqing. Faced with Zuli Li's greeting, Li Hanqing just gave her a cold look without saying a word. But the girl who looked innocent and carefree walked up with a smile, using a cute voice. "Senior sister, I've missed you so much." Zuli Li's face became extremely unpleasant, because this girl, who looked like a white lotus flower, was her junior sister who had previously been disrespectful and persecuted her. Crossing Danan's eyes turned, and then she turned to Yi Zhanshan, saying, Dan has seen young Master Yi." Yi Zhanshan smiled, then said playfully, "It seems that the members of the reducing pavilion are here with Luo Zhenqian." Luo Zhenqian smiled. "We happened to meet on the way and came together." However, Crossing Danan looked at Luo Zhenqian with almost burning eyes. To meet brother Luo is the happiest thing for Dan. The flattery in her words was about to overflow. Luo Zhenqian seemed pleased with the flattery, nodding slightly with pride. Dan junior sister is so innocent and carefree. I really like it." Crossing Danan's eyes squinted when she heard this. Then she glanced at Zuli Li sitting next to her and saw Zuan standing there. She was slightly stunned. Then she jokingly said, "Senior sister, it's been a few days since we last met. Why is there a man by your side now? I remember you said you had devoted your life to the sword and would never consider emotions again." And, Crossing Danan paused, then looked at Zuan up and down. "This man looks decent, but seems ordinary. He probably isn't even as strong as a golden immortal. How can he compare to the imposing presence of young Master Yi?" At this point, Crossing Danan giggled playfully. "I'm sorry, senior sister, I'm just so straightforward, but I'm saying this for your own good. After all, your cultivation is rapidly declining. If you don't have a good destination, your junior sister will feel sorry for you." Zuli Li had been silent the whole time, and with each of Crossing Danan's words, her face turned paler. By the end, it was as pale as paper. But she still looked at her master with a last glimmer of hope. However, Li Hanqing, the lord of the reducing pavilion, was currently talking to Luo Zhenqian and Yi Zhanshan with a smile on her face, as if she hadn't heard those words at all. "Master." Zuli Li trembled and called out. Li Hanqing looked at Zuli Li, and the smile on her face instantly disappeared. Then, in a cold tone, she said, "Your junior sister is not wrong, and as for this great dream heritage, you don't need to go. Your junior sister and I will go in. You just wait outside. After this matter is done, you should consider, young Master Yi just told me that he sincerely cares for you." Li Hanqing's words were like heavy blows, all hitting Zuli Li's chest. Zuli Li trembled all over, almost collapsing. She never dreamed that her master would speak like this in front of so many people, and she saw the greedy and cruel smile on Yi Zhanshan's lips. This made Zuli Li feel cold all over, and she clenched the table so tightly that the ironwood table turned into powder. Everyone in the room looked at Zuli with strange looks, some with sympathy, but mostly with schadenfreude. Just as the atmosphere became increasingly eerie, applause broke the deadlock. Everyone turned to look and saw Zu, and clapping slowly, laughing lightly. They say the people of the three great sects are like immortal characters. Today, meeting them, they are indeed extraordinary. To be able to sell out their female disciples, amazing, admirable. Many people turned pale at those words. Translation kiss. The entire audience gasped in shock. How dare he say that the words of the Red House Master are nonsense? Has this man grown tired of living? It seems that this person called the merciless Dast, Li Hanking, is about to lose her temper. Indeed, Li Hanking's eyebrows furrowed in anger, her killing intent rising. Kid, Zuan raised his hand and interrupted. Wait a moment. Then he turned to look at Zuliuli. Liuli. Come. Repeat after me. Nonsense. Zuliuli lowered her head, her black hair covering her face. Li Hanking coldly said, Liuli, are you not even going to listen to your teacher's words anymore? I am doing this for your own good. Zuliuli began to tremble. Li Hanking sneered and was about to speak. Suddenly, Zuliuli, with her head still down, whispered in a low voice, Nonsense. Li Hanking was stunned, unable to believe her ears. Zuliuli, what did you say? Zuliuli slowly raised her head, tears in her face covered by the black hair, but she was no longer trembling. Her once hesitant eyes became resolute. Then she said slowly and firmly, I mean, everything you say is nonsense. The whole place fell silent. Many people looked at the heavenly pride woman with extreme astonishment. Li Hanking was frozen in place. She couldn't believe that her usually obedient disciple would dare to openly defy her. Suddenly, Li Hanking erupted in anger. Zuliuli, how dare you speak to me like this? Are you trying to betray your teacher and destroy your ancestors? Zuliuli burst into laughter upon hearing this, her laughter filled with sorrow and despair. Then, with a relaxed tone, she bowed deeply to Zuan beside her, and said, Sir, thank you for your guidance. I finally understand now. Oh, what do you understand? I understand that some people can only be described as nonsense, and the feeling of cursing feels really good. Zuliuli laughed, and burst into laughter as well. The laughter shook the roof, causing everyone to look at Zuan with puzzled eyes. After the laughter subsided, Zuan calmly said, Well said, the young can be taught. At this point, Li Hanking was on the verge of going insane. Zuliuli, very well, conspiring with outsiders to betray your teacher and destroy your ancestors. Today, I will abolish your cultivation and banish you forever. Li Hanking then shouted coldly, Get them. The 6 sword slaves silently drew their swords and approached. Seeing this, Jianqi immediately stood in front of Zuliuli, fixing the 6 people with his icy gaze. If you want to touch Miss Zhu, you'll have to step over my dead body first. The 6 people hesitated when they saw Jianqi, as they were the 6 sword slaves who had previously fled Zuliuli's side. Now faced with Jianqi, they were naturally embarrassed. The eldest of them, Sword 1, said, Old 7, I advise you to be sensible. Step aside. We won't harm her. She's just being misled now. We need to take her back to calm down. Jianqi coldly sneered. Don't call me Old 7. You are not worthy. Think about how Miss used to treat you, and now you are acting like this. Are you being worthy of the sword you bear? And I won't step aside, because I said, if you want to touch Miss, you have to get through me first. The 6 sword slaves showed a hint of shame on their faces. But then, Li Hanking snorted, insolent, and launched an attack. Obviously, she was furious at Zuliuli and Zuan. As the chief sword slave, Jianqi was even more dismissive of her, so Li Hanking had a lethal strike. With a flick of her sleeve, a faint red light shot straight towards Jianqi. The light seemed ordinary, but wherever it passed, even the light itself twisted. At that moment, the joyful heavenly woman suddenly appeared in front of Jianqi, forming hand seals and directly resisting the attack. With a loud bang, a shockwave swept through the entire hall. Tables and chairs shattered, and those with lower cultivation were knocked to the ground. Joyful heavenly woman swayed slightly, then looked at Li Hanking with a cold gaze. Li Hanking was stunned. Joyful heavenly woman, what is the meaning of this? Mr. Ling Xiao stepped forward and said, Guest lore, this is the Joyful Pavilion. If you intend to use force, please leave. Li Hanking gritted her teeth. Fine. Since this is the case, Let this renegade and this brat live a little longer. She glared hatefully at Zuan and Zuliuli. However, Zuan paid her no mind and calmly tapped the table with his fingers, then looked at the person next to him. Luo Sanshan, are you from Blood Net Mountain? Luo Sanshan was slightly taken aback. He had been watching everything indifferently. For him, the quarrel between the Red House and Zuliuli was not important at all. He was here for the legacy of the great Dream Sword Master. Everything else was beneath his notice. So when Zuan spoke to him in that tone, he couldn't help but feel a bit irritated. But he valued his image, especially in front of joyful heavenly woman and crossing Danon, who admired him greatly. So he politely nodded, "Yes, Zu," and smiled. "Good. Once this matter is settled, I will deal with your Blood Net Mountain." Many people thought they had misheard. Even Luo Sanshan was stunned. "What did you say, Zu?" And calmly said, "I said, your Blood Net Mountain will soon cease to exist." Everyone was stunned. What kind of drama was this? From the beginning until now, this man first offended the young master of the fierce Demon Valley, then offended the Red House. Now he even threatened to destroy Blood Net Mountain. These series of events left many people looking at Zuan with eyes that seemed to see a dead person. Zu, and ignored his words, instead slowly stood up, stretched lazily. What a boring meal. Luckily Yin and the others didn't come. But it's alright, the time has finally come. Time has come? What does that mean? Everyone in the hall looked at each other. At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth became restless. "This is..." Ling Sha from Paradise Pavilion exclaimed, "The heritage is opening." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was stunned, then went crazy and rushed out. Sure enough, in the distance on the top of Damning Mountain, a sword light soared into the sky, directly piercing the sky, illuminating the night sky as if it were daylight. Luo Sanshan's face lit up. Golden runes appeared all over his body. Then he soared into the sky, heading towards the top of Damning Mountain. Crossing Danon saw this and hurriedly shouted, "Luo brother, wait for me." Luo Sanshan pointed his finger, and Crossing Danon was also enveloped in golden runes, flying towards the top of Damning Mountain. Yi Changshen couldn't help but grin. Then with a flick of his sleeve, a black cloud appeared under his feet, swiftly flying towards the sky. Everyone raced to fly towards Damning Mountain. Ling Xiao was anxiously saying to the Heavenly Lady, "Heavenly Lady, we should go too. If we are late, all our previous efforts will be in vain." However, the Heavenly Lady didn't move, but instead turned to the lazily walking Zu. And coming out of Paradise Pavilion, Ling Xiao was extremely anxious. "Heavenly Lady, he probably doesn't even have a thunder pill. Even if he goes, he won't be able to open the heritage. Let's hurry up." The Heavenly Lady remained unmoved and stood there waiting for Zuan. Zuan walked closer, looked up at the brilliant lights flying towards Damning Mountain, shook his head. Why rush so much? With that, Zuan winked at the Heavenly Lady. "Let's go. Who will reach the mountain top first? What do you say?" The Heavenly Lady blinked in response. Zu, and chuckled. "Falling leaf. Follow along behind." With that, Zuan took a step forward and disappeared in an instant, reappearing far away on the horizon. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be amazed. This speed is simply too fast. But at this moment, there was no time to think too much. Ling Xiao followed the Heavenly Lady and Zuan, flying towards the top of Damning Mountain. This Damning Mountain towered into the sky, a forbidden land in the eyes of mortals, but for these powerful practitioners, it was just a matter of how long they could fly. By this time, the lights in the sky had formed distinct groups. In the front were Luo Sanshan and Crossing Danon, who were being led by him. Following closely behind was Yi Changshen of the vicious Demon Valley. Behind him was the host of the Red Mansion, Li Hanqing. These people were competing against each other, madly racing towards the top of Damning Mountain. Being the first to arrive could mean seizing an opportunity to obtain the heritage of the invincible Damning Sword Ancestor from thousands of years ago. It is known that the Damning Sword Ancestor is universally recognized as the #1 swordsman across all realms throughout history. Some even say he has surpassed immortals and touched upon the edge of Daluo. With such extraordinary cultivation that has been passed down through the ages, the heritage left behind by him is naturally extraordinary. This is why the 3-day sect and Blood Net Mountain are so eager to obtain it. At that moment, as the towering sword light drew closer, Luo Sanshan's heart burned with excitement. If he could obtain this heritage, he might surpass his senior brother, become the top true disciple of Blood Net Mountain, or even defeat that person and become the top rank on the truth seeking list. At that time, all glory would belong to him. What an exhilarating feeling it would be. As he was pondering, he suddenly noticed a streak of light passing by him. The speed was so fast that he couldn't react in time. Who is that? Such fast speed? Luo Sanchen felt a sense of alarm, and even thought it might be his senior brother coming, so he swelled with golden light again, increasing his speed even more. But despite this, the distance between him and the streak of light didn't diminish, but rather grew larger. Luo Sanchen was shocked. Finally, the top of Damning Mountain was in sight. The streak of light also came to a stop. Luo Sanchen caught up, and when he saw the person, he couldn't help but be surprised. It's you. The one who had arrived ahead of all but was trailed far behind was none other than Zuan. Luo Sanchen never expected that this seemingly ordinary man would have such incredible speed. Zuan smiled faintly. Sorry, I didn't intend to surpass you, but your speed was too slow, so I didn't feel like waiting. Luo Sanchen's face darkened, but he paid no attention to Zuan's words. In his view, the most important thing right now was to open the doors of the heritage and be the first to enter. As for other matters, he would deal with them later. So he took out two thunder lightning pills, glared at Zuan, and with a snap of his fingers, a boom, two bolts of lightning enveloped him, and crossing Danon, then disappeared into the sword light. At this moment, the others also arrived. They all carried various types of artifacts or pills imbued with the power of thunder and lightning. Seeing that Luo Sanchen had already entered, they all rushed to take out their items, preparing to act. Snow Flowing also flew closer, but she looked hesitant. Sir, Snow Flowing didn't have any artifacts imbued with thunder and lightning power, because at the auction in Zhuanli City, she intended to buy that thunderous sovereign, but this is the reason. So she was naturally in a dilemma. Seeing this, Yi Chanshen couldn't help but smirk. Snow Flowing, that guy doesn't seem like someone who can produce a thunder pill, but I have plenty of thunder pills. As long as you come to me, I can help you enter the heritage right now. How about it? Snow Flowing didn't even look at him. At this time, the heavenly lady looked at Zuan with a puzzled gaze, then took out a thunder pill and prepared to hand it to Zuan. Zuan waved it off with a smile. No need. I have one here. With that, Zuan waved his hand, and a huge bolt of lightning instantly enveloped Snow Flowing. Snow Flowing was surprised, suddenly remembering how Zuan's wife used this pot to knock out Gao Xinghai outside Zhuanli City. Zhu Liuli's whole body shuddered, just about to say something, but had already disappeared within that sword light. Seeing Zhu Liuli off, Zuan Chan smiled at the celestial maiden. Don't cry once you're inside. Okay. This sentence left Ling Xiao completely puzzled. There was also some doubt in the celestial maiden's eyes. But time waits for no one. The celestial maiden nodded slightly at Zuan Chan, then crushed the thunder pill and entered the hidden chamber. Soon, all the people who had come had entered the treasure trove. Zuan Chan said to the frying pan, head back by yourself. Understood? The voice of the thunder venerable came from the frying pan. Understood. With a casual throw, Zuan Chan turned the frying pan into a stream of light, flying straight back to the Paradise City. Then, he scrutinized the soaring sword intent and said lightly, being able to touch upon the great Tao laws in this world, you're considered to have quite good talent. Then Zuan Chan shook his head and chuckled. A great dream. Haha, these fools really think there would be real treasures, right? Well, since you've come, let me see and comprehend your sword intent. After saying that, without using any thunder light, Zuan Chan immediately split his hands, causing the sword light to flicker and revealing a crack. He then took a step and walked into it. When he opened his eyes again, he was hit by a strange smell mixed with perfume, hair gel, and the stench of sweaty feet. Smelling this odor, a smile appeared on Zhuan Kong's lips. Finally, has it begun? At this moment, he heard the familiar chattering voice of Qiao Le behind him. Big brother, you are the first one in our dorm room to have a girlfriend, and she is beautiful and gentle. You have to make the most of it. And this time, you're representing our dorm to go home with your sister-in-law, so you have to show our brother's demeanor. I heard that your sister-in-law's family is quite well off and also from Zhongdu, so we can't afford to lose face. That can of hair gel I've kept for years is now designated for you. Talking as he carefully dipped the brush in hair gel and applied it to Zuan Kong's hair. Xiao Len noted a slight tremor in Zuan Kong's heart as he looked in the mirror. The image reflected back showed his youthful and somewhat naive expression. The familiar surroundings now seemed to match his memories perfectly. Right at this moment, Yongbin, who was squatting aside and earnestly polishing shoes, smirked. "Third brother, are you planning to pass this kind of hair gel down to your son in the future? You don't get it. This hair gel is a must for our brothers going to war. With it, you can bewitch those girls so much they won't know north from south." Take second brother for example. It was after using this hair gel that he successfully won our school's beauty queen. Right, second brother. Xiao Le brought his acne-covered face closer with a grin. Zuan Chong looked silently at him, feeling somewhat speechless, as he recalled which day it was. It was the day when he went to Yan's house. Yes. Even the conversations between the two guys were the same. Seeing Zuan Khan's silence, Xiao Le couldn't help but pout. "See that? Our second brother has been overwhelmed by this sudden happiness. Didn't you witness the agonizing cries of those guys who coveted sister-in-law in Yan's beauty when second brother won her over, sounding like wolves? I heard there were even tears of sorrow that night. But it has to be our second brother, really boosting our brother's morale." Xiao Le started chattering endlessly again. Yongbin, who had already polished a pair of shoes to a shine, handed them to Zuan Chong, saying, "Second brother, try them on. My feet are a bit bigger than yours, but I stuffed some paper in the front, so it should fit." Zuan Chong stared blankly at the shoes on the ground. These shoes belonged to Yongbin, and they were the most expensive pair in the entire dormitory, costing a whopping 1,800 yuan. For them, a bunch of poor students, this amount of money could last them for several months' worth of food expenses. But once bought, Yongbin had hardly worn them, always giving them to Zuan Chong. This time was no exception, and he had even polished the shoes clean. Zuan Chong was lost in thought. Xiao Le smirked. "Little four, these shoes are second brother's battle boots. Once he puts them on, those girls will go crazy, unable to resist his charm. They won't budge even if you hit them with a stick. Speak quickly, fart quickly." Yongbin cursed with a laugh. Xiao Le rubbed his hands, chuckling. "When are you gonna let me try them too? At least help you find a third sister-in-law. Get lost with your stinky big feet and athlete's foot. If you put them on, can anyone else wear them?" Yongbin retorted mercilessly. Feeling a bit wroth, Xiao Le said, "Are you suggesting second brother's feet don't stink? Second brother's feet may stink, but his girlfriend is the school's beauty queen. If you have the capability, find a beauty queen too, which is also impossible. How about this? Even if you manage to win the two sports superstars in our class, I'll buy you a pair of shoes. How about that? Hehe. The weather is nice today. Second brother, how is the hairstyle I've done for you?" Xiao Le started to divert the topic. Zuan Chong looked in the mirror at himself with an explosively styled hair. "This is the most fashionable hairstyle nowadays. I'm careful not to give it to people easily because it's too lethal. It can easily make girls faint with excitement." Xiao Le continued boasting. At this moment, the door of the dormitory was pushed open. Zhao Zuhui entered, sweating profusely and carefully holding a set of suit wrapped in plastic. "Damn it, the rented bike was rubbish. Broke down halfway, forcing me to run back." Zhao Zuhui placed the suit on the bed and sighed. "Second, hurry up and try it on. I've gone to great lengths to borrow it for you. Heard it's a foreign brand suit. Very expensive." Zuan Chong silently stood up to change into the suit. Zhao Zuhui, Xiao Le, and Yongbin praised and marveled at Zuan Chong. "Fantastic. Western suits are great. See the craftsmanship, the fit, paired with these shiny leather shoes. You look handsome as hell. If I were a girl, I'd be smitten by second brother." Xiao Le started blabbering again. Zhao Zuhui glared at him, then carefully adjusted Zuan Kong's tie again, took a few steps back to examine, and nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. Handsome lad." Then Zhao Zuhui said, "Everyone, take out the money." Xiao Le and Yongbin both smiled. "We've been prepared." With that, they each took out the money from their pockets and handed it over to Zhao Zuhui. Zhao Zuhui also brought out all his savings, totaling up with others. He nodded. This is 1,300 yuan. Second, you take it to buy something for your uncles and aunts on the way. Even though we are students, we should uphold proper manners." Holding the warm bundle of money, Zuan Chong gazed blankly at the three men in front of him. "What are you staring at? Go on. We're here waiting for your good news." Saying that, the three pushed Zuan Chong out of the male dormitory building. Walking through the familiar yet strange school, Zuan-chan followed his memory to the entrance of the female dormitory building. And at this moment, under the tree in front of the building, stood a familiar figure in a red dress. And Yan. She had appeared here too. And Yan was anxiously waiting under the tree, while many boys around pretended to pass by. And Yan in a red dress was simply too beautiful. Even just standing there, she looked like a fallen angel from heaven, making it hard for people to look away. Soon, and Yan noticed Zuan slowly approaching. Her face lit up with joy, and she ran towards him excitedly. The onlookers couldn't help but let out a wail when they saw this. Sun even glared at Zuan fiercely, thinking he was despicable for winning the school beauty. And Yan, with her hands behind her back, looked at Zuan with interest, then nodded in satisfaction. This suit is not bad. It suits you well, but your hairstyle is a bit terrible. How much hair gel did you put on? Zuan didn't say anything. He just looked quietly at Yan. And Yan from their school days, though not as stunning as she would become later, had a youthful beauty about her. And Yan felt a bit embarrassed under Zuan's gaze and couldn't help but scoff lightly. How can you stare at people like that so directly? Seeing Yan's cheeks turn slightly red, Zuan suddenly wanted to reach out and pinch them. Then Zuan realized that he couldn't control any of this. He could only silently watch as everything unfolded according to his memories. Let's go. Let's buy some gifts for my grandma and uncles, and Yan said, dragging Zuan by the arm towards the school gate. Along the way, everyone who saw this scene was shocked. The stunning school beauty and Yan was actually holding hands with a boy in front of so many people, and they looked very close. Many boys who saw Yan as their goddess felt their hearts shatter. Therefore, Zuan received countless looks of resentment and jealousy along the way. When they reached the school gate, a very low-profile black car was parked by the roadside. HMPH, Kinger. I asked her to find a more low-profile car, but this one is too plain. And Yan grumbled a bit and then opened the car door, and stood in place, somewhat bewildered, and asked, "What are you doing? What do you think?" "Driving, of course. Otherwise, we'll be late for my grandma's birthday banquet." "But, what? Don't trust my driving skills." And Yan raised her sunglasses and leaned against the door, winking at Zuan. "I learned to drive secretly, and I was 8 years old. Besides, who asked you not to learn to drive? Now I have to be your driver." And stood there still dazed. And Yan got into the car, rolled down the window, and said, "What are you waiting for? Get in the car." Zuan got into the old-fashioned BMW in a daze, and Yan started the car skillfully and drove towards the city center. In the city center, Yan brought Zuan into a luxurious shopping mall. Looking at the palace-like atmosphere of the shopping area, Zuan was somewhat stunned. Yan nonchalantly took out a bank card from her small bag and handed it to Zuan without hesitation. Then she whispered in Zuan's ear, "Take it. This is my hard-earned money. Now I'm lending it to you. You better remember to pay me back." And held the bank card scented with Yan's fragrance, but before he could say anything, Yan excitedly pulled him into the shopping plaza. The sales assistants were very enthusiastic towards Yan, but regardless of what Yan wanted to buy, she would always seek Zuan's opinion. This surprised the sharp-eyed sales assistants. They could tell at a glance that the red dress Yan was wearing had appeared at a high-end fashion show in Paris and was extremely expensive. Moreover, the elegance exuded by Yan was undeniable. Clearly, she was from a wealthy family. And Zuan, wearing a barely fitting off-brand suit, with his hair greased with cheap gel, and looking very awkward, especially when he saw the prices of the items, which always made his face turn pale. Obviously, he was a poor student who hadn't seen much of the world. Yet, this heiress still treated this man with so much respect. This made the sales assistants amazed. In the end, guided by Yan, Zuan bought gifts worth at least 70 to 80,000. This amount was enough to sustain Zuan until graduation or even finding a job, which left Zuan somewhat silent. However, more importantly, the over 1,000 yuan he had on him at the moment seemed like a joke. Not exaggerating, that money wouldn't even buy a pair of underwear here. And Yan realized this, and while driving towards her home, she said softly, "Anne, maybe I didn't explain it clearly to you before, but my family's situation is different from others, and could even be called an aristocratic family. But I really have no other intentions. I genuinely like you. And the money I spent on gifts today is like a loan to you. I'm waiting for you to pay me back, okay?" Zuan didn't say anything. He remained silent the entire way. Until the car entered this extremely luxurious compound, in the city center. Seeing the carefully tended exotic flowers and plants, Zuan's knuckles turned white from how tightly he clenched his fists. An aristocratic family. This was a term Zuan had only seen in TV shows and novels, yet he was encountering it today. This made Zuan struggle and feel helpless. And Yen naturally noticed this, and she parked the car silently, then suddenly kissed Zuan on the lips. After a long time, she rested her head on Zuan's shoulder and whispered softly, "And, if you don't want to go in, we can go back." Zuan gently stroked Yen's hair and whispered, "Let's go. No matter what lies ahead, I'll go with you." And Yen smiled and nodded vigorously. "Okay." The two got out of the car, and the maids had already come to collect the gifts. "Where's my grandma?" "Miss, the birthday banquet is about to start. The old lady is in the main hall." And Yen nodded and then led Zuan towards the main hall. Just as they reached the door, a voice with a hint of mockery came. "Oh, Yen's sister, is this your boyfriend?" With those words, a woman in a luxurious gown walked over. "And Meng, and Yen's cousin." And Meng looked Zu, and up and down, her disdain becoming more pronounced. "What kind of smell is this? So overpowering, and look at that hairstyle. What did you put on it?" And Meng exaggeratedly remarked. Zuan looked embarrassed, while Yen's expression turned cold. "And Meng, it's Grandma's birthday. I don't want to argue with you, and this is my friend. I hope you show some respect." And Meng sneered, "All right, but if Grandma sees you with this kind of man, who knows how she react? I hope that by then, you will also be able to stick to your own views like this." With that, and Meng turned and left. And Yen said, "This is my cousin. She has always been sharp-tongued and critical. Don't pay attention to her." Then Yen led Zuan into the banquet hall. At this moment, the banquet hall was already filled with people from the prominent families in Zhongdu, looking very lively. When Yen led Zuan in, they immediately attracted the attention of many. People whispered from a distance, "Isn't that Missin from the Yen family? Who is the man next to her? I heard that this Missin has a boyfriend at school. Maybe this is him, but why is he dressed like a country bumpkin? Ha ha. Look at that hairstyle, so funny. My goodness, he dares to wear such a trashy suit. Isn't he ashamed?" These comments all reached Zuan's ears. He stood there feeling extremely embarrassed, not knowing what to do with his hands and feet. Just then, Yen gently held his hand and gave him a slight smile. Zuan took a deep breath, feeling the warmth of Yen's hand, and slowly calmed down. At that moment, the door leading to the Yen family's residence in the banquet hall was pushed open, and Yen's grandmother, the formidable Mrs. Jin who had held power in the Yen family for decades, entered surrounded by attendants. As soon as the elegant and noble old lady was seen, the people in the banquet hall all stood up to pay their respects, wishing Mrs. Jin good fortune like the sea and longevity, like the southern mountain. May Mrs. Jin be blessed with good fortune. These well wishes continued. The old lady Jin smiled then nodded, but when her gaze fell on Yen and Zuan not far away, her smile turned cold, especially when she noticed the hands that Yen and Zuan were holding. Her eyelids twitched a few times. Soon, the old lady Mrs. Jin took her seat at the head of the table. Next, many younger generations of the Yen family came forward to offer their birthday wishes, and Meng rushed out first and presented an exquisite Hessian jade carving, finely crafted with precious materials, depicting a longevity peach, which had a good meaning. The old lady Jin nodded in satisfaction. "Menger is so thoughtful. Ha ha, offering birthday wishes to grandmother is what a granddaughter should do." With that, she glanced demonstratively at Yen. Yen signaled Zuan, who trembled all over but finally regained his composure, then took a step forward and bowed, saying, "I am Zuan, wishing Mrs. Jin good health and longevity." No response came. Mrs. Jin, her face as calm as water, lifted a cup of tea to drink. An awkward silence hung over the hall. Many people below started whispering, and Meng even smirked. Only Zuan remained bowing, and Yan's expression changed, about to speak. Suddenly, Mrs. Jin slammed the teacup in her hand to the ground, and the shattering sound made many people startle. Zuan, being closer, was splashed with hot tea on his face. Then, Mrs. Jin shouted, "Offer me birthday wishes." "Ha! What qualifications do you have to give me birthday wishes?" Upon hearing this shout, Zuan looked up, his face full of bewilderment, and Yen hurried forward. "Grandmother, shut up." Mrs. Jin pointed at Yan's nose and exclaimed, "You shameless thing, Actually bringing these unsavory men to my birthday celebration? Are you trying to make me furious? And Yan, with tearful eyes, could only explain softly, Grandmother, he is my university classmate. He is not. Enough. And Zhu. Mrs. Jin turned ashen-faced. And Yan's uncle stepped forward and said blandly, Zuan, from Beijing town, parents deceased, an orphan, living by working and studying hard. Upon hearing this introduction, there was a stir in the banquet hall. Oh my, he's actually from a rural area and an orphan. TSK. The Yin family's miss really has poor taste. She even chose a man like this. Amid these discussions, Mrs. Jin's face turned grim. And Yan, do you hear that? Listen to what everyone is gossiping about. Who are you? What is our Yin family's status? Yet you found such a man for me? Are you deliberately trying to anger me? And Yan wanted to explain, but Mrs. Jin glanced at Zuan beside her, and said ominously, Surname Zhu. Don't think I can't see through the thoughts of you lower-class scum. You just want to climb up the social ladder through Yan, but let me tell you, that will never happen. The Yin family will never let someone like you succeed. With that, Mrs. Jin shouted to the people beside her, What are you waiting for? Throw this guy and all these things he brought out. An Yin family servant stepped forward to take action, and Yan stepped forward to shield Zuan. Tears in her eyes but unwaveringly said, No. Mrs. Jin was stunned. In her impression, her granddaughter had always been very weak-willed. She never expected that today, for a man, she would openly defy her orders. This made her even more furious, screaming, What are you waiting for? Lock up this servant girl, and then send this man out. Several female security guards from the Yin family said coldly, Miss, forgive us. They grabbed Yan's arm and started to drag her towards the inner residence. Mrs. Jin grinned, Lock up this servant girl. Tonight I will betroth her to the Che family. And Yan struggled desperately, but it was futile. Several black-clad bodyguards closed in on Zuan. And Yan looked alarmed and shouted, Zuan, run. Don't let them catch you. They will. Before she could finish her sentence, someone covered her mouth. The black-clad bodyguards approached slowly, but just as they exchanged glances and were about to act, Zuan, who had been silent and head bowed this whole time, suddenly let out a sigh. Moreover, wanting to shake my spirit in this way, all I can say is, you are overthinking it. As Zuan spoke, the faces of the people around him began to blur. Sitting in the main seat, Jin Jiran was enveloped in a layer of black aura. Then, a voice tinged with panic came. How can you control yourself? Zuan smiled slightly. Is it really that difficult? In fact, ever since I entered the Yin family, I have been able to control myself, but I wanted to see what would happen next, so I didn't intervene. With that, Zuan looked towards Yan, who was wearing a red dress, with a trace of fondness and nostalgia in his eyes. Even in this mental illusion, you are still that charmingly naive girl. Suddenly, the entire banquet hall began to disintegrate, while a voice filled with frustration echoed in the void. I admit that your spirit is indeed strong and resolute, but in the myriad worlds, there is simply no flawless soul. With those words, the scene before my eyes suddenly changed. Then Zuan found himself in a living room. The room wasn't large, but it was tidy and clean. There were many inexpensive plants placed on the balcony, some of which were blooming delicate flowers swaying gently in the wind outside. Zuan was moved. This was his and Yan's home in Beijing. However, this living room that was once filled with the laughter and chatter of the two now felt terribly desolate. And Yan, who had a big belly, lay silently on the sofa in the living room, seemingly asleep. Even in her slumber, she held a photo of Zuan tightly, tears streaming down her face, soaking the pillow. Suddenly, in her sleep, Yan choked up and said, Husband, don't leave me. Then Yan suddenly opened her eyes, looked puzzled in a direction, and tears started streaming down her face. Husband, is it you? Is it true that you died as they say? No, I don't believe it. You promised to make me the happiest bride in the world. How could you break your promise? As she spoke, Yan was already in tears. At that moment, Yan suddenly clutched her stomach, her face instantly turning pale with pain. Gradually, blood started to flow from between her legs, and Yan was trembling with fear, but soon she calmed down, dialed a number on her phone. Schwanner, save me. Once the call connected, she could only say these 4 words before fainting. Shortly after, probably just a few minutes later, Tang Schwanner rushed in hurriedly. When she saw Yan lying unconscious on the sofa, She was also startled. However, as a nurse, she quickly composed herself, then dialed for emergency assistance. After finally getting Yan to the hospital, it was not even half an hour later. 2 daughters were born. However, when the nurse pushed the 2 newborns out of the delivery room, Tang Juaner had no time to rejoice, because due to Zuan's disappearance, Yan, in her anger and worrying, had gone into premature labor, and although she had given birth to the children, she had a severe postpartum hemorrhage and was now in critical condition. The doctor made it clear that the chances of rescuing her were only 50%. As the only relative present, Tang Juaner signed numerous critical condition notices in the days. Then she sat in front of the baby crib, staring blankly at the 2 little girls, still sleeping peacefully. She and Zuan were high school classmates, and she was also good friends with Yan, so she knew everything about Zuan and Yan. But she never expected that the 2 people who had finally come together would suddenly encounter such a tragedy. Zuan disappeared, and Yan had a difficult delivery and needed resuscitation. If she couldn't be saved, wouldn't these 2 little girls become unwanted orphaned? Tang Juaner was lost in thought. Suddenly, one of the little girls started crying loudly. Her crying also made the other one cry. Tang Juaner had never been in a relationship, so when she encountered this scene, she panicked trying to soothe the babies, but nothing seemed to work. Feeling completely overwhelmed, another family member in the same hospital ward knew what was happening and said sympathetically, "Are they hungry?" This statement reminded Tang Juaner, but she had rushed in so suddenly she had nothing prepared. She had to borrow some baby formula from others and hastily bought 2 bottles, prepared the formula, and started feeding the 2 little girls in a fluster. The 2 little daughters were indeed hungry since they began to suck hard on the bottles as soon as they felt them. Tang Juaner watched quietly and suddenly had a thought. If anything happened to Yan, she would take care of these 2 little girls. After the babies finished the formula and fell asleep contentedly, Yan eventually recovered miraculously after spending a day in the intensive care unit. When Tang Juaner carefully brought the 2 little girls to the bedside for Yan to see, Yan couldn't help but cry again. "Juaner, thank you," Yan said softly. Tang Juaner smiled. "It's nothing. Both you and Zuan are my good friends. Besides, how could I stand by in such a situation?" At the mention of Zuan, Yan fell silent once again. Tang Juaner realized her blunder and remained silent. Just then, a group of people suddenly barged into the hospital room. Tang Juaner was startled. "Who are you? What do you want?" The leader completely ignored her and, with a grim expression, glanced at the 2 little girls on the crib, then spoke coldly. "Such a shameless woman, you've disgraced the Yin family's reputation. Please leave. This is a hospital room. If you continue like this, I will call the police." Tang Juaner sternly said. "Call the police. Go ahead. I dare you." The leader sneered. Tang Juaner was about to make the call when Yan, lying on the bed, struggled to speak. "Juaner, don't. They are my family." Tang Juaner was stunned. At that moment, Yan, pale-faced, looked at the newcomers. "Enzu, did the old lady send you?" It was Yan's second uncle, Enzu, who had arrived. Enzu sneered. "Correct. She ordered me to take you and these 2 bastards back." Yan shook her head. "I can go with you, but the 2 daughters must stay." Enzu glared. "Yan, at this point, do you still want to negotiate with me?" Yan nodded. "You all go out first. I need to talk to her." Enzu glanced at Tang Juaner, hesitated slightly. "I'll only give you 3 minutes. After saying that, he led the people out of the war. In single quotes Tang Juaner said. Yan shook her head gently. "Let me hold them." Tang Juaner felt a pang in her nose, placed the 2 little girls in Yan's arms. Ignoring the pain from her wounds, Yan hugged her 2 daughters, tears flowing instantly. Then in a choked voice, she said, "Juaner, the older one of these 2 daughters will be called Zuxian, and the younger one will be called Zunayan." Tang Juaner also cried, "Yaner." Yan lightly kissed the foreheads of the 2 little girls, then held Tang Juaner's hand. "Juaner, I know this is very difficult, but I have no one else to entrust to now, so I can only ask you to take care of these 2 little girls." Tang Juaner nodded forcefully. "You can rest assured, I will definitely take good care of them. I swear." At this moment, Enzu's impatient voice came from outside. "Hurry up." Yan reluctantly caressed the faces of her 2 daughters, and said softly, "You 2 must listen to Aunt Juaner. Wait for me. Wait for Dad to come back. Understand?" Finally, Yan was pushed onto another ambulance by Enzu and others, and then left the hospital. Tang Juaner pushed the two little girls and was about to leave. But just then, several men in black clothing returned and walked into the ward. Tang Juaner was shocked. "What are you doing?" The leader of the men in black looked grim. "Little girl, this is none of your business. Step aside." Tang Juaner was startled, suddenly understanding something, then placed the two baby crits behind her. You heartless people, won't even spare two newborn babies? Heh. It's been said above, these two children are cursed, and cursed children must die. Now step away, otherwise, you'll die with them. Despite her fear, Tang Juaner did not waver. The several men in black exchanged glances and were about to move forward. Zuan, who had been silently observing everything as a bystander, could no longer contain himself. In fact, from the beginning, he had been silently observing everything in a ghost-like manner. He had no physical form and could not intervene in anything in this dream. He could only quietly watch on the side. And all of this happened after Zuan went missing. At that time, Anyan was already 7 months pregnant, and as a result of Zuan's disappearance, she went into premature labor, almost dying on the operating table. But all of this was only known to Zuan after his return for years later through Tang Juaner's account. He had asked Anyan about it, and she had only briefly mentioned it, deliberately avoiding discussing the specifics. It wasn't until this time that Zuan truly witnessed the full story. At the beginning, Zuan was able to remain clear-headed, but when he saw Anyan holding her two daughters and heard her heart-wrenching words, Zuan unconsciously began to shed tears. And from the moment he started crying, a faint sound of joy emanated from the void. Then an invisible giant hand began to intervene, leading the changes in the dream. Finally, when Zuan saw someone dare to lay a hand on his two newborn daughters, he could no longer remain calm, and his mind began to undergo intense fluctuations. "Go to hell!" Zuan roared in anger. Under the raging fury, the several men in black clothing were instantly reduced to ashes. But just as these men in black disappeared, the dream once again underwent a change. Zuan felt a moment of dizziness, then found himself outside the operating room. At this moment, he was squatting on the corridor floor, trembling all over. Suddenly, the door of the operating room opened. A doctor walked out. "Who is the family?" Zuan stood up, looking puzzled at the doctor. The mother died due to massive bleeding. The two children also died shortly after birth due to prolonged lack of oxygen. "Mother and children are dead. Please accept my condolences." These words felt like a heavy blow, causing Zuan to tremble all over, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "No, it's impossible. She can't leave me. She said she would wait for me to make her the happiest person in the world." Zuan trembled as he spoke. A red gleam passed through the doctor's eyes, then he spoke mechanically. "Mother and children are dead. Do you still want the bodies? If not, they'll be disposed of." Zuan seemed not to hear, just staring blankly at the doctor. It was at this moment that behind Zuan, a black mist appeared, gradually condensing into a dagger emitting a strong ominous aura. This dagger silently cut through space and stabbed towards Zuan's back. Heart Demon's blade. Once it struck, Zuan's state of mind would be completely shattered, becoming a slave to the Heart Demon. At the same time, in the Pure Land City, Anyan suddenly shuddered all over, a strong sense of foreboding surging into her heart. This feeling made Anyan's expression change dramatically, and Xiangyan, who was playing beside her, was stunned for a moment, then burst into tears. "It's Dad. Dad is in trouble." Anyan's mind shook violently, but she quickly calmed down. Then, disregarding everything, she activated her cultivation. In an instant, her entire body was once again enveloped by the shackles of sealing. But at the moment when her breath was sealed, Anyan pushed all her cultivation to transmit a divine thought. This divine thought was very simple, consisting of 2 words. "Husband." But with just these simple 2 words, in an instant, across the barriers of space, the barriers of the Heart Demon, it directly reached Zuan, who was trapped in the dream and unable to extricate himself. Zuan shuddered all over. His eyes, which had been completely lost in confusion, suddenly cleared. And at that moment, the Heart Demon's dagger had reached Zuan's back. With a cold snort, Zuan directly twisted his backhand. The Heart Demon's dagger was firmly grasped. The black mist controlling the demonic blade trembled for a moment, then an incredible voice came. "What's going on? How can you regain consciousness?" At this moment, Zuan was filled with shock and anger. If it weren't for that call just now, he might have truly fallen into the path of the Heart Demon. so he exerted force and snapped the heart demon's blade in half, then coldly said, "You are not what the great dream sword ancestor left behind. With his cultivation below Daluo, it would be impossible to refine such a powerful heart demon like you. If I'm not mistaken, you should be an outer domain heart demon from beyond the heavens. Am I right?" These chapters are exhausting to write. I always feel like what I want to express is not completely conveyed. I actually wanted to write about the experiences of Anyan and Zuan in the past through this method. How did you know all this? Who are you really? A panicked voice came from within the black fog. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that you're doomed today. Zuan's eyes flashed with a divine light. The black fog tried to escape, only to find itself unable to move at all. Zuan then reached out, his hand directly entering the black fog and grasping suddenly. Click! The black fog dissipated. In Zuan's hand appeared a strange creature with only one eye. Sensing the threat of death, the creature couldn't help but cry out in fear. "Spare me, my lord. Spare me." But Zuan paid no attention to his pleas, crushing it with one hand. Doom! An invisible shockwave spread out. An unparalleled divine thought entered Zuan's mind, causing him to slightly lose focus. After a moment, he gradually regained his clarity. This strange creature was an extraplanar demon from beyond the heavens. It was a unique existence that was neither human, nor immortal, nor divine. The powerful beings of the heavens and myriad worlds, including the immortal kings and even the celestial lords, feared it greatly. Although the true form of these demons was incredibly fragile, they excelled at manipulating divine thoughts and constructing an incredibly realistic nightmare. A slight misstep could lead to a fate of perishing. Throughout endless ages, countless strong individuals had perished under the influence of these extraplanar demons. Even Zuan, who had once been an immortal venerable, had almost fallen victim to this entity. This was why Zuan didn't hesitate to crush the extraplanar demon. If it were to spread, the consequences would be unimaginable. At the same time, Zuan gleaned many useful information from the remnants of the demon's divine thought. For example, the great dream sword master from thousands of years ago did not fall due to an impact with the celestial lords, as rumored. Instead, he fell into the nightmare created by this demon. However, this great dream sword master was resolute in his actions. At the final moment, he depleted all his cultivation to seal himself off. Thus, this extraplanar demon was also trapped in the secret realm, unable to escape. But this extraplanar demon was cunning. The opening of the Great Dream Legacy once every 1,000 years was a trap set by this demon. What he desired was to find someone among the intruding cultivators to host him. Furthermore, this demon was clever. He knew that if all the visitors were annihilated, the legacy would soon become a forbidden land. Therefore, he had been lurking in the shadows, not making any moves, and even offering benefits to the visitors. In this way, he persisted until he encountered Zuan. The demon immediately targeted Zuan's divine thoughts, going all out to possess him. In the end, however, Zuan saw through the plan and reduced the demon to dust. After understanding the situation, a faint smile appeared on Zuan's lips. This turned out to be a blessing in disguise. I've even resolved the last remaining regrets in my heart, and I've gained the power of the demon, never to be troubled by them again. With a thought, Zuan closed his eyes. He now controlled this legacy completely. Therefore, he could see the current situations of those who entered this legacy. After a moment, he was slightly surprised. So, that's how it is. With that, Zuan's figure disappeared from the spot. At this moment, the ecstatic celestial lady had already plunged into endless despair. When she entered this legacy, she found herself once again back in that nightmarish night. She once had parents and a sister, living happily together as a family. It was the happiest time of her short life, but everything changed on that night. She was sitting leisurely with her sister when suddenly, a fire broke out in the front yard, accompanied by shouts and screams. The voices startled her and her sister, not knowing what had happened. Then, their parents, covered in blood, rushed in. "Muyo, run," were her father's last words to her. The next moment, the kind man who had never done any wrong was cut in half by a sword. Blood splattered as his body fell. "Father," Muya's mother wailed and tried to rush over, but after a few steps, an invisible force struck her chest, forcing her to the ground. Her mother coughed up blood, looked at them with eyes of regret, and then passed away. The celestial lady Muya stared blankly at everything, her mind blank, and her body trembling uncontrollably. The nightmare-like scenes replayed before her, rendering her unable to resist. quickly succumbing to the dream. In the distance, a sinister laughter could already be heard. Her sister grabbed her, pulling her into a secret chamber used to store valuable items. No matter what happens, do not make a sound. Understand? Muya could still recall the expression on her sister's face when she said those words. It was a calmness beyond words when faced with an impending disaster. Muya was too frightened to respond, and the door to the secret chamber closed heavily. She stood barely in the room that could only accommodate her, shaking all over, not daring to utter a sound, because she heard the sounds of chaotic footsteps outside, followed by lewd remarks from men. TSK. Lucky us, there's such a tender one here. She's truly exquisite. Brothers, let's have some fun today. Then came her sister's rebuke. What are you trying to do? But that rebuke was drowned out by the men's laughter. It was followed by the sound of tearing clothes and her sister's screams. Though young, Muya understood what was happening outside. The genuine fear she felt caused her body to tremble, tears streaming down her face. These were memories she had locked away deep in her heart, never daring to touch them. Now facing it all again, the celestial lady felt she could no longer hold on. Her gaze grew vacant, her expression dull. The horrifying screams of her sister and the men's laughter formed a prelude to hell, dragging her slowly into an abyss without end. It was at that moment she suddenly heard a soft sigh. Do you want to know the truth? Muya's eyes widened, and the door to the secret chamber vanished without a sound. Zuan stood before her, saying softly, "Let me show you the truth of the matter." With the sound of his voice, the parents who died tragically, the sister who was tortured to death, and the black mass evildoers. All these scenes appeared before Muya, and then she saw that behind all these scenes, there was a group of people standing in midair overlooking everything. Seeing this group of people, Muya was completely stunned. Zuan said lightly, "Have you seen clearly? The mastermind behind all this is this group of people from the blissful pavilion. You possess heavenly charm, so since the day you were born, these people from the blissful pavilion have been secretly watching you. That your situation is very special because your charm is deeply hidden and usually does not show itself. Unless you experience a great shock that completely severs your worldly ties, you will never be able to activate your talent in this lifetime. So these people came up with this plan to completely sever your worldly ties. But these people went too far, causing you to be deeply shocked and your soul damaged. Although your cultivation and charm may be the best among the heavenly women in the history of the blissful pavilion, you can no longer speak. Now, do you understand?" Zuan, having gained control over this demon in Muya's heart, was all-knowing within this dream, and could see through all illusions with a single glance. Upon hearing Zuan's words, Muya's expression changed, and around her, those scenes began to gradually fade away, returning to nothingness, and her appearance also began to gradually recover. Zuan looked quietly and said, "Now, do you know what to do next?" Muya remained silent for a moment, then deeply bowed to Zuan. Zuan smiled. "Let me escort you a little further." With that, Zuan snapped his fingers. Muya felt the environment around her change, and she suddenly found herself in the blissful pavilion, and the Lingzi, who had entered this treasure trove with her, was now sitting on the main seat of the pavilion, looking excited and joyful. When she saw Muya, she was shaken, waking up from her illusions. "Lady of Heaven, I'm glad you're here. Otherwise, I might have been trapped in the dream and never wake up," Lingzi said with gratitude. Muya did not speak, only gazed quietly at her. "Lady of Heaven, what's wrong with you?" Lingzi was still puzzled. Before she could finish her sentence, Muya suddenly reached out and grabbed Ling Zhao's neck. Lingzi didn't even have a chance to react before she was lifted into the air by Muya's grip. "Lady of Heaven, you." Lingzi tried to struggle, but found that she couldn't move Muya at all. And at this moment, Muya, like a wounded beast, roared and bit down. Her bite landed on Ling Zhao's neck, tearing off a piece of flesh. Lingzi trembled in pain, and then, as if realizing something, she despairingly cried out, "Lady of Heaven, your family was ordered to be killed by the pavilion master. It has nothing to do with me." The screams abruptly stopped as Muya tore open Ling Zhao's throat with another bite. Blood mixed with air gushed out, splattering Muya's face. In Ling Zhao's eyes, there was nothing but despair, and then the light gradually dimmed, ultimately becoming a lifeless body. Seeing Ling Zhao's demise, Muya knelt down on the ground, letting out a heart-wrenching cry, and finally spoke, "Father, mother, sister, I will avenge you." Zuan appeared by her side at this moment, sighing lightly at the scene. Hearing the sound, Muya turned to see Zuan and bowed to him. "I will never forget the kindness of the gentleman for eternity." Zuan smiled. It was just a small token of goodwill. Just then, the figure of Zhu Liuli also emerged from the void. However, the current proud daughter of heaven was covered in wounds and looked extremely exhausted. Only her eyes were filled with dazzling sword intent. When she saw Zuan and Muya, she was first shocked, then bowed and said, "Sir, Zhu," and glanced at her and somewhat surprisedly said, "You have already understood the sword heart?" Zhu Liuli nodded. "I have broken through the barriers in my heart." The word sounded simple, but only those who experienced it would know how difficult it was. In this dream of the mind demon, Zhu Liuli almost had her sword heart destroyed several times, becoming a walking corpse. But at the critical moment, she silently recited the 8 words given to her by Zuan. "Adhere to the sword heart. Do not forget the true self." In the end, she extinguished all her evil thoughts and successfully turned the tide. Zuan nodded approvingly. "Well done. From now on, your swordsmanship will improve by leaps and bounds." Zhu Liuli respectfully bowed to Zuan. "All of this relies on the gentleman's help." Zuan smiled faintly, then said, "With that, it's time to bring it all to an end." With that, Zuan suddenly stomped his foot. The entire dream space began to shake, cracks appeared, and finally shattered, revealing a magnificent palace. Several people were standing in the square in front of the palace, looking bewildered at their surroundings. The first to react was Luo Sanchen from the Blood Net Mountain. He had encountered his own inner demon, but he had already prepared himself before entering this treasure trove, so he successfully defeated the inner demon. It was a bit more challenging for Crossing Danon, who had shattered the Red House, but with Luo Sanchen's help, she managed to escape the dream's torment. However, Luo Sanchen then realized that he couldn't leave. He saw nothing but emptiness all around him. Initially, Luo Sanchen didn't pay much attention to it, but when he tried various methods and couldn't break through the void, he began to feel anxious. Something wasn't right. It was said that as long as one broke through the dream of the inner demon, they could enter this treasure trove. So why was he trapped in emptiness this time? In his confusion, Luo Sanchen became increasingly restless. Just as he began to feel despair, the voice suddenly trembled, and he found himself in a magnificent palace. Alongside him, the young master Yi Chanshan from the sinister Demon Valley was also covered in blood, staring at the palace in front of him. He too had encountered his own inner demon. However, the people of the sinister Demon Valley emphasized the elimination of emotions. Therefore, Yi Chanshan had only fought relentlessly in the dream. So when he suddenly emerged from the dream, he also looked puzzled at the scene before him. Similar encounters included Li Hanqing, who had shattered the Red House. The 3 of them were stupefied for a moment, then shuddered and immediately rushed towards the palace. Leading the charge was still the Grand Taoist Luo Sanchen. His eyes were slightly red with excitement. Once he broke into the palace first, all the treasures would be his. The other 2, not to be outdone, followed closely behind, racing to be the first. However, just as Luo Sanchen was only a few yards away from the palace gate, a sword light swept down directly in front of him. If Luo Sanchen hadn't abruptly halted his movement, that sword might have killed him on the spot. Luo Sanchen gasped, deeply frightened. At the same time, a calm voice sounded, "As I said, I have decreed the fate of Blood Net Mountain, and you are the first." With those words, Zuan's figure slowly appeared in the air, reminiscent of an emperor ruling over all beneath him. It turns out to be him. The faces of these people all changed slightly. At this moment, Blissful Sky Maiden and Snowflower appeared behind Zuan like servants. The leader of Zhan Honglu, Li Hanqing, frowned. "You troublemaker, you're really making Zhan Honglu lose face." Snowflower sneered at the words, then silently gestured towards Li Hanqing with a throat-cutting sign. Li Hanqing was startled. "You," Snowflower said calmly. "Master, don't worry. After the adult deals with Luo Sanchen, it will be your turn." Luo Sanchen's face darkened. "Kid, you have repeatedly provoked me." Zuan smiled faintly. "Enough talk, let's fight." Luo Sanchen snorted, and mysterious golden runes appeared in his eyes. "You brought this upon yourself. Don't blame others." As he spoke, golden sutras appeared around Luo Sanchen. Luo Sanchen narrowed his eyes, combined. The golden sutras instantly merged into a shining wheel of symbols. This wheel of symbols hung in the sky, emitting an immensely powerful ancient aura. "Go." The wheel of symbols instantly tore through the sky, with a faint golden light, directly rushing towards Zuan. Seeing this scene, Yi Chanshan, the young master of Shangmo, and others from Zhan Hanlu were all shocked, especially Yi Chanshan, ranked 6th on the Wanju list, and this great Yan Daoist, Luo Sanshan, ranked 5th, overtaking him. Yi Chanshan was very dissatisfied with this, but seeing this divine symbol today, he knew that Luo Sanshan's 5th place on the Wanju list was well-deserved. Yi Chanshan knew that even facing this attack, he would have to retreat, not to mention this troublemaker who keeps seeking death. Thinking of this, a cold smile appeared on Yi Chanshan's lips as he looked at Zuan with eyes as if looking at a dead person. But then, Zuan did not dodge as everyone expected. Instead, he stood in the sky, facing the incoming golden light wheel with a calm expression. Everyone wondered if he was scared. But then, Zuan reached out his hand and grabbed the spinning wheel of symbols. The rotation stopped as he caught it. Seeing this, everyone was extremely horrified. Luo Sanshan's face changed wildly, unable to believe his eyes. From the moment Luo Sanshan started cultivating Tao, he had been studying symbols. With his talent, he had become a peerless prodigy in just 100 years. So Luo Sanshan was always proud of his cultivation. This golden light wheel was a treasure he had carefully crafted, powerful enough to slay a golden immortal instantly. Today, seeing it being grabbed by this man, Luo Sanshan was naturally shocked. At this moment, Zuan looked at the wheel in his hand and said with a faint smile, "It's a delicate little thing, but that's all it is." With that, Zuan suddenly pinched it. The golden light on the wheel flickered rapidly for a moment, then with a crisp sound, it cracked and became useless. To crush a symbol like that, how strong must one's body and strength be? Is that all you've got? Show me what else you have. I'll take it all today. Zuan's indifferent words completely infuriated Luo Sanshan. "Kid, I underestimated you. But do you really think with your little power, you can show off in front of me?" Great performance, divine symbol. Zuan's display of strength left no room for Luo Sanshan to belittle him, so he directly used his most powerful move. A sun-like brilliance emanated from Luo Sanshan, and a golden light emerged from his head, shooting straight up into the sky. Within this golden light, countless runes were rolling and evolving. Luo Sanshan had pushed his cultivation to its limit. His eyes had turned into two extremely mysterious runes. At the same time, the runes in the golden light had evolved, and a massive symbol gradually appeared. This symbol made the void tremble, forcing Yi Chanshan and others close to retreat. They all wore a heavy and serious expression on their faces, because they knew they couldn't withstand this attack. "Zuan, you have forced me to use this move, which is enough for you to be proud of yourself. Die." Luo Sanshan shouted and pointed forward. The symbol rushed towards Zuan, gradually enlarging on its way, becoming like a small mountain by the time it reached Zuan. And then it came crashing down. The golden light caused the secret realm to tremble, and black cracks appeared in the space, as if the space itself was about to shatter. This unparalleled attack made everyone pale with fear. Only Zuan stood in the sky, looking up at the symbol falling like Mount Tai, and calmly said, "Since you have made a name for yourself with divine symbols, I will defeat you with runes." As soon as he spoke, Luo Sanshan burst into laughter. "A joke. I am the #1 in the Wen domain with divine symbols, and you actually want to beat me with runes? How reedy." His voice abruptly stopped. Zu, and extended a hand, drawing symbols in the air. Incredibly complex and mysterious runes appear and quickly assembled. In an instant, a palm-sized symbol had been formed. When this symbol appeared, crossing Danan almost burst out laughing, then disdainfully said, "Such a big fuss, and yet you've produced something so laughable, it's ridiculous." She turned to say something to Luo Sanshan, but was shocked to see her brother's pale face, shivering uncontrollably. At the same time, a frightening pressure emerged in the air, causing the whole scene to tremble. Crossing Danan looked up and saw a colorful radiance emanating from the palm-sized symbol. As this radiance appeared, the golden light that had covered the entire sky dimmed instantly. The colorful radiance then shone on the big divine symbol-like mountain. The divine symbol trembled and gradually disintegrated, melting into golden liquid absorbed by the palm-sized symbol. In an instant, the mighty divine symbol vanished into thin air. Zuan's drawn symbol was now the size of a person, floating in the air, radiating a rainbow light, creating various visions. "Now, do you acknowledge defeat?" Zuan looked at the trembling Luo Sanshan and said calmly. Luo Sanshan's teeth were chattering. As a symbol cultivator, he could feel the profound power of the symbol Zuan had drawn. But what shocked him even more was that this symbol, which contained a hint of the rules of heaven, was drawn at hand by Zuan. The disparity between them was immeasurable. "I acknowledge defeat," Luo Sanchen said with great difficulty. Zuan nodded. "Very well, then go ahead and die now." Luo Sanchen shuddered all over, then roared with an incomparably terrified voice. "Zuan, killing someone is already excessive, let alone I've already admitted defeat. Why do you still want to kill me?" Zuan coldly smiled. "Who said admitting defeat means you don't need to die? In front of me, even kneeling down, you still have to die." Luo Sanchen burned with anger. "Zuan, you act so tyrannically. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" "Tyrannical," Zuan laughed to the sky, his voice shaking the surroundings, making everyone's faces turn pale. "Today, I will show you what true tyranny is." With Zuan's words, that symbol the size of a person instantly became extremely vast, towering like the sky, and smashed towards Luo Sanchen. Seeing this law-like symbol, Luo Sanchen exclaimed in shock, unable to muster any resistance in his heart, and turned around to run. But he had just run a few miles away, when a colorful light flashed over the symbol, directly blasting towards Luo Sanchen's back. "No!" Luo Sanchen screamed in agony, trying to dodge, but the colorful light gave him no chance to react, and smashed directly onto his back. Luo Sanchen was sent flying 100 jaan away, and after landing, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes had become filled with extreme fear, then hoarsely said, "What kind of symbol is this?" And stood with hands behind his back and said calmly, "I don't know either, just drew a few strokes casually. Didn't expect you to be so vulnerable." "What?" Luo Sanchen's urgent anger overwhelmed him, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. This symbol of heaven-defying power was actually drawn by him casually. Luo Sanchen absolutely couldn't believe it, but he didn't know that what Zuan said was true. Symbols, by nature, are adaptable. Tens of thousands of changes are all heaven's will. Zuan, drawing casually, embedded a touch of heavenly law within it, naturally making its power boundless. This was also why Zuan did not adhere to any rune rules. Luo Sanchen had not reached that realm and naturally could not understand. At this moment, his eyes were scattered, only able to stare at Zuan with resentment and hatred. "Zuan, don't be too pleased. If you kill me, Blood Net Mountain will absolutely not let you go." With these words, Luo Sanchen suddenly spat out a large amount of blood, which condensed and floated in midair, forming a symbol that instantly crossed the void and imprinted itself on Zuan's arm. "Hehe, Zuan, with my yellow spring symbol imprinted, you will never escape the pursuit of Blood Net Mountain in your lifetime. Ha ha ha." Luo Sanchen seemed as if something was choking his throat, dumbly staring. Because after Zuan was marked by this yellow spring symbol, he looked down, then wiped it away with a motion of his hand, and the dark rank imprint disappeared without a trace. "I don't even want to play with such things anymore. Here, have it back." Zuan waved his hand, and at a very fast speed, the imprint flew back, landing directly on Luo Sanchen's forehead. Luo Sanchen let out a piercing scream. "Zuan, what have you done to me?" And said calmly, "I know that you so-called geniuses all have your own life-saving methods, so I left a mark within your spiritual senses. That way, even if you were reborn, I could still find you and kill you again." Zuan's words plunged Luo Sanchen into an ice cellar. He did indeed have this intention just now, so he did not appear panicked. But now Zuan's words were like a cold shower, causing him to tremble all over. "You devil! What grudge do Blood Net Mountain and you have? Why do you treat us like this? What grudge? Hey, do you know Lu Yu from Chua City?" Upon hearing this name, Luo Sanchen trembled all over, showing an extremely shocked look in his eyes. "You are, and nodded. "That's right, it's me." "No, hasn't that place already severed ties with the heavens? How could there still be someone as strong as you?" And said calmly, "Looks like you know quite a bit." "Yes, I come from there, and I want to settle the debts Blood Net Mountain owes to Chua City." Luo Sanchen could no longer speak, and with a snap of Zuan's fingers, the symbol that had been floating above Luo Sanchen's head suddenly fell, directly smashing him into a pulp. Luo Sanchen, the grand performer of the divine symbols, died on the spot. After all that, Zuan turned to the few people around him, smiled faintly. "Speak, how do you want to die? I will fulfill your wishes today." Initially shocked by Luo Sanchen's death, These people snorted in anger upon hearing Zuan's words. Especially the demonic young master Yi Chanshan. He sneered, "Zuan, I admit you are indeed powerful, but do you think you can do as you please with me like this?" Zuan slightly furrowed his brows, too nosy. With that, Zuan took a step forward, instantly appearing near Yi Chanshan, raised his palm, and slapped. Doom. Yi Chanshan, who had always held himself high, couldn't even resist before being directly slapped away. Then he kept spitting blood in midair, unbelievably roaring, "Impossible, you!" Zuan's figure flickered, appearing over him again, and with a cold expression, delivered another punch. Yi Chanshan was like a ball, smashed straight into the ground. One palm, one fist. This Yi Chanshan, who had always been proud of his demonic body, was shattered into pieces. At this moment, he lay limp on the ground, unable to move at all, only staring blankly at Zuan in midair, filled with infinite regret and pain. Only at this moment did he finally realize the insurmountable gap between himself and this man. He dared to provoke him time and time again, truly seeking his own demise. He wanted to plead, but he couldn't even speak, just stared at Zuan with pleading eyes, making choking sounds from his throat. But Zuan didn't even spare him a glance, just snapped his fingers. A sword oar pierced through his forehead and shot out from the back of his head, pinning him to the ground. Blood seeped out, staining a large area of the ground. Yi Chanshan's eyes gradually dimmed, with a lingering look of disbelief on his face. He seemed to not believe that he had died like this. The demonic young master met his end. With that, in the time it takes for a meal to be eaten, Zuan had already killed two extraordinary geniuses. This supreme power intimidated everyone present, especially the leader of the plucked red building, Lihanking, and the little martial sister crossing Dana, who looked like a pure white lotus. At this moment, the two master and disciple had pale faces, sweating profusely, head down, dare not to look at Zuan. The what had to happen could not be avoided. Zuan turned to these two, a cold smile appearing on his lips. "Speak, how do you want to die?" The master and disciple trembled all over, despair written all over their faces. Lihanking spoke with a hoarse voice. "Zuan, why do you have to be so ruthless? I have no grudge with Zhan Hanlu. Can you let us go?" Zuan smiled slightly. "It's not me being ruthless. There's someone else who wants to kill you." With that, Zuan turned to look at Zhu Liuli, saying, "Liuli, I'll leave these two to you. Do as you wish. It's up to you." Hearing Zuan's words, Zhu Liuli was slightly stunned, then nodded, yes. The Lihanking and crossing Danan's faces gradually turned pale. Because of what they had done to Zhu Liuli, it was enough for them to die multiple times. "Liuli." Lihanking swallowed hard, forced a smile, and called out. Zhu Liuli looked at this former high-ranking master. She was not Zhu Liuli's mentor, but became the master of Zhan Hanlu through various means. Zhan Hanlu also declined, under her control, gradually falling into decline and becoming the last of the Sentia sect. Moreover, this person was often jealous and hostile towards others, excluding those different from her. Zhu Liuli had been ostracized to the point of being isolated from everyone because she did not belong to Lihanking's faction. Thinking of this, Zhu Liuli smiled coldly. "Master, have you ever thought that you would also come to this?" Lihanking's face turned white, but she calculated in her mind, then said solemnly, "Zuan, what you said just now, is it true? If you've handed this matter to Zhu Liuli, then you cannot interfere again." Zhu and nodded, "Of course." A glimpse of joy flashed in Lihanking's eyes. "Goat, Liuli. There's no point in saying more now. If you have the ability, kill me. Otherwise, I have to leave." With that, Lihanking lifted her foot to leave. Crossing Danan was initially shocked and frightened, but when she saw her mentor behaving this way, she suddenly understood. Zuan had just said that this matter was entrusted to Zhu Liuli to handle, but with crossing Danan's declining cultivation level, even she could surpass Zhu Liuli, let alone her own mentor. Although this Zhan Hanlu master was the weakest among the faction leaders of Sentia sect, she was still not to be underestimated by Zhu Liuli. Thinking this, crossing Danan couldn't help but relax and then smugly glanced at Zhu Liuli, preparing to follow Lihanking. Just at that moment, Zhu Liuli snorted coldly, raised her hand and slashed with her sword. The sword light blocked the way of Lihanking and crossing Danan. "Zhu Liuli, what do you mean? Do you want to compete with me?" Lihanking snorted. Zhu Liuli slowly drew the sword at her waist and said lightly, "Correct. Since the master has entrusted you to me, I will be the one to finish both of your lives." You're seeking death. Li Hanqing was furious. She feared Zuan, not Zuliuli, who had once been her disciple, so she snorted and unleashed two faint red lights with her hand, like peach blossoms. As the master of Zhan Honglu, Li Hanqing naturally had her own unique traits. These red lights showed that her Zhan Hong heart technique was quite remarkable. However, before the two red lights reached midway, Zuliuli swiftly struck with her sword. The sword light was not fierce, but it hit precisely at the weakest point of the two red lights. With a crack, the two red lights were easily shattered by a single sword strike. Li Hanqing was shocked that her attack was easily broken by Zuliuli. Li Hanqing felt deep despair and regret. She had treated Zuliuli that way before because she believed that her swordsmanship had declined beyond recovery, making her useless. But she never expected that Zuliuli's swordsmanship had not only recovered but also reached an unbelievable height. At that moment, Li Hanqing failed to dodge and had her arm cut off by a sword strike. She yelled in pain and was about to speak. But suddenly, crossing Danon, her beloved disciple, who stood behind her, drew her sword and stabbed directly at Li Hanqing's back. Crossing Danon had good cultivation, and her sword was a peerless weapon. Caught off guard, Li Hanqing was pierced through the heart by the sword. Despite being a strong golden immortal, being stabbed through the heart left her in utter chaos. At the same time, the sword strikes from Zuliuli severed Li Hanqing's limbs. She fell to the ground, her eyes fixed on Crossing Danon, saying, "Why?" Crossing Danon let go of the long sword, a look of sorrow on her face, covering her mouth. "Master, blame yourself for being too harsh on senior sister. I advised you several times, but you refused to listen, so I had no choice but to do this now." Hearing this, Li Hanqing spewed out a mouthful of blood, about to say something. Crossing Danon's eyes flashed with coldness, and she released a faint pink light that smashed Li Hanqing's haughty head. Until her last moments, Li Hanqing looked at Crossing Danon with intense bitterness. But Crossing Danon paid her no heed. After confirming Li Hanqing's death, she knelt down with a face full of regret and sorrow. "Senior sister, when I acted this way towards you before in the sect, it was all under Li Hanqing's orders. I was forced and had no other choice. Please spare me this time for the sake of our previous relationship in the sect. Will you?" Crossing Danon pleaded with sadness evident in her eyes, matched with her deceiving appearance, making her quite moving. If one didn't know the truth, they would surely be deceived by her. Zuliuli had been silent all along, standing high above and watching quietly. After a dead silence, Crossing Danon gradually showed fear in her eyes. She was about to say something when Zuliuli said, "Crossing Danon, do you know that I didn't intend to kill you just now?" Crossing Danon relaxed, and then smiled extremely flatteringly. "Of course, senior sister cares for her junior sister." Zuliuli shook her head, "But I've changed my mind now." Zuliuli no longer wanted to hear her disciple, who was as insincere as a white lotus flower, speak any more nonsense. She saw her swing her sword. Crossing Danon's eyes revealed a touch of bitterness. Then she rolled on the ground to dodge the sword. Then, her whole body leapt out and flew towards the distant horizon. She didn't believe that with her cultivation, she couldn't really escape. Zuliuli took a deep breath and suddenly swung her sword. The sword light directly aimed at Crossing Danon. Crossing Danon, without looking back, dodged the sword with a sidestep. She was secretly pleased, but suddenly felt a chill in her chest. She looked down and saw a sword blade in her chest. Immediately, she lost her strength and fell from the sky. Zuliuli slowly walked to her side, looking at Crossing Danon, who was constantly spitting out blood, and said lightly, "Your cultivation once surpassed mine, but your state of mind is far behind. Even if I don't kill you, within 10 years, you will fall into madness and die." Crossing Danon's mouth quivered slightly, then she mustered the last of her strength to say, I don't accept." With that, the light in her eyes scattered, and she died. Zuliuli stood by her side, silent for a moment, then turned and left. With this, all the people who intruded into the Great Dream Heritage had died. "Let's go in and see what treasures are in this heritage that so many people are rushing for," Zuan said lightly, leading Zuliuli and Zhao Changbi into the palace. Inside, it was magnificent, filled with all kinds of rare treasures. This grand display even shocked the two women, who were accustomed to grand scenes. However, Zuan just gave it a glance and continued to walk inside. They passed through 7 layers of halls. Each layer was filled with a huge amount of precious treasures, becoming more scarce and valuable as they went deeper. Especially on the 7th floor, the ground was covered with various high-quality immortal crystals. Such a scene would probably immobilize ordinary practitioners. Yet, Zuan didn't even look at them, passing through the palace. Then he pushed open a door. There was no palace in front of them, but a bald little mountain. On top of the mountain stood a crook-thatched hut. The thatch hut looked like it could collapse with a gust of wind, completely out of place next to those magnificent palaces. As Zuan and the others stepped onto the mountain, the palaces behind them suddenly began to shake violently, then collapsed into dust. Zhao Tianvi and Zhu Liuli were somewhat stunned. Zuan said calmly, "Those are all traps. If a practitioner is lured by those treasures, they will be trapped inside forever." Hearing this, the two women shuddered. Fortunately, although they were also moved by the treasures inside, they did not have any greed. Otherwise, they would have paid the price for it. "What about the heritage?" Zhu Liuli asked. Zuan smiled, looked up at the thatched hut standing on the mountaintop, and said, "It's inside there." The two of them were speechless as they looked at the shack that looked like it could collapse at any moment. What rare treasures could be inside? But as the three approached the hut, Zhu Liuli suddenly shook all over, with a look of horror in her eyes. This sword intent, she could sense an incredibly powerful sword intent inside the hut. Just then, a hoarse voice came from the thatched hut. "Come in. I've been waiting for you for too long." Zhu Liuli's face showed reverence and awe. Zuan, however, smiled, then pushed the door and walked into the hut. Unlike the outside, the thatch hut was very spacious inside. However, in this spacious room, there were no furnishings except for a small cushion in the middle and the emaciated old man sitting on it like a skeleton. Although the old man was skinny, his eyes shone like stars, making people dare not look directly at them. He first glanced at Zhu Liuli and Zhao Chanbi, who had been standing quietly on the side, then smiled slightly. "I didn't expect to meet the descendants of Zizhanhong and Chilele." When these two names were mentioned, Zhu Liuli and Zhao Chanbi were both shocked, because both these people were the founders of their sect. However, they were figures from thousands of years ago. Zhu Liuli said respectfully, "Are you the Great Dream Sword Ancestor, Master Fan?" "Great Dream Sword Ancestor Fan." The old man muttered for a moment, then tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a faint smile. However, his skeletal appearance made the smile appear extremely terrifying. "It's been thousands of years. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have even forgotten my own name." Hearing this confirmation, Zhu Liuli's expression changed despite being mentally prepared. The Great Dream Sword Ancestor had lived 7,000 to 8,000 years ago. Although he was once known as the #1 true immortal, nearly reaching the level of a Grand Lulo, he was still not immortal. Some powerful true immortals could live for 5,000 years, by various means, which was already terrifying. She was surprised that the Great Dream Sword Ancestor had survived to this day. Fang gazed at Zuan, the only one among the three he couldn't see through, and asked, "Young man, who are you?" Zhu, and smiled, then calmly assessed everything around him. Using one's own cultivation to seal off this secret realm, trap the inner demons within, while also sealing off one's physical body and divine mind to survive till now. It's impressive of you. These words made the Great Dream Sword Ancestor's eyes shine, and an invisible sword aura enveloped the entire space. Zhu Liuli and Zhao Qianbi both groaned and retreated. Zuan, however, felt nothing, as if a gentle breeze brushed past him. Fang stared at Zuan. "Young man, who are you? Why do you know so much?" Zhu, and smiled and extended his hand, revealing a black energy. This is... Fang was first stunned, then exclaimed. Fan Xianyu sighed helplessly, then said, "Young man, your cultivation is probably good, but this matter is of great importance, far beyond what you can handle. If you truly want to know, you need to inherit my mantle." "Oh, inherit your mantle?" Zuan faintly smiled, strands of sword energy appearing around him. The sword aura was like snow, making Zuan appear like a celestial being. Fan Xianyu's whole body shook, his eyes filled with immense shock. This kind of sword intent. "My goodness, do you still want me to inherit your mantle now?" Zhu, and said casually. Fan Xianyu showed a hint of embarrassment, then solemnly said, "Senior, are you from the Guani sect?" Zuan nodded slightly. Fang Xianyu's face lit up with excitement. "Finally you have come. It's not in vain that I have waited for thousands of years." With that, the flesh on Fan Xianyu's body began to swell up like a balloon, and his face quickly plumped up. In an instant, this elder, who had just been as thin as a skeleton, transformed into a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance. Seeing this, Zuan's eyes flashed, but he said nothing. Fan Xianyu respectfully bowed to Zuan. Senior, after waiting for thousands of years, I have finally awaited your arrival. Zuan nodded slightly. Now tell me, what have you been waiting for? Fan Xianyu fell silent for a moment, then sighed softly. Senior, this matter is of great importance. When I first learned about it, I tried to handle it on my own, which led me to break through the Great Luo realm at all costs. But fate had it that I was tainted by an extraterritorial demon, on the verge of death, and this extraterritorial demon would bring disaster to Guani. Helpless, I exhausted my cultivation to create this secret realm, trapping myself and this demon inside. Zuan listened quietly. Fan Xianyu continued, so I have been waiting here for thousands of years. The palaces you saw earlier were just a small trial. I hope to find someone who could resist the temptations of the inner demon dream, and inherit my mantle, so they could help resolve this matter. But I never expected a senior like you to appear. So, what exactly is this matter you speak of? Zuan asked casually. Fan Xianyu took a deep breath, a flash of light in his eyes, and then transmitted a divine thought to Zuan. This matter is of great importance. Any slight negligence could lead to a widespread disaster. So I have used a divine thought to inform you of the causes and consequences. I hope you can calm the storm and save the people of Guani. Fan Xianyu said earnestly. Zuan accepted the divine thought, read the information within, and fell silent. This silence made Fan Xianyu look solemn, and he hurriedly said, Senior, I know this matter is of great importance, and I do not expect you to bear it alone. I will impart all my sword cultivation to you, as a small token of help from me to you. As soon as the words fell, Zuan burst into laughter. Great. This is simply great. Ha ha ha. This laughter left Fan Xianyu bewildered. Senior, what's wrong with you? Fan Xianyu feared that Zuan had been struck by something and hurriedly asked. Zuan stopped laughing, then clasped his fist towards Fan Xianyu. Friend, thank you for the information you provided. This matter is crucial to me, and rest assured, this matter now belongs to me. Fan Xianyu was still somewhat confused, but Zuan was excited, because the information Fan Xianyu had given him was indeed crucial. Yanner, even if your seal cannot be completely lifted this time, it will greatly improve. Zuan thought to himself. Although Fan Xianyu did not understand why Zuan was so excited, he couldn't help but feel that this man could surely resolve the matter. So the burden that had been weighing on his heart for thousands of years was finally lifted. Just as Fan Xianyu let out a sigh of relief, one of his hands suddenly started to wither. Yes, it was literally withering. The flesh that was once plump quickly turned into skin and bones. Zuan saw this and was about to take out some elixirs, but Fan Xianyu waved his hand. No need. I have made it this far. It's already a miracle. Any elixirs are useless to me now. And before I fall, to entrust this significant matter to you, I am already content. Looking at Fan Xianyu, who was rapidly aging, Zuan's expression also became solemn. Thousands of years of waiting, all for one belief. And this belief had nothing to do with him but involved the lives of the world. Such broad-mindedness and resilience made Zuan also move. At this moment, Fan Xianyu removed the blockage, then turned to Zhu Liuli and said, Since you are the successor of Zi Zhanhan and a person by the senior's side, I will pass on all my sword cultivation to you. Zhu Liuli couldn't believe what was happening. Come forward. Fan Xianyu's aging sped up. It seemed that the accumulated years were passing through him at an alarming rate. Zhu Liuli glanced at Zuan in confusion. Zuan sighed softly and nodded. Only then did Zhu Liuli step forward. Fan Xianyu suddenly grabbed her hand. Zhu Liuli was surprised to find that despite being withered, Fan Xianyu's grip was incredibly strong. Adhere to the sword heart, Fan Xianyu called out sternly. Zhu Liuli subconsciously followed Fan Xianyu's instruction to adhere to her original intentions. Fan Xianyu's eyes lit up with amazement. It's the transparent sword heart, my opponent for a lifetime. In the end, you are not bad. You've brought me such a brilliant successor. Fan Xianyu laughed heartily and began to transfer his cultivation to Zhu Liuli. Zhu Liuli felt a shock throughout her body as countless profound sword techniques and true insights into swordsmanship emerged in her sea of consciousness. The intricacies of it all immediately captivated her. Zuan watched quietly. Fan Xianyu's body was visibly disintegrating at a rapid pace, but even so, he continued to transfer all his lifelong cultivation without hesitation. Soon, the transfer was complete. Zuliuli sat down with crossed legs, closing her eyes deep in thought. Fan Xianyu had reached the end of his strength, attempting to lift his head to look at Zuan, but he couldn't. Sensing his thoughts, Zuan appeared in front of him in an instant and gently helped him up. Fan Xianyu wanted to smile, but before his lips could curl up, his entire body suddenly turned into ashes, disappearing on the spot. This scene was witnessed by the now open eyes of Zuliuli. She was momentarily stunned. Then she knelt down with a thump, choked and called out, "Master." This call of master was filled with genuine emotions. Even though she had only met Fan Xianyu for the first time, the precious gift he had given her was invaluable. In the Paradise City, Zhu Xiang and Zunan sat by the bedside, supporting their cheeks and watching their mother and Yan fall into sleep again. "Sister, when will mom wake up?" Zunan's voice carried a hint of sobbing. Though Zhu Xian was also fearful, she put on the airs of an older sister at this moment and calmly said, "Don't worry. Mom will be fine. She will wake up soon." Woo woo woo. Mom fainted. Dad is not at home. I'm so scared. Zunan finally couldn't control her tears. Zhu Xian's nose tingled. Her eyes filled with tears, but she quickly sniffed and pretended to be casual, saying, "It's okay. Dad is fine. Don't worry. Maybe Dad will be back in the next moment." She appeared so grown up, but I'm still scared. The premonition that day was really bad. Zunan wiped her tears, expressing residual fear. Mentioning that day's incident made Zhu Xian also feel a bit frightened. On that day, they suddenly felt a strong sense of unease, and then foresaw that their father was in an extremely dangerous situation. At that time, the two of them cried out in fear. Then Yan disregarded everything and activated her cultivation, sending forth a callous spiritual sense through space. After that, the two little girls felt the unease gradually dissipate. However, shortly after, their mother fainted. The two girls knew it was because Yan had used all her cultivation recklessly, triggering a seal and falling into unconsciousness once again. So, the two of them together carried Yan to the bed and waited for their mother to wake out. With the passing of time, a whole day had gone by. Their mother hadn't woken up, and there was no news from Dad. For two children of only 6 or 7 years old, their ability to persevere until now was considered very strong. Okay. Don't be afraid. I'm still here. Zhu Xian comforted, yet she seemed to forget that she was only born 6 minutes earlier than her sister Zunan. But Zunan had great trust in her older sister. Upon hearing her reassurance, she began to calm down. However, a few minutes later, Zunan's stomach rumbled. "Sister, I'm hungry." Zhu Xian was also starting to feel hungry. So, the two of them began searching for something to eat, but the last cookie had been devoured by Zunan an hour ago. Now, there was nothing to eat except empty snack wrappers scattered around. As for other snacks, they were stored in Yan's mustard seed ring, which they couldn't open. The two sisters stared at each other and simultaneously asked, "What should we do?" "Sister, how about we go out to buy food?" "No. Mom is still unconscious. We need to protect her. What if bad people come in while we're away? Besides, we have no money." Zhu Xian thought ahead. "Then what do we do? Are we just going to starve like this?" Zunan felt very wronged. Zhu Xian stroked her chin with her small hand, pacing back and forth in the room, seriously pondering the difficult situation before them. Zunan didn't dare to disturb her and just followed behind Zhu Xian. What should they do? Not having anything to eat was indeed a big problem. Suddenly, Zhu Xian's eyes lit up as she saw the dough Yan had been experimenting with on the kitchen counter. "I've got it." Zhu Xian suddenly stopped in her tracks. Unprepared, Zunan, who had been walking with her head down, bumped into Zhu Xian, and her nose hit Zhu Xian's head from behind. "Ah, sister, why did you suddenly stop without saying anything?" "Woo woo woo. My nose hurts." Zunan covered her sore nose, feeling very aggrieved. Zhu Xian, while also rubbing the back of her head with a grimace, excitedly said, Nyan, I have a solution." "What solution?" "We can cook for ourselves." "Cook for ourselves? Yes, but we don't know how to cook." Zhu Xian patted her chest. "If we don't know, can't we learn?" But Zunan still hesitated. "Oh, when Mom and Dad cook, I've always washed them from the side. It's very simple, nothing difficult." Nyan, you can assist me." The more Zhu Xian spoke, the more excited she became, immediately rolling up her sleeves and getting ready to start. Although Zuan always felt that something was not right, the feeling of hunger was unbearable for her. A little foodie. So, she nodded. Okay, and got down to work. Zuan first brought over a small stool, stood on it, and started kneading the dough, imitating what she had seen. Sister, what are you making? Steamed buns. Zuan replied without lifting her head. Soon, Zuan was sweating, but she had successfully kneaded the dough into small portions. Sister, you're so talented. Zuan watched admiringly, unable to hold back her praise. Of course, look at who your sister is. Zuan was quite pleased. Go. Fill the pot with water. Okay. To have steaming buns, Zuan also began to work hard. If she couldn't handle carrying a ladle full of water, she would carry half. Thus, bit by bit, Zuan finally filled half the pot with water. That's enough, Zuan said. Then she found a steaming tray and placed the buns on it. However, when it was time to light the fire, the two little girls were at a loss. There were no matches or lighters in this place, only flint stones for making fire. How could they use them? But that didn't deter Zuan. She glanced around and then walked to the bedside, taking her mother's flat cotton pan. Sister, what are you going to do? Start a fire. Can this start a fire? Don't worry. I said it can, Zuan said, waving the pan towards the stove. Nothing happened. Sister, no fire. Zuxian's face turned slightly grim as she shouted at the pan. Hey, come out and help me. No response. Stop acting dumb. I know you're in there. Speak up. Silence. Zuxian's little face tightened. Are you not talking? Humph. Believe me. When my dad comes back, I'll have him smash you into pieces. Finally, a lazy voice came from the pan, the thunder spirit that Zuan had refined into it. Zuxian pointed at the stove. See that stove? I'll wave this pan, and you light it up. What? I'm a noble 9 revolutions thunder spirit, and you want me to start a fire? No way. Really not doing it. Tell me now, do you comply or not? Zu asked. What kind of sins did I commit in my past life to offend you lot surnamed Zu? Lei Zun began to wail, that the situation is stronger than people. He had no choice but to surrender. Come on, Lei Zun weakly said. Zu nodded in satisfaction. That's a good bow. When my dad comes back, I'll make him buy you some candy to eat. Lei Zun almost spat out blood at the words. As a being who had survived for thousands of years, he was being praised as a good bow by a child. But he dared not provoke this little ancestor, so he had to grit his teeth and endure it. At that moment, Zu suddenly waved the frying pan in his hand. A flash of lightning shot straight towards the stove. Zu cheered and clapped. Sister is amazing. Just as she finished her words, a loud bang was heard. The firewood in the stove instantly turned to ashes, and even the pot was burned into nothingness by the sudden high temperature. The two sisters stared blankly until after a while they both let out a wail. Our steamed buns. It's all because of you. I asked you to light the fire. Who told you to burn the pot? Zu angrily gritted her teeth. Exactly. You owe us our steamed buns. Zuan tearfully said. Lei Zun protested. Heaven and earth as my witness. This was not something I should be doing, and I tried my best to compress the lightning to the smallest. Who knew this thing was so flammable? It doesn't matter. You still have to compensate us for our steamed buns. As the two little girls argued with Lei Zun over the steamed buns incident, the door suddenly burst open, and Jian-che staggered in. The two little girls were startled. Jian-che, what happened to you? Jian-che, pale-faced, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth, hoarsely shouted, Go. The two little girls did not understand what was happening yet. Just then, a few cold laughs were heard from the courtyard. Leaf, do you think you can still leave today? Jian-ke's face turned white as she coldly said, Hua Wuxuan, are you not afraid my young lady will come back and hold you accountable for your actions? Your young lady? Heh. Do you think your young lady can still come back? With those words, the doors and windows collapsed with a bang, revealing a group of people in the courtyard. Standing at the front was the senior sister in charge of the Lebless Pavilion, Hua Wuxuan. Behind her stood the 6 sword slaves of the Cut Red Mansion. To beautiful girls. If properly trained, they will definitely be the leading figures in our Lebless Pavilion in the future. Hua Wuxuan praised Zu and Zuan, praising them and a greedy color flashing through her eyes. Jian-che took a deep breath, guarding the two little girls behind her, and said coldly, Hua Wuxuan, these matters have nothing to do with them. Do not harm the innocent. Innocent? Heh. What a joke. Do you really think I don't know? They should be related to that Zuan, right? Don't worry. Once they're gone, that Zuan won't be able to come back either. You're talking nonsense. Our dad will be fine. Zu shouted from behind Jian-che. Exactly. You villain. I won't allow you to speak ill of my dad. Zuan chimed in perfectly. Hua Wuxuan's eyelids twitched and her face instantly turned cold. You villain. Did you just call me a villain? My sister is right. You are indeed a villain. Zu added. Hua Wuxuan was about to go mad. She was very proud of her plump figure. But today she was called a villain. How could she bear it? Arrest these two little bitches and bring them back. I want to teach them a lesson. Let them understand what respect is. Hua Wuxuan gritted her teeth. Although the 6 sword slaves were not from the Lebless Pavilion, they were instructed by the main of the Cut Red Mansion, Li Hanking, to fully cooperate with Hua Wuxuan. So after hearing her orders, the 6 men looked at each other. Jian Yi sighed softly. Old 7. Give up. Snow leaving is impossible to come back. Shangmo young master, Yuan Zonluo 3000, and the elder Ling Xiao from the Lebless Pavilion. These people joined forces. How could Snow leaving possibly be their opponent? Yeah. Give up. As long as you give up resistance, we can still fight alongside each other. Jian added. Jian-che smiled bitterly. Fight alongside. What a joke. Seems like it wasn't just you who ambushed me while I was off guard. And for me to give up, that's absolutely impossible. Come on. Today is either your death or mine. Jian-che held her sword forward, not giving an inch. The 6 men's faces darkened, knowing they could no longer persuade her. Jian-che, we'll help you fight these bad guys. Zu stepped forward, standing beside Jian-che. That's right. We'll help you. Zunayan's face was determined as well, standing together. Jian-che was taken aback. You too. Hua Wuxuan sneered at their words. Really, to naive kids, seize them. With that command, the 6 sword slaves rushed forward. Their main target was the already weakened Jian-che. They didn't even consider Zu and Zunan. They thought as long as they defeated Jian-che, the rest would be easy. Jian-che, seeing this, took a deep breath and intended to fight with all her might. At that moment, Zu shouted, Lei Zan, your chance to make amends has arrived. A lazy voice came from the frying pan. Don't worry. Leave it to me. This is what I'm best at. Zu raised the frying pan in her hand and smashed it towards the opposite side. The closest person was Jianao. She didn't take it seriously at all, even thinking Zu was joking, so a cold smile appeared on her face. Kid, you. Before she could finish her words, a bright flash of lightning shot out from the frying pan and directly hit Jianao. Caught off guard, she didn't have time to react and was solidly hit by the lightning. Although her cultivation was not bad, she still fell in front of the lightning released by the 9th turn Lei Zan. Jianao was all black, smoke coming out of her mouth and nose, and she fell to the ground with a thud. Zu's hit was so shocking that the whole scene was shaken. At the same time, Zunayan, not to be outdone, pulled off the small frying pan hanging around her neck and shouted, Now, doom. A green wooden frying pan appeared in Zunayan's hand. Then, she aimed it at a figure in front of her and hammered down. Although Zunayan's frying pan did not have the spirit of the Lei Zan weapon, it was still a powerful treasure. Moreover, this person had no defense against Zunayan, so the blow landed on her waist. Bang! This blow sent the person flying, and when she landed, she spat out a mouthful of blood. People finally saw that the person who was sent flying was Jian Yi. The scene shocked everyone. The 2 little girls were very pleased, raising their chins and pointing to the other side. Who else dares to challenge? Looking at the 2 little sisters, Hua Wuxuan's eyelids were twitching wildly, and her expression became increasingly gloomy. She never dreamed that these 2 6- or 7-year-old girls would be so powerful. Even the sword slaves of Zan Hanlu were no match for them. What a bunch of waste. Can't even handle 2 little children. No wonder Zan Hanlu is becoming more dilapidated. Hua Wuxuan said sarcastically. The sword slaves all showed embarrassed and resentful expressions. Especially Jian 1, who was knocked down by Zunayan, was furious and looked ready to attack. Hua Wuxuan was also prepared to rush forward to grab these 2 ignorant young girls and give them a good lesson. But at that moment, a panicked shout came from the distance. Stop! Senior Sister Wuxuan, stop! Hearing this shout, Hua Wuxuan was slightly startled and turned to look. She saw a flying horse galloping over, and then a figure landed in the field. As soon as she saw this person, Hua Wuxuan's expression changed slightly, and then she said coldly, "By Kinger, what's the meaning of urgently asking me to stop?" That's right. The person who rushed over was By Kinger, whom Zuan had seen in the auction house in Zhuanli City. She was not only a guild leader in the auction house, but also a disciple of the Jile Pavilion. After parting ways in Zhuanli City, she first returned to the auction house, passed on the information, and the auction house attached great importance to it, immediately sending people to contact Zuan in Wandan City. But they were a step late. By the time they arrived in Wandan City, Zuan had already left with Jian Chet. By Kinger understood that Zuan must be heading towards Jile City, so she hurried over afterwards. However, due to some minor matters on the way, she only arrived in Jile City today. After entering the city, By Kinger first went to Jile Tower. Despite By Kinger's talent and aptitude not being outstanding in the Jile Pavilion, her status in the auction house was superior. Thus, when she appeared in Jile Tower, she received a very enthusiastic reception from the younger sisters there. However, she did not see her senior sister, the head of the sect, Hua Wuxuan. But By Kinger didn't pay much attention at the time. After a long journey, she was a bit tired and decided to have some tea before looking for Hua Wuxuan. While sipping tea and asking about recent events, she heard that her senior sister was trying to capture a pair of twin sisters. By Kinger, who was still drinking tea, spewed it all out before she could swallow it. Then she grabbed the collar of the junior sister reporting the news with a fierce expression and asked what was going on. The junior sister was frightened by her appearance and nervously recounted the whole incident. When she heard that Zuan had already entered the Great Dream Heritage and her senior sister thought Zuan would never come back, so she went to capture the twin sisters who followed him. By Kinger's face turned pale. She let go of the junior sister and ran out. The junior sister didn't understand what was happening at that time. But soon after, By Kinger returned, shouting angrily, "Prepare my horse. Also, where is that little tower?" Soon, someone brought a spirited flying horse, and the junior sister tremblingly pointed in the direction. Without hesitation, By Kinger mounted the horse and rode off. When she arrived not far from the scene, she heard her senior sister Hua Wuxuan's words. By Kinger was so frightened that she almost passed out, frantically called out, and rushed over. After landing, she saw that Zuxian and Zuan were unharmed. She breathed a sigh of relief and then turned to the gloomy-faced Hua Wuxuan and said, "Senior sister, you must not touch these two young sisters." "Oh, why do you say that?" Hua Wuxuan sneered. At this moment, Zuxian and Zuan also recognized By Kinger and couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you the sister from the auction house?" By Kinger smiled faintly at the two girls and said solemnly, "Because their father, that Zuan, is someone nobody can afford to provoke." Upon hearing this, Hua Wuxuan chuckled disdainfully. "Nobody can afford to provoke him. TSK. Why do I find it hard to believe?" By Kinger sighed. "At first, I didn't believe it either, but later I did." With that, By Kinger recounted what she had personally witnessed in Zhuanli City and the various things Zuan had done in Wandan City. After listening, Hua Wuxuan's expression changed several times, but then she laughed. "It does sound impressive. But what use is saying all this now? Because this unparalleled powerhouse you speak of has already entered the Great Dream Heritage, and waiting for him inside are the joint attacks of the Sentia sect and the Luo Sanshan of the Yuan sect. I don't believe he can survive under such circumstances." By Kinger, who thought her words could move Hua Wuxuan, was stunned by her response, and then anxiously said, "Senior sister, please don't think that way. There were many who were like you once, but later they all died miserably." "Shut up. Am I the senior sister, or are you the senior sister?" Hua Wuxuan snapped. By Kinger was left speechless by her words. Hua Wuxuan sneered. "It seems that Zuan has scared you witless, and dealing with these two young girls is not just my idea. My master Ling Sha Elder also ordered it. Do you want to go against the Elder's wishes?" By Kinger's expression changed. Hua Wuxuan then coldly said to the sword slaves, "Why wait? Why not strike now?" The sword slaves looked at each other, then all rushed forward. Zuxian and Zuan, holding pans, fought against this group of people without fear. And Jian Chet, despite his injuries, also joined the battle. But this time Zuxian and Zuan couldn't handle it as easily as before. After all, despite their powerful artifacts, they were still just 6 or 7-year-old children. So, faced with these vigilant sword slaves, they were quickly overwhelmed and could not fight back. Hua Wuxuan looked smug. Bai Qinger could no longer hold back and was about to rush into the battle to stop everything. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. Then from the sky came a voice full of chilling anger. "Dare to bully my daughter. Today, all of you will die." Everyone trembled, then looked up. "It's Daddy. Daddy's back." The 2 little girls cheered with excitement. Zuan's figure suddenly appeared beside them. Then he picked them both up in his arms. "Daddy, you're finally back. We were so scared." "Yeah, Daddy, what happened to you back then? We were both so scared." The 2 little girls hugged Zuan's neck, expressing their grievances. Zuan naturally understood that his call for help in the dream world came from Yin and these 2 little ones. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel guilty. "I'm sorry. Daddy scared you both. Daddy promises it won't happen again in the future." Okay. The 2 little girls nodded. "But Daddy, Mom still hasn't woken up." Zhu Xian looked a bit worried. Zuan could naturally sense the aura from Yan in the bedroom behind him. He could tell that Yan had overused her cultivation, triggering a seal that caused her cultivation to shake, resulting in her fainting. Although not a major issue, it made Zuan very angry. "Yan, don't worry. We will start thinking of ways to break the seal," Zhu and thought to himself. Then he looked up and glanced at Hua Wuxuan and the others. As his gaze fell on them, they couldn't help but step back, because Zuan's imposing manner was simply too astonishing. Moreover, the sky was getting darker, as if brewing a massive storm, making people feel anxious. "Daddy, it's this fatty who bullied us." "Yeah. She even said she would capture us and train us to be top players." Hearing the 2 daughters say this, Zuan could no longer contain his anger. "Kneel down." This made Hua Wuxuan tremble in fear. She could feel the overwhelming momentum emanating from Zuan. She had never seen such an imposing aura, not even on the abbot, so she was trembling with fear and slowly backing away. But at that moment, Zuan's command to kneel down left her with no room to struggle, and she was forced to kneel under the terrifying pressure from Zuan. With a bang, her knees burst open due to the excessive pressure. Hua Wuxuan's face twisted in pain, but she tried to stay calm and said, How did you come out? What about my master and the young master Shang?" Zuan coldly replied, "I've already killed all of them." "No, it's impossible. How could you have killed so many strong individuals? You must be lying." Hua Wuxuan expressed disbelief. At that moment, the sword slaves from Zhan Hanlu saw an opportunity and scattered to escape. Zuan didn't even glance at them. The sword slaves felt a sense of relief, but suddenly, a dazzling sword light slashed through the air and swiftly brought them down from the sky like a dragon. Then Zuliuli and Zhao Tiantian appeared on the scene. When these 2 appeared, Hua Wuxuan, who still harbored a glimmer of hope, was now in total despair. The sword slaves whose limbs had been severed and fell from the sky to the ground screamed in horror. Zuliuli. Zuliuli icily said, "Yes, it's me. Are you surprised that I'm still alive?" The sword slaves' teeth were chattering, full of dread as they stared at Zuliuli. They could see that Zuliuli, who had once deviated from the path of the sword, now exuded unparalleled sword power, having fully recovered and become even more formidable than before. And her survival indicated that the Lord of the Mansion and Crossing Danan were finished. These thoughts tormented the sword slaves who had betrayed Zuliuli. Seeing Zhao Tiantian, Hua Wuxuan shouted desperately, "Lady Tiantian, please save me." Zhao Tiantian remained silent and glanced at Zuan. Zuan made a gesture, allowing Zhao Tiantian to approach Hua Wuxuan. Seeing this, Hua Wuxuan's jaw turned into hope. "Lady Tiantian, thank you for saving me. I did all this for the development of our Zhao Bei ... By now, Zhao Tiantian had walked up to Hua Wuxuan and looked at her quietly, then shook her head, interrupting her speech. "You're mistaken." Hua Wuxuan's expression froze, gazing at Zhao Tiantian in disbelief. Lady ... Lady Tiantian, you can speak now." Zhao Tiantian nodded. Hua Wuxuan's eyes showed fear, but she forced a smile. "That's great. Lady Tiantian can finally speak. It wasn't in vain for the Lord and the elders to worrying so much." Zhao Tiantian said, indifferently, "Worrying? It's all thanks to you that I couldn't speak, isn't it?" This sentence made Hua Wuxuan tremble, a look of extreme terror on her face. Ignoring the pain in her knees, she mustered all her strength, leapt up from the ground with the power of her thighs, and turned to run. Zhao Tiantian reached out, without hesitation, grabbed Hua Wuxuan's neck from behind. Hua Wuxuan wanted to scream, but Zhao Tiantian's expression remained unchanged as she forcefully inserted her fingers and pulled them out. With a splat, the sound of flesh and blood being torn apart was heard. Hua Wuxuan's spine was torn out by Zhao Tiantian. Hua Wuxuan went limp and breathed her last. Zhao Tiantian's face, filled with confusion, was splattered with blood. She lightly touched it with her hand, tasted a bit on her lips, then chuckled. No one dared to speak. Everyone was stunned by this bloody scene. It took a moment before Zuliuli coldly said, "Now, do you want to end it yourselves, or should I do it?" The sword slaves all showed a look of despair. Miss Zhu. The nauseating smell of blood pervaded the courtyard. Bai Qinger looked stunned, hardly believing what she was seeing in front of her. The Grand Marshal's sister Hua Wuxuan and several sword slaves from the Red Mansion had died, like this. Especially Hua Wuxuan, who was actually killed by the Extreme Bliss Sky Maiden. The infighting among the same sect filled Bai Qinger with fear. At that moment, the Extreme Bliss Sky Maiden turned to look at Bai Qinger, a bloody smile on her lips. "You seem to be from the Extreme Bliss Hall too." Bai Qinger usually stayed in the auction guild and rarely went to the Extreme Bliss Hall, so the Extreme Bliss Sky Maiden didn't have a deep impression of her. Bai Qinger trembled and quickly spoke in a loud voice, "Sky Maiden, this has nothing to do with me. I came to stop Hua Wuxuan." Sword 7 then spoke, "Sky Maiden, this Bai Qinger has been trying to stop Hua Wuxuan. I saw it with my own eyes." The Extreme Bliss Sky Maiden gave Bai Qinger a cold look at those words, then turned and left. Bai Qinger took a deep breath, feeling grateful towards Sword 7. The Extreme Bliss Sky Maiden approached Zuan and knelt down. "My lord, I have a request, please grant it." Zuan said calmly, "What is it? Do you want to destroy the Extreme Bliss Hall?" The Extreme Bliss Sky Maiden nodded. "The Extreme Bliss Hall. I will destroy it." Zuan smiled slightly. "All right, wait a moment, I will accompany you on this journey." With that, Zuan walked into the bedroom. Zuyan was still lying on the bed, unconscious. Zhu, and stood by the bed and whispered, "Yanner, don't worry. Once this is over, I will take you to a place to lift the seal." Zuan then released the blocked consciousness of his two daughters. "Daddy, I'm so hungry," Zunan said pitifully. "Yes, we haven't eaten all day," Zhu Xian added. Zhu, and felt heartbroken at their words. "Tell me, what do you want to eat? Dad will make it for you." "I want twice cooked pork," Zunan said eagerly. "I want steamed fish," Zhu Xian chimed in.